When I was in middle school, my father had an affair with the principal of my sister's kindergarten, while their trousers lay at their ankles. Surrounded by a group of parents in the office, the children outside sang in unison, "Our principal is like a mother." Following this scandal, my mother launched a furious complaint, resulting in the kindergarten's abrupt closure. Nevertheless, my father insisted on taking full responsibility and continued his liaison with the principal. Ultimately, my parents divorced. My mother took away a significant portion of our assets and left with my sister, not looking back. Our once warm family of four was shattered just like that. Whenever I see other parents lovingly holding hands, my heart aches with sorrow. The sight of 5 or 6-year-old girls reminds me of my adorable sister. I feel profoundly lonely, yet powerless to change my circumstances. Just days after the divorce, my father eagerly brought the kindergarten principal home, along with her daughter. Thus, I acquired a stepmother and a sister without any blood ties. The family of 4 was restored. My stepmother, Sue Lee, appeared to be in her 30s, though she looked merely 27 or 28. She was strikingly beautiful and had a flair for fashion. Dressed in a white blouse, a black pencil skirt, and nude stockings complemented by high heels, she resembled a polished office secretary. One evening, after my father had too much to drink, he confessed his feelings to Sue Lee while pressing her on the sofa. It was then that I learned they had been middle school classmates and that she was the object of my father's youthful obsession. Sue Lee's daughter, Fu Xiaoya, was a year older than me and a classmate in the next grade. She had developed well, with a curvaceous figure inherited from Sue Lee, tall and beautiful with large, expressive eyes that sparkled with life. Fu Xiaoya was the proud school belle, and many boys secretly admired her. However, she only associated with the rebellious, handsome, and wealthy boys, treating diligent students like me as if we were invisible. "Big sister," I exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Fu Xiaoya, unable to contain my excitement. She smiled back at me and warmly invited me upstairs to my room. My heart raced with impulsive fantasies swirling in my mind. Yet, as the door closed, Fu Xiaoya's demeanor instantly shifted. She crossed her arms, looking down at me with contempt. "Zhou Yin, remember this. Don't call me sister outside. If you dare reveal our relationship, I will make sure someone beats you up. You are not allowed in my room, and you can't sit near me at meals. Look at your face. It's as disgusting as a toad, and you reek of a sour odor. Don't you know how to bathe?" Fu Xiaoya's disdain for me was palpable, and she shamelessly insulted me. My spirits plummeted, and I instinctively touched my face, which only bore a few adolescent pimples. On the surface, Fu Xiaoya appeared to be a dutiful daughter, often hovering around my father, affectionately calling him dad. My father beamed with joy and frequently showered her with money. His indulgent gaze suggested that she was his long-lost biological daughter. Fu Xiaoya, however, was merely pretending she despised my father even more. That on a piece of discarded paper she carelessly doodled on, I stumbled upon her scathing remarks about my father, a repulsive, greasy man with a hint of filthy wealth. Wishing he would simply perish, she further remarked that her mother was a beautiful flower, tragically placed amidst pig excrement. In stark contrast to Fu Xiaoya, Su Li exuded grace and propriety, displaying understanding and kindness towards me. Upon noticing the blemishes on my face, she prepared a bitter concoction of Huanglian water, claiming it would dispel heat and eradicate acne. I took a couple of sips, the bitterness making me weep. Su Li timidly approached my father to apologize, acknowledging her shortcomings and recognizing that she was not my biological mother, which made me emotionally resistant. My father erupted in fury, lunging at me, striking me, and berating me for my ingratitude, demanding that I leave. Su Li, attempting to mediate, found that the more she apologized, the more my father's rage intensified, his menacing glare suggesting he would rather take a knife to me. I retreated into my room, clutching my swollen face, utterly despondent, my heart chilled to the core. I harbored a deep-seated hatred for this mother-daughter duo, feeling utterly outmatched by their cunning. I also loathed my father, repulsed by his brutish, lustful demeanor. My own cowardice gnawed at me, as I lacked the courage to resist. In the ensuing days, my father would leave early and return late, sharing laughter and camaraderie with the two women, while I remained a silent, sullen outsider, painfully aware of my disconnection from his family, that I lived with trepidation, diligently studying each day, yearning for the day I could escape to university and leave behind this mother-daughter pair in this home. However, Fu Xiaoya's behavior became increasingly brazen. She barred me from entering her room while freely invading mine, pilfering my spare change. She even defaced my homework with crude drawings, forcing me to start anew. We never walked to or from school together, nor did we exchange words if we crossed paths on campus. On 2 occasions, a group of delinquents accosted me, randomly slapping me and spitting at me that I was convinced that Fu Xiaoya had incited them, and my disdain for her grew day by day. The atmosphere of life felt stifling, and amidst this haze, I finally entered my senior year of high school, that my academic performance consistently ranked at the top, and my exemplary conduct earned me numerous awards that adorned half of my wall. In stark contrast, Fu Xiaoya languished at the bottom of her class, graduating high school early and becoming an aimless drifter. At 19, she had blossomed into a stunning young woman, her figure rivaling her mother Su Li's, perhaps even more exaggerated, turning heads wherever she went. She spent her days heavily made up, clad in designer clothing. Wandering about in high heels and black stockings, she mingled with local delinquents, smoking, drinking, and indulging in nightlife, often returning home in the dead of night. Rumors spread of her close association with a local thug named Long Gu, who frequently extorted money from students at the school gates, resorting to violence if they refused. Fu Xiaoya's reckless behavior drew significant ire from both my father and her mother, as parents naturally wished to avoid having their daughter become a delinquent, a blight on society. Their reprimands toward her grew more frequent. When Fu Xiaoya sought approval to purchase a new motorcycle, her request was denied. In her frustration, she unleashed her pent-up fury upon me, striking me several times and threatening to cast me out, claiming all family assets would belong to her. I endured it all, unwilling to provoke her wrath. On this particular day, I suddenly discovered that the photo album hidden beneath my pillow had vanished. It contained numerous photographs of my mother and younger sister. I do not wish to forget their faces, often retrieving it in the dead of night to peruse its contents. The album holds immense significance for me, encapsulating cherished memories of yesteryears. Only Fu Xiaoya frequently enters my room, leading me to suspect that she may have taken it. At this moment, Su Li is in the kitchen preparing dinner, and Fu Xiaoya is not at home. I cautiously opened the door to Fu Xiaoya's room and began to search carefully. The sheer volume of her cosmetics is astonishing. An array of lipsticks, in coordinated sets, and a plethora of eyebrow pencils adorn her collection. The wardrobe is filled not only with exquisite garments, but also with stockings of various colors and styles, alongside delicate lace panties. Like daughter, Fu Xiaoya is indeed reminiscent of her mother, lacking in propriety. Suddenly, I heard the sound of high heels. Fu Xiaoya had returned. A wave of panic surged within me, and I hastily crawled beneath the bed, holding my breath to remain silent. Fu Xiaoya entered the room, seated herself on a small sofa not far from the bed, muttering under her breath, clearly in a foul mood. From my vantage point, I could see her long legs encased in stockings, complemented by glossy, pointed high-heeled shoes. She discarded her shoes, removed her stockings, and propped one leg up as she began to apply red nail polish. I could see that moment. I felt a wave of heat envelop me, my eyes fixated ahead, transfixed by a glimpse of red lace. Suddenly, the intoxicating aroma of nail polish enveloped my senses, prompting an uncontrollable sneeze. Thud! The petite bottle of nail polish cascaded to the ground, delivering a profound jolt to my heart. It is finished. A profound sense of impending doom enveloped me, rendering my mind a barren expanse. Fu Xiaoya gradually lowered her head, her eyes meeting mine. A fleeting expression of astonishment flickered across her gaze, swiftly supplanted by a smirk of contempt at the corners of her lips. Step forward. She articulated the 3 words with measured deliberation. I hastily emerged from beneath the bed, akin to a thief apprehended in the act, my hands anxiously grasping at my shirt, my cheeks burning with embarrassment as I whispered, "Sister, I beg your forgiveness." With a swift motion, Fu Xiaoya raised her hand and delivered a stinging blow to my face, unleashing a cascade of vehement rebuke. I could never have envisioned that you, a pitiful coward, would reveal yourself as a grotesque pervert, lurking here to observe me. How dare you gaze into the mirror? Considering your nature, you presume to entertain notions about me. Repulsive. I merely entered in search of the photo album. I shielded the scorched, inflamed side of my visage, hurriedly attempting to justify myself. Yet, my defense was met with another stinging slap, this time upon my opposite cheek. Cease your excuses. You lurk in my chamber with the singular purpose of being a lascivious wretch, a repugnant deviant, utterly shameless. I did not. But now, you have, Fushia scoffed, as she retrieved the shredded stockings from the floor and, with a triumphant flourish, dangled them from her finger. I quivered with indignation. Enveloped in a sense of guilt and timidity, reluctant to prolong the dispute. Zhou Yan, had you possessed even a modicum of masculinity, you would vacate this abode forthwith and never return. Otherwise, I shall inform your father, and we shall witness if he does not thrash you mercilessly. Fushia taunted, her voice laced with derision. The menacing proclamation resonated deeply within me. Recently, my father's endeavors had been floundering. He had incurred losses with pagers and subsequently with a modest telephone, leaving him in a state of despondency, often unleashing his frustrations in anger. Each time he returned home, he would be inebriated, half kneeling before my stepmother, offering apologies and lamenting his inability to provide for her and her daughter. As for me, his biological son, he regarded me with contempt, quick to hurl curses in my direction. Our paternal bond had further deteriorated, all due to my stepmother Suli, who, upon marrying him, had relinquished her career to embrace the role of a housewife. With an abundance of leisure, she took to fortune-telling, ultimately concluding that my destiny and my father's were irreconcilable. Fated for unending misfortune, my father embraced her assertions without question. Should Fu Xiaoyao persist in labeling me a lecher, it would undoubtedly incite my father's wrath. I would either face a brutal demise or sustain grave injuries, yet the ultimate outcome would still lead to my expulsion from my abode. I am departing. I unclenched my fists, overwhelmed by despondency. Do not allow the door to strike you upon your departure. Recall my words. A craven failure such as yourself, fated to be a mere trifling, shall never captivate a woman's heart. You might as well submit to an existence devoid of intimacy. Such utterances were excruciatingly severe. They pierced the very essence of masculinity. I chose to swallow my pride, quietly retreating to my chamber, clutching my identification and the 2,000 yuan intended for tutoring fees. And with unwavering resolve, I departed from my abode. As night descended and the wind howled, I meandered through the streets like a leaf ensnared in a tempest. A hollow vessel, my heart burdened with desolation. The lights within the windows that adorned the street flickered to life, casting a warm glow upon the homes of families, perhaps engaged in the preparation of a reunion feast. Yet, I find myself bereft of a true home. Memories of my mother surfaced. A figure I have not laid eyes upon since our parting, our conversations now limited to but a few. Surely, there exists a fragment of space for me within her heart. In my quest for solace, I chanced upon a telephone booth, tears brimming as I dialed my mother's number. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity, yet no one answered. After several fruitless attempts, I was greeted by the same disheartening silence. Emerging from the booth, I stood in the cool night breeze, aimlessly surveying my surroundings, uncertain of my next course of action. I meandered along the lengthy street to the park, then ventured into a narrow alley, only to find myself once again on the long street. It was nearly midnight. The lights dimmed, the night air turned increasingly frigid, and my spirits plummeted further into despair, as though I stood at the culmination of a long and arduous journey. Fatigued, I sought sanctuary in a place known as the Sunflower Inn. The proprietress regarded me as an unsuspecting traveler, demanding an exorbitant fee of 100 for a night's repose. Too weary to voice my dissent, I reluctantly surrendered the money and received the key to a private chamber. As I opened the door, a card slipped from my fingers and fell to the ground. Intrigued, I picked it up, only to be confronted with astonishment and a rush of warmth to my cheeks. The card bore an image of a woman with bare shoulders, accompanied by the text, "Factory girls, student girls, housewives offering home massage services." At the bottom, a phone number was conspicuously highlighted in red. I recollected my classmates engaging in discussions of such nature. I grasped the ramifications of the card's message and, with a sense of disdain, contemplated its disposal. Yet, the humiliation wrought by Fu Shaya resurfaced in my thoughts, a worthless waste, timid as a mouse, condemned to perpetual virginity. A tide of defiance surged within me, challenging to contain. I resolved to forsake my virginity once and for all. I yearned to embody the essence of a true man. This evening, I shall surrender to indulgence. With the door securely closed behind me, I approached the bedside and lifted the room's telephone, dialing the number inscribed on the card. To my astonishment, the call was answered. A man's voice greeted me, promptly inquiring whether I sought a massage. With a touch of trepidation, I affirmed my desire. He then pressed for the type I wished to receive. Stammering, I found myself at a loss for words. He chuckled, discerning my naivety, and spoke in a conspiratorial tone. Allow me to arrange something splendid for you. 800, but the service is limited to 1 hour. Overnight stays are not permitted. The price is fixed. 800 was an exorbitant sum for me. Yet, driven by my fervent desire to lose my virginity, I gritted my teeth and consented, providing the name of the inn and my room number. After concluding the call, my heart raced like a drum, anxiety surging through me more intensely than ever before. At 18, I stood on the precipice of a transformative moment in my life. Having never held a girl's hand, I was about to encounter a real woman. What profound experience would she bestow upon me? I took a shower and brushed my teeth. Hunger eluded me, and despite wandering for half the night, fatigue lingered as a mere whisper in the background. My mind remained in a state of exhilaration, pacing the room in eager anticipation of the moment, yet simultaneously dreading its arrival. After what felt like an eternity, a knock resonated through the door. Taking a deep breath, I approached and opened it, revealing a girl adorned in a mask. She wore black stockings and high heels, her figure subtly accentuated, and her large, expressive eyes widened in astonishment, as though she had encountered a specter. My gaze traversed her entire form, ultimately resting upon her eyes and the smooth expanse of her forehead. As if struck by a bolt of lightning, my mind grew hazy, rendering me utterly speechless. Despite her mask, I recognized her instantly. It was Fu Xiaoya. How could it be you? I faltered, my anxiety palpable, my palms slick with perspiration. Fu Xiaoya appeared even more agitated, casting furtive glances around the corridor before stamping her foot and forcefully propelling me into the room, swiftly securing the door behind her. With a decisive motion, she removed her mask, revealing a visage flushed with indignation. Gripping my collar, she unleashed a torrent of invective. Zhou Yin, you spineless coward. You feign honesty, yet your mind is rife with deceit. You shamelessly pursue women. You're nothing but a beast. Overwhelmed with mortification, I protested, my voice strained. I did not. You must be mistaken. Mistaken? Behold this. This is irrefutable evidence. Fu Xiaoya forcefully thrust me onto the bed, seizing a card from the bedside table and brandishing it between her fingers with audacity. Caught red-handed, and you still wish to deny it? You are indeed a despicable scoundrel. Lacking the ability to secure a romantic partner, you stoop to such depths suddenly. She fell silent, recoiling 2 steps in trepidation. A realization washed over me, and a chuckle slipped from my lips. My dear sister, what compels you to this establishment in pursuit of companionship? I sought you out, having abruptly departed from my home, leaving my parents in a state of considerable concern. Fu Xiaoya admitted, her voice trembling and her guilt palpable. I found her excuses difficult to accept. Undoubtedly, my father was lamenting my name, while Su Li feigned consolation, secretly delighting in the turmoil. How could Fu Xiaoya have tracked me down with such exactitude? I shall place a call to ascertain the whereabouts of the woman from above and to discern her true appearance, I pretended, reaching for the phone beside the bed. Yet, before my fingers could press the redial button, Fu Xiaoya rushed over, enveloping me in her embrace from behind. Her softness nearly left me breathless, but she deftly severed the phone line. A wave of panic washed over her, altering her complexion, and after pushing me away, she attempted to uphold her faade with a cautionary admonition. Zhou Yin, do not act impulsively. There remains time to retreat. Retreat? I had already been compelled to abandon my home, stripped of everything. Was there truly any retreat? I gazed into her troubled eyes, summoning the courage to inquire, Sister, why have you chosen this path? Enough of this folly. Do not deny it. 800 per hour. What do you truly earn? My tone was laced with contempt. Slap. Fu Xiaoya, enraged by my words, struck me fiercely across the face. The force of the blow sent stars swirling before my eyes, the heat flooding my nostrils. And my anger surged once more. What I choose to do is of no concern to you, you insufferable fool. Depart at once. The mere sight of you makes me want to retch. She stood defiantly, hands on her hips, pointing toward the door with unparalleled arrogance. Leave? Was I to be condemned to slumber upon the streets? On what basis? She had perpetually tormented and belittled me. Why should I endure such a state of humiliation? Perpetually swallowing my pride? The weight of my grievances reddened my eyes, and my chest felt as if it might explode. The demon of impulse finally seized dominion over my being. I, at long last, erupted. I emitted a frigid snort, withdrew money from my pocket, and forcefully cast it upon her. Then, stepping forward, I enveloped her in my arms, exerting every ounce of strength to propel her onto the bed. Zhou Yin, what are you attempting to accomplish? Fu Xiaoya unleashed a flurry of fists and kicks, her eyes mirroring sheer terror, while the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her only intensified my frenzy. I have compensated for your companionship. It is only just. I thundered. Absolutely not. I am your sister. You must be delusional. It is you who have driven me to the brink of insanity. I grasped her wrist with determination, my gaze fixated on her glistening crimson lips, my body inclining slowly towards her. No. Fu Xiaoya cried out, tears cascading down her porcelain cheeks. She wept. For the first time, I beheld her fragility. She was capable of such sorrow. I was momentarily taken aback, my heart softened, and my grip faltered. Suddenly, Fu Xiaoya forcefully shoved me away and struck me sharply, adjusting her attire while cursing. Zhou Yin, you are a monster. I apologize. My actions were impulsive. I slumped despondently onto the bed, raising my hand in weariness. Just go. Take the 800 yuan and attend to your matters. She appeared momentarily stunned, gazing at me intently, striving to unravel the veracity of my words. After a prolonged silence, she exhaled softly, retrieving a pack of lady cigarettes from her bag, extracting one and igniting it, opting to remain rather than departing, settling herself at the edge of the bed. The cigarette nestled delicately between her slender fingers, accentuated by her crimson lips. In that fleeting moment, her visage was enveloped in a haze of smoke. My heart raced as I found her strikingly beautiful. Xiaoyan, please, do not disclose this to Mom and Dad, Fu Xiaoya implored. Xiaoyan? For the first time, I heard such a tender form of address from her, almost doubting the reality of my own senses. Was she truly beseeching me? Unprecedented. I hesitated, instinctively replying, Sister. I shall utter not a word. Besides, I no longer possess a home. The mere thought of home caused my eyes to brim with tears, as a tide of sorrow enveloped me. Return home, endure, and prepare for the college entrance examination. Fu Xiaoya exhaled a lengthy plume of smoke, her gaze clouded with confusion. You are unlike me. I am but a poor student devoid of prospects, while your future is limitless, and you may soar to greater heights. The college entrance examination? Indeed. I ought to partake in it. It stands as the pivotal juncture of my future. Will they permit me to return in this manner? The haunting image of my inebriated, rough father and my cunning stepmother sent shivers down my spine. Merely claim you ventured out for leisure with me from this moment forth. I shall not impose difficulties upon you. Take care of yourself. Fu Xiaoya shrugged. At that moment, I felt a wave of emotion. Warmth enveloped me, and concern for her began to rise. Sister, how will you justify this to the individual who facilitated your arrival? I shall offer him 250 as a commission. Fu Xiaoya chuckled helplessly. I merely wish to save for a motorcycle. My family will not support me, and this is the swiftest means to acquire funds. Sister, I implore you not to persist on this path. You will come to regret it. Addressing me as sister, as though we were genuinely kin, is rather distasteful, is it not? Fu Xiaoya exhibited an overwhelming impatience, urging, Come on, let us return home. I no longer hesitated, donned my attire, gathered the scattered coins from the floor, and departed the modest in alongside her. Fu Xiaoya had arrived on a bicycle, its rear seat narrow and precarious, necessitating that I encircle my arms around her waist for stability. I acquiesced without objection. This marked our inaugural journey home together, a moment of unparalleled intimacy that left me inexplicably entranced. The night breeze softened, and the serene streets unfurled like an exquisite, elongated scroll. Her flowing hair playfully grazed my face, while the essence of her youth enveloped my senses, filling me with exuberance. A sweet smile involuntarily adorned my lips as I wished for this path to extend infinitely, yearning for it to never conclude. Upon our return home, the resonant sound of my father's snores echoed from the bedroom below. He was once again inebriated and unaware of my absence. My stepmother, Suli, languidly reclined upon the sofa, engrossed in a late-night drama, casting a glance our way without uttering a single word. I had returned, and Suli must have felt a profound sense of regret. Not long after I retreated to my chamber, Fu Xiaoya burst in, flung the photo album onto the bed, and swiftly departed. Indeed, she had taken it away. What could have prompted her to act in such a manner? Had she taken such action, what would have prevented its obliteration? In any event, her recovery filled me with profound joy. I clutched the album tightly to my chest, once again overwhelmed with tears. The days that ensued were serene and uneventful. My rapport with Fu Xiaoya flourished significantly. In our private encounters, she ceased to chastise me, at most offering a mere eye roll. On numerous occasions, she returned home late, bringing me takeout for a midnight repast. I had believed that life was beginning to blossom exquisitely. Yet fate proved to be as fickle as the weather. One day, upon returning home from school, I was astonished by the sight before me. Fu Xiaoyan knelt upon the floor, her delicate visage swollen, her hair in disarray. My stepmother Su Li was violently striking her biological daughter, the sound of each blow echoing through the room. The woman who typically feigned elegance and decorum now appeared as a frenzied beast, her bloodthirsty gaze terrifying, as though she would devour her alive. My father was also present, seated nearby, smoking a cigarette, his expression dark enough to herald an impending storm. "Wretched girl," I admonished. "I warned you not to stray. At such a tender age, you have devolved into a wanton." Su Li's relentless diatribe unveiled her profound humiliation and fury. In that moment, I comprehended that Fu Xiaoya's entanglement in that profession had been laid bare. It was insufferable for our parents to endure. "Do not strike my sister," I cried out as I rushed forward, positioning myself protectively in front of Fu Xiaoya. In her turmoil, my stepmother unleashed a barrage of harsh blows upon my back, nearly robbing me of breath. She subsequently collapsed in tears, prompting my father to hasten to her side, enveloping her in his arms while murmuring words of solace. Though I shielded Fu Xiaoya, she remained unconvinced, her gaze directed at me, seething with intense hatred. She spat blood and exclaimed, "Ugh, spare me your feigned compassion. You deceitful wretch. I loathe you. We shall see what fate has in store." She was convinced that I had betrayed her. Yet, I had not. "Sister." It was not I. I hastily defended myself. Fu Xiaoya could scarcely fathom my words. She resolutely rose to her feet and stumbled out the door. At that moment, a gentle rain began to fall outside, and the sky was enveloped in a somber gloom. Fu Xiaoya vanished into the misty drizzle, never casting a glance back. My heart plummeted to an unbearable low as I lingered at the threshold for what felt like an eternity, overwhelmed by an urge to weep. I vividly remember the intense animosity mirrored in Fu Xiaoya's gaze just moments ago. In the biting wind, a tremor surged through my being. Fu Xiaoya never returned home. She had not departed the city. Rather, she secured employment at a KTV, embellishing herself with even greater flamboyance, amidst an ever-growing assembly of unsavory individuals. Both my father and Su Li sought her out, imploring her to return. Su Li, in her desperation, surrendered, offering apologies, beseeching, striking herself, even kneeling. Yet, in her intrinsic defiance, she vociferously resisted, adamantly declining to return home. She was now an adult, capable of forging her own path. Her parents' endeavors were rendered futile, compelling them to yield to her desires. I longed to find Fu Xiaoya and elucidate that I was not the one who had betrayed her. However, I found myself devoid of the requisite courage. The KTV was a tumultuous setting, bustling with an array of societal figures. I harbored a profound fear of being subjected to violence or, even more dreadfully, losing my sense of direction within this oppressive environment. The absence of Fu Xiaoya intensified the stifling nature of our home. My parents, burdened by the relentless pressures of life, communicated less frequently with one another and offered me even less of their attention. This suffocating atmosphere kindled within me an ardent yearning for escape. At times, I found myself wistfully reminiscing about Fu Xiaoya. I yearned for her smile, her melodious voice, and the captivating way she would saunter with her hands placed confidently on her hips. I reminisced about her tender embrace from behind, feeling the comforting warmth of my arms encircling her waist. I even dared to enter her chamber, gazing upon the bed she once occupied, opening her wardrobe to behold the garments she left behind, my eyes becoming misty with sentiment. In those fleeting moments, I would inwardly berate myself for my own wretchedness. She was not even my true sister, merely a temporary fixture in my existence, a girl who had once tormented me without mercy. I harbored no inclination to return home. After the day's lessons had concluded, I would linger until the twilight enveloped the surroundings, reluctant to depart. One day, however, a girl approached me. Her name was Yuqi Man, a distinguished classmate and an exemplary student. Yuqi Man stood a little over 5 feet tall, not particularly lofty, yet her beauty was undeniable, characterized by her luminous eyes, fair complexion, and perpetually lustrous black hair, always impeccably arranged. Many boys admired her, with some even discreetly penning love letters in her honor. Yet, I had never heard of her engaging in any romantic entanglements. At that moment, Yuqi Man sat across from me, a gentle smile illuminating her face, the corners of her mouth subtly upturned. "Zhou, which university are you considering applying to?" I gently shook my head, responding, "I have yet to make a decision." "Let us apply to Pingchuan University together," Yuqi Man proposed, her eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. "This way, We can support one another and alleviate the sense of isolation in an unfamiliar environment. I was momentarily astonished, my heart pounding and my cheeks aflame. Was this a confession? Could a modest and introverted boy like myself genuinely be favored by a girl? Observing my bewildered expression, Yu Qingman's smile broadened, her delicate hand gently sweeping aside a strand of hair that had fallen across her cheek, as she inquired, "Zhou Yan, do you recall that physical education class in our sophomore year?" I nodded emphatically. Indeed, I recalled that day. Yu Qingman donned white athletic trousers, and a sudden crimson mark had manifested at the back. Her monthly cycle had unexpectedly commenced. I wished to shield her from the ridicule of her peers, so I swiftly removed my shirt and offered it to her for modesty, leaving myself clad solely in a tank top. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she promptly expressed her gratitude and hurried away. From that moment, I recognized your inherent goodness, kind, handsome, and imbued with an undeniable elegance. I often found myself envisioning escapades with you in far-off realms. Yet, at times, you remain as silent as a tree, kindling a curiosity within me regarding the secrets hidden within your heart. Yu Qingman's gentle voice caressed my heart like a delicate drizzle. The tender shoots of love began to emerge from the soil. To be honest, I am as unremarkable as a blade of grass, I murmured bashfully. Greetings, campus heartthrob. Yu Qingman radiated warmth, extending her delicate hand towards me. My fingers quivered momentarily, yet I summoned the courage to reach out and tenderly clasp hers. A gentle warmth enveloped us, gradually melting the ice that had encased my heart. After what felt like an eternity, I reluctantly relinquished her hand. Might you accompany me home? Yu Qingman inquired with a charming smile, to which I readily replied, certainly. I swiftly rose to my feet. That evening, the air was gentle, the clouds sparse, and the lights twinkled like distant stars. We ambled side by side along the street, the lampposts casting elongated shadows that at times converged and at others diverged. Yu Qingman hailed from modest beginnings. Her parents toiled at a state-run factory, residing in a humble two-bedroom apartment on the 6th floor of an aging complex. She jested about the necessity of ascending the stairs each time she returned home, which fortuitously kept her in good shape. As their only daughter, her parents nurtured a loving relationship, showering her with meticulous affection. My own family was more affluent, having resided in a small villa since my childhood. However, my experience of a fractured and reconstituted family had left it marred with scars and chaos, devoid of the warmth of familial love. Thus, I found myself envious of Yu Qingman. Though her home was small, it was imbued with warmth, an abode where one could repose soundly without trepidation of the tempest outside. Suddenly, a jarring sound of motorcycles pierced the air behind us. I turned to see two sleek motorcycles racing by, carrying 4 individuals. 3 of them appeared to be ruffians, accompanied by a girl with cascading waves of hair. The delinquents sported gaudy short-sleeved shirts, their unkempt hair adorned with oversized earrings. The girl was unmistakably Fu Xiaoya. Clad in a snug leather jacket and long leather pants, her eyes accentuated with heavy makeup and her lips a vibrant crimson. A blooming rose tattoo adorned her collarbone, underscoring her bold demeanor. Upon spotting me, Fu Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with a predatory glint, as if she had discovered her quarry. An ominous feeling surged within me, prompting me to swiftly pull Yu Qingman to the side of the road. As anticipated, the motorcycles abruptly turned and halted before us. The 4 individuals dismounted, swaggering over and encircling us with malicious intentions evident in their laughter. Yu Qingman was visibly frightened, anxiously clutching the hem of my shirt from behind. I attempted to reassure her, though my own legs trembled with apprehension. A ruffian with hair dyed a peculiar shade of gray lit a cigarette and exhaled the smoke directly into my face. He turned to Fu Xiaoya with a smirk. "Xiaoya, isn't this your unfortunate little brother? What a remarkable transformation. He has truly succeeded in captivating such a delightful young woman. Zhuangge, in matters of flirtation, you are a virtuoso, skillfully adept at shattering hearts," remarked a fellow rogue, offering his accolades. Indeed, this enchanting girl ought to be Zhuangji's. Let my comrades first ascertain her virtue. Another miscreant declared as he approached Yu Qingman, intent on making unwelcome advances. I swiftly repositioned myself, my eyes brimming with tears, fiercely shielding Yu Qingman behind me. "Step aside. Dear brother, I shall deal with this insolent wench," Fu Xiaoya commanded with authority, her tone reminiscent of a leader. I barely managed to utter a word before 3 ruffians seized my arms and forcefully pulled me aside, rendering me powerless to escape. With a resounding slap, Fu Xiaoya struck Yu Qingman, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth, which instantly elicited her tears. "You audacious hussy, Do you dare to entice my brother? Have you ever gazed upon your own reflection? Heed this warning. Maintain your distance from my brother, or I shall strike you each time our paths cross." Fu Xiaoya cursed vehemently, following her words with a flurry of slaps. Yu Qingman, writhing in pain, shielded her face and collapsed upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Each of those blows seemed to inflict a torment 100-fold greater than if they had landed upon me. Nay, it felt 1,000, a myriad of times worse. In that fleeting moment, my heart ached with such intensity that I could scarcely draw breath, and a fiery rage ignited within my gaze. Fu Xiaoya was intentionally provoking me. She was shattering the sanctity of my first love. I loathed her. This animosity would be forever etched in my memory. Fu Xiaoya, spare her. Come and direct your fury towards me instead, if you possess the courage in my life. I roared in a tempest of fury, finally breaking free from their grip and dashing forward. But Zhuanggu unleashed a formidable kick to my back, sending me crashing to the ground. Begone! Fu Xiaoya issued her command with a chilling authority, prompting Yu Qingman to rise swiftly, her sobs trailing behind her as she fled. With an ominous rhythm, Fu Xiaoya approached me, her high heels echoing with each deliberate step. She crossed her arms, casting a condescending gaze upon me, exuding an air of superiority. The notion that diligent study was my sole avenue for escape hung heavily in the air. Although she feigned concern, her demeanor struck me as nothing more than an ostentatious exhibition. In that moment, reason abandoned me. Gritting my teeth, I retorted, "Depart. You are not my sister. You are merely a base harlot." Fu Xiaoya was consumed by fury. "Strike him. Beat him senseless." A barrage of fists and kicks descended upon me like a relentless tempest. I felt no anguish, only a profound sense of release and liberation. May this wretched existence find its swift conclusion. At last, darkness enveloped me, and I succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon regaining awareness, I discovered myself resting in a hospital bed. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, casting a bright, crystalline glow throughout the room. The quartz clock adorning the wall indicated that it was the subsequent morning. As I reflected on the events of the previous night, they felt akin to a haunting nightmare. Yet, the pain radiating from my body confirmed that it had all indeed transpired. Fu Xiaoya and her cohorts had assaulted Yu Qingman, inflicting injuries upon me that necessitated my hospitalization. Her arrogance was astonishing, bordering on madness. At that moment, a young nurse clad in a pristine white coat entered to adjust my foredrip, and I swiftly inquired about my predicament. The nurse informed me that I had sustained a mild concussion and multiple soft tissue contusions, yet my condition was stable, and I could anticipate discharge in the afternoon. I continued my inquiries, pressing for details on who had brought me to the hospital. The young nurse perused a modest notebook affixed to the bedside and remarked, "Her name is Fu Xiaoya, designated as your relative. Moreover, she has graciously covered the expenses, which total less than 1,000. A wave of inner turmoil surged through me. I would have preferred the assistance of a complete stranger. Perhaps she feared that I might succumb to my injuries and become entangled in legal complications, which compelled her to bring me to the hospital. That wretched woman remains unforgivable. Who has visited me?" I inquired. "My colleague, who was on duty last night, mentioned that no one had come." The nurse shook her head and then added abruptly, "This morning, 2 officers from the police station arrived to inquire about your condition and departed after taking statements. The presence of the police suggested that someone had lodged a report." Suddenly, concern for Fu Xiaoya enveloped me. Would she be apprehended as a consequence of this? I inwardly berated myself for my selfish musings. The plight of Fu Xiaoya was of no consequence to me. She had brought this misfortune upon herself. By midday, I departed from the county hospital, summoning a cab to take me home, still plagued by an all-encompassing soreness and an unyielding headache. Suli met my return with a cold demeanor, her countenance filled with discontent. "Xiaoyan, why did you not return home last night? With your father away on business. Do you believe that no one is keeping watch over you?" "Understood. Please provide the article you'd like me to refine and translate into more elegant English prose. I shall preserve the original meaning while enhancing its literary quality through sophisticated vocabulary and graceful phrasing. Kindly share the text you wish to have transformed." I found myself in a state of hesitation, uncertain whether to disclose the particulars to Su Li. She would likely take pleasure in my misfortunes. At that moment, Su Li's phone rang. After a few hushed exchanges, her expression darkened, and she shot me a venomous glare. Once she ended the call, she seized her bag and stormed out. "What is the matter?" I foolishly inquired. "Humph, thanks to you, Xiaoya has been detained," she seethed, kicking over a nearby stool before forcefully slamming the door behind her. How could it possibly be my fault that I was assaulted and hospitalized? Is there no semblance of justice? My spirits plummeted as I hurriedly consumed something before making my way to school. My mind was consumed with worry for Yuqing Man. She had suffered due to my beating, an undeserved misfortune. The haunting image of her tear-streaked face from the previous night intensified my anguish. In the corner of the classroom, I beheld Yuqing Man. Adorned with a mask, her countenance appeared weary, and her hair flowed down to conceal half of her visage. As I drew nearer, she quickly averted her gaze, unveiling the shimmering tears that adorned her eyes. I apologize. I insisted on sitting beside her, longing to dry her tears. Zhou Yan, we are now strangers, she declared, her words piercing my heart and intensifying my resentment towards Fu Xiaoya. How could she dare to strike me? Ultimately leading to the loss of the girl who stood by my side? Last night, my father witnessed the assault and promptly filed a report. His acquaintance is the police chief. Your sister and her accomplices are doomed. Yuqing Man uttered these words with palpable fury before rising to depart, leaving me with nothing but her cold, indifferent silhouette. Zhou Yan, do you not require a token to court a woman? Haha, the class beauty is not so easily won. One must examine their finances before making a move. Flowing water possesses emotions, yet fallen blossoms remain indifferent. I paid little attention to the derision of my classmates, retreating quietly to my seat. Throughout the afternoon, my thoughts meandered aimlessly, my spirit adrift. Intermittent episodes of headache rendered me dizzy, and I could scarcely recall how I managed to return home. My father had come back from his business trip, and Su Li was also present. Their faces appeared drawn, as though they had just emerged from a heated argument. Xiaoyan, I concede that I have not attended to you as I ought to have. Yet I have devoted several years to cooking and doing laundry for you. While I may not have garnered merit, I certainly warrant some recognition for my endeavors. I implore you, let Xiaoya go. Su Li implored, her countenance wretched, as twin rivulets of tears flowed down her cheeks. Indeed, one must not exhibit ingratitude. My father, unable to endure the sight of Su Li's tears, interjected in agreement, casting a look of palpable discontent in my direction. It felt as though any refusal on my part would lay the burden of blame squarely upon me. Driven to my breaking point, I retorted passionately. She summoned others to assail me, resulting in my hospitalization. I was left bruised, suffered a concussion, and was rendered unconscious for an entire night. Should she not be confined for a few days? Both of them hesitated, seemingly unable to grasp the gravity of my words. Take a seat and allow your father to elucidate, my father instructed, gesturing towards the bench before him. I complied, sitting with my legs drawn together, akin to a bashful schoolboy. As he lit a cigarette, he spoke in a grave tone, unveiling revelations that left me utterly astounded. At the stroke of midnight last night, 4 individuals, including Fu Xiaoya, were apprehended by officers from the police station right before a gathering of delinquents. Additionally, the police captured a middle-aged man known as Brother Tian, who was implicated in orchestrating illicit massage services for women, profiting from this nefarious arrangement. Once at the police station, Brother Tian endured rigorous interrogation and, unable to bear the strain, revealed the identities of his accomplices, among whom was Fu Xiaoya. Upon receiving this news, Su Li became frantic and promptly summoned my father back from his trip. For an entire afternoon, my father endeavored to establish connections, donning a smile and offering monetary incentives and cigarettes, until he finally unearthed the intricacies of the entire affair. Fu Xiaoyu confessed to the assault but vehemently refuted any association with the massage services. The sole evidence the police possessed stemmed from a visit to the Yang'ang Inn, where the fee for door-to-door service amounted to 800. In a state of agitation, Fu Xiaoyu insisted that her brother had fled in a fit of rage, and she had merely gone there in search of him. Despite lacking a biological connection, she would never engage in such acts with her brother. That would be more abhorrent than the behavior of animals. You have truly matured, entangled in such disgraceful affairs. My father regarded me with utter disdain and coldly inquired, "Did you too?" No. In a moment of panic, I denied it, yet to Su Li it appeared more akin to a fabrication. Xiaoyan, I beseech you, do not confess to any occurrences from that night. Should a girl bear such a record, she shall never again hold her head high. Su Li implored me with tears glistening in her eyes. For her, a mere altercation was a trivial matter, but partaking in such activities was an indelible blemish. In that instant, I was engulfed in inner turmoil. I harbored a deep-seated animosity for Fu Xiaoya, wishing her to remain confined for eternity, never to be seen again. Yet, deep down, I could not bring myself to desire such severe repercussions for her. Uncontrollably, my thoughts drifted back to that fateful night when I perched upon the back of Fu Xiaoya's bicycle. The night breeze playfully tousled her long hair, which danced against my face. Her waist was delicate and supple. Noticing my silence, my father's anger flared. He raised his hand and struck me across the face, exclaiming, "You little rascal, should you dare to send your sister to prison, you might as well abandon your studies and leave home. Go wherever your heart desires." That slap rendered me momentarily disoriented, almost causing me to collapse to the ground. My father was truly merciless. His expression was grotesque, reminiscent of a predatory beast poised to devour. He raised his hand to strike, utterly oblivious to the fact that I was still recovering from a concussion. His brutal tyranny filled me with an acute sense of helplessness and despair. "Do not strike the child," Suli interjected, feigning concern. With her tear-streaked visage, she addressed me, saying, "Xiaoyan, you stand on the precipice of your university entrance examinations. Should this incident be documented, you would face fines and detention, leaving an indelible stain on your record." Fear gripped me. I could not afford to carry a blemish into my university endeavors. Furthermore, if word of this reached my high school peers, how could I ever show my face in class again? "We have accomplished nothing. We shall certainly not confess to anything," I proclaimed, nodding emphatically with an elevated voice. They finally exhaled, visibly relieved, yet my father maintained a stern demeanor, reiterating his admonition. "When you encounter the police tomorrow, do not divulge anything. Otherwise, I shall break your legs." "Understood." I managed to rise with great effort, shielding my swollen visage as I ascended the stairs. That night, I found no respite in slumber. Not only did the relentless headache from the concussion torment me, but the visage of Fu Xiaya plagued my thoughts. She appeared fierce, chastising and striking me, akin to a mischievous demon. Yet, she also smiled at me, her enchanting face radiating encouragement for my academic aspirations. Her delicate waist, soft hair, and the intoxicating warmth of her fragrance sparked a whirlwind of thoughts, as if she were right beside me. In the throes of this internal turmoil, dawn finally broke. I rose and cleansed my visage. The reflection in the mirror unveiled a youthful countenance, marred by shadows and accentuated by two conspicuous dark circles beneath my eyes. My father navigated us in a pre-owned sedan, with Suli occupying the front passenger seat, as we journeyed towards the precinct in the newly established district. Awaiting us at the entrance was a middle-aged gentleman clad in a suit. My father instructed me to address him as Uncle Su, demonstrating marked reverence, while discreetly slipping 2 boxes of Panda cigarettes into his pocket. Uncle Su possessed connections within the station. Otherwise, I would have been taken away the previous day. My father, still maintaining a stern demeanor, imparted a few final pieces of counsel before permitting me to accompany Uncle Su into the station. Upon our entrance, Uncle Su greeted the officers with exuberance, as though he were an old acquaintance of each. I, however, adhered to our plan and stepped into an unoccupied room. The gray walls ascended nearly to the ceiling, where a small window was positioned. The floor was sparsely adorned with 3 chairs and a long wooden table. I experienced an overwhelming sense of anxiety and discomfort, my heart racing as never before, my palms dampened with perspiration. After a brief period, 2 uniformed officers entered the room. Taking their seats opposite me at the elongated table, their notebooks unfurling to document the proceedings. One of them initiated the interrogation. "Is your name Zhou Yan?" "Indeed." "What prompted your departure from home that fateful night?" The pressures of my final year weighed heavily upon me. I felt as though I was teetering on the edge of a breakdown and yearned for a breath of fresh air. "What is your connection to Fu Xiaya?" "She is my sister. We share an intimate bond." As I spoke those words, a sharp pang of anguish pierced my heart. Recalling the previous night when Fu Xiaya had incited thugs to mercilessly assault me, where was the affection in that? Deceit. Those 4 undeniably left you in a state of hospitalization. The police officer, his expression severe, forcefully struck the table, causing me to flinch. It was those 3 scoundrels who attacked me. My sister attempted to dissuade them, but her efforts were in vain. Ultimately, it was she who took me to the hospital. I hesitantly asserted my defense aloud, suddenly grasping my head with both hands. "What troubles you?" "The repercussions of a concussion. My head is pounding." Observing my tormented expression, the 2 officers exchanged worried glances and continued their interrogation. "On that night at the Xianyang Inn, did you make any telephone calls?" the officer inquired. "No." "How did Fu Xiaya manage to locate you?" I had previously mentioned my intention to seek refuge at a modest inn for some tranquility. "Zhou Yan, perjury is a serious offense. You must reflect on this matter with utmost seriousness," the officer cautioned, his impatience evident. "Nothing occurred, I assure you." My voice escalated, my emotions surging. "She is my sister. How could we possibly partake in such reprehensible actions? That would be utterly inhumane." You possess no blood ties, the officer asserted emphatically. Yet we reside under the same roof, sharing the same parents. She is undeniably my sister. At that moment, the agony in my head escalated to an unbearable intensity. Tears intermingled with mucus as I lowered my gaze, presenting a visage that was both cowardly and pitiable. The two officers, apprehensive that I might collapse within the interrogation chamber, conferred briefly before hastily preparing a record for my signature. Thereafter, they escorted me outside. I sank into the back seat of the car, enveloped in enduring torment. Old show. Should we take the child to the hospital? Suli inquired with concern. It is nothing grave. Let us return home and administer some painkillers. My father's reply was even more apathetic, yet I felt indifferent. Sooner or later, I would extricate myself from him and this frigid household. Take the medicine and rest. I found myself grappling with the distinction between dreams and reality. Amidst the chaos, I felt akin to a solitary wanderer traversing an expansive desert, ultimately welcomed by the twilight sun casting its glow over a meandering river, a tableau both tragic and sublime. The following evening, the three of us ventured forth from our abode once again, arriving at the police station. Fu Xiaya, having been released after 3 days of confinement, emerged slowly. She appeared diminished, her spirit worn, her hair tousled, yet she held her head high, embodying the essence of an indomitable warrior. In that moment, she radiated a distinct, melancholic beauty that set my heart racing uncontrollably. Xiaya, it brings me joy to see you free. Suli, with tears brimming in her eyes, stepped forward to embrace Fu Xiaya, only to be met with a cold rebuff, a smirk of utter disdain curling her lips. Spare me the theatrics. I am not on the verge of demise. Let us return home. Suli forced a smile. No. Fu Xiaya vehemently refused, her clenched teeth forcing the words from her lips. Since the demise of my father, I have been bereft of a home. I abhor living a deception, referring to someone I detest as father. My father, taken aback and embarrassed, hastily lit a cigarette, averting his gaze. You. Suli, engulfed in fury, raised her hand. But Fu Xiaya boldly advanced, defiantly proclaiming, Come on, strike me. You may as well end my life here and start afresh. A resounding slap echoed as Suli struck her own face, and then, with her hand shielding her features, she succumbed to uncontrollable tears. Sister. I managed to utter a solitary word, raising my hand in a symbolic gesture of greeting. Fu Xiaoya's gaze was fixed intently upon me as she approached with deliberate steps. Do you expect me to express gratitude? She retorted, crossing her arms defiantly over her chest, emitting a disdainful huff through her nose. Whatever. I shrugged with an air of nonchalance, feigning indifference. I would never partake in such actions. I would prefer to perish than to concede to them. Fu Xiaoya curled her lip in disdain and abruptly grasped my collar, rising onto her toes. Her exquisite face was mere centimeters from my own. Little brat. Do you possess a death wish? She inquired through clenched teeth, her breath and saliva landing upon my visage. I remained silent, merely gazing into her luminous eyes, where my own diminutive reflection flickered within her dark pupils. Suli persisted in feigning tears, offering no interruption to her daughter's actions. My father, oblivious to the unfolding drama, appeared to regard Fu Xiaoya's casual bullying as entirely commonplace. A tumult of frustration and despair swelled within me, yet I offered no resistance. Zhou Yin. Heed my words. Refrain from associating with Yu Qingman. She is nothing but a loathsome little creature, utterly repugnant. Fu Xiaoya's chilling admonition reverberated within me. I found myself confounded, pondering how the innocent Yu Qingman had managed to offend her. My affairs are of no concern to you, I protested, my voice laden with discontent, and then murmured. We were only just beginning, and you have obliterated any chance we possessed. Good riddance. At last, a radiant smile illuminated Fu Xiaoya's face as she released my collar, only to tenderly pinch my cheek. Suli, witnessing the spectacle through her fingers, swiftly withdrew her hands, her eyes widening in astonishment. However, Fu Xiaoya's subsequent action plunged Suli into utter chaos. Without warning, she enveloped me in her arms. The embrace was so fervent that it rendered me breathless, leaving me immobile. The pressure against my chest quickened my heartbeat, blood surging to my face as if ignited by fire. Xiaya, what on earth are you doing? Suli exclaimed, hurrying over to pry her daughter away, only to stumble over her own feet and nearly fall. Mind your own affairs. Fu Xiaoya shot Suli a sidelong glance, her hands diving into my pockets without a trace of hesitation. I was completely taken aback. This occurred in broad daylight. Yet, to the astonishment of all, Fu Xiaoya simply extracted the money from my pocket, laughing as she released me. That was my lunch money. 380 yuan. Without a trace of politeness, she stuffed it into her own pocket, darted to the curb, and summoned a taxi. Before the three of us, Fu Xiaoya departed with flair, leaving no farewell. It took me a moment to regain my composure, unable to fathom what had just transpired. Fu Xiaoya. She embraced me. The sensation was exquisite, as though she had forcibly intertwined herself into the very fabric of my existence, a memory destined to endure. Equally indelible was Su Li's gaze. She stood motionless, staring at me, her eyes brimming not only with disbelief but also with a concealed malice and resentment. Are you two truly together or not? Su Libing's tone was as frigid as that of Yama during an interrogation. Not at all. I staunchly refuted the notion that Fu Xiaoya's recent actions could have led Su Li to misconstrue the circumstances. Nevertheless, I found myself unable to elaborate further, as such explanations would only exacerbate her suspicions. Indeed, a daughter matures and cannot be restrained. My father let out a weary sigh, casting a scornful glance in my direction before summoning Su Li towards the car. They departed without me. In that moment, devoid of any funds, I could only make my way home, my hands buried in my pockets, wandering alone as night enveloped the streets. Yet, my heart brimmed with warmth. Recalling the tenderness of Fu Xiaoya's embrace, a smile unwittingly gracing my lips. Upon my return, I discovered that my father and Su Li had already concluded their meal and retreated indoors, leaving only remnants upon the table. Silently, I consumed my dinner and took the 1,000 yuan left behind before ascending the stairs. Although my father often chastised and struck me, he never neglected to provide for me financially. I owed this to my mother, who had nurtured me, a stipulation explicitly delineated in their divorce agreement. My father was bound to uphold it, and he possessed a modicum of integrity. Yet, my resentment towards him and Su Li intensified with each passing day, creating an insurmountable chasm between us. I yearned for the day when I would no longer have to encounter them. I aspired to pursue higher education, to grasp my future. Clearing my mind of distractions, I gathered my study materials and plunged into relentless study. In the stillness of the night, Su Li's exuberant laughter echoed from the room below, penetrating the door and reaching my ears. Just as I settled down, my face flushed and heart racing, I instinctively buried my head beneath the covers. I harbored grave doubts. The door had not been closed. What was transpiring with Su Li? Was she truly overwhelmed? She had never exhibited such behavior before. The joy she shared with my father had always been subdued, as if it had never truly existed. The following morning, my father embarked on a business trip. To my utter astonishment, the dining table was graced with 4 exquisite side dishes, steaming bowls of millet porridge, and immaculate white buns. I was taken aback. Su Li seldom prepared breakfast, and when she did, it was often rather haphazard. A simple bowl of soy milk powder and 2 eggs were usually sufficient to satisfy my appetite. Today's breakfast was so opulent that I felt both flattered and incredulous. Su Li, clad in an apron, approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Xiaoyan, do indulge yourself." I nodded, somewhat dazed. "You have truly matured. You now stand taller than I." Su Li stepped closer, gesturing for a comparison of our heights, her enticing fragrance enveloping me. "Thank you." I quickly seated myself, unable to raise my eyes. "I have already lost one daughter and cannot bear the thought of losing you as well." With a gentle sigh, Su Li glided back into the kitchen. It was then that I observed her adorned in black stockings and red high heels, radiating a captivating and vivacious aura, replete with mature charm. The more attentive Su Li became towards me, the greater my unease grew. Since her arrival in this household, she had perceived me as an obstacle, employing various cunning strategies to dislodge me, yet she had not succeeded. How could she possibly transform overnight? In the days that lie ahead, I must exercise the utmost caution and maintain a respectful distance from her. In class, I encountered Yuchi-man once more. She sat quietly, engrossed in her studies, positioned diagonally before me, separated by 2 rows of desks. Occasionally, our gazes would inadvertently intersect, causing her to swiftly avert her eyes, as if seeking to alleviate her nervousness by brushing aside her lustrous, straight hair. Just when I believed the narrative between us had reached its denouement, she dispatched a note through a fellow classmate. As I unfolded the message, a surge of exhilaration coursed through me. "Meet me after school by the grove on the south side of the playground." The message was from Yuchi-man, requesting a meeting with me. I examined the note repeatedly to ascertain that I had not misinterpreted it. My eyes began to glisten, and I instinctively pressed the note to my heart. Outside, the sunlight intensified, harmonizing with the joyful chirps of sparrows fluttering by. Nevertheless, I found myself yearning for the day to wane, longing for another intimate rendezvous with Yuchi Man. At last, the final class concluded. I hurriedly traversed the playground, reaching the secluded grove within the campus. There stood Yuchi Man, serenely enveloped in the golden embrace of the sunset, her gaze fixed on the horizon. As I drew nearer, I beheld her profile, exquisite and unblemished. Abruptly, she turned to me, her countenance ignited with wrath, and struck me sharply across the face. I was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Zhou Yan, I never envisioned that beneath your seemingly innocent facade lay a complete libertine. Yuchi Man reprimanded me, raising her hand to strike once more. But I grasped her wrist and implored, Yuchi Man, please elucidate this for me. What precisely have I done? What is your connection with Fu Xiaoya? Yuchi Man pressed on, her visage flushed with indignation. You are willing to endure a beating while still acting as her alibi? If you harbor feelings for her, why do you toy with my emotions? Her relentless accusations fell upon me like a torrential downpour. Yet, my ire could no longer be contained, and I retorted vehemently. Can we not engage in rational discourse? I have had no dealings with Fu Xiaoya, so why would I seek to implicate her? The unspoken words hung heavily in the atmosphere. Should Fu Xiaoya face conviction, my existence would be irrevocably tarnished. Was vengeance truly worth such a price? Is that indeed the truth? Yu Qingman's tone softened ever so slightly. You must comprehend that Fu Xiaoya has perpetually regarded me with disdain. To her, I am beneath even a mere dog. Ever since she and her mother took residence in my home, everything has transformed. She has become accustomed to tormenting me, striking and ridiculing me at her whim, while my father remains oblivious, treating me with contempt. Each day, I traverse this existence with trepidation, enduring profound suffering. You, cherished and beloved by your parents, cannot possibly grasp the depths of my anguish. In a moment of impulsivity, I confided my grievances to Yuchi Man, unable to restrain the tears that flowed freely down my cheeks. I deeply regret having struck you, and I should never have inflicted pain upon you. Yuchi Man murmured her apology, tenderly raising her delicate hand to brush away my tears. In truth, my family is far from the ideal you may envision at times. It resembles a prison. I remained silent, convinced that her words were but feeble attempts at solace. Yuchi Man gently took my hand and guided me into the grove, where a stone tablet bore the inscription Yutsai Forest. We paused in close proximity. Zhou Yan, I yearn to be with you. This sentiment is irresistible. To my surprise, Yu Qingman's hand slipped beneath my arms, enveloping me in a tender embrace. She nestled her head into the crook of my neck, allowing me to breathe in the intoxicating fragrance of her hair, utterly captivating. In that moment, I found myself inexplicably reminded of Fu Xiaoya. Fu Xiaoya's embrace was far more passionate than Yu Qingman's. Her generous form felt akin to a blazing inferno. In contrast, Yuchi Man appeared somewhat delicate, her embrace lacking the requisite strength. Why did I find myself drawing comparisons? I silently berated myself for entertaining such trivial musings at a moment as critical as this. I was indeed a miserable soul. I returned Yuching's embrace, my heart overflowing with the joy of renewed happiness. She gradually raised her head, exhaling gently. Zhou Yan, let us endeavor together to secure our places at Pingchuan University, to transcend these distractions and stride hand in hand in a distant realm. Absolutely, I replied, captivated by the brilliance of her eyes, and then I asked, why Pingchuan University? I shall not divulge that. Yu Qingman replied playfully, a smile gracing her lips as she released me from her embrace. At that instant, a slender boy emerged unexpectedly from behind a stone tablet. He burst into hearty laughter, pointed a mocking finger at us, and then darted away. We both recognized him. He was our classmate, affectionately dubbed Monkey. Monkey perpetually languished at the bottom of our class academically, reveling in smoking, drinking, and mischief. Truancy was a habitual affair for him. Recently, he had been frequently seen in the company of the campus bully, Qin Xiaohu, parading around and tormenting diligent students. I remained unfazed by Monkey's discovery of our clandestine meeting. Let him harbor envy and resentment. However, Yu Qingman appeared noticeably anxious, pulling me along as she implored, Zhou Yan, we must depart from here swiftly. What is the matter? Yu Qingman offered no response, yet quickened her stride. As we emerged from the thicket, we beheld Qin Xiaohu advancing, accompanied by 3 others, including the recently departed Monkey. Qin Xiaohu, tall and formidable, wore an icy countenance, his gaze heavy with malevolence, clearly making his way towards me. An ominous sensation enveloped me, and my heart began to race. Yu Qingman extended her arms, positioning herself protectively before me, her voice laced with discontent. Qin Xiaohu, what brings you here? She inquired. Man, you are truly disobedient. Our families not only arranged our betrothal in childhood, but we also intend to formalize our engagement this summer. How dare you clandestinely associate with a worthless individual like Zhou Yan? You have brought shame upon the Qin family, Qin Xiaohu derided. His words hit me like a bolt of lightning, leaving me utterly speechless. I had never foreseen that Yukingmin had such an intimate connection with Qin Xiaohu. Why had she not divulged this information earlier? It suddenly occurred to me that following her last beating, she had revealed that her father was a contemporary of the director of the new district police station, Qin Xiaohu, being the director's son. Elucidated his unrestrained authority within the school as no one dared to challenge him. I harbor no affection for you. Our engagement bears no significance. And I shall never become your spouse, Yukingmin declared with defiance. You possess no influence over this decision. Qin Xiaohu's wrath escalated upon hearing her words as he commanded, Brothers, seize your little sister-in-law. Let us see how I can obliterate Zhou Yan. Yukingmin protested vehemently, yet her entreaties fell on deaf ears. Ultimately, several of them forcibly separated us. And with a menacing countenance, Qin Xiaohu advanced, delivering a brutal kick directly to my abdomen. I doubled over in agony, clutching my stomach, utterly bereft of the strength to resist. In a frenzied state, Qin Xiaohu unleashed a relentless onslaught of punches and kicks upon me. Within mere minutes, I found myself bloodied and curled upon the ground, even the act of breathing morphing into an arduous endeavor. Qin Man wept inconsolably, yet remained powerless against her captor, compelled to witness my brutal beating as though I were a lifeless creature. After indulging his sadistic impulses, Qin Xiaohu lit a cigarette, squatting down to regard me with scorn. Zhou Yan, a worthless coward like you dares to aspire to attend the same university as Man? A toad. Lost in the fanciful reverie of consuming the flesh of a swan. How profoundly absurd. I shall not permit you to partake in the examination. I have been exceedingly occupied of late, preparing for my impending examinations. Once the summer recess commences, I shall confront you with utmost rigor, vanquishing you at every encounter until you are reduced to a pitiful wretch, tail tucked in humiliation as you scuttle away from Dong'an County. And that audacious minx, Fu Xiaoya, who dared to obstruct and assail Man, she ought to reflect upon her own value. She may have eluded retribution this time, yet I shall seize an opportunity to ensure she languishes in confinement. At the mere mention of Fu Xiaoya, I instinctively erupted. You dare not lay a finger on my sister. What are you, a mere insect? Not only shall I inflict harm upon her, but I shall also direct my ire towards her mother. Qin Xiaohu, with palpable disdain, delivered 2 kicks to my form, followed by a spittle-laden farewell before departing with his entourage, taking with him the weeping Qin Man, who cast lingering glances back. I reclined on the periphery of the playground, my heart heavy with despair as I contemplated the heavens, where the vibrant clouds unfurled like an uncontrollable blaze. Why was misfortune my constant companion, leaving me perpetually vulnerable to the cruelty of others? The anguish born from my familial circumstances had transformed me into a timid soul, averse to confrontation, perpetually choosing tranquility over resistance. I must transform. From the very core of my being, an unquenchable resolve surged forth, intensifying and bestowing upon me a rejuvenated vigor. I ascended, albeit unsteadily, towards the water room, disregarding the astonished stares of my classmates. I quietly cleansed the blood from my visage and drenched my head with frigid water to restore my lucidity. I had no desire to report the incident, after all. Qin Xiaohu's father held the position of police chief, and he would undoubtedly favor his son. Reporting it could very well entangle me in trouble. I still had the college entrance examination to consider. Upon returning to class, I took my seat at the back, opened my exercise book, and resumed my evening studies. Qin Man was absent. I was oblivious to where Qin Xiaohu had taken her. Perhaps her absence was a stroke of fortune. My heart found solace in the calm. Yet, when thoughts of Fu Xiaoya invaded my mind, my tranquility shattered. Qin Xiaohu intended to target her. Should I offer her a warning? A bitter smile tugged at my lips. Why should I concern myself with Fu Xiaoya? She had subjected me to innumerable humiliations and had even laid hands upon Qin Man. If she were to find herself incarcerated by Qin Xiaohu, it would be a consequence of her own actions. Still, I found myself unable to dismiss the memory of her embrace, so passionate and sincere, as though it possessed the power to mend all afflictions. Upon my return home, Su Li observed the contusions upon my visage and pretended to express concern, inquiring, Xiaoyan, who has done this to you? Ought we to report it? I shook my head with a sense of bitterness, concealing the truth within. As I made my way back, I was accosted by several individuals. After they assaulted me, they vanished. Their faces elude my memory. Reporting the incident would prove to be a fruitless endeavor. Might Xiaoya orchestrate a response once more? Su Li's tone grew increasingly laced with concern, though her subtly astonished expression revealed her underlying emotions. She awaited with fervor the prospect of Xiaya exacting retribution on my behalf. I am uncertain, I responded ambiguously, burying my head in my meal before ascending the stairs. Lying in bed, my body throbbed with pain, and I felt no inclination to stir. Although Qin Xiaohu's strikes were brutal, they connected with my form, yet my mind remained lucid, permitting me to re-evaluate my connection with Yuqi Man. As one lacking in support, I found myself unable to confront Qin Xiaohu. Persisting in my association with Yuqi Man would merely invite additional suffering. I had become timid. I resolved to temporarily abandon my pursuit of Yuqi Man. Perhaps if we both enrolled in the same university, we might embark upon a fresh beginning. With a gentle knock, Su Li entered, adorned in flowing silk pajamas. She held a bottle of medicinal oil, her smile radiant as she leaned in to offer her assistance. Through the wide, semicircular neckline of her attire, I caught a glimpse of her elegance and depth. A wave of warmth surged through me, my heart raced, and I felt a blush creeping upon my cheeks. No. I swiftly turned my head, flustered, and accepted the medicinal oil from Su Li's hands, murmuring my gratitude, indicating that I would manage independently. Su Li smiled, refraining from pressing the matter, and turned to depart. I pressed my hand against my wildly beating heart, consumed by an unfamiliar sense of trepidation. Su Li was far too cunning. She sought to expel me from this home through such insidious means. Should I make any untoward advance towards her? She would undoubtedly inform my father without a moment's delay. In that instant, my father would chastise me, regarding me as inferior to a beast, and might even take my life in a surge of fury. This was not a home. It was a lair of tigers and wolves. I reminisced about Xiaoya, who had inspired me to seek higher education, enveloped me in her warmth, and tenderly pinched my cheek. In my solitude, I longed for love and affection. Even the slightest glimmer of warmth was sufficient to imprint itself upon my memory. In the subsequent 2 days, I persevered in my studies at school, deliberately steering clear of Yuqi Man, and I could perceive the disappointment reflected in her gaze. Ultimately, I had perused the note she had sent me, which conveyed the message, "Zhou Yin, let us aspire for Pingchuan together. I await your presence." I refrained from responding to her. This was precipitated by the arrival of my classmate, Monkey, who, under the directive of Qin Xiaohu, meticulously monitored Yu Qingman's every action while keeping a vigilant eye on me. He was misnamed. He ought to have been referred to as Qin Xiaohu's hound. My anxieties regarding Xiaoya deepened, often awakening me from slumber, escalating to an unbearable extent. I could not permit any further misfortune to befall Xiaoya. I had to relay my concerns to her, even if it meant enduring public humiliation and derision. I would willingly embrace it. That evening, I gathered all my resources and quietly departed from my home, almost as if propelled by destiny. Arriving at the Night Beauty KTV situated on the main thoroughfare of the county, I was aware that Xiaoya was employed there, primarily selling beverages for a commission. As I gazed upon the resplendent lights illuminating the KTV and observed the groups of rough-hewn youths lingering outside, my steps faltered. This was no environment for a student. It was a tumultuous amalgamation of individuals, accompanied by exorbitant prices. Recalling that Xiaoya was inside, I circumnavigated the entrance several times, mustering my courage to finally step within. In the corridor, the atmosphere was dense with the ebb and flow of melodic tunes, interspersed with raucous exclamations of indulgence. I cautiously approached the front desk, where the receptionist, seemingly not much older than myself, was adorned in ostentatious attire, radiating an enchanting beauty. Her familiarity with people was evident. She perceived my essence as a timid student, my awkwardness and apprehension palpable. "Are you here to sing alone, little brother?" she inquired. She asked with a gentle smile. I am in search of someone," I stammered, my heart racing furiously as perspiration gathered upon my palms. "Whom do you seek?" "Fu Xiaoya." At that moment, a local thug swaggered towards me, a cigarette precariously hanging from his lips, his hair dyed an audacious silver gray. I recognized him. He was one of the 3 miscreants who had once left me hospitalized. Known as Brother Zhuang. Panic seized my being, and I instinctively turned to flee. Brother Zhuang had already caught sight of me, hastening toward me to seize my neck. His voice laced with menace. "You insolent little brat. Do you believe you could evade me? I have been confined for 3 days because of you, and was just on the verge of intercepting you when you unwittingly walked right into my snare." I found myself gasping for breath, my body twisting in desperation as tears brimmed in my eyes. "Release me. I have come in search of my sister." Almost as an afterthought, Brother Zhuang feigned recognition, saying, "Ah, you are indeed Xiaoya's younger sibling. I shall overlook this transgression for now, but you are obliged to host us this evening. Ensure that I am entertained." Without allowing me a moment to respond, he forcefully kicked open a nearby door, his grip on my neck unwavering, and thrust me inside. It was a private room within a KTV establishment, adorned with a circular arrangement of plush sofas and several tea tables. The television across the space showcased images of beach beauties, accompanied by scrolling lyrics below. "Sit down," Brother Zhuang commanded coldly, leaning against the doorframe with his arms crossed. Realizing there was no avenue for escape, I reluctantly settled into a seat, engulfed by anxiety and uncertainty. "How much money do you possess?" he inquired. 1,000, I replied candidly. "Ah, quite affluent," he rejoiced, rummaging through my pockets to seize the cash before bellowing toward the front desk. "Hey girl, bring forth the fruit platter and drinks, but keep it under 1,000. "Certainly." "Just a moment," the receptionist giggled. My hard-earned savings were squandered in an instant. A wave of bitterness washed over me, yet I felt utterly powerless. This bill will be registered under Xiaoya's name. After all, it is her brother who is covering the costs, Brother Zhuang remarked with a triumphant chuckle. Once the arrangements were settled, he closed the door and paid me no further attention. He retrieved his phone, made 2 calls to summon friends, and then commenced adjusting the karaoke machine, humming a melodic tune. I sat there, restless and anxious, yearning for the opportunity to pay and depart, lamenting my choice to come here and seek trouble. Suddenly, the door was forcefully kicked open. Fu Xiaoya entered, bearing a fruit platter and several bottles of beer. Clad in the uniform of a KTV server, her distinctive radiance could not be obscured, illuminating the dimly lit room. "Sister," I stood there awkwardly, my tongue stumbling to articulate even a single word. "What brings you here?" Fu Xiaoya wore a look of astonishment before exclaiming, "You worthless fool. Do you possess an inexhaustible reserve of pocket money to squander in this place?" I felt beads of sweat form on my forehead, rendered utterly speechless. This good-for-nothing came searching for you, and I found him here, quaking like a frightened child. He caused our detention, forcing us to endure 3 days of dismal fare. He owes us restitution." Brother Zhuang laughed heartily. "Restitution, my foot." Fu Xiaoya's eyes widened with indignation as she set down what she held and seized a beer bottle, poised to strike Brother Zhuang. "Sister, no," I exclaimed urgently. Fu Xiaoya's actions faltered momentarily. Brother Zhuang swiftly advanced, grasping her wrist and snatching the beer bottle from her grasp, a smug grin adorning his face. "Xiaoya, why are you so incensed? Is it that time of the month? Get lost," Fu Xiaoya retorted, shoving Brother Zhuang, which caused him to stumble. She then settled beside me, her striking eyes fixed upon me as she coldly inquired, "What do you want?" My mind nearly short-circuited. I rubbed my face vigorously, struggling to recall my anxious explanation. "Yuchi Man shares a unique bond with Qin Xiaohu, and after you struck her, Qin Xiaohu vowed to exact revenge upon you." "And then?" Fu Xiaoya replied with impatience. "That's all." "Is that it?" "Sister, you must exercise caution." Summoning my courage, I finally articulated my sincere concern. Alas, Fu Xiaoya turned to cast a glance in my direction, silently cursing, though I could not ascertain whether her ire was directed at me or at Qin Xiaohu. "As if I would fear that worthless individual," she remarked, tossing her head back with disdain. "His father is the chief of the police station," I reminded her. Fu Xiaoya scoffed. "What significance does that hold? Brother Long possesses influential connections at the municipal police station. Should he dare to lay a finger on me, he shall face grave repercussions." "Xiaoya, you cannot shoulder the burden of Brother Long's banner," Brother Zhuang interjected. "Silence. This is none of your concern." Fu Xiaoya rolled her eyes at Brother Zhuang before turning her attention back to me. "Have you finished? Return home at once to study. Are you not aware that the college entrance examination approaches?" I wish to remain here," I stammered, for I had not intended to tarry. However, Brother Zhuang had taken my money, and a pang of regret and dissatisfaction pierced my heart. "You are on the brink of entering college. Cannot you conduct yourself with dignity?" Fu Xiaoya cast a scornful glance my way before rising and departing. "Zhou Yan, in comparison to your sister, you are indeed a lamentable failure," Brother Zhuang derided, as he cracked open a beer and extended it toward me, taunting, "If you possess any semblance of manhood, consume it in one gulp, or strike your own face." "I am not a failure," I murmured softly. "What did you say?" Brother Zhuang leaned closer, straining to catch my words. "I am not a failure. I refuse to be the object of derision, enduring a life of subjugation." With a shout of defiance surging within me, I grasped the beer bottle and tilted it back, consuming its contents in a single gulp. Drinking with reckless abandon, I found myself choking violently, tears cascading down my cheeks. Brother Zhuang erupted in laughter, cracking open another beer for me, and seized the microphone, narrowing his eyes as he sang with exuberance, his neck elongated and head swaying in rhythm. Whatever the trivialities of affection may be, it was an utter discord, nothing short of a cacophony. I downed another bottle, my head growing heavy as I sank, utterly fatigued, into the embrace of the sofa. A flicker of joy surged through me. I had finally encountered Fu Xiaoya and had boldly cautioned her to remain wary of Qin Xiaohu. Yet, an overwhelming sadness enveloped me as I mourned my inability to liberate myself from the chains of my fractured family, with each day stretching into an interminable eternity. I yearned for my mother and younger sister, reminiscing about the cherished moments we once shared. I also missed Fu Xiaoya, despite her recent departure. Suddenly, two ruffians burst into the private room. I struggled to lift my heavy eyelids, unable to discern their features. They recognized me, shouting in a frenzy, eager to inflict harm. I grinned, unfazed, thinking, let them come. The corporeal torment may serve to alleviate the inner turmoil, or perhaps unveil the stark realities of existence. Zhuanggu interposed himself, thwarting any attempts at violence, for Xiaoya would be displeased. With malicious intent, they persisted in forcing drinks down my throat. I embraced each libation, losing track of my consumption, my demeanor oscillating between mirth and sorrow as I released the pent-up emotions that had long been suppressed. Ultimately, I succumbed to utter inebriation. In my haze, I fancied I discerned Fu Xiaoya's voice, admonishing the three ruffians with a sharp and penetrating tone. The tumultuous dreams seemed to stretch into eternity. Eventually, I emerged from the fog of drunkenness, greeted by the sunlight streaming through the seam of the curtain. This was not my chamber. The heavy, antiquated drapes and the muted gray walls resembled a quaint inn. At that moment, a familiar fragrance enveloped me. I turned to discover, to my utter astonishment, Fu Xiaoya. She lay beside me, fully clothed, peacefully slumbering. Good heavens! I had shared a bed with Fu Xiaoya. In a flurry, I assessed my situation. My attire remained unblemished, and my racing heart gradually began to calm. Thank goodness, we merely occupied the same space, and nothing inappropriate had occurred. I steadied my breath, absorbing her presence. For the first time, I beheld her with an unrestrained admiration, meticulous and profound. She was breathtakingly beautiful, a vision permanently etched in my memory. Her crimson lips curled ever so slightly, as if she were smiling, perhaps lost in a splendid dream. I found myself admiring and envying Fu Xiaoya. She was an indomitable spirit in life, independent, liberated, daring to shatter the chains of her family and defy every societal norm. Meanwhile, I, timid and cautious, navigated my existence in trepidation, feeling like a complete failure. Suddenly, Fu Xiaoya opened her large, expressive eyes, a striking contrast of black and white, shimmering with brilliance. Our gazes intertwined, yet we instinctively averted our eyes. What are you staring at? Did I gouge out your eyes? Fu Xiaoya threatened, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction as she leaned against the headboard, reaching for a lady's cigarette to ignite. Apologies, sister, I stammered, my voice imbued with remorse. All you can utter is sorry, utterly ineffectual, she admonished relentlessly. Do you not fear for your life, indulging in such excess while leaving me to stand guard here? Thank you, I replied in a flurry of words, which provoked a laugh from her. She playfully patted my head. At times, you can be charmingly foolish. Was she offering me a compliment? A wave of exhilaration surged through me, leaving me utterly elated. The word adorable radiates like a beam of sunlight, dispelling the shadows within my heart. I raised my hand solemnly and declared, Sister, I swear, I did not disclose that incident. Otherwise, I would be destined for a most unfortunate fate. I had already discerned it was not you. Fu Xiaoya exhaled a cloud of smoke, her demeanor serene. When I first learned from my mother that it was you, I harbored resentment for an extended period, pondering methods to orchestrate your undoing. Suli, how could she so unjustly besmirch my reputation? The mere thought of coexisting with Su Li sent an icy shiver down my spine. Sister, let us return home, I implored with fervor. Unlike Su Li, she enveloped me in a sense of solace. Return home? Not a chance. Fu Xiaoya vehemently cursed. I harbor a deep disdain for your father and possess no affection for my mother. They are nothing more than a shameless duo, destined to face the consequences of their actions. I fell silent, perplexed. Despite Su Li's tearful contrition and my father's efforts to placate Fu Xiaoya, she remained embittered towards them, harboring no goodwill. Bookworm, you are utterly oblivious, Fu Xiaoya scoffed at me, discarding her cigarette. You have had your amusement, now return to your studies. I am resolutely confident that I shall secure admission to a university, I declared with the utmost gravity, rising from my bed to invigorate myself in the cramped bathroom, endeavoring to restore my spirits. Fu Xiaoya reclined once more, drawing the covers over herself and gesturing with impatience for me to depart. In an establishment such as KTV, where the lines between right and wrong often become obscured, I fervently wished for her to secure an alternative occupation, one that would liberate her from the humiliation of serving beverages and acquiescing to the caprices of unscrupulous men. As I departed from the modest inn, the sun radiated brilliantly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Everything appeared extraordinarily splendid. With a few dozen yuan still nestled in my pocket, I summoned a taxi and made my way directly to school. Although I was already tardy, I chanced upon Qin Xiaohu and his entourage loitering at the school gate, their faces etched with malice and disdainful smirks playing upon their lips. I yearned to escape. However, I stealthily advanced, feigning ignorance of their presence. Qin Xiaohu, naturally, would not permit my passage. He positioned himself directly in my path, seizing my collar with an unwavering grip. I gasped for air, desperately twisting free from his grasp, as I cried out, "What do you desire? Release me. I had no intention of troubling you. Yet you dismissed my words as though they were but fleeting whispers in the breeze. Now, I implore you, where were you last night?" Qin Xiaohu growled, his face mere inches from mine, spittle landing upon my cheeks. "Last night, I found myself at the Night Beauty KTV, inebriated, sharing a room with Fu Xiaoya. I would never reveal that, particularly not the detail of my companionship with her. What concern is it of yours?" I replied defiantly, fixing Qin Xiaohu with a fierce glare. "Cease your pretense." He struck me across the face, seething with rage. Man did not return home last night, and her family was unable to contact her. This morning, I visited your residence, and your mother informed me that you had not returned either. Now, I beseech you, where is Man? I have never laid eyes upon her." "I am unaware," I cried out, in hopes of capturing the attention of the security guard stationed at the entrance. However, the two guards at the window feigned ignorance, seemingly reluctant to provoke the son of the police station chief. "Brothers, come forth and restrain him. I intend to draw his blood and ascertain how long he can remain defiant." Qin Xiaohu revealed his malevolent nature and unexpectedly produced a spring knife from his pocket. The group promptly converged, forcefully subduing me to the ground. I writhed and shouted in vain, merely soiling myself with dirt. As the glinting blade approached my neck, a tide of despair washed over me, compelling me to shut my eyes. Suddenly, the blare of a car horn sliced through the air. Qin Xiaohu glanced back and hastily commanded them to release me, standing obediently in a line. He concealed the spring knife behind his back, clasping his hands together. I unsteadily rose to my feet, observing a black sedan gradually drawing near. As the window lowered, the visage of a middle-aged man emerged. It was Principal Li from our school. He surveyed us with a stern countenance and demanded, "What time is it? Why do you all linger here?" Qin Xiaohu replied with a disingenuous grin, "Principal, as the college entrance examinations draw near, we are savoring our final moments together, merely enjoying some playful sparring with Zhou Yin. Indeed, we are honing our wrestling skills. Zhou Yin is performing admirably. Students ought to prioritize their studies. Return to class at once," Principal Li admonished with a facade of authority. Choosing not to investigate further as he drove the sedan onto campus, I brushed off my attire, seizing the moment to slip inside, narrowly averting a predicament. Principal Li had intervened on my behalf. I felt no sense of gratitude. Qin Xiaohu's reckless antics on campus stemmed from his unchecked indulgence and favoritism, perpetually downplaying serious matters. Upon returning to class, I feigned nonchalance, yet the sting of humiliation lingered in my heart. I silently resolved to transcend my circumstances. When that moment arrives, none shall dare to oppress me again. Then appeared Yu Qingman. Her makeup was exquisite, further enhancing her beauty. She transformed her usual appearance, her straight hair elegantly pinned back, adorned in a form-fitting black sweater that accentuated her flawless figure. The necklace gracing her neck sparkled brilliantly, with a heart-shaped gem dangling delicately below. Such attire hinted at either a significant occasion or an impending rendezvous. Even the mere sight of her left me feeling disconcerted. As Yu Qingman strolled past me, her steps faltered. I instinctively lowered my gaze, scribbling aimlessly on the paper, wishing to evade any interaction with her. I heard her soft sigh before she moved away. Throughout the day, Qin Xiaohu refrained from provoking me further, perhaps having resolved matters with Yu Qingman. After school, I returned home without incident. To my astonishment, Suli did not inquire about my whereabouts the previous night or why I had lingered out late. My room was the safest haven in the world. There was no chaos, only the ubiquitous study materials, remnants of my spirited youth. Lying on my bed, I reminisced about Fu Xiaoya. She had surprisingly lain beside me the previous night, her enchanting visage unforgettable. Even now, I seemed to catch a faint whiff of her fragrance. I resolved to think solely of preparing for the college entrance examinations. I fondly recall the heartfelt counsel of Fu Xiaoyao prior to our farewell, and a smile naturally graces my lips. Indeed, nothing shall obstruct my quest for the Gaokao. I am resolute in my determination to grasp my future with unwavering resolve. In the days that followed, I rose at dawn and returned late, wholly engrossed in my relentless studies, oblivious to the world that surrounded me. In the final mock examination, I achieved the remarkable distinction of securing the top position in my cohort. My homeroom teacher publicly lauded my accomplishment, noting that my classmate Zhou Yin had also earned admission to a prestigious 985 university, signaling a bright future ahead. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the depth of my struggles during this period was profound. My father was perpetually immersed in his business endeavors, his presence at home a rare occurrence. Su Li's incessant disruptions escalated to an unbearable level. In the bathroom, I frequently stumbled upon her discarded lingerie. She often left the door ajar while bathing, the sound of cascading water resonating clearly, occasionally revealing glimpses of her porcelain skin, which stirred my youthful impulses, prompting me to blush and retreat hastily. What I found most intolerable was her audacity in laundering my undergarments. Regardless of where I concealed them, she would unearth them, washing them with indifference and hanging them alongside her own on the balcony. With no recourse, I was compelled to adopt stringent hygiene practices, promptly washing my underwear after changing. Su Li's attire at home was equally casual, ranging from oversized sleepwear that exposed a shoulder to form-fitting yoga outfits, and occasionally, she donned sheer black stockings. It felt as though she sought to entice me into making a misstep, yet I steadfastly refused to cross that boundary. Apart from meals, I secluded myself in my room nearly every day, even installing a lock on my door. The days of torment would eventually wane, and the eagerly anticipated Gaokao finally arrived. It was indeed a rare occasion. My father, calling from a distance, implored me to excel in the examination, even invoking the sentiment of bringing honor to our forebears. My mother also reached out, urging me to approach the test with utmost seriousness, assuring me of her unwavering support for my academic ambitions. I even conversed with my younger sister, who, now 9 years old, chimed in cheerfully over the phone, wishing her brother immense success. I replied with a blend of laughter and heartfelt emotion, vowing that upon my acceptance into university, I would journey to visit her in far-off lands. I found myself enveloped in an unprecedented wave of happiness, nearly brought to tears on several occasions. Su Li, seated on the nearby sofa, regarded me with a complex expression as I answered call after call. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, she abruptly disconnected the phone line. I chose not to confront her, as I was on the cusp of liberating myself from her and this household, ready to embark on a new chapter of my life. I even contemplated departing for that city as soon as I received my university acceptance letter, seeking employment to support my studies, a prospect that filled me with joy. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock interrupted my reverie. Su Li approached the door and opened it, her face lighting up with surprise. Standing outside was none other than her daughter, Fu Xiaoyao. "Xiaoyao, you're back," Su Li exclaimed, her voice tinged with emotion, only to be met with Fu Xiaoyao's indifferent retort. "I've come to find Zhou Yin and tell him to leave." Upon hearing Fu Xiaoyao's voice, I hurried to the door. She was still clad in her vibrant ensemble, a leather jacket and trousers, now embellished with oversized earrings. "Greetings, sister." I welcomed her with a smile. Fu Xiaoyao retained her frosty demeanor as she extracted a slender box from her bag and tossed it directly into my arms. "Attain outstanding results, or brace yourself for the repercussions," she declared, her fierce gaze fixed upon me. With that, she pivoted sharply and slammed the door behind her, leaving in a flurry. "Xiaoya." Su Li simmered with frustration, her foot rhythmically tapping in agitation as her gaze remained fixated on the diminutive box. I gradually unveiled its contents to discover a pristine hero fountain pen, valued at several hundred yuan. It was a considerate gesture from Fu Xiaoyao, a token of affection in the form of a pen. The resplendent inscription of hero evoked a surge of courage within me, igniting a profound exhilaration in my heart. I resolved to wield this pen to inscribe the beautiful narrative of my forthcoming life. For a brief moment, I momentarily overlooked Su Li's presence until her exasperated sigh jolted me back to reality. Su Li disapproved of her daughter's actions, yearning for her to distance herself from me. Consequently, her disdain for me only intensified. We both recognized the unspoken tension, yet we feigned civility, concealing our true sentiments. "Do ensure you rest well?" Su Li forced a smile, dispensing insincere counsel. "Do not forget to set your alarm. Ensure you are not late tomorrow." Nodding, I ascended the staircase, cradling the pen as if it were a treasured artifact. Eagerly, I filled the new pen with ink and commenced to write. The paper bore the name Fushaya in elegant, flowing strokes. I then quietly tore the paper into fragments and discarded it into the trash. Placing the pen beside my pillow, I gently caressed it, enveloped in a profound sense of satisfaction as I drifted into slumber. The alarm abruptly roused me from my dreams. I gathered my belongings and dressed before descending. Suli had prepared a lavish breakfast, complete with a bowl of glistening 8 treasure porridge. Xiaoyan. I began cooking the porridge at 3, she smiled, adorned in a red cheongsam with a daring slit that revealed her long, fair thighs. Thank you. I averted my gaze, concentrating intently on my meal, consuming the porridge in hearty gulps. Yet, what ought to have been a delightful and syrupy 8 treasure porridge instead harbored an unforeseen bitterness, rendering it difficult to swallow. Conscious of Suli's penetrating stare, I compelled myself to consume every last morsel, wiping my mouth before hastily departing the house. Everything unfolded seamlessly as I arrived punctually at the examination hall. As the bell tolled, I grasped my new pen and commenced writing with fervor, wholly absorbed in the examination. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from my abdomen, an inexplicable ache gripping me. I struggled to concentrate, but the discomfort escalated, the urgent need for relief becoming utterly intolerable. Teacher, I require permission to use the restroom. I raised my hand with considerable effort, attracting scornful glances from my classmates. Observing my pallor, the supervising teacher refrained from pressing the matter and graciously allowed me to leave the examination room temporarily. Accompanied by 2 invigilators, I made my way to the campus restroom. An overwhelming bout of diarrhea struck. I felt as though my entire being had been utterly depleted of vitality, and upon my exit, a wave of dizziness enveloped me, nearly causing me to falter. Gritting my teeth, I laboriously made my way back to the examination room to continue my responses. Before long, the insistent urge to relieve myself returned. I sought permission to use the restroom once more, and the supervising teacher, now visibly perturbed, granted consent while also alerting the on-site physician. Upon emerging from the restroom, the doctor proceeded to conduct a physical examination. Have you experienced constipation recently? He inquired. No. I am unmistakably suffering from diarrhea, I replied, clutching my abdomen in distress. Your condition resembles that of a constipated patient indiscriminately consuming laxatives, such as croton oil, which can inflict considerable harm upon the body. The doctor rendered a preliminary assessment. Why would I resort to laxatives when I am preparing for the college entrance examination? I feebly shook my head, both incredulous and unwilling to accept the reality of the situation. Suddenly, I was reminded of the 8 treasure porridge I had savored that morning, and the expression in Suli's eyes sent a shiver down my spine. I was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Despite all my precautions, I had succumbed to Su Li's devious machinations. She was indeed malevolent, more ferocious than a wild wolf, even more inhumane than a mere beast. In a malicious endeavor to undermine my examination performance, she insidiously infused my porridge with laxatives, elucidating its abhorrent taste. In such circumstances, the doctor advised that one should seek hospital care for an intravenous infusion. Yet, I resolutely declined. I must persevere with my examinations. I staggered to my feet, tears cascading down my cheeks. After a moment of hesitation, the doctor begrudgingly offered me a tablet of loperamide. He warned that upon concluding my exams, I should promptly seek medical assistance, as severe dehydration could precipitate an electrolyte imbalance, endangering my life. I returned to the examination hall to continue addressing the questions, but the overwhelming urge compelled me to excuse myself to the restroom once more. Precious examination time was squandered repeatedly. Ultimately, I found myself unable to complete my essay and had to submit my paper in a state of resignation. Achieving a high score was utterly unattainable. I had already forfeited my chance to attend a prestigious university. Perhaps I might consider applying to Pingchuan University, as its historical admission scores were not particularly formidable. This must be my destiny intertwined with Yuqing Man, I continually reassured myself, fortifying my mental resilience. With scant funds in my possession, I was reluctant to return home, apprehensive of becoming further ensnared by Su Li. Consequently, I sought out a nearby clinic and received an intravenous infusion. At last, the relentless diarrhea subsided. Su Li had not administered a substantial dosage. Had she done so, I would undoubtedly have succumbed and been hospitalized, thereby forfeiting my examinations entirely. This was her insidious strategy. She perpetrated a crime while leaving no tangible evidence for anyone to grasp. With a tumultuous stomach, I managed to consume only a solitary steamed bun for lunch. Despite my frail condition, I persevered and completed the afternoon examination. As I emerged from the examination hall, I was greeted by the lamentations of my fellow candidates. The ordeal had been exceedingly arduous. I felt as though I were treading upon cotton, yet a smile graced my lips. For I believed I had performed commendably and was destined for a perfect score. I could not permit Suli to jeopardize my future. My youthful vigor must not be easily subdued, regardless of the circumstances. I was resolute in my commitment to complete the college entrance examination and extricate myself from the chaos that enveloped me. Dreading Suli's treachery, I chose to dine in solitude that evening, purchasing a bottle of mineral water before returning home. Suli appeared remarkably composed, her smile betraying no hint of concern as she inquired about my examination performance. "How did it go?" she asked, as I had barely managed to complete my essay. A wave of frustration surged within me, prompting me to confront her directly. "Did you tamper with my porridge?" Instantly, Suli's demeanor shifted. She struck the coffee table with her palm and erupted into a series of vehement accusations. "What absurdity are you uttering? Why would I resort to such measures? Do you possess any proof?" Without substantiation, Suli emerged as an exceedingly calculating woman. She must have meticulously scrubbed the bowl beforehand, erasing any sign of remnants. "Today, I endured excruciating diarrhea and nearly succumbed within the examination hall," I proclaimed vehemently. "Do not attribute all the blame to me. I categorically refuse to accept such absurdity. Who can ascertain the unsavory items you may have ingested externally?" Suli scoffed repeatedly, suddenly striking her own face twice and dissolving into tears. "I am truly naive. I have nurtured an ungrateful wretch throughout these years. Regardless of the sacrifices made, I cannot evoke a modicum of affection. As a woman, one should never assume the role of a stepmother." Suli wept lamentably, as though she had endured profound injustice. In my perception, Suli was merely putting on a faude, and her aptitude for this duplicitous craft was astonishingly persuasive. "Do not anticipate that I shall concoct another meal for you. If your father harbors discontent, then let him sever our bond. I have long since reached my limit with this." Suli clenched her teeth. I chose to remain silent, simply observing her descent into madness with an impassive gaze. "Heed my warning. Do not lay your eyes upon my daughter. With your timorous disposition, you are wholly unworthy." Suli's eyes brimmed with contempt. She had perpetually regarded me with disdain. I did not. I retorted, feeling utterly humiliated. "Do you take me for a fool? Actions are observed, and the heavens bear witness. Beware of retribution." Suli spat a curse before rising and storming back into her room, slamming the door with a resounding thud. My disdain for Suli had escalated to unprecedented heights, a profound animosity that stirred within me. I even entertained the dark thought of taking a knife to end her existence. This deceitful and treacherous woman had shattered my family and now sought to obliterate my future. With an exam looming the next day, I could not afford to lose my composure. I desperately suppressed my tumultuous emotions, retiring to bed early and drifting into a hazy slumber. The following morning, Suli indeed neglected to prepare breakfast, yet I remained unfazed. Standing by the roadside, I exhaled a long sigh of relief. Once I departed from this household, Suli would no longer wield any power over me. Instinctively, I turned my gaze backward and caught a fleeting glimpse of a visage concealed behind the curtain. My heart momentarily faltered. Beep beep. An unremarkable black sedan approached, adorned with a crimson paper sign declaring it a benevolent conveyance for students undertaking the college entrance examination. Before I could wave, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. The window descended, revealing the countenance of a middle-aged driver who greeted me with a warm smile. "Are you a student en route to the examination? We are providing complimentary rides as a gesture of goodwill." After a brief hesitation, I opened the rear door, immediately sensing an unsettling presence. In the back of the vehicle lounged two masked men, both robust and cold-eyed, emanating a disquieting presence. They were evidently engaged in nefarious intentions. Before I could close the door, one of them lunged forward, grasping my attire and forcefully drawing me into the vehicle. "No! Assistance!" I screamed in terror, wrestling with all my strength. A damp handkerchief was pressed against my nose, and I swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. Time lost its significance, and when I finally regained my senses, I discovered myself wedged between two men in the back seat, the forest blurring past outside. Kidnapped? A wave of panic engulfed me, my thoughts a tumultuous storm. "Please, return me. My father can pay you." The driver glanced at me through the rearview mirror, chuckling as he tapped the steering wheel. The man to my left wore an even more sinister smirk. "Money holds little value. What truly matters is taking you on a journey." Journey? I once envisioned a future filled with academic triumph while balancing part-time work and exploring the world. Suddenly, clarity flooded my mind, and panic surged anew. causing the veins on my forehead to throb. No, I must return to take the college entrance examination. Not perplexed after all, I still recall the examination. The gentleman to my right interjected, "Child, this year will not grant you the opportunity. Nevertheless, there is always the following year, the year after that, and the one that follows. Eventually, you shall find your passage aboard the college entrance exam train. Do you suppose the Public Security Bureau is akin to your familial enterprise? Are you not apprehensive of legal consequences?" I inquired in a loud voice. It is not your family's domain either. They are incapable of managing it. The trio burst into laughter, particularly the driver, who laughed so heartily that he struggled to regain his breath, wiping tears of amusement from the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand. My spirits sank, and I felt an urge to diminish my stance. This year's college entrance examination holds paramount importance for me. What sum would suffice to bring me back? I beseech you. As long as I am afforded the opportunity to return and take the examination, I vow to keep today's occurrences to myself. They dismissed my entreaties, perceiving me as a nuisance, and abruptly the vehicle came to a standstill. I was unceremoniously thrust out, landing heavily upon the ground. I searched my pockets. Both my money and examination admission ticket remained secure, and my bag of supplies for the exam was untouched. These individuals were not kidnappers. Therefore, their singular aim in transporting me to this location was unmistakable: to thwart my participation in the college entrance examination, to rob me of the life-altering opportunity one had yearned for through a decade of relentless toil. I surveyed my surroundings, engulfed by dense woods, utterly bewildered as to my location. Regrettably, aside from the vehicle that receded into the distance, I found myself devoid of a path to follow and without anyone to turn to. I dashed after the car, desperately striving to catch up. Waving my arms and imploring as I ran, I cried out, "Halt! I beseech you, return me." The distance between the automobile and myself expanded, and I realized I could no longer pursue them. I endeavored to exchange my humility for their final compassion. I knelt, extending my hands forward, and cried out, "I implore you, take me back. I will do anything. I must sit for the college entrance examination. Please." A cigarette, but was flung from the car window, and it accelerated, vanishing entirely from sight. I staggered to my feet, glancing at my watch. 9:30. I had already missed the morning examination. Frustration, sorrow, despair, and anger surged within me, as if I were on the verge of an emotional eruption. I raised my arms high towards the heavens and released a prolonged, anguished scream. Just in my life. My voice reverberated through the woods, startling several birds from their perches, who fluttered their wings and ascended into the vast expanse. I lamented with a sense of helplessness, as if the vibrancy of life had faded away. Through tear-laden eyes, I surveyed my surroundings, yearning for the resilient branches of each tree to support my delicate frame. No, I cannot succumb to despair. I must still partake in the afternoon examination, even if it necessitates enrolling in an inferior university or a vocational program. My academic potential still harbors a flicker of hope. Regardless of the circumstances, I must liberate myself from this city steeped in moral decay, far removed from these detestable individuals. This tree-lined path could accommodate but a solitary vehicle. I retraced my steps along the ruts of the road, my feet pounding against its surface. Fatigued, drenched in perspiration, and with my throat ablaze, I felt no inclination to pause. Indeed, it was a secluded route. I encountered no one along the way, nor did a single vehicle traverse it, leaving me to run in solitude. My voice was raspy, my lungs felt as though they might burst, and then I caught sight of a puddle by the roadside. Without a moment's hesitation, I dropped to my knees and took several gulps of the murky water, mingled with grass, before resuming my run. Yet, I ultimately miscalculated the length of this road. By the time I emerged from the woods, the clock had struck 2 in the afternoon, unveiling a substantial reservoir ahead. I recognized this location, the Chinyan Reservoir in Dong'an County. It was still 20 kilometers to the county town. My legs felt as though they were made of lead, trembling uncontrollably, rendering me nearly immobile. In that moment, I noticed a few fishermen by the reservoir, accompanied by several weathered motorcycles. Leaning on my knees, I laboriously approached one of them, trembling as I reached into my pocket and withdrew a 100-yuan bill. "What do you desire?" The fisherman turned, perplexed. "Brother, I implore you, kindly assist me and grant me passage back to the county town," I beseeched, inclining my form in utter desperation. "I have just established my fishing locale. The bait shall soon be poised for capture." The fisherman appeared hesitant to offer his assistance, perhaps perceiving me as somewhat eccentric. "My dear brother, I must return to undertake the college entrance examination. Should I tarry any longer, it will be too late." My knees buckled, and I found myself kneeling before him. "What are you doing? Rise." The fisherman swiftly aided me to my feet, tapping his forehead in sudden realization. "Ah, indeed, today marks the second day of the examinations. My nephew departed early for his test. Young man, why do you find yourself here instead of in the examination hall?" I shook my head with a sense of bitter resignation, my lips moving in silence as I desperately sought to press the money into his pocket. Observing my distress, the fisherman generously offered his assistance, calling out to a nearby acquaintance, "Lao Zhao, kindly watch over my fishing gear. I shall return to the city momentarily." At long last, I mounted the motorcycle, and the fisherman hastily accelerated away. "Faster! I implore you, faster!" I urged, my eyes darting to my watch, my heart pounding with urgency. Consumed by a singular thought, I must reach the examination, even if it entails taking a solitary test. Finally, we arrived at the examination venue. But alas, I was regrettably too late. The gate was resolutely closed, and the final subject had commenced a quarter of an hour earlier. The fisherman advocated for my cause, only to be met with a reprimand in response. My head whirled, and I crumpled to the ground. Tears flowed from one eye to the other, cascading into my ears. Everything around me became a haze, both sight and sound slipping away. "Young man, contemplate repeating the year. You shall have the opportunity to contend once more next year." The fisherman gently patted my shoulder in a gesture of solace, placing 100 yuan into my palm with a resigned sigh before turning to depart. It had come to an end. Everything was beyond recovery. With merely 2 subject scores, the prospect of university admission slipped through my fingers. I felt completely devoid of value. Grasping the cherished pen within my pencil case, I wept. "Sister, I apologize. I have failed my promise. I am unable to pursue university." I lingered in a state of desolation for what seemed like an eternity before slowly restoring my composure. Who could possess such cruelty? Suli? No. She is but a mere housewife. Her persuasion is believed solely by my father. Upon contemplating the haughty demeanor of the trio in the vehicle, it became apparent that they were unafraid of any repercussions. Qin Xiaohu. At long last, a name emerged in my thoughts. He had once menaced me, pledging to thwart my journey to the examination. It must have been he who masterminded this abduction, an act both contemptible and insane. With newfound determination, I rose abruptly, striking the concrete floor with force. Blood seeped from my knuckles, yet I experienced no discomfort. I have arrived at my conclusion. Thus, let us collectively welcome annihilation. I shall show no mercy to Qin Xiaohu. He shall bear a heavy toll. And those who have inflicted torment upon me, none shall escape. May they all meet their demise. Hatred has slowly consumed my entire essence. I rose gradually, my eyes aflame with fervor, fists tightly clenched, meandering aimlessly along the thoroughfare. The fatigue surging through my body rendered my stride unsteady, reminiscent of that of an aged gentleman. I paid no mind to the scrutinizing glances of those who passed by. With my future obliterated, what else could possibly warrant my concern? It was only at twilight that I eventually reached my threshold. A captivating young woman awaited me, her smile blossoming like a delicate flower. It was Yu Qingman, resplendently attired, reminiscent of a luminary from the silver screen. She regarded my bewildered and apathetic demeanor with keen observation, exclaiming in disbelief, "Zhou Yin, what is amiss? How did your examination transpire?" "I did not partake in today's examination." I gently shook my head. "Why?" Yu Qingman's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice a blend of dissatisfaction and concern. "Zhou Yin, you vowed that we would both gain admission to Pingchuan University. How could you renege on your promise?" It was due to this very girl that I had provoked the ire of Qin Xiaohu. She ought to have elucidated the nature of her unique bond with him. Had she done so, I might have exercised greater prudence. Now, I find myself prohibited from attending university. Yet, her transparent gaze seemed so untainted. I inhaled deeply, stifling the impulse to cast blame upon Yu Qingman. I was taken to a remote place, and by the time I found my way back, it was too late. I regret to say, you must pursue your university aspirations independently. How could this transpire? Who was responsible for this? The disbelief in Yu Qingman's eyes was unmistakable as she scrutinized me, seeking any hint of falsehood. Inquire with Director Qin's son. He might possess the answers. A wry smile graced my lips as I brushed past her, unwilling to cast a glance back. Yu Qingman stood paralyzed, only to be consumed by a tempest of rage. "Qin Xiaohu, how could you be so malevolent? I shall not let this matter rest." My understanding with Yu Qingman had dissipated into thin air. Our fleeting romance had reached an irrevocable conclusion. With a heavy heart, I summoned all my strength to push open the front door. My father had returned. Lounging on the sofa, one hand nonchalantly draped over Su Li's shoulder. "Xiaoyan, how did it go?" My father inquired with a cheerful tone, seemingly unaware of my turmoil. I was unable to partake in today's examination. Consequently, I cannot attend the university. I offered a sardonic smile and shrugged, remaining still as I anticipated the approaching tempest. My father, taken aback, sprang from the sofa, disbelief inscribed upon his visage. A fleeting glimmer of astonishment appeared in Suli's eyes, only to be swiftly concealed by a facade of feigned surprise thereafter. With a sharp crack, my father struck my face with such vigor that I whirled around in place. His eyes, inflamed with rage, pierced into me as he inquired, "You little scamp, why did you not partake in the examination?" I was not in the appropriate frame of mind. I was reluctant to accept it. I concealed the truth, aware that it would yield no benefit. My father was merely a merchant with a handful of questionable associates. How could he hope to rival Director Chin of the police precinct? Moreover, the visages of those three men had become blurred in the recesses of my memory, and the license plate might well have been a mere fabrication. The suspicion cast by Qin Xiaohu was baseless, and in the absence of any corroborating evidence, he could effortlessly refute my assertions, reversing the narrative to accuse me of defamation. My despondent demeanor only served to stoke the primal fury within my father, as he hurled vile insults. He unleashed a barrage of blows that left my mouth and nose profusely bleeding, the crimson droplets staining the floor beneath me. Suli clung to my father's waist, feigning an effort to extricate him, yet exerting no genuine force. Ultimately, I collapsed to the ground, bloodied and gasping. My father delivered several additional kicks before Suli finally succeeded in pushing him into the bedroom, where he continued to berate me. With a pack of damp wipes in hand, Suli crouched down to delicately cleanse the bloodstains from my face, a smirk of malicious delight playing upon her lips. I regarded her with indifference, remaining silent. In that moment, the allure of her stockings and lace trim failed to captivate me, even in the face of imminent death. I would remain unmoved. After a protracted silence, I finally rose to my feet, struggling to grasp the railing as I ascended the staircase. For 3 interminable days, I lay in bed, immobilized and devoid of sustenance, enduring profound physical and emotional anguish while bidding farewell to my past in serene silence. Suli visited me several times, shaking her head with a sigh, as if to express pity for me or to lament that I still drew breath. My father entered but once, coldly commanding me to prepare for a repeat year of study, asserting that I would retake the exam next year. As part of my punishment, he severed my allowance. I merely nodded in a perfunctory manner. The tumultuous series of familial upheavals, intertwined with unrelenting torment and struggle, had extinguished my resolve to pursue my studies. As the setting sun bathed the world in a warm glow, I finally stirred from my stupor, akin to emerging from a profound dream. I washed my face, adorned myself in fresh attire, and, standing before the mirror, meticulously shaved off my stubble. Upon stepping outside, I was greeted by the refreshing evening breeze, while pedestrians hurriedly made their way home. With the burden of study lifted, I experienced an unexpected lightness. Yet, uncertainty loomed over my heart regarding the future, leaving me adrift in a sea of indecision. Aimlessly, I wandered along the street, inadvertently finding myself at a nearby quaint park. Within the park lay a bell-shaped lake, infamous for its occasional tragic drownings. Dejected and lost in contemplation, I murmured to myself, "What is this pain in the wind and rain? Dry your tears, harbor no fear, for we still possess our dreams." A gravelly voice, harmonizing with the gentle strumming of a guitar, reverberated through the atmosphere. I was familiar with this timeless melody, frequently sung by my peers, and I had previously harbored a profound disdain for it. However, in that instant, it resonated with a newfound significance within my soul. Indeed, even amidst the tempest of existence, one should not abandon their aspirations. We must embody the fortitude of mariners. Following the melodic strains, I eventually beheld a figure before me. In his 30s, with a gaunt, shadowy countenance yet robust shoulders, he sat upon a sizable stone not far from the park's entrance. His long hair was intricately braided, and he adorned a striking plaid shirt. The man cradled a wooden guitar, ensnared in the cadence of his strumming and singing. Nearby, I noticed a pair of crutches leaning against a wall and observed that the pant leg on his left side hung empty, gathered in a manner that suggested loss. Before him lay an iron basin, scantily filled with a few coins. Sensing the tribulations of his life, I retrieved a $10 bill from my pocket and gently placed it into the basin. His eyes sparkled with gratitude, and he infused even more fervor into his performance. I sat a short distance away, enraptured by the music, when a wave of melancholy enveloped me, and tears began to blur my vision. I hugged my knees and buried my face, weeping softly. As the final notes dissipated, the man turned to me, beaming with a radiant smile. "Hello there. Would you care for a more uplifting tune?" he inquired, and I gently shook my head, letting out a sigh. Life resembles an inescapable fishing net, fraught with thorns from which one cannot extricate themselves. "Ah, you articulate your thoughts quite eloquently," he observed, offering a compliment while extending his hand. "Let us become acquainted." "I am Hanfeng, Zhou Yan," I responded, leaning forward to grasp his hand, which felt remarkably robust. "At your age, I presume you are a university student?" Hanfeng surmised as he appraised me. "Having completed my secondary education, I now find myself wandering aimlessly in the absence of employment." I responded with a wry smile, my eyes fixed vacantly on the far-off horizon. Hanfeng produced a cigarette and ignited it, trying to offer me solace. Pursuing higher education is not the exclusive avenue to triumph. Once you comprehend the subtleties of society, you can still illuminate the world and hold your head high. I find myself rather unacquainted with society. I have only ventured into a karaoke establishment on a single occasion. I responded honestly, which elicited a hearty laugh from Hanfeng, who then slapped his thigh in amusement. "When the moment presents itself, I shall take you along. We shall explore karaoke halls, dance clubs, bars, and nightclubs. You will undoubtedly revel in the experience." I could not help but cast a glance at the iron basin before him, contemplating what instilled such unwavering confidence. Hanfeng misinterpreted my gaze and, with a generous spirit, proclaimed, "Brother, if you are inclined to spend lavishly, select a song." I chose Fallen Angel. My thoughts meandered to Fu Xiaya, who embodied the essence of a fallen angel, exuding brilliance regardless of her surroundings. "I too am enamored with this melody," Hanfeng responded, deftly plucking the strings and swaying his head as he commenced to sing. At that moment, 2 motorcycles thundered by, abruptly screeching to a halt. 4 young men dismounted and made their way towards us. My eyes immediately brimmed with tears. It was Qin Xiaohu accompanied by his 3 minions, one of whom was my classmate, Monkey. "Ha! Is this not the illustrious Zhou Yan? Finished, are you?" Qin Xiaohu bellowed with laughter, continuing his derision. "A pitiful wretch like you is destined for nothing but the company of a limping beggar, fated to never even grasp a woman's hand throughout your existence." Clenching my fists, I gritted my teeth and retorted, "You are the one who orchestrated my abduction, are you not?" "Indeed. That was my doing. What action will you take in response?" Qin Xiaohu, radiating an aura of nonchalance, audaciously gestured towards me and commanded, "Zhou Yan, approach and kneel. I have always been a man of my word, each time our paths cross. I shall strike until you retreat from Dong'an County, utterly defeated. I shall confront you." I retorted, springing to my feet, my eyes ablaze with indignation. Yet, my form remained hunched, enfeebled by several days devoid of nourishment, my trembling legs barely able to uphold my weight. Observing my lamentable condition, Qin Xiaohu nearly erupted in laughter. Summoning his companions, "Brothers, restrain this obstinate coward and administer a sound thrashing. I shall treat you all to an evening of merriment thereafter." 3 of his henchmen, eager to pounce, surged toward me, intent on dismantling me. Just as I braced myself for the impending assault, a sudden thud resonated through the air. Hanfeng had swung his guitar, striking the head of one of the assailants. The assailant stood there, dumbfounded, as did Qin Xiaohu and his entourage. "You little rascals. Causing all this commotion, what a nuisance," Hanfeng remarked darkly, inspecting the guitar for any damage before setting it aside, and scathed. "Cripple, are you cursing me?" Qin Xiaohu exclaimed in disbelief, gesturing towards his own nose. "To curse you is a privilege, when I was navigating the complexities of society. You insignificant youths were merely in your infancy. How dare you parade about like a peacock before me, oblivious to my true identity?" Hanfeng retorted with disdain, shaking his uninjured leg. "Who are you, a mere worthless wretch?" Qin Xiaohu seethed with indignation, fists clenched as he issued commands. "Brothers, shatter the other leg of the cripple, and ensure that Zhou Yan is rendered crippled as well. Just you lot?" Hanfeng scoffed, drawing a gleaming dagger from his pocket and brandishing it menacingly. What unfolded next left everyone, myself included, utterly astounded. In a swift motion, Hanfeng plunged the dagger into his own left leg, blood gushing forth almost immediately. Unperturbed, he fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Qin Xiaohu and his entourage. Such self-inflicted severity. He was undeniably a formidable figure. A flicker of fear danced in Qin Xiaohu's eyes as he clenched his teeth and commanded, "Brothers, let us withdraw for the time being." His 3 subordinates, gripped by terror at the sight of Hanfeng, swiftly mounted their motorcycles. In less than half a minute, Qin Xiaohu and his entourage had disappeared from the scene, fleeing without leaving a trace. I released a breath of relief, profoundly thankful to have narrowly evaded a vicious beating today, courtesy of Hanfeng's timely intervention. overwhelmed with gratitude. I anxiously inquired, "Brother Feng, are you unharmed? Do you require medical attention?" He chuckled, "Ha ha, I'm perfectly fine, merely a confrontation with a pack of fools." As he sheathed the dagger, to my astonishment, I observed that his trousers bore only bloodstains, devoid of any tears or injuries. What was transpiring? Perceiving my perplexed demeanor, Han Feng pressed the blade against his palm, and upon contact, it retracted seamlessly. It was merely a prop. I discovered myself smiling foolishly, engulfed in an unparalleled euphoria. "Brother Feng, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you." Han Feng cleared his throat and proclaimed with a hint of urgency, "I have run out of cigarettes." I hastily made my way to a nearby convenience store, returning with 2 packs of fine cigarettes for him. Han Feng accepted them without ceremony, igniting one, and, with his leg swinging, asked, "Zhou Yin, you have attracted their attention. The days ahead will not be easy for you." I fell silent. Resistance requires not only bravery but also strength. These ruffians travel in packs while I stand alone. At home, I am marginalized by my stepmother, and outside, I possess no friends. How can I possibly confront Qin Xiao? Stay with me, and I promise it won't be long before no one in Dong'an City dares to lay a finger on you. Han Feng exhaled a long plume of smoke, exuding confidence. His bravado was grand, yet I struggled to place my faith in his words. Not only was he disabled, but he also lived in considerable poverty. However, he played the guitar with remarkable skill, radiating the essence of a seasoned artistic spirit. "Very well," I conceded reluctantly. "What is your family situation?" Han Feng inquired with curiosity. I exhaled deeply and recounted my narrative in intricate detail. "My parents have separated, my stepmother is treacherous, and I navigate each day in a state of apprehension. Enduring profound anguish, I had envisioned that securing a place at university would emancipate me from this turmoil. However, unexpectedly, due to the schemes of my stepmother and Qin Xiaohu, my aspirations for higher education were utterly dismantled. I did not genuinely place my trust in Han Feng. I merely sought a companion to unburden my soul." Upon hearing my tale, Han Feng seemed largely indifferent. He then divulged his own history, which left me both astonished and filled with admiration. I had not anticipated his remarkable capabilities. At his age, he had already embarked upon the journey into society, and through sheer tenacity, he had ascended to become the unparalleled kingpin of Dong'an County within a few short years, a figure of remarkable distinction. His subordinates amassed in great numbers, though I had never ascertained their precise count. No woman he desired was ever beyond his reach. Among his most adept aides at that time was a man named Chu Hailong, who exemplified unwavering obedience and loyalty. Chu Hailong? Is he not now referred to as Brother Long? I was taken aback to learn that he had once served under Han Feng. Han Feng elaborated on how he had been unjustly accused, resulting in an 8-year imprisonment from which he had only recently emerged. The toll of his incarceration was the loss of his left leg, necessitated by bone necrosis that led to amputation. "My brother, I am resolute in my belief that I can rise once more. Do you possess the courage to navigate society alongside me?" Han Feng inquired with a smile. "Indeed, I do," I declared with fervor, tears brimming in my eyes from sheer exhilaration. Having endured bullying, humiliation, and treachery, I felt as though I had lived like a mere cur. I had long since grown weary of such a life. I, Zhou Yin, had at last discovered a semblance of support. "Brother, how much money do you possess?" Han Feng inquired once more. I was cognizant of the customary tradition of bestowing a gift upon joining a crew, which the leader would graciously accept or decline based on the circumstances. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, I confessed, "My father was displeased with my lackluster performance in my examinations, and he struck me, thus severing my allowance. I currently possess less than 200 in my pocket." Han Feng inhaled deeply, a look of regret etched upon his face. My heart plummeted at that moment. Yet unwilling to let this opportunity elude me, I tentatively suggested, "Brother Feng, perhaps I might devise another means to beseech my mother for funds. She may be inclined to grant me something." Han Feng scratched his head, paused for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. I shall take you to earn some money. One must possess resources to achieve greatness. However, you must adhere to my guidance in all matters." "Very well. I shall heed Brother Feng's counsel," I promptly replied. "Meet me here at 9 tomorrow morning." "All right." Han Feng draped his guitar over his shoulder and departed with the assistance of his crutches, while I meandered home with a buoyant spirit. Upon my entrance, I was met with an unsettling emptiness. Suli was nowhere to be found, and, of course, no dinner awaited me. Savoring the solitude, I filled a kettle with water and prepared a packet of instant noodles to appease my long-neglected hunger. Just then, The creak of the door heralded Su Li's return. Her unexpected appearance took me aback, for it had been some time since I had seen her in such a manner. She was adorned in a striking red leather jacket paired with a coordinating skirt. Delicate pink fishnet stockings and black pointed heels accentuated her figure, rendering her both captivating and alluring. Her makeup was impeccable, leaving no room for critique. Her permed and dyed hair was elegantly piled atop her head, harmoniously complemented by black-rimmed glasses that bestowed upon her an air of intellectual charm. I could only envision the number of heads that would turn as she confidently strode down the street. Upon noticing my indulgence in instant noodles, Su Li remarked with calmness, "Xiaoyan, I have been quite busy lately, often dining out. You are maturing. Learn to tend to yourself." I lowered my gaze, continuing to partake of my meal, acutely conscious of the chill that had enveloped her demeanor since our last altercation. Surely, Su Li must be regretting her previous actions. Had she chosen to wholeheartedly support me during my college entrance examinations rather than resorting to underhanded tactics, I would have departed from this home much earlier, thus sparing her the daily vexation of my presence. "I spoke with your father, and in a few days, I will assist you in securing a temporary summer position." Her suggestion that I find employment felt like a subtle maneuver to liberate herself from my company. I remained silent, offering no reply. A fleeting expression of displeasure crossed Su Li's face before she adopted a more earnest tone. "Xiaoyan, you are no longer a child. You must begin to acclimate to independent living. Moreover, your father's temperament is rather difficult to manage. He will not provide you with financial support in the future. So you must learn to earn it for yourself." "I understand." I discarded the empty noodle container into the refuse bin and turned to ascend the staircase. I felt no inclination to work, devoid of any particular skills, unless I resorted to menial labor, which I feared would precipitate my downfall. There appeared to be little hope for my future. Without financial resources, one cannot progress. I had no strategy for generating income whatsoever. In that moment, I found myself admiring Fu Xiaoya even more. She courageously toiled in a KTV, proudly independent from her family. Meanwhile, I could only languish in bed, lost in contemplation, utterly bewildered about my future. The doorbell resonated from downstairs. I presumed it was Fu Xiaoya returning and, filled with anticipation, I leapt from my bed to crack the door open. But disappointment washed over me. The voice belonged to a middle-aged woman who entered and engaged in warm conversation with Su Li, their laughter permeating the room. I overheard Su Li refer to her as Zheng Wan. Their relationship transcended mere friendship, being also that of former classmates. To my recollection, Su Li never entertained guests at home. Tonight, however, was an unprecedented exception. Yet, I felt no sense of belonging within this household. What troubled me most was that Zheng Wan had chosen to stay the night, occupying Fu Xiaoya's room. I was consumed by the urge to burst through the door and evict Zheng Wan. The woman disrupted the sanctity of the room, infusing it with an unwelcome aura. An unforeseen incident transpired. In the middle of the night, as I ventured to the bathroom, I was startled upon opening the door. A woman with disheveled hair sat on the toilet, astonished at my presence. It was Zheng Wan, her curvaceous form slightly askew, yet undeniably beautiful. Not only did she neglect to close the door while attending to her business, but she also refrained from illuminating the space. Stunned for a fleeting moment, I hastily uttered an apology and swiftly shut the bathroom door behind me, my heart racing uncontrollably. It was simply an unfortunate incident. Yet I found myself troubled by the apprehension that Su Li might take advantage of this circumstance, labeling me a prying rogue. A mere 10 minutes later, a knock resonated at the door. "Xiaoyan, please proceed." It was the voice of Zheng Wan that resonated, followed by the sound of a door gently closing in Fu Xiaoya's chamber. After a brief moment of indecision, I made my way to the bathroom. A pair of black stockings lay carelessly atop the washing machine, a bold open-crotch design that could not possibly belong to Su Li. They were undoubtedly the possession of Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan, it seemed, was quite the audacious woman, perhaps an apt counterpart for Su Li. In the early hours of the morning, both Su Li and Zheng Wan departed together. By 9 o'clock, I too left the house, clad in a tailored suit, albeit unable to fasten my tie, which I left undone. I adorned myself with my father's sunglasses to impart an air of rebellious charm. For me, today was of great significance. I was poised to step into society alongside Han Feng. At the entrance of the park, I encountered Han Feng once more. He retained the attire of the previous day, leaning on crutches, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding a certain bravado. He scrutinized me from head to toe, grinning with approval. Once we arrive, if I am not present, refrain from engaging in any altercations, Han Feng instructed earnestly. I nodded vigorously. sensing that he regarded me with a higher esteem than I merited. I had never been one to instigate altercations, perpetually beset by a destiny of defeat, forever bearing the marks of past encounters. We summoned a taxi, making our way to a fertilizer factory on the outskirts of the town. The journey was protracted, costing over 30 yuan, which I naturally bore the expense of. The gatekeeper obstructed our entry, denying us passage. Do not dare impede me. I am here to see Director Wu Rui. We are old acquaintances who have not connected in ages, Han Feng asserted with pride. His chest puffed out and cigarette held at a rakish angle, embodying the swagger of a seasoned streetwise individual. The gatekeeper, unmoved by Han Feng's bravado, reached out to the director via intercom. Only upon receiving approval did he permit us entry. The factory yard was vast, punctuated by various edifices. I trailed Han Feng for quite some time, assisting him with the ascent as we climbed 5 flights, beads of perspiration forming on my brow, until we finally arrived at the director's office. Han Feng rapped on the door with his cane, and a voice from within beckoned us to enter. As I aided Han Feng in pushing the door open, the scene that unfolded sent a chill down my spine, urging me to contemplate retreat. Behind a large desk sat a balding middle-aged man, unmistakably Director Wu Rui, his gaze upon us brimming with ire, tendrils of smoke wafting from his nostrils. Behind Wu Rui loomed 3 uniformed security guards, their arms crossed and expressions decidedly hostile. Although I may lack experience in social matters, it is abundantly clear that this is scarcely a reunion deserving of an old friend after many years. Rather, it resembles a trap set for an adversary's arrival. Another eruption of violence appears inevitable. Han Feng, undeterred, calmly stepped into the room, leaning on his cane. Hesitant, I followed him inside, grateful for my sunglasses that concealed the trepidation in my eyes. Old Wu, I have returned, and I have brought a brother, Han Feng declared, gesturing towards me to boast of his reassembled entourage, eager to re-enter the fray. Wu Rui, I have awaited your presence for an eternity. Now that you have come, I shall extend every courtesy, came Wu Rui's sardonic laughter, abruptly slamming his hand on the table and signaling those behind him. Strike them without compassion, and I shall guarantee that each of you will receive a promotion by tomorrow. Without hesitation, 3 security guards surged forward. One of them violently pushed Han Feng, causing him to stumble backward, his cane soaring through the air. My sunglasses were seized by a guard and ruthlessly crushed beneath his feet. In rapid succession, my visage endured a series of harsh slaps, warmth enveloping my nose as crimson fluid dripped from the corner of my lips. Brother, refrain from retaliation. Han Feng bellowed at me, as though I were a formidable adversary. In truth, I had been rendered utterly powerless, desperately raising my arms to shield my head. Regret surged within me. I should never have entangled myself in this sordid affair, and now I found myself enduring the repercussions of a savage beating. After what felt like an eternity, Wu Rui finally commanded the guards to halt their onslaught, instructing them to resume their patrol of the factory. Wu Rui regarded me with contempt, flinging a pack of tissues in my direction. I caught them, my visage marred by distress, wiping the blood from my mouth and chin before aiding Han Feng, who lay prostrate on the ground, to his feet. Han Feng had endured a significant beating. His garments were tattered, and he trembled painfully while leaning on his cane. Seasoned in such encounters, he had managed to shield his head, leaving his visage unscathed. Han Feng, I never envisioned you to be so feeble. Where has your erstwhile bravado vanished? Wu Rui derided with a sneer. I have now joined the ranks of the disabled. Spare me your scorn. Han Feng replied with a strained smile, striving to maintain his composure as he turned to me and requested, Xiao Yan, please assist me in lighting a cigarette. It was only then that I observed the battered condition of Han Feng's right wrist, contorted at an unnatural angle, likely rendered incapacitated. Complying with his request, I retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and ignited it for him. Han Feng inhaled deeply a few times and exhaled with a smirk. Old Wu, I have just emerged from the abyss of despair. In the past, when your factory required financial assistance, the debt you owe me should be settled. Repay your mother. Wu Rui erupted in fury. You, who once shared a bed with my wife, how do you propose to resolve this debt? I was astonished. Han Feng had indeed perpetrated such an act, revealing a profound absence of integrity. Wu Rui, becoming aware of my presence, cast me a pair of disdainful glances. I shuddered involuntarily and swiftly gestured with my hands, shaking my head. I did not hear anything. Just remember to remain silent, Wu Rui cautioned ominously. I nodded earnestly, instinctively retreating a few paces. Old Wu, you cannot fault your brother. One can only attribute blame to your sister-in-law for her irresistible allure. Han Feng smirked, his countenance radiating a sense of smug satisfaction, which ignited a desire within me to strike him. Blast it! Wu Rui was utterly enraged, seizing an ashtray and flinging it at Han Feng. Han Feng narrowly evaded the onslaught by inclining his head, yet the ashtray scattered its remnants all over him, leaving him in an even more disheveled state. Ultimately, Han Feng's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he brushed the ashes from his attire. Old Wu. Were it not for my brother's predicament, I would scarcely concern myself with such a trivial amount. You have expressed your ire through blows and curses. Now, return the money. Do not hold your breath. I shall not return a single cent, Wu Rui declared with unwavering certainty. I cast a fleeting glance at Han Feng. Even the most obtuse observer could perceive that Wu Rui harbored no intention of restitution, leaving him to grapple with nothing but the bitter aftermath. Yet, Han Feng merely chuckled. The wisps of smoke he exhaled imparting an enchanting, elusive allure to his gaze. Should you refuse to reimburse me, I shall seek out your wife and compel her to settle the debt. Do not underestimate my determination. I could effortlessly subdue her with a mere flick of my leg. Wu Rui inhaled sharply, clutching his bald head in a frenzy, his countenance twisted with fury as he spat. You scoundrel, it is evident that you harbor a death wish. Very well, if you possess the audacity, go ahead and end my life. Han Feng replied with an air of indifference, gesturing towards me. My brother here is reticent. Yet I may not be so reserved. Who knows, after a few libations, I might just divulge all the unsavory particulars regarding your wife. An oppressive silence descended upon the room. My heart raced with trepidation, apprehensive that the security guards might burst in and render us utterly incapacitated. After a prolonged pause, Wu Rui finally directed 2 words at Han Feng. You are merciless. With a furrowed brow, Wu Rui extracted a bundle of cash from his drawer. The crisp 100 yuan notes amounting to a total of 10,000. He forcefully placed the bundle upon the table, causing Han Feng to sway precariously, nearly losing his balance, prompting me to rush over to steady him. A triumphant smile illuminated Han Feng's face as he instructed me, Brother, seize the money and let us depart. Observing Wu Rui's lack of further action, I hesitated momentarily but swiftly grasped the 10,000 yuan and assisted Han Feng in exiting the office, leaning heavily on his cane. Han Feng panted as he walked, presenting a rather pitiable sight. Brother Feng, allow me to escort you to the hospital, I urged. Fear not. This minor discomfort amidst the tempest is trivial, Han Feng replied resolutely. Let us rest when we return. We must hasten. We cannot permit that scoundrel to reconsider and jeopardize our endeavors. I clenched my jaw and hoisted Han Feng onto my back, racing towards the exit. Before long, I was soaked in perspiration, my breath coming in labored gasps. Han Feng, moved by my selflessness, leaned against my shoulder and remarked, Brother, your unwavering loyalty is truly admirable. Be assured, I shall not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. Soon, prosperity and glory shall be ours. I simply responded with a vague mm. Nevertheless, deep within my heart, I yearned for Han Feng to refrain from entangling me in additional troubles. Ultimately, we departed from the fertilizer plant on pursuit. At that moment, a taxi appeared, and I gestured animatedly to hail it. I assisted Han Feng into the rear seat, and as soon as I settled into the passenger compartment, I urged the driver to ignite the engine. As the taxi departed from the factory, narrowly escaping the clutches of peril, I reclined back, utterly fatigued and reluctant to stir. Reflecting on the recent ordeal of debt collection, I remain enveloped in apprehension. Han Feng is not a formidable figure within society. Rather, he embodies the essence of a rogue, employing unscrupulous tactics to fulfill his ambitions. My naivety has led me to associate with a most dubious circle. As we approached a crimson traffic signal, the taxi came to a halt. At that juncture, a white Range Rover surged past and parked in the adjacent lane. The driver, a middle-aged gentleman of somewhat rotund disposition, donned a tailored suit and exuded an ostentatious air, reminiscent of the nouveau riche. With a lascivious grin, he seized the moment to caress the visage of the woman beside him. When I finally discerned the identity of the woman, I was utterly astounded. It was Suli, my stepmother. No wonder she had been meticulously adorning herself and returning home at late hours. It appears she was entangled in a clandestine affair. My father had recently been engrossed in his business pursuits, affording little time at home. In her prime, Suli's unquenchable desires must have been challenging to suppress during the solitary nights. How could she partake in such ignoble infidelity? In that moment, I was engulfed by a profound sense of pity for my father, yet concurrently, I believed he warranted his fate. He had abandoned his wife and daughter, going to extraordinary lengths to wed his ideal partner, only to find himself entangled with such a brazen individual. Suli reveled in the car with the man, their closeness unmistakable as they exchanged flirtatious gestures, oblivious to my silent observation from the taxi, yearning for a camera to capture this tableau. As the green light shone, the Range Rover sped past us, its license plate etched in my memory, 36888. The taxi came to a halt near an aged residential complex adjacent to the park. I assisted Han Feng in disembarking, and we traversed the dimly lit corridor adorned with flyers until we reached the door of his third-floor apartment. This was Han Feng's sanctuary, his sole tangible possession. He recounted the tale of how, at a tender age, his father had forsaken the family for another woman, never to return. His mother, consumed by fury and despair, succumbed to madness within a few years, ultimately becoming a mere shadow of her former self. The unfortunate woman now resides in a psychiatric institution, and during his visits after his release, she failed to recognize him, only pleading for him to bring her son. Since the age of 10, Han Feng had led a life of wandering, scavenging for sustenance and enduring scorn and derision. Ultimately, he opted to immerse himself in the underbelly of society, unencumbered and solitary, swiftly carving out a niche for himself. I appeared to fare slightly better than Han Feng, yet life had also left me battered and adrift. Upon entering Han Feng's humble dwelling, I was greeted by a singular room and an adjoining hall, furnished with antiquated items. The old sofa sagged at its center, as if I had been transported back 2 decades. The sole modern touch was the guitar hanging on the wall, a whisper of contemporary elegance. Han Feng retrieved 2 painkillers and, with considerable effort, settled onto the sofa. I produced the 10,000 yuan and handed it to him. Han Feng's face illuminated with a spark of excitement as he unwrapped the bundle of cash, moistening his finger to meticulously count it, akin to a man entranced by riches. He then offered me 2,000 yuan. "Brother, take this and spend it." I was astounded. Han Feng was genuinely offering me money. This act stemmed from the humiliation he had suffered through brutal beatings and derision. Overcome with emotion, my voice faltered. "Brother Feng, I am deeply grateful. Yet I cannot accept this. Take it if you wish, cease your hesitation. Among brothers who confront adversity together, it is only fitting to share in prosperity." At that moment, Han Feng seemed remarkably steadfast as he added, "You ought to purchase a mobile phone. It will greatly facilitate our future communication." I had long desired a mobile phone. Yet it was Su Li who obstructed my wishes. My father had abstained from procuring one for me. Su Li's rationale appeared sound. Students ought to concentrate on their studies, and the allure of a mobile phone could detrimentally impact their academic performance. However, the college entrance examination had come to an end, and I was no longer a student. To my astonishment, the means to acquire the phone were provided by Han Feng. "Brother Feng, you too should possess a phone," I asserted, still hesitant to accept the monetary gift. "I already own one." Han Feng chuckled, extracting a small Nokia phone from the depths of the couch cushions, its surface gleaming from years of use. It was indeed a fortunate discovery. I had found this phone in a refuse bin and invested 100 yuan to have it restored. Upon inserting a SIM card, it functioned flawlessly. Han Feng's buoyant spirit was contagious, and I could not suppress a smile. Confronted with my financial limitations, I reluctantly accepted the 2,000 yuan. A tumult of emotions surging within me, my eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Brother," he mused, "to accomplish great feats, one must endure what others cannot. One must cultivate a resilient spirit and act with conviction. In the grand scheme of life and death, all other adversities are but trifling scratches. Do not take them too earnestly." Han Feng shared his profound insights, and I nodded in agreement, acknowledging the veracity of his words. "Come, hand me the guitar." "Haha. Though life may bestow upon me its trials, I shall respond with melody." Han Feng laughed heartily, and in that moment, he embodied an indomitable spirit of life. I swiftly handed him the guitar, and he began to play and sing Fallen Angel. Your countenance, tinged with a touch of melancholy, your delicate lips concealing a multitude of untruths. I joined him in a fervent chorus, tears cascading down my cheeks once more. I longed for Fu Xiaoya, treasuring every moment shared with her, all deserving of eternal reminiscence. Yet, I found myself bereft of the courage and the audacity to seek her out. She had bestowed upon me a hero pen, imploring me to strive for excellence in the college entrance examination, but I was no valiant hero. I was merely a coward who had faltered. She must be profoundly disheartened by my shortcomings. I jotted down Han Feng's mobile number and departed from his residence. The exhilarating sensation of possessing money imbued me with a newfound confidence. I stumbled upon a mobile repair shop where I invested 1,000 yuan in a pre-owned Ericsson phone. It was elegantly designed, boasting a slender antenna. After procuring a SIM card and installing it, I promptly dialed Han Feng to apprise him of my new number. He became the inaugural entry in my phone's contact list. After savoring a bowl of ramen al fresco, I returned home. Suli was still absent, rendering the house hauntingly silent, the only sound being the rhythmic ticking of the quartz clock adorning the wall. Should I unveil Suli's betrayal? I found myself in a state of hesitation, deeply contemplating my course of action before ultimately deciding against it. My father would never place his trust in my words. He had always held Suli in unwavering esteem. Should she choose to turn the situation against me, accusing me of defamation, I could easily find myself ostracized from my own home. Suddenly, a daring notion took root in my mind. With an abundance of time at my disposal, I resolved to discreetly shadow Suli, capturing photographs that would reveal her secretive transgressions. I longed for retribution, eager to unveil her dishonorable conduct. I remained unperturbed by the possibility of my father choosing to divorce her as a result. Within our abode rested a sophisticated camera, a vestige of my father's once ardent devotion to photography, a passion that had dwindled alongside his business's decline. I discovered a DSLR nestled beneath the television cabinet and devoted an entire afternoon to mastering its intricate functions before discreetly stowing it away in my room. As twilight approached, the flamboyant Suli finally graced us with her presence, accompanied by Zheng Wan, who had spent the night dressed in black stockings and high heels. Zheng radiated an enchanting allure. The two settled onto the sofa, engaging in spirited banter while watching television, their camaraderie unmistakable. However, upon perceiving my descent from the staircase, Suli's smile abruptly faded. "Xiaoyan, from whence did you acquire that phone?" she inquired. "A gift from a classmate," I replied with nonchalance, continuing my stride towards the door. "Where are you headed?" Suli persisted in her inquiry. I paid her no mind, instead stepping outside to embrace the invigorating evening breeze. An indescribable sense of exhilaration enveloping me. I had just received a call from Han Feng, inviting me to join him for an evening of revelry. Feeling confined within the walls of my home, I eagerly accepted his invitation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the park, I was greeted by Han Feng, who sported a vibrant red short-sleeved shirt, radiating an invigorating energy. "Where to, Brother Feng?" I inquired. "To sing and celebrate, my treat." In a bid to cast aside the misfortunes of the past years, he proclaimed with spirited confidence. I had no objections. Yet I hesitated upon hearing his selected venue, Night Beauty KTV. It was a place I had often visited, where my thoughts frequently wandered to Fuxiaya. "Are you apprehensive about letting loose once you arrive?" Han Feng teased. "My sister is employed there," I confessed. "Perfect. We can charge this bill to her name," he replied with a casual air. "What do they say? Good fortune should not be bestowed upon outsiders," he remarked nonchalantly while hailing a taxi. We soon arrived at Night Beauty KTV. Despite his reliance on crutches, Han Feng's demeanor exuded authority, his chilling presence causing a group of local ruffians to instinctively part ways. I followed closely behind him, and as we approached the front desk, a tall girl emerged from the corridor. My heart raced with uncontainable excitement. It was Fu Xiaoya. She was as enchanting as ever, stirring emotions within me. Upon spotting me, her expression soured, and her tone was laced with discontent. "Xiaoyan, what brings you here again?" In that moment, words eluded me, and my gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Fu Xiaoya. Han Feng, discerning the nature of our connection, interjected with a playful grin. "There is no need for distress, dear sister. Brother Zhou Yan accompanies me for solace." "And who do you think you are?" Fu Xiaoya retorted, her arms crossed and a dismissive scoff escaping her lips. A wave of panic surged within me, prompting me to interject swiftly. "Sister, you ought not to address Brother Feng in such a manner. What is this nonsense about Wind Brother and Rain Brother? Just because you have suffered an injury, do you truly believe you belong on the streets?" Fu Xiaoya dismissed with indifference. Yet, Han Feng remained unperturbed. He puffed out his chest and introduced himself with a smirk. "I am Han Feng, having been absent for quite some time. It is only natural that the new generation does not recognize me." "Han Feng?" Fu Xiaoya was taken aback, her gaze piercing as she instinctively relaxed her arms. Suddenly, she seized me and exclaimed, "Not only are you foolish and oblivious, but you are also reckless. Follow me." Fu Xiaoya propelled me into the adjacent private room. The lights were dimmed. Only a faint luminescence seeped through the curtains, enveloping the surroundings in shadowy silhouettes. I was thrust onto the sofa, and before I could articulate a single word, Fu Xiaoya unceremoniously struck my forehead several times. Dazed, I hastily raised my arms in a futile attempt to protect myself. "Sister, please cease this assault. Are you even aware of who Han Feng is? That you would dare to associate with him?" Fu Xiaoya inquired, her voice tinged with exasperation. "He plays the guitar, appears to be a decent individual, and once held the title of a big brother in the underworld. Indeed, he has only recently been released from prison. I recounted all that I knew. Do you have any inkling as to how he ended up there? Fu Xiaoya, frequently in the company of petty miscreants, narrated her tales as though she were sharing a grim chronicle. I found myself at a loss for words, shaking my head fervently. 8 years prior, a notorious incident had reverberated throughout the entire county. Han Feng had intruded upon a residence, brandishing a firearm, and cruelly shattered a man's knees, resulting in his permanent disability. As Fu Xiaoya concluded her narrative, she cast me a scornful glance that sent a chill coursing through my veins, causing beads of perspiration to form on my brow. Han Feng's ruthlessness was undeniable. It was no surprise that Fu Xiaoya trembled at the mere utterance of his name. He claims he was wronged, I stammered. Do you believe everything he asserts? Fu Xiaoya, visibly irritated, struck me once more, causing stars to dance before my eyes and a sting to invade my nostrils. Sister, I yearn for companionship and a means of escape. I mustered the courage to articulate my deepest desires. University is your sole avenue. Do not tread the path of wrongdoers. A person of your insignificance will only be exploited and tormented in society, Fu Xiaoya declared, her disdain palpable. I can no longer attend university. My voice was but a faint whisper, akin to the hum of a mosquito. What did you say? Fu Xiaoya's voice ascended in pitch, her penetrating gaze seemingly capable of piercing through my delicate soul. I attended merely a single day of examinations, yielding results for only 2 subjects. It appears that my aspirations of entering any university are futile. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the impending storm of her fists. The silence enveloping the room was haunting. Instead of striking me, Fu Xiaoya succumbed to quiet sobs. A wave of panic surged within me, prompting me to open my eyes. Fu Xiaoya sat there, dazed, her gaze vacant, tears cascading down her cheeks. Sister, please do not weep. My heart ached. I longed to embrace her, but found myself devoid of courage, so I tenderly took her hand instead. Why must you be so pitiable? Do you truly find joy in existing as a worthless being? Foolishly, I entertained the hope that you might venture far away, as though I could also escape this wretched place. Each word from Fu Xiaoya pierced my heart like a needle, inflicting profound wounds. She struck me, chastised me, and humiliated me. Yet, she is undeniably the one who genuinely cares for me. Sister, it is not that I lack the resolve to persevere. On the very day following the examination, I was forcibly taken to a remote grove, miles away. By the time I managed to return, it was already too late. I explained, my voice trembling with emotion. Fu Xiaoya was taken aback. She turned to me, vigorously shaking my shoulders, demanding that I recount the events that transpired. I recounted everything that had unfolded that day, revealing that it had been orchestrated by Qin Xiaohu. I refrained from mentioning Su Li's act of surreptitiously slipping laxatives into my kanji. I harbored no fear of offending Su Li, but I could not bear to witness Fu Xiaoya suffer as I had. Qin Xiaohu is utterly despicable, even more loathsome than vermin. I swear I will see him dead. Fu Xiaoya seethed, her teeth grinding audibly as she sprang to her feet, pacing with clenched fists in a display of uncontrolled fury that was truly terrifying. Sister, do not take risks, I implored, gently pulling her down to sit. I will exact my revenge on Qin Xiaohu. He must pay for his actions. Are you relying on that cripple, Han Feng? Fu Xiaoya inquired, tilting her chin towards the door. No, I will rely on myself. He shall be rendered infamous, suffering a fate worse than death. I clenched my teeth in indignation, striving to present myself as a rogue. Qin Xiaohu is worthless. It is not worth your trouble to engage with him, Fu Xiaoya retorted. If misfortune has befallen you, endure it. Return to your studies. Next year, you shall undoubtedly triumph. Having recently emerged from the weighty responsibilities of academia, I harbored no desire to repeat the year. Nevertheless, her words began to influence me. Very well. I did not wish to disappoint her, so I acquiesced with a nod. My phone rang, but before I could respond, the caller disconnected. It was Han Feng. Nearly a notification of his attempt to reach me. Is that a phone your family purchased for you? Fu Xiaoya finally remarked upon my new device, though her reaction was not one of particular astonishment. After all, considering our family's financial circumstances, acquiring a phone posed no significant challenge. Yet, I did not obscure the truth. It was procured with Han Feng's funds. How could you possibly use his money? Once ensnared in his web, it becomes exceedingly challenging to liberate oneself. Fu Xiaoya's anxiety resurfaced. Sister, do not fret. I am well aware of my limitations, I hastily reassured her. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Fu Xiaoya to answer it. Standing outside was a young man, the KTV supervisor. His displeasure at Fu Xiaoya's prolonged absence was evident in his stern demeanor as he instructed her to attend to the guests on the second floor. Fu Xiaoya complied without hesitation, playfully punching me lightly and reminding me to exercise caution. She kindly provided me with her phone number, urging me to reach out should I require assistance. An indescribable joy surged within me. After all, this was a number unknown even to my father and Su Li. Han Feng was renowned in his circles. This time, the expenses incurred in the room would contribute to Fu Xiaoya's commission. Following the front desk's directions, I proceeded to a private room on the second floor. At that moment, Han Feng was leaning on crutches, microphone in hand, singing fervently to the screen, completely immersed in his own world. The coffee table was lavishly adorned with an array of fruit platters, a half-filled table of beer, and two strikingly beautiful young women. I cautiously took a seat, sipped some beer, and nibbled on a few fish skin peanuts. Upon concluding his performance, Han Feng turned around. A look of displeasure etched on his face. Are you dead or something? Can't you see my brother has arrived? Be swift and attend to him with care. Calm yourself. Phone. They likely were unaware he was your brother. A girl approached me with an apologetic smile, her perfume's overpowering fragrance causing me to instinctively recoil in alarm. I had never witnessed such a scene before. A wave of discomfort washed over me as memories of Fu Xiaoya emerged. Was she, in that secluded chamber, being subjected to the same indignities, facing reprimands and humiliation akin to those endured by these two girls? Why do you hide? Are you still untouched? The girl drew nearer, her eyes shimmering as though I were her quarry. Maintain your distance. I am unaccustomed to this. I hastily objected, urging her to retreat. Han Feng called out to the girl, settling himself beside me with a playful grin. Brother, you fail to comprehend the complexities of women. The more kindness you bestow upon them, the more they exploit your generosity, blissfully unaware of the depths of your affections. Feng, I must confess that I have never genuinely dated anyone, I admitted, awkwardly scratching my head. Allow me to share some wisdom, Han Feng said, affectionately draping his arm over my shoulder. There exists a saying, women are enamored by the allure of the rogue. When the moment arrives, do not hesitate. Claim their physical presence first, and you may indeed capture their hearts. In that instant, I came to the unsettling realization that Han Feng was far more unscrupulous than I had initially perceived, and rather sinister in his outlook. Feng, that is something I cannot embrace. I shook my head, feeling increasingly troubled. Thus far, the most intimate experience I had encountered was merely an embrace. I had never even shared a kiss. Hey, isn't this simpler than the intricacies of physics and chemistry? Simply reach out with audacity, and you will discover their pretense of resistance, which will swiftly give way. Han Feng sported a mischievous smile, casually gesturing towards the girl beside us. She giggled, playfully pouting her scarlet lips in my direction. Feng, let us conclude our evening, I suggested. Feeling the need for time to compose myself, I declined with a grimace. As one unacquainted with such experiences, how could I not feel daunted by such an unexpected allure? Han Feng did not press me any further. He downed a bottle of beer in a single gulp and unceremoniously embraced both girls, drawing them close. Feeling a surge of embarrassment, I swiftly rose to select a song. With my back turned to them, I mimicked others and sang karaoke for the very first time. We sang, drank, and Han Feng engaged in flirtation. As the night progressed, Han Feng appeared to revel in the merriment. And I too experienced a joy previously unknown to me, a sense of indulgence and liberation. After dismissing the two girls, as we prepared to depart, the door swung open. A burly man clad in a black tank top entered, accompanied by two scruffy-looking thugs. I instantly tensed, fearing I might face violence that night. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to maintain my composure. However, Han Feng remained undeterred, casting a sidelong glance at the three intruders. What transpired next caught me by surprise. The burly man suddenly knelt on one knee before Han Feng, clasping his fists and bowing his head. Greetings, Feng. Congratulations on your return. The two ruffians swiftly emulated the gesture, kneeling upon both knees upon the ground, too intimidated to raise their heads. Spare me your dramatics. Upon my release from incarceration, not a solitary one of you miserable beings came forth to welcome me. Am I to be regarded as some sort of affliction? With his chin held high in defiance, Han Feng exhaled plumes of smoke into the atmosphere, exhibiting a clear lack of interest. Brother Feng, please forgive us. We were unaware of the specific date. The burly man in the tank top explained. Never mind, you may depart now. Han Feng waved his hand dismissively, his countenance reflecting disdain, as though he were reluctant to engage with them any further. The burly man chose not to pursue the issue, bowing his head once more in respect before ushering his companions out. At the threshold, He adopted a fawning tone. Brother Feng, tonight's meal has been graciously covered by my brother as a gesture of respect. I hope you will graciously accept it. Han Feng merely grunted in acknowledgement, emanating an air of superiority. As the door closed behind them, I let out a sigh of relief and approached Han Feng, feeling a genuine admiration swell within me. Brother Feng, you are truly extraordinary. Ah, my friend, you do not understand. Yet Han Feng imparted a profound lesson to me. When the tiger falls from grace, the world turns inhospitable. This truth remains unaltered. I once wielded considerable influence over them, and since they could not silence me permanently, they could only placate me for the time being. A chilling laugh escaped Han Feng's lips. Ultimately, they desire my downfall. I fell into silence. Having just stepped out of the campus, blissfully unaware of the treachery that lay beneath the surface, Han Feng was undeniably a perilous figure. Yet I found myself uncertain of whom else to depend upon. For the moment, at least, he could shield me from Qin Xiaohu's brutal onslaughts, permitting me to persist in this modest county. As we exited the private chamber, Han Feng inquired with a sly grin. Your sister does not particularly approve of your association with me, does she? She has remained rather reticent, I replied with a hint of ambiguity, not wishing to offend Su Xiaoya in Han Feng's presence. Do not heed the whispers of the underworld. My incarceration was the consequence of someone's cunning schemes. Now that I have regained my freedom, I shall unveil their identity and ensure they face retribution for their misdeeds. Han Feng's jaw tightened, a chilling facade enveloping his gaunt visage. I spoke with little conviction. Brother Feng, I have unwavering faith in you. Brother, my trust rests solely with you. Han Feng placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, in a few days, we shall seek out Chu Hailong. He has lingered in the shadows for far too long, and he owes me at least a fraction of what he has taken. Han Feng harbored intentions to confront Long Gu. A sense of unease churned within me, yet I offered a perfunctory assent. If I could not evade this confrontation, perhaps feigning illness would suffice. After departing from Yimei KTV, I escorted Han Feng to his residence, and subsequently, reeking of alcohol, returned to my own dwelling. The living room was softly illuminated by a solitary wall lamp. Su Li had already succumbed to slumber. As the effects of the alcohol surged within me, I steadied myself against the railing while ascending the staircase. Passing by Su Xiaoya's chamber, I discerned the gentle sounds of her snoring within. How infuriating Zheng Wan had spent the night once more. Did she not possess a home of her own? The door was slightly ajar, and as I cautiously nudged it open, I beheld Zheng Wan sprawled across the bed, clad only in a pair of socks. Heat rushed to my cheeks, and I swiftly covered my racing heart. Retreating to my own room. Once the door was secured, I collapsed onto my bed, striving to calm my tumultuous emotions. What was Zheng Wan's intention? A palpable sense of foreboding enveloped me. Her strategies bore an uncanny resemblance to those previously employed by Su Li. Was she endeavoring to entice the youthful essence within me into committing an irrevocable error? Could it be that Su Li, unable to contend with me, has sought the assistance of Zheng Wan? Su Li is unwavering and relentless in her quest to expel me from my abode. Indeed, I have gravely underestimated the malevolence that resides within human nature. The following morning, I was roused by the sound of piercing, mournful wails. Still in a haze, I emerged from my slumber and instantly noticed a delicate bra beside my pillow. Its exquisite lace embellishments and astonishing proportions left me utterly perplexed. From whence did it originate? As I contemplated this conundrum, the door swung open, and Su Li strode in, her expression clouded with displeasure. In a drunken stupor, I had neglected to secure the door the previous night. Xiaoyan, descend immediately and elucidate the circumstances, she commanded. Su Li cast a fleeting glance at the undergarment on the bed before pivoting and forcefully shutting the door behind her. A wave of trepidation enveloped me, compelling me to hastily don my attire and make my way down the stairs. Zheng Wan sat weeping profusely on the sofa, her eyelids swollen to an alarming degree. What transpired? I inquired with caution. Were you in Zheng Wan's chamber last night? Su Li's countenance was foreboding, her tone akin to that of an interrogator. I did not. I vehemently refuted, the memory of the bra beside my pillow causing beads of perspiration to form on my brow. Indeed, Su Li had struck at the heart of the matter. How did Zheng Wan's lingerie find its way onto your bed? Not only have you transgressed against her, but you have also taken her intimate garments. In just a matter of days, have you truly transformed into a lascivious rogue? You are attempting to frame me. I have committed no wrongdoing, and I do not even recognize whose lingerie it is. I protested fervently, my heart swelling with righteous indignation. You invaded the sanctity of the room, inappropriately touching me with such force that escape was impossible. You even struck me and hurled curses. Absconding with my possessions, I was engulfed in sheer terror. Zhang Wan continued to weep uncontrollably, as though she had endured a profound humiliation. How dare you utter such absurdities? Given your age, do you genuinely believe I would harbor any interest in you? Take a long, hard look in the mirror. I erupted with fury, my words cascading forth without restraint. Wan, this matter cannot be solely evaluated from your perspective. Su Li feigned neutrality and added, given your lack of personal hygiene, it would be prudent to report this to the police station. They can conduct a meticulous investigation to ascertain whether any evidence of Xiaoyan remains on you. A surge of trepidation coursed through me, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of panic and fear that caused my body to tremble. Once I set foot in the police station, there may be no turning back. Zhang Wan's demeanor indicates she is determined to implicate me. How could Director Qin of the police station, under the influence of his son Qin Xiaohu, possibly grant me leniency? If I falter under pressure and am coerced into a confession, I may very well find myself imprisoned. At that juncture, not only would my reputation be irreparably damaged, but my commitment to the Reset plan with Fu Xiaoyao would also be rendered futile. Why must misfortune befall me? Having navigated life with the utmost prudence, I have regrettably succumbed to the machinations of these two nefarious women. A tempest of rage and despair surged within me, yet I found myself at a loss as to how to mount a defense. I had grown timid, perpetually bowing before the two women seated upon the sofa, imploring them in desperation. I beseech you, do not report me. I am remorseful. Please grant me leniency this once. I shall acquiesce to any demand you make. Kneel before Aunt Wan and implore her forgiveness, Su Li commanded, a patronizing smirk playing upon her lips. With no alternative but to yield, I found myself in a position of vulnerability. I knelt at Jing Wan's feet, bowing my head twice in a fervent supplication, my voice laden with emotion. Please, have mercy on me. I am genuinely contrite. Zhang Wan continued to weep, her face obscured by her hands, reluctant to respond. Su Li leaned closer, murmuring something into her ear. After an extended silence, Zhang Wan at last nodded, reaching for a tissue from the coffee table to dry her tears. Xiaoyan, you are still young. Let us settle this matter discreetly. Zhang Wan has suffered some distress. You ought to compensate her with 5,000 as restitution. Su Li suggested with an air of calmness. 5,000? I was but a recent graduate, a penniless student, now stripped of any financial support from home. Their demands were utterly preposterous. Yet, I found myself devoid of funds. I shook my head in despair, my meager savings scarcely reaching 1,000. Why not ask your father for it? Su Li proposed with derision. However, to solicit money from my father would undoubtedly expose me to a torrent of scornful rebuke. With no assurance that he would acquiesce, he would most likely respond with indignation, threatening to confine me in a prison of self-reflection. What course of action should I pursue? The notion of seeking a loan lingered in my thoughts. The first individual who surfaced was Fu Xiaoya. Yet, considering her position at KTV, it was evident that her savings were meager. Subsequently, another name emerged, Han Feng. I had recently retrieved 10,000 from him. Surely, he must still possess some funds. Having refrained from indulging in the previous night's festivities, the prospect of approaching him filled me with trepidation. It was utterly humiliating. Fu Xiaoya had previously advised me to maintain my distance from him, to gradually dissolve our connection. If you refuse to contact your father, then seek assistance at the police station. Su Li urged with impatience. Not only was she disinclined to lend me money, but she also appeared to collude with Zhang Wan to exploit my misfortune. I shall go and borrow money, I declared slowly, left with no alternative. Look at you. Clever enough to seek a loan. Proceed. Su Li scoffed. I entered the restroom, closing the door behind me, and turned the tap to its maximum to wash away the impending tears. Taking out my phone, I hesitated repeatedly, yet ultimately mustered the courage to call Han Feng. Hey, brother. Upon hearing his warm greeting, I found myself choked with emotion, unable to articulate a response. Brother, what's wrong? Han Feng's tone turned increasingly concerned. Feng Gu. I need to borrow some money from you. I promise to repay it. I struggled to convey this request, my spirit sinking, engulfed in embarrassment. How much? 5,000. Han Feng fell silent. He had recently lent me 2,000 and treated me at KTV, likely perceiving me as someone lacking integrity, greedy, and without restraint. 4,000 would suffice, I negotiated. You have no worries about food or lodging. Why do you need so much money? Han Feng inquired, his curiosity aroused. Feng Gui, I have no desire to borrow money from you. Yet without this amount, I risk imprisonment. My life could very well be at an end. I finally succumbed to my emotions, tears cascading down my cheeks, feeling both wronged and despondent. Please elucidate the situation, Financial matters are not a concern. Han Feng's softened tone significantly alleviated my tension. I recounted the events that had transpired, the baseless accusation of molesting a woman, an act I could not recall committing. At that moment, I needed to resolve the issue discreetly and required 5,000 yuan. I heard Han Feng exhale deeply before he asked, "How old is that woman? And what does she look like?" I proceeded to describe Zheng Wan's age, height, and appearance in general terms. "What is your stepmother's name?" "Su Li." "Oh. And the woman?" "Zheng Wan." Suddenly, Han Feng erupted into laughter on the other end of the line, casually asserting, "Do not fret, my brother. Simply place your phone on speaker mode and set it before her. I shall take care of the rest." Choosing to place my faith in Han Feng, I emerged from the bathroom and positioned the phone on the coffee table in front of Zheng Wan. She gazed at me in perplexity, her eyes swollen and reddened. "What do you mean?" Zheng Wan inquired. My heart raced as I endeavored to mimic Han Feng's tone. "Someone wishes to speak with you." I refused to listen. Zheng Wan immediately countered. "Zheng Wan, it is my phone. Do you dare not to heed it? I am Han Feng, you insufferable woman. Have you forgotten about me?" Han Feng's voice reverberated through the receiver, commencing with a torrent of vitriol. Zheng Wan stood stunned, her expression frozen in disbelief, while Su Li's demeanor also changed, indicating her recognition of Han Feng's name. "Zheng Wan, have you lost your wits, or are you merely in despair? Do you truly believe you can conspire against my brother? Your visage is so marred with wrinkles that it is remarkable anyone would deign to glance in your direction. You are merely preying on the vulnerable, attempting to extort his wealth. Do you think I will not obliterate you and unveil the entirety of your ignoble history?" Han Feng continued his vehement diatribe. "Brother Feng, it is not as you perceive," Zheng Wan stammered in a state of panic, inadvertently colliding her knee with the edge of the coffee table as she rose. Wincing in discomfort, in a flurry of urgency, she seized my phone, deactivated the speaker mode, and fled. My heart gradually resumed its steady cadence as I regarded Su Li with an air of indifference. Our gazes intertwined for a fleeting moment before she hastily averted her eyes, striving to conceal her inner turmoil. Soon after, Zheng Wan returned. Tears cascading down her cheeks, she returned the phone to me, her voice trembling as she apologized. "Xiaoyan, I am deeply sorry. I should not have wrongfully accused you. I am a disgraceful wretch." I remained silent, my emotions a turbulent tempest. Once again, I had narrowly evaded calamity, owing to the altruistic intervention of Han Feng, a mere acquaintance. Zheng Wan extracted 500 yuan from her bag and forcefully pressed it into my palm, her countenance flushed as she hastened toward the door. Upon reaching the threshold, she cast a resentful glance back at Su Li, her eyes alight with indignation. "This is entirely your doing. Explain yourself. What have I done?" Su Li exclaimed, her voice tinged with trepidation. Bang! Zheng Wan forcefully closed the door behind her, leaving Su Li and me momentarily speechless in the living room. I ascended the staircase, and at last, Su Li broke the silence. "Xiaoyan, this is a misunderstanding. I never anticipated that Zheng Wan could be such a woman, truly devoid of shame. Indeed, she is shameless." For the first time, I found myself cursing in front of Su Li, rendering her momentarily at a loss for words. Upon returning to my room, I noticed Zheng Wan's bra and felt a surge of indignation, seizing it and casting it aside. In that instant, I longed to flee this household, to distance myself from Su Li, the malevolent stepmother. Yet, I lacked the resolve to leave, uncertain about how to navigate the world beyond these walls. I reached out to Han Feng once more, expressing my heartfelt gratitude. I am indebted to others, and I must repay that debt in due course. I even contemplate the idea of establishing a lifelong brotherhood with Han Feng. However, he regards this as a trivial matter and proceeds to enlighten me about Zheng Wan's past, which takes me by surprise. Zheng Wan is the wife of Wu Rui, the director of the fertilizer plant, and also one of his former lovers. Wu Rui and Zheng Wan remain married. They have children and have been living separately for an extended period. Zheng Wan's romantic history is quite complex, and Han Feng possesses considerable insight into it, which instills a profound sense of apprehension within me. Ultimately, Han Feng earnestly advises me to remain cautious of a stepmother. I am profoundly conscious that should Zheng Wan harbor intentions of extortion, I ought not to be her chosen victim. Rather, it is Su Li who orchestrates this malevolence, manipulating her with devious machinations. Su Li is employing unscrupulous methods in her relentless pursuit to sabotage my endeavors. A deep-seated resentment and unease envelop me, as I silently pledge to exact retribution upon Su Li. In the subsequent 2 days, Su Li displays an aura of tranquility as though nothing has occurred. She unexpectedly becomes remarkably benevolent towards me, preparing meals for me at both dawn and dusk, initiating conversations, and even broaching the subject of my potential repetition of a year. Contemplating my enrollment in a prestigious private high school. I respond with a superficial acquiescence, yet within me resides a profound skepticism. She is merely attempting to disarm my defenses while devising her next devious maneuver. Consequently, my own actions are set into motion. I procure an unremarkable second-hand bicycle. As soon as Suli steps outside, I don ordinary attire, adorn a hat and mask, and discreetly shadow her with my camera in tow. She remains extraordinarily vigilant, glancing around each time she summons a taxi. On several occasions, I narrowly avoid detection. Ultimately, I trace her to a jewelry establishment. The name is rather unremarkable, Wufu Jewelry, but the faade is quite striking. In front of the store, a white Land Rover is parked, its license plate reading 36888. To observe Suli, I enter the CAF across the street, order a modest cup of coffee, and settle into a booth by the window. After what feels like an eternity, Suli emerges with a small bag, her expression radiant. Following her is a slightly portly middle-aged gentleman, and I finally notice that the buttons of his suit are golden, shimmering in the sunlight. The man audaciously wraps his arm around Suli's waist, only for her to swiftly evade him, nervously scanning the surroundings. This being my inaugural foray into such covert activities. My heart races wildly as I unsteadily capture a few photographs. The two of them then enter the Land Rover and drive away. I hastily exit the CAF, mount my bicycle, and continue my pursuit. I pedal with fervor, yet, without the occasional traffic lights, I would surely struggle to maintain the same speed as the car. Ultimately, I follow them to their destination. The Land Rover comes to a stop in front of the Dongan Hotel, the most prestigious establishment in the county, renowned for its 4-star status. On a previous occasion, I inadvertently overheard my father and Suli clandestinely meeting here while my mother remained unaware. After my parents' divorce, Suli effortlessly became a part of our household. Now, she returns to this place accompanied by another man. How profoundly ironic this situation is for my father. I halted my bicycle, concealed myself behind a utility pole, and extended my camera outward. The surroundings were sparsely populated, allowing Suli to lower her defenses. After disembarking from the vehicle, she permitted the middle-aged man to encircle her slender waist as they sauntered into the hotel, her high-heeled shoes clicking against the pavement. I succeeded in capturing photographs. The evidence was irrefutably clear, capable of unveiling Suli's truths. Yet, inexplicably, a wave of melancholy enveloped me. This family, once complete, teetered on the precipice of disintegration once more. As Suli reveled in merriment at the hotel, I pedaled away and discovered a photography studio. The young woman who greeted me had her hair elegantly tied back in a ponytail. Upon perusing the images on my camera, her demeanor transformed into one of suspicion. "Are you clandestinely photographing? Planning to extort?" She leveled an accusation. When she hesitated to develop the photographs, I swiftly conjured a tale. "You are mistaken. These are my parents. I simply wish to discreetly capture the fleeting moments of their existence." "Preposterous," she replied, her gaze unwavering as she insisted. "I can process the photographs for you, but you must not reveal that it was done here." "I assure you, I won't," I hastily assured her. 21 photos, if that is unacceptable, then let us abandon the matter. The price was exorbitant. The usual fee was merely 2 yuan, and it felt as though she was attempting to extort me. Nevertheless, I required the photographs and reluctantly handed over 100 yuan, to which she responded with a self-satisfied smile. Selecting 5 images, I imported them into my computer. The girl informed me that I could return in 3 days to collect them. She would ensure they were processed discreetly at home. I could only acquiesce. Noting the studio's phone number on my mobile device, she introduced herself as Lu Fengfei. Upon returning home, I promptly deleted all the photographs from my camera. Resolute in my determination to keep my actions hidden from Suli, I could not anticipate the consequences of any untimely revelation. As dusk fell, Suli returned from her secret meeting, radiant, her skin exuding a remarkable youthfulness. She wore stockings and high heels, heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. I received a call from my father, who immediately chastised me for languishing at home and being a burden. I listened in silence, my irritation toward him intensifying. He had always disapproved of me, and following my poor performance in the college entrance examination, he treated me as an adversary. "Your mother has secured a job for you. You begin tomorrow. Look at you, so pitiable, lacking the resilience that comes from genuine experience," he instructed before abruptly terminating the call. It appeared Suli had indeed taken another step. Her suggestion for me to return to school for a repeat year may not have been sincere. She seemed eager for me to leave this home and attain independence. At the dinner table, I gloomily inquired, What job have you found for me? It is a rather leisurely occupation, serving as a security guard at a jewelry establishment, Suli elucidated with a smile. Xiaoyan, labor diligently and amass some funds for your impending academic year expenses. She consistently portrayed herself as my advocate, while my oblivious father remained blissfully unaware. However, the more I scrutinized her, the more loathsome she appeared, to the extent that I found it difficult to partake in my meals. A security guard at a jewelry store? Surely it could not be the Five Blessings jewelry, owned by Suli's paramour? I certainly would not dare to articulate such suspicions. What is my monthly remuneration? I inquired. You are merely a temporary employee. It amounts to 800 per month, which is rather satisfactory, she responded. Should I decline, Suli would undoubtedly inform my father, subtly insinuating that I was exceedingly disobedient. Await my father's return, and he will indiscriminately impose punishment upon me. Very well. I acquiesced with a tinge of reluctance. Suli appeared jubilant as she eagerly presented me with a bowl of velvety egg drop soup. Before offering it to me, she took a delicate sip. I comprehended her intention. The soup was innocuous, designed to soothe my troubled thoughts. As I cast my gaze upon her earlobes, chest, and fingers, a wave of contempt surged within me. Her liaison with the purveyor of jewelry had failed to produce any new embellishments. I found myself pondering what she truly desired. Was she merely engulfed by a profound sense of solitude? The subsequent morning, I set forth with Suli, summoning a taxi. As I had anticipated, my workplace as a security guard was indeed Wufu Jewelry. Upon my entrance, I beheld the female sales staff, all attired in coordinated uniforms, graced with courteous and professional smiles. In the office situated on the second floor, I encountered a somewhat corpulent middle-aged gentleman. The business license displayed upon the wall divulged his name, Lu Ziwen. While ensnared in an affair with Suli, Lu Ziwen exhibited a contemptible demeanor. However, in my presence, he adorned a grave facade, masquerading as a dignified and accomplished individual. Lu Ziwen ostentatiously inquired about my background, diligently jotting down notes on a piece of paper. Suli, equally skilled in dissimulation, stood beside him with a smile. As if unacquainted with Lu Ziwen, occasionally interjecting kind words on my behalf, suggesting that I be accorded proper care. The interview culminated after a brief span of 10 minutes. I was presented with a job opportunity. The working hours spanned from 9 in the morning until 9 in the evening, with lunch to be arranged independently. Lu Ziwen sifted through a cabinet, retrieving a somewhat weathered security uniform and a rubber baton. After changing in the restroom, I officially embarked upon my responsibilities. Suli lingered in the office for a brief 10 minutes before departing from Wufu Jewelry, taking a taxi to an undisclosed location. Standing at the entrance, I observed the ebb and flow of people and traffic outside, enveloped by a profound sense of ennui. I perceived the function of a security guard as redundant. In the event of a robbery, I would be entirely powerless to prevent it. My sole option would be to summon the authorities. Stand up straight. Shortly after Suli's departure, Lu Ziwen appeared, curtly admonishing my stance, before departing in a white Land Rover, trailing in the same direction as Suli. I nurtured profound contempt for them, yet my mind commenced a struggle with conflicting notions. Should I decide to present those photographs to my father, my employment would surely dissipate. Suli would also depart, morphing into a well-known rival. Am I truly so callous? At midday, I ventured to a nearby bistro for lunch, lingering before the jewelry store until twilight. From time to time, affluent women would enter and exit the establishment, regarding me as though I were invisible. In their gaze, the gems within the boutique possessed a charm far surpassing my own. Fatigue enveloped my legs from the prolonged standing, permitting me only fleeting moments to lean against the wall. Lazily trailing the rubber baton along the floor, my eyes drifting into the horizon. At that juncture, a girl drew near, luminous in the golden embrace of the setting sun. It was Yuqing Man, adorned in an immaculate white chiffon gown, the hem delicately embroidered with crimson roses. Her elegantly coiffed hair and exquisite makeup set her apart from all the patrons. I swiftly rose to my feet and mustered a smile for her. Are you employed here as a security guard? Yuqing Man exclaimed, her enchanting eyes widening in astonishment. I am but a temporary worker. My discomfort palpable as I struggled to meet her gaze. In that moment, the profound chasm between us became unmistakable. Yuqing Man stood on the brink of embarking on her university journey, a cherished soul destined for the hallowed halls of academia. In stark contrast, I remained a mere security guard, earning a modest salary and lacking the privilege to seek love. A fleeting sorrow danced in Yuqing Man's eyes as she offered me an encouraging smile. Zhouyan, promise me you won't lose hope, she urged. Return to your studies. I have faith in you. I am certain you will gain admission to university next year. Perhaps, I murmured, hesitant to make any promises. I shall await your arrival at Pingchuan University. Though time may pass, our connection shall remain unwavering. She tenderly clasped my hand before proceeding to the counter. She was not simply traversing. She had come to mend her platinum necklace, radiating an aura of pride and assurance befitting a woman of distinction. Subsequently, I discovered that the necklace was valued at 8,800 yuan. Hailing from a humble background, with both parents employed as laborers, how could she possibly afford such a lavish ornament? Prior to the college entrance examination, she had once spent an entire night away from home. And then the necklace had mysteriously appeared. My mind raced with conjectures, stirring an unsettling feeling within me, yet I hesitated to harbor ill thoughts about her. After all, Yu Qingman's parents cherished her. Perhaps they had gifted her the necklace as a token of appreciation. When Yu Qingman emerged from her repairs, she revealed a delicate pink smartphone, the latest fashionable foldable model, valued at 6,000. Zhou Yan, jot down my number. Reach out to me should anything arise, she said. Her tone laced with a touch of condescension. I responded with a non-committal aha and retrieved my second-hand phone. She lingered for a moment before exchanging numbers with me, and then departed with an effortless grace. Yu Qingman never alluded to Qin Xiaohu, leading me to believe that her prior anger towards him had been mere pretense. At 9 in the evening, I concluded my day of labor. Shuffling my fatigued legs through the dimly illuminated streets on my way home, I frequently encountered couples ambling hand in hand, which only intensified my sense of isolation. Suddenly, I discerned 4 young men standing by the roadside, all facing my direction. The foremost among them was Qin Xiaohu, his formidable figure with arms crossed emanating a sense of menace. His relentless vendetta against me reignited as he attempted to obstruct my path and assail me once more. Resolute in my desire to evade another beating, I turned on my heel and fled. Qin Xiaohu pursued me, cursing, "Zhou Yan, you possess no memory whatsoever. How audacious of you to pursue Yu Qingman. I shall ensure that I break your legs today." I did not. I shouted in desperation, sprinting away with all my might. I had never envisioned that a fleeting encounter with Yu Qingman before the jewelry store would culminate in such a dire predicament. Her smile was celestial, yet it bestowed upon me no fortune. Time and again, I found myself ensnared in trouble due to her presence. As Qin Xiaohu and his cohorts pursued me, I fled for my life, drawing the gaze of numerous onlookers. My chest felt ablaze with fatigue, and the absence of dinner only intensified my frailty. With Qin Xiaohu drawing nearer, a taxi appeared ahead. Clinging to a flicker of hope, I waved my hand fervently. The taxi came to a halt. I dashed over, flung open the passenger door, and slipped inside. However, before the taxi could even commence its journey, Qin Xiaohu and his companions had already encircled the vehicle. He pounded vehemently on the window, resembling a rabid beast, bellowing for me to descend. The driver, a middle-aged man, cast a silent glance at me, drenched in perspiration, and after a fervent honk, casually drove away. Fearing being struck, Qin Xiaohu's 3 subordinates hastily sidestepped. The taxi burst through the encirclement, swiftly leaving Qin Xiaohu and his entourage behind. Through the rearview mirror, I observed them gesticulating wildly and cursing in our direction. "Thank you, kind sir." I expressed my heartfelt gratitude to the driver, for he had rescued me from a grievous beating. "It is of no consequence," he replied dismissively. His tone earnest as he continued, "In my youth, I too indulged in the underbelly of existence, convinced that sheer force could forge my destiny. It was only upon the advent of family that I comprehended the unparalleled significance of a wife and children. They embody the essence of one's existence. Who does not long for a harmonious household, for the affection of kin? Yet, I could only harbor envy for the warmth of others' abodes, despite their quarrels. They remained shielded from the whims of the external world. Within my dwelling, there lies only that desolate chamber, reminiscent of a sanctuary. Upon my return home, I bestowed upon the driver an additional 10 yuan. His countenance brightened as he proceeded to seek further passengers. Inside, Suli was not in the living room engrossed in the television. Rather, she had retreated to her room early. I ventured into the dining area, where an array of dishes adorned the table, and the rice in the cooker still retained its warmth. If Suli could consistently extend such kindness toward me, I would not hesitate to regard her as family. However, our shared past rendered us akin to 2 hedgehogs, perpetually unable to draw near and share warmth. After dinner, I proceeded to the restroom. By chance, I stumbled upon a pair of tattered black stockings in the trash bin, causing my heart to momentarily falter. Could it be that Suli had sent me away to toil while she entertained another man at home? Her audacity in such affairs appeared to be growing increasingly brazen. I chose to feign ignorance regarding the tattered stockings, as their condition did not necessarily imply anything of significance. Suli could easily contend that they were torn out of a moment of displeasure, suggesting that I harbored malicious intentions towards her. Alternatively, it could very well be my own indiscretion that led to their destruction. Furthermore, I was still tormented by the relentless pursuit of Qin Xiaohu, presenting the most formidable obstacle to my continued residence in the county. Yet, I could not confront him directly and thus opted for evasion. To avoid being cornered and assaulted, I resorted to taking a taxi to and from work. After calculating the fares along with lunch expenses, I feared I would scarcely manage to save 500 yuan each month. The following afternoon, Qin Xiaohu returned with accomplices to the jewelry store in search of me. I swiftly concealed myself within the shop. He dared not enter, cursing outside for an extended period before departing in frustration. On the third day, I was dismissed from the jewelry store, entangled in significant troubles. Shortly after I commenced my duties, Lu Ziwen hastily departed, forgetting his bag. He instructed me to retrieve it from the office, and obediently, I dashed upstairs, collected the handbag from the desk, and presented it to him with eagerness. Lu Ziwen returned in the afternoon, and shortly thereafter, summoned me to his office. Upon my arrival, I stood dutifully, striving to present myself as a diligent security guard. Lu Ziwen's expression was exceedingly grim as he scrutinized me from head to toe. "Zhou Yin, where has the 20,000 yuan from my desk vanished to?" "What?" I was momentarily taken aback, hastily shaking my head. "I have no idea. You are the sole individual who has entered my office, you little rascal. I never anticipated your unscrupulousness." Lu Ziwen struck his palm upon the table. "I did not take it. I was not even cognizant of the presence of money here." I fervently protested. "How could a jewelry store possibly be devoid of funds? Moreover, you are the sole individual present during this period. There can be no others." Lu Ziwen fixed me with a threatening glare and proceeded to intimidate me. "Return the money forthwith, or I shall summon the authorities, have you apprehended, and accuse you of theft." A tremor of rage coursed through me. This was an egregious attempt to frame me. He had intentionally called upon me to retrieve his bag. All for this moment, to level unfounded accusations of theft against me. I did not take it. You cannot defame me in the absence of proof. My cheeks burned with indignation. I longed to confront this despicable man. "Disrobe. I shall conduct an inspection," Lu Ziwen commanded. "Very well." There was no conceivable way to conceal 20,000 yuan within my garments. In a moment of reckless impulsiveness, I stripped down to my undergarments. Standing before him in a state of vulnerability, Lu Ziwen's derisive gaze traversed my form, before he erupted into laughter, tears cascading from his eyes. "You went out for lunch, did you not?" Lu Ziwen wiped the mirth from his face and questioned me once again. I nodded, recalling that I had consumed some dumplings at noon, the meat being rather stale, which had unsettled my stomach. "You transferred the money. To whom did you give it?" Lu Ziwen inquired anew. "I did not take it." "What evidence do you possess?" I finally comprehended the essence of an adage. When one seeks to fabricate a crime, they shall invariably discover a justification. "Zhou Yin, you are dismissed." Lu Ziwen sneered, issuing a dire warning. "By tomorrow noon at the latest, return the 20,000 yuan. If not, I shall first approach your father. Should he refuse, I will report you." Leave, I thought. I had no desire to persist in my role as a security guard. I cast aside my uniform and baton, making my way to the restroom to change. The chilling threats of Lu Ziwen reverberated behind me. "Zhou Yin, do not presume that you can evade responsibility by feigning ignorance. You are the sole individual who has entered this office. You shall find it impossible to vindicate yourself. I must inform you that I possess connections at the police station. There is no escape for you." I was unwilling to endure the sight of his loathsome visage any longer, hastily changing my attire and departing from the jewelry store. The sky grew dark, and rain seemed imminent. The frigid wind could not alleviate the weight in my heart, yet it gradually brought clarity to my mind. The position had been introduced to me by Su Li, who was entangled in an affair with Lu Ziwen, their relationship exceedingly intimate. Su Li could conspire with Zheng Wan to falsely accuse me of impropriety. She could also collude with Lu Ziwen to frame me for theft. She was truly deranged. The most malevolent woman in existence could scarcely rival her. I must respond with fervor. It was she who compelled me to act, thrusting me into a confrontation that would shatter the illusion we had sustained for so long. I retrieved my phone and contacted the photography studio. The voice that greeted me belonged to Lu Fangfei. I inquired if the photographs were ready. She affirmed their completion and urged me to come forth to collect them. I hastened my steps, and as I crossed the threshold of the studio, the rain began to cascade outside. Inside, only Lu Fangfei was present. She meticulously sifted through a stack of photo envelopes until she unearthed mine, which she handed over the counter. Upon scrutinizing the photographs, I felt a swell of satisfaction at the clear portrayal of Su Li and Lu Ziwen. Suddenly, Lu Fangfei seized the photographs. A sly smile gracing her lips as she queried, "What precisely do you intend to do with these images?" "Nothing of great significance, merely candid photographs of my parents." I feigned an air of indifference. "If you do not reveal the truth, I shall shred these images to pieces," Lu Fangfei threatened, retreating while mimicking the act of tearing them apart. "Please, no," I interjected hastily, asserting, "I have already compensated for them." "And the receipt?" Lu Fangfei's demeanor was entirely apathetic. Yet, I found myself incapable of contacting the authorities, engulfed in a sense of utter helplessness. I could only implore her with a desperate plea. "Sister, I beseech you to return the photographs. They hold immense significance for me. According to your narrative, your mother wedded my father. Why have I never been made aware of this?" Lu Fangfei scoffed. What could she possibly mean? I contemplated for an extended period, eventually unraveling the intricate web of our relationship, only to be rendered utterly speechless. Before me stood Lu Fangfei, the progeny of Lu Ziwen. What an extraordinary twist of fate. It is hardly surprising that she had been unrelentingly scrutinizing my motives concerning the photographs. The images captured on my camera had already been erased. I could not bear the thought of losing those precious photographs. Disclosing the truth to Su Li was out of the question, for Lu Ziwen would undoubtedly retaliate with vengeance. The rain outside grew more torrential. In a surge of impulsiveness, I lunged at Lu Fangfei, striving to grasp the photographs. Lu Fangfei deftly evaded my attempt. Her reflexes astonishingly swift, but ultimately, the photographs were torn to shreds, scattering like confetti across the floor. In that moment, I felt utterly engulfed by despair, losing my composure. I wrestled Lu Fangfei onto the petite sofa in the room, my eyes aflame with rage as I exclaimed, "Why? Why do you persistently torment me? Release me, or I shall summon the authorities." Lu Fangfei writhed in terror. "If your father calls the police, so will you. Your entire family is vile. What sin have I committed to warrant such treatment? It would be far better to obliterate everything." I was consumed by rage, the myriad of grievances finally spilling forth as two streams of tears. Lu Fangfei halted her struggles, observing my turmoil with quiet intensity, and suddenly remarked, "I am simply curious about our relationship. I was merely jesting with you. In truth, I have created 2 additional copies, and they are right here. You may take them." I was unsure whether her words were sincere, but my fervent mind began to find solace. "You deceiver, you are all deceivers." My voice dripped with skepticism, yet was tinged with a flicker of hope. "It is true. Moreover, the fragments can be assembled." "Very well." I released her grasp, rose to my feet, and drew a chair closer to sit down, my head bowed in despondency. Outside, the rain fell gently, while within my heart, a tempest surged, laden with relentless sorrow. Lu Fangfei adjusted her attire and approached me, placing 2 envelopes containing photographs into my hands. With a slight shrug, she remarked, "Your mother is quite beautiful, whereas my father is rather disreputable." "That is not my mother," I replied, shaking my head. Lu Fangfei seemed taken aback, her fingers thoughtfully stroking her chin as she pondered. "I comprehend. You plan to wield these photographs as leverage against my father, but such strategies are unlikely to bear fruit. He frequently associates with women and possesses an audacious disposition." I could not suppress a chuckle, as Lu Fangfei's innocence struck me as charming. It appeared she held scant affection for her father. "That woman is my stepmother. I simply wish to employ these photographs to keep her in check. Furthermore, I earnestly request that you cease your relentless torment of me." "I understand," Lu Fangfei replied, then asked, "Previously, you mentioned that my father intended to alert the authorities. How did you manage to upset him?" "Please do not misconstrue my words. I did not present these photographs to him. I place my trust in Lu Fangfei's words." Had she proactively entrusted the photographs to Lu Ziwen, evading the jewelry store would have proven to be an exceptionally arduous task. "I served as a security guard at your father's jewelry establishment for a mere 2 days before he relieved me of my duties. He unjustly accused me of pilfering 20,000 yuan and menaced me with the prospect of reporting my alleged misdeeds to the authorities. I disclosed my predicament with candor. Yet I remained enveloped in a profound sense of frustration, letting out a deep sigh. My father is a duplicitous scoundrel, an utter cad capable of such treachery." Lu Fangfei declared with indignation. "Is your relationship with your father fraught with tension?" I audaciously inquired. "He is the individual I detest the most. I often find myself wishing that this despicable wretch would be met with the misfortune of being struck by a vehicle or afflicted with a multitude of cancers." Lu Fangfei's countenance flushed with indignation, her delicate fists transforming into pale, fierce spheres of fury. Outside, the rain fell incessantly, and no one entered the establishment. Lu Fangfei recounted how her parents had divorced over a decade prior. Lu Ziwen had covertly relocated their assets, leaving her and her mother with nothing but a modest dwelling in the suburbs. This photography studio belonged to Lu Fangfei's uncle, where she had sought employment after faltering in her college entrance examinations. Lu Ziwen, a prosperous man who had chosen not to remarry, reveled in a life of indulgence, consorting with numerous women. It was rumored that he had already sired an illegitimate child. He harbored a profound disdain for Lu Fangfei, neglecting her entirely and even withholding child support. Her timid and submissive mother could only endure in silence, spending her days in sorrow. Lu Fangfei had caused a scene at the jewelry store, only to be callously struck and expelled by Lu Ziwen, leaving her utterly humiliated and devoid of a single penny. Such a father was no better than a beast. Lu Fangfei was indeed a figure of deep sympathy. In contrast, my father was considerably more respectable than Lu Ziwen. I confided in Lu Fangfei, revealing the turmoil within my household. My once joyful family of 4 had been irrevocably fractured by Su Li. For the past several years, I had languished under the oppressive shadow of my stepmother, endlessly yearning for liberation. The rain subsided, and a resplendent rainbow arched gracefully across the sky. A sight of sheer beauty. Lu Fangfei accompanied me outside the studio, enveloping me in a gentle embrace. Zhouyan, I wish you great success. May we both emancipate ourselves from our limitations and uncover our true identities. I nodded earnestly, offering a warm smile in return. Thank you. And may you also find joy in your journey. I have perpetually found joy in my existence. Should life lead you astray, do not succumb to despair or nurture bitterness. Instead, allow your heart to consistently gaze towards the horizon of tomorrow, Lu Fangfei urged with a radiant smile. I beheld Lu Fangfei. She was not classically beautiful, with a sprinkling of delicate freckles gracing her visage. Yet, she exuded a vibrant youthfulness, particularly illuminated by her captivating smile. I bid her farewell and turned my gaze towards home. The sunlight, following the rain, embraced me with warmth, while a gentle glow lingered in my heart. An enduring sentiment inspired by the enigmatic Lu Fangfei. Upon my return, I discovered Su Li seated upon the sofa, the television silent, her demeanor somber and contemplative, as though she had been anticipating my arrival. Xiaoyan, how could you act in such a manner? Su Li exclaimed. What have I done? I regarded Su Li with a tranquil demeanor. She was truly a virtuoso of dramatics, profoundly engrossed in her character. I went to great lengths to secure you a position. And after merely a few days, you resorted to theft. You have brought shame upon both me and your father, Su Li exclaimed with indignation. A smile subtly graced my lips as I provocatively inquired, did Lu Ziwen inform you of this? Indeed, he is enraged and adamantly insists on involving the authorities. For your sake, I have implored and humbled myself in ways I never thought possible. That is slander. I did not take his filthy money. My voice elevated slightly, yet remained composed. Su Li's brows knitted together as she regarded the typically meek me with astonishment, before sneering dismissively. This is futile. Once you entered his office, there is no means to exonerate yourself. Observing my silence, Su Li persisted with her menacing threats. Should you find yourself at the police station, enduring a brutal interrogation, you may find yourself confessing to all manner of transgressions. In such a dire circumstance, you would not only be burdened with debt but also confront the looming specter of incarceration. Yet, what if I possess no funds? I merely shrugged. I remain indifferent to the whereabouts of your concealed fortune. Given your disposition, it is highly probable that you would decline to render payment. I have just conversed with General Lu. Tomorrow, you shall resume your duties, essentially as an unpaid laborer for the next 2 years to settle your debts. Su Li's proposed resolution left me utterly flabbergasted. Their actions were a blatant attempt to ensnare me, effectively binding me in chains. Such a notion is implausible. I still aspire to return to academia for an additional year. An additional year, indeed. Su Li exclaimed with disdain, with your character. Even if you gain admission to a university, you will remain a pariah of society, squandering our family's resources to no avail. Su Li's true motivations became starkly evident. She had never intended for me to repeat. Her sole aim was to cast me into a desolate existence. It was time to confront her. Gritting my teeth, I declared. I shall not return to the jewelry store, yet I have faith that you can manage Lu Ziwen. You are deluding yourself. Su Li scoffed, her contempt unmistakable. See for yourself. I extracted a bundle of photographs from my pocket and tossed it onto the sofa before turning to ascend the staircase. At the curve of the stairs, I caught a fleeting glimpse of Suli, her mouth agape in astonishment as she gazed at the photographs, resembling a statue frozen in time. In that instant, an unparalleled wave of relief enveloped me. Hardly a moment had elapsed in my chamber when Suli burst in, her rage unmistakable. Who bestowed upon you the audacity to follow and photograph me? That is unlawful. I hold no regard for the law. You have compelled me to act. I casually threatened her. Once I present these photographs to my father, your fate is sealed. They are merely a handful of seemingly intimate images. Do you genuinely believe your father will take your word for it? Suli scoffed. Then let us discover the truth. I earnestly wish to bring an end to your existence. Suli exclaimed. Come at me. I stood resolutely, my chest thrust forward, utterly unwavering. How dare you display such arrogance when you are the one who has betrayed your husband, squandering my father's wealth? Suli fell silent, her countenance pale. Do you genuinely believe me to be so naive? It was you who incited Zheng Wan to accuse me of harassment. And you colluded with Lu Ziwen to ensnare me in theft. You even resorted to administering laxatives, sabotaging my college entrance examinations. You have relentlessly urged my father to strike me, further fracturing our bond, as though we were sworn adversaries. I fail to comprehend why you persist in inflicting harm upon me time and again. I have suffered in silence for far too long. Yet you exhibit no intention of ceasing. Must you push me to the precipice of ruin before you relent? What profound animosity resides between us? In that instant, the accumulated resentment of years unleashed its fury. I relentlessly chastised Suli, leaving her quaking and utterly humiliated. Her last remnant of strength lay in ruins. Suddenly, she knelt before me, weeping and imploring, Xiaoyan, I beseech you, please do not disclose this to your father. His wrath would undoubtedly spell my doom. Disgusted, I recoiled slightly and took a seat at the edge of the bed. Suli crawled closer on her knees, grasping my legs and continuing to sob for mercy. I recognize my transgressions. Please grant me clemency. Your father is seldom home. I am a woman with needs. Do you comprehend? And what of my grievances? I shouted. Rest assured, I shall rectify matters with Lu Ziwen. He will not trouble you again, Suli hastily affirmed. Xiaoyan, please grant me leniency, will you? I promise to treat you with utmost kindness henceforth, as if you were my own child. Her tear-streaked visage and trembling shoulders stirred a pang of compassion within me. Ultimately, my heart softened, and I reluctantly uttered two words, very well. Suli exhaled a sigh of relief and lunged forward to envelop me in a tight embrace. It required considerable effort to extricate myself from her grasp, my cheeks betraying a deep flush of embarrassment. Noticing my crimson complexion, she finally broke into a smile. Xiaoyan, rest assured, I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you. You need not fret. There shall be no deceit involved. With a habitual sway of her hips, Suli gracefully descended into the kitchen. I reclined on the bed, lamenting my decision to release Suli so easily. Yet, I quickly offered myself a measure of solace. After all, Suli remains Fu Xiaoya's mother. Should I torment her excessively, Fu Xiaoya would undoubtedly cast her blame upon me, jeopardizing our sisterly bond. Furthermore, there was Lu Ziwen from the jewelry store. If I did not allow Suli her freedom, he might not show me mercy either. Should he persist in accusing me of thievery, and the matter escalate to the police station, the outcome would remain uncertain. In that moment, however, an unprecedented joy surged within me. After enduring this struggle for so long, Suli had finally capitulated, bowing to my will. As I gazed upon the pin resting on my bedside, I momentarily felt as though I were a formidable hero. Dinner was opulent. Suli had prepared a sumptuous feast, featuring stewed chicken, steamed fish, braised ribs, a generous assortment of vegetables, and glistening, fluffy white rice. She persistently encouraged me to indulge in the various dishes. A comforting warmth enveloped me, and Suli appeared considerably more amiable. Had I foreseen this turn of events, I would have conducted myself differently from the outset. For the first time, Suli, resembling a discontented spouse, confided in me about her myriad grievances. She lamented that my father had irrevocably hindered her career. Her kindergarten had thrived remarkably, and she had once harbored aspirations of establishing a chain. However, after marrying into our family, she was relegated to the role of a mere housewife. She articulated her dissatisfaction with the deteriorating financial circumstances at home, asserting that they were living beyond their means, solely relying on the savings accumulated in prior years. She voiced her suspicions regarding my father's fidelity, pondering whether he was involved with another woman, as evidenced by his apparent disinterest in her upon his occasional return home. I merely nodded in agreement, feeling uncharacteristically sated after the meal, which prompted me to step outside for a leisurely stroll. At the entrance of a quaint park, I once again encountered Han Feng. He was seated on a stone, cradling his guitar, strumming melancholic melodies while unobtrusively placing a small tin for donations before him. I slipped him 2 packs of cigarettes and settled beside him, hugging my knees. "My friend, what have you been up to these days?" Han Feng inquired. I had addressed the situation regarding the jewelry store but opted not to disclose that information. Instead, vaguely articulating, "I am merely studying at home, preparing to retake the year." "Retaking is utterly futile," he retorted, exhaling smoke with an air of bravado. "Attending university is merely a means to secure a more lucrative position. I shall assist you in amassing great wealth. Millions will no longer be a mere dream." I stared at the scant coins within his tin, rendered speechless. "I have already located Shu Hailong. Simply wait a few more days, and we shall pay him a visit together." "Very well, I shall accompany you, Brother Feng." Initially, I had intended to fabricate an excuse to decline. But since Han Feng had aided me with Zhang Wan, I owed him a substantial debt of gratitude. Regardless of whether it was a den of peril or a journey into the unknown, we ought to traverse it together. After conversing with Han Feng for a while, I returned home. Yet, at my doorstep, I was confronted by the relentless Qin Xiaohu and his entourage. My animosity towards him ran deep, and I felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. Spotting a sturdy branch discarded by the roadside, I seized it, seething with rage as I brandished it towards them. "Zhou Yin, to be beaten is your fate. Kneel and bow your head." Qin Xiaohu advanced with an air of arrogance, accompanied by a cadre of sycophants, who smirked and cracked their knuckles. "Stand back. I am ready to confront you," I proclaimed, my gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Qin Xiaohu's prominent visage, fervently wishing for his demise. "Huh, a worthless wretch such as yourself dares to challenge me? I find it utterly unbelievable," Qin Xiaohu derided, swinging his fist as he lunged toward me. I swung the branch, missing my mark and losing my balance in the process. With swiftness, Qin Xiaohu knocked me down, seizing the branch with malevolence, poised to bring it crashing down upon me. At that moment, the piercing sound of sirens filled the air. Qin Xiaohu abruptly halted, cursing under his breath as he stepped aside. A police car, responding to an urgent call, careened towards us and came to a sudden stop. The window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged officer in uniform, who frowned and inquired in a deep voice, "Xiaohu, what are you doing here?" "Uncle Wu, I was merely reflecting upon cherished memories with a classmate. As we embark on our individual journeys, the prospect of reuniting may prove daunting." Qin Xiaohu, whilst ensnaring others in his web of deceit, surreptitiously cast aside the rough branch. His subordinates promptly feigned goodwill, eagerly assisting me in regaining my footing. The police officer, well acquainted with Qin Xiaohu, would scarcely offer his support to me. Yet, this circumstance afforded me a fleeting opportunity for escape. Without a moment's hesitation, I sprinted home, firmly securing the door behind me. From my window, I beheld the police vehicle departing. Qin Xiaohu and his entourage lingered at my threshold for an extended duration, but upon realizing I did not emerge, they eventually retreated. A sigh of relief escaped my lips, yet the burdens of survival weighed heavily upon me. Qin Xiaohu's relentless pursuit rendered me utterly powerless, leaving me in a state of uncertainty regarding when this torment would cease. Suli lent her hand in tidying the room and even changed my bed linens. She resumed washing my undergarments, though she no longer intermingled them with her own. That night, I slipped into a deep slumber, devoid of any dreamlike recollections. At the break of dawn, I was stirred by the persistent ringing of my mobile phone. A call from an unfamiliar landline number. Upon answering, a chilling voice resonated from the other end. "Are you Zhou Yan?" "Indeed, I am. This is Officer Zhang from the new district police station. I trust you will assist us in our investigation." A sudden wave of anxiety surged through me. I feared Lu Ziwen might have implicated me. The relationship between Suli and Lu Ziwen was merely an illicit affair, and I questioned whether he aimed to leverage the situation to blackmail me. My youth and naivety bore down upon me, and I lamented my choice to reclaim my possessions from his office. "Zhou Yin, where were you last night?" Officer Zhang queried. I found myself at home, enveloped in slumber, having ventured nowhere. Who could substantiate my whereabouts? The sole individual capable of affirming my presence at home was Suli. I requested Officer Zhang to hold for a moment and hastily descended the stairs clad in my pajamas. Suli, dressed in her comfortable attire, was in the kitchen, diligently preparing breakfast. Upon catching sight of me, she greeted me with a warm smile, embodying the essence of a devoted spouse. "The police are on the line," I informed her, handing over my phone. She wiped her hands and responded, "I can attest that Zhou Yin was at home all night. He is a remarkably obedient child." Once the call was concluded, Suli returned the phone to me. In that instant, I comprehended that the police's inquiry bore no relation to Lu Ziwen. What transpired? I inquired. You may find yourself entangled in a criminal matter and necessitate an alibi, although the particulars were not divulged by the officer. Su Li regarded me with a look of confusion and queried, Xiaoyan, you didn't venture out during the latter half of the night, did you? Absolutely not, I replied. Then there is no cause for concern, Su Li responded with a warm smile, reminiscent of a nurturing mother, urging me, pray, wash your face and change your attire. Breakfast awaits. In the early hours of the morning, after meticulously adorning herself, Su Li set forth. She candidly confided in me her intention to confront Lu Ziwen at the jewelry store, aiming to bring their entanglement to a definitive conclusion. Moreover, she alluded to attending a class reunion, implying her absence would extend well into the night. As long as Su Li refrained from targeting me, I harbored no inclination to meddle in her affairs. She had betrayed my father, who, in turn, had betrayed my mother. The infidelity of my father felt akin to a form of poetic justice. Memories of my mother and younger sister surged within me. I yearned to reach out to them. My hand hovering over the phone multiple times, yet I ultimately set it down once more. My university examinations had culminated in dismal failure, leaving me at a loss for words to articulate. They must be profoundly disappointed in me. As dusk enveloped the day, I received a call from Yuqing Man, extending an invitation to visit the Affection CAF. I harbor no inclination to attend. I have turned down the invitation. Why, you may ask? Yuqing Man let out a gentle sigh, her voice tinged with a sense of disillusionment. I, too, experienced a pang of disappointment towards her and candidly responded, Man, could you cease feigning ignorance? Qin Xiaohu has been obstructing my path and assaulting me daily. How could I possibly dare to venture outside? On the other end of the line, Yuqing Man remained silent for what seemed like an eternity. Zhou, I never anticipated that your misapprehension of me ran so profoundly. Qin Xiaohu is currently hospitalized. For the foreseeable future, he shall not be pursuing you. Her words enveloped me in an unexpected elation, almost compelling me to exclaim in joy. I could only utter a curse, wishing for Qin Xiaohu to remain ensconced in the hospital indefinitely, never to surface and wreak havoc once more. Might you emerge now? Yuqing Man gently inquired. Very well, I shall arrive punctually. Compelled by an unseen force, I acquiesced, perhaps propelled by a faint glimmer of hope within my reluctant heart. At 8 o'clock that evening, I arrived at the Affection CAF. It was a charming establishment, sparsely inhabited, with subdued lighting casting an enigmatic glow, while gentle, melodic harmonies floated through the atmosphere. Yuqing Man occupied a booth in the corner, immersed in contemplation. Upon perceiving my arrival, she revealed a mesmerizing smile with unabashed warmth. This evening, she had donned her student garb. Clad in a plain white cotton t-shirt, bereft of adornments, her straight hair flowed down like a shimmering waterfall. As I took my seat, I noticed traces of tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Have you been weeping? I expressed my inquiries with a sense of apprehension. It is of no consequence. Yuqing Man replied with a gentle shake of her head, beckoning the waiter to bring forth 2 cups of coffee accompanied by an assortment of pastries. The total amounted to 56, and I promptly settled the bill. Zhou, have you not attended to your duties at work? Yuqing Man inquired, her tone suggesting that she had intentionally sought me out at the jewelry store. I have tendered my resignation. I concealed the truth. Being dismissed through artifice was hardly a cause for pride. That is understandable. Thus, prepare to retake the examinations and strive once more in the upcoming year. Yuqing Man urged me, then added with a touch of sorrow, without your companionship, I shall have to commence my journey alone. Perhaps I may yet catch up. Indeed, I am prepared to wait for you. As the 2 cups of coffee were presented, I sweetened mine with a sugar cube, while Yuqing Man chose to appreciate hers unadorned, asserting that the bitterness enabled her to fully relish the unique fragrance of the coffee. Zhou, may I inquire about your whereabouts last night? Yuqing Man gently stirred her coffee, posing the question. I was at home, resting. I found her inquiry quite bewildering. Man, what on earth is troubling you? With a soft sigh, Yuqing Man unveiled a disconcerting episode. In the early hours of the morning, precisely at 2 o'clock, Qin Xiaohu stumbled out of a bar, inebriated, only to fall victim to an ambush on his way home. He was violently struck from behind with a blunt instrument, possibly a wooden or iron club, rendering him unconscious and causing him to bleed profusely. Fortunately, passing vehicles discovered his plight and hurried him to the hospital, thereby preserving his life, albeit with the assurance of severe repercussions. Qin Xiaohu was unable to identify his assailant and offered no clues. The son lay injured and hospitalized. while Director Chin of the police station teetered on the brink of madness, vowing to unearth the perpetrator at any cost. "I wonder which noble soul dealt with this scoundrel," he exclaimed. I could not suppress a chuckle, taking pleasure in the misfortune, though I lamented that Qin Xiaohu had not met with a more fatal fate. "Zhou Yin, cease your laughter. You are the primary suspect," reproached Yu Qi Man. "What connection do I have to this?" I remained rooted in astonishment, incredulously inquiring. "How do you possess such knowledge?" "I have indeed heard it," Yu Qi Man responded with an unruffled demeanor. Her father was a long-time acquaintance of Director Chin, and their families enjoyed a long-standing camaraderie, which facilitated the flow of such information. It was entirely plausible that Yu Qi Man had visited Qin Xiaohua in the hospital alongside her family. As for my being branded the primary suspect, it was hardly surprising. From the police's viewpoint, my rivalry with Qin Xiaohua, instigated by Yu Qi Man, had resulted in numerous confrontations. Merely last night, Qin Xiaohua had cornered me with his associates, and by a stroke of fate, Officer Wu had happened upon the scene. I comprehended the situation. The police had reached out to me early this morning, suspecting I was the assailant. I had remained indoors the previous night, peacefully asleep at home. My stepmother could attest to my whereabouts. I reiterated this, a wave of relief washing over me. Had I not resolved matters with Su Li yesterday, she would have undoubtedly been evasive, permitting the police to take me into custody. "Does your stepmother reside with you?" Yu Qi Man queried. How could that possibly be? I furrowed my brow, struggling to fathom how such an objectionable assertion could escape her lips. "Given that you were not in the same residence, her testimony could be deemed inadmissible," Yu Qi Man observed. Yet, I earnestly retorted, I genuinely did not step outside. I shrugged and exhaled deeply, confessing, I lack the skill to defend myself. I am perpetually the one on the receiving end of assaults. The thought of confronting him in a clandestine manner on the street terrifies me. I am truly remorseful. Yu Qi Man, her eyes shimmering with tears, gently placed her delicate hand upon mine. "Zhou Yin, all this turmoil arises from me, yet I am at a loss as to how to make amends." Her voice trembled as a single tear cascaded down her cheek. The warmth of her petite hand resonated deeply within my heart. In that fleeting moment, a profound joy enveloped me, rendering any inclination to blame her utterly futile. Man, it truly matters not. You need not trouble yourself." I expressed my desire to assist her. Wiping away her tears, Yu Qi Man resolutely proclaimed, "Zhou Yin, should the police come seeking you again, simply say you spent the night with me. I shall willingly testify that you were by my side throughout the night." I was taken aback, scarcely able to fathom her willingness to provide false testimony on my behalf. "What troubles you? Do you doubt my sincerity?" Yu Qi Man pouted, her voice tinged with a playful lilt. "Isn't that somewhat inappropriate?" I hesitated profoundly, after all. This concerned the reputation of a young woman, and Yu Qi Man's sacrifice felt monumental. "I do not mind. Do you not wish to be with me?" Yu Qi Man lowered her head with a shy demeanor. "I hold affection for you. Of course, I would." I summoned my courage and confessed my feelings. Had it not been for Qin Xiaohua's interference, I would undoubtedly have enrolled in the same university as Yu Qi Man, becoming genuine lovers. Yu Qi Man stirred her coffee gently with a spoon, her delicate visage flushed, and in a barely audible whisper, she murmured, "Soon, we shall go to the hotel." I could scarcely believe my ears. It was not until Yu Qi Man reiterated her words that I comprehended I was not ensnared in a dream. I had indeed heard her clearly. Yu Qi Man was extending an invitation to a hotel room. My heart raced with exhilaration, brimming with yearning, yet I hesitated. Man, you possess a promising future. Will you not regret being with me?" "Absolutely not." Yu Qi Man gently shook her head and added, "The police will undoubtedly inquire about the particulars of our encounter last night. You are well acquainted with me, so you shall not waver." I was deeply moved and clasped her hand tightly, unwilling to relinquish my grip. At 9 o'clock, we departed from the CAF, hand in hand, meandering down the street. It felt as though I had rediscovered love. My heart overflowed with joy, and the dim night appeared extraordinarily beautiful. Yu Qi Man kept her head bowed, shyly evading the gazes of passers-by. We arrived at the Sunlit Inn, a place I had frequented before and where I had inadvertently met Fu Xiaoya. Yu Qi Man guided me into the inn and calmly requested a room. Previously, the landlady had charged me 100, yet this time, it was merely 50. As we entered the room and beheld the large bed adorned with pristine white sheets, my heart raced uncontrollably, warmth flooding through me, and my throat felt parched. Tonight, I was to share a momentous occasion in life with Yu Qi Man. I began to daydream about how alluring and enchanting her exquisite form would be. "Be gentle," Yu Qi Man murmured in my ear, her words igniting a rush of warmth within me, before she entered the bathroom and secured the door. The sound of water splashing in the bathroom was delightful and mesmerizing. I reclined on the bed, waiting, my heart pounding with trepidation. Lacking experience, I wondered if I would perform poorly. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Fu Xiaoya, making her first call to me. I hastily answered, greeting her with sister. "Where are you?" Fu Xiaoya inquired coolly. I'm taking a stroll," I fabricated. Fu Xiaoya held a deep disdain for Yu Qi Man and would go to great lengths to thwart our relationship. If she were to discover that I was at a hotel with Yu Qi Man, she would undoubtedly unleash her fury upon me. Haha, that scoundrel Qin Xiaohu was beaten and hospitalized. Fu Xiaoya laughed heartily. I see he deserves it. Xiaoyan, remember, no matter how the police press you, maintain that you were at home sleeping last night, that you did not venture out, Fu Xiaoya commanded. I hesitated. Yu Qi Man had instructed me to claim that I had gone out with her to the hotel, assuring me that she would vouch for my whereabouts. Are you listening? You imbecile, do not become entangled in this matter, Fu Xiaoya admonished loudly, causing my ears to ring. Sister, I understand. I promptly acquiesced. I deleted our call records, ceased my aimless wandering, and resolved to return home early. With that, Fu Xiaoya ended the call. I dutifully erased the call history, a whirlwind of emotion surging within me. I find myself caught in a conflict between placing my trust in Xiaoya and believing in Qingshan. These two paths lead to profoundly different conclusions. In the restroom, the gentle murmur of water came to an abrupt halt. I awaited Qingshan's arrival with eager anticipation, my entire being tingling with trepidation. Suddenly, a resounding knock echoed through the door. Police, open up. A chilling voice sliced through the silence, startling me and leading me to lament my unfortunate circumstances. On my inaugural encounter with a young lady in a hotel room, I found myself confronted by a police inspection. I approached and opened the door to unveil two uniformed officers who examined me thoroughly from head to toe. One of them inquired, "Are you Zhou Yin?" "Yes," I responded. I strove to retain my composure, yet my legs quaked uncontrollably. Qingshan emerged from the bathroom, her hair still damp, yet already attired. "What is it that you seek?" she inquired, trepidation palpable in her voice. The officers paid her no heed and directed their attention towards me, proclaiming, "Zhou Yin, you are under suspicion of being implicated in an assault that transpired last night. Accompany us to the station for interrogation." I did nothing wrong. A wave of foreboding engulfed me, and in a state of alarm, I endeavored to withdraw into the chamber. Suddenly, an officer grasped my wrist and turned me around. I fought valiantly, proclaiming my innocence. The two officers surged forward, subduing me to the ground, fastening my hands behind my back with the chilling embrace of handcuffs. "You have erred," Qingshan exclaimed, rushing forward. "Zhou Yin was with me last night." "Indeed, it is so." The officer directed his unwavering gaze upon my visage, his voice imbued with a chilling skepticism. Qingshan's valor deeply stirred my emotions, yet the echo of Xiaoya's summons persisted in my mind, causing me to waver. I mustered the courage to speak, but then I recalled that I had been peacefully slumbering at home the previous night, with witnesses to confirm my alibi. Ultimately, I resolved to place my trust in Xiaoya and committed to conveying the truth. Qingshan, consumed by despondency, concealed her face in anguish, leaning against the doorframe in despair. The officers forcibly removed me from the Yang'ang Inn, escorting me into a police vehicle destined for the precinct in the new district. I was escorted to the office of the station chief. Chief Qin, his countenance shrouded in darkness, was smoking, emanating an atmosphere fraught with tension. He commanded the officers to depart, then circled around his desk, approaching me with deliberate slowness. He seized my collar with such intensity that it nearly elevated me off the ground. "You are remarkably merciless, are you not? My son was nearly slain." Chief Qin's visage twisted in fury, spittle erupting from his lips. "It bears no relevance to me. I was at home, peacefully slumbering throughout the night. I did not even venture beyond the confines of my room." I vehemently objected, my countenance suffused with indignation. "He has perpetually been the one to assail me. I have never sought retribution, nor would I ever presume to do so." In a moment of rage, Chief Qin raised his hand, hesitated, and ultimately refrained from striking me. Sneering disdainfully, "I have encountered many obstinate individuals. Do not presume you can evade your fate. Prepare to serve your sentence." He swung open the door and summoned the two officers, who promptly re-entered. They seized me and unceremoniously cast me into a small, shadowy room, neglecting to remove the handcuffs and confiscating my phone. Huddled in a corner of the dimly lit space, I gazed at a small window above, where light trickled and yet failed to illuminate the depths of my heart. My spirit sank into despair, enveloped by a shroud of gloom and self-pity. I was overcome by a profound sense of existential despair, questioning my very presence in this world. Why am I eternally shackled by the chains of misfortune? What transgressions have I committed to warrant such a fate? As the night unfurled its darkness, an oppressive silence blanketed the room, rendering it hauntingly tranquil, devoid of any whisper from the outside realm. My wrist pulsated with agony. Yet even more pressing was the desperate urge to seek relief. In my struggle to rise, I jostled the door with my elbow and implored, "Kindly grant me passage. I must attend to my needs." After what seemed like an eternity, a police officer finally unlatched the door. With palpable impatience, he flung a spittoon into the room, confiscated my belt, and promptly closed the door once more. With my hands bound behind me, I grappled to lower my trousers, despairingly perched upon the spittoon. Tears of desperation threatened to spill, yet the intensity of my burning eyes evaporated them instantly. I endured a sleepless night, with no breakfast to greet me. In a state of utter lethargy, I was escorted to the interrogation room and secured to a chair. Opposite me sat two officers, their brows knitted, their expressions revealing a palpable disdain for my presence. Among them was the officer known as Uncle Wu, as referred to by Qin Xiaohu. The other officer, a recorder, opened his notebook. "Zhou Yan, why did you assault Qin Xiaohu?" Officer Wu inquired directly. "I did not." I promptly and vehemently refuted the accusation. "I observed your confrontation by the roadside. The hostility between you is unmistakable. You harbor a motive for the crime," Officer Wu insisted. "Yet, you possess no evidence against me for an act I did not commit," I replied defiantly. "Where were you the night before last?" Officer Wu inquired. "At home, sleeping." "Liar." Officer Wu struck the table with his hand, enunciating each word with clarity. "Witness Yu Qingman claimed that you checked into a hotel with her the night before last and departed at 5 o'clock the subsequent morning." I fell into silence. A profound sense of gratitude welled within me for Qingman's sacrifice. Nonetheless, my allegiance remained with Fu Xiaoya. I must maintain that I was at home. "Is this not the truth?" Officer Wu remained resolute. "She is being untruthful. We did not encounter one another the night before last, and I never departed from my residence," I steadfastly maintained, regardless of the number of times I was interrogated. Officer Wu raked his fingers through his hair, cautioning, "Confession yields leniency, while defiance begets harshness." "I did not perpetrate this crime, and I shall never concede to it," I proclaimed vehemently. "Where were you the night before last?" I found myself at home, ensconced in slumber. Throughout the morning, Officer Wu persistently posed the same inquiry. I remained resolute, steadfastly denying that I had ever ventured outside. They refrained from employing physical violence, instead resorting to a far more insidious form of torment. Deprived of sustenance and hydration, they took turns subjecting me to relentless interrogation. I endured a harrowing day, only to confront the unending darkness of the cramped confines. The handcuffs remained, my wrists swollen and excruciatingly sensitive to the slightest touch. I could only lie on the frigid floor, curled up, my gaze vacant as I stared into the abyss, yearning for a distant flicker of light. In my foggy state, I began to hallucinate. I felt as though Fu Xiaoya reclined beside me, the features of her exquisite visage vividly etched in my mind, her radiant smile igniting warmth within my heart. "Sister, I shall persevere," I whispered to myself, envisioning our embrace as we surrendered to the encroaching shadows together. Daybreak arrived once more. Once again, I found myself ushered into the interrogation chamber, subjected to the same unrelenting inquiries, repeated ad nauseum. Exhaustion enveloped me, my thoughts felt clouded, and my eyelids grew heavy. Initially, I managed to offer vague replies, but as time dragged on, I simply closed my eyes and succumbed to an extended silence. Somehow, it was 7 in the evening when I was finally escorted out of the interrogation room and into a well-lit office. The handcuffs were removed, and with trembling hands, I signed the release form. 2 copies were produced. One was taken from me while the other was tucked into my pocket, alongside the return of my phone. "Zhou Yan, you are free to go," a police officer proclaimed, gesturing with his hand in a dismissive manner, akin to repelling an irritating fly. I emerged from the station in a stupor, only to be greeted by Yu Qingman in the corridor. "Zhou Yan, how are you?" she exclaimed, rushing towards me and grasping my hand, her voice imbued with genuine concern. "Your hand is so swollen. You must have endured a great deal." "I am well," I responded, gently shaking my head. However, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over me, nearly causing me to falter. Yu Qingman steadied me, her heart filled with concern. I knelt before my father, imploring him to assist you. He sought out Director Qin on several occasions. "At long last, you have been liberated." Man, I am deeply grateful." I was deeply touched, longing to embrace her, yet, devoid of strength, I could only lean feebly against her. We departed from the police station. As the city lights flickered into existence and vehicles flowed like a river. At that moment, my father and Su Li anxiously surveyed the surroundings outside the station. Upon spotting me, Su Li rushed over, steadying me as she approached. My father hesitated before joining her in offering support. "You little rascal, you've truly caused quite a stir." My father admonished with irritation. "Enough of that. Let us take the child home," Su Li interjected, guiding me towards the car. Through the car window, I waved gently at the bewildered Yuchi man, who responded with a smile and a delicate wave of her hand. At last, I returned home. Yet I found myself reluctant to speak. I quietly sipped some water and nibbled on a morsel of food before shuffling heavily back to my room to rest. Su Li followed me inside, applying some oil to my wrist and tucking me in with a soft sigh before departing. In the dimly lit chamber, the frigid floor appeared to reverberate with the interminable interrogation I had withstood. Throughout the night, I was roused repeatedly by haunting nightmares, only to compel myself back into slumber. As the golden rays of sunlight cascaded into the room, a fresh day emerged. I ascended from the bed. The swelling in my wrist had diminished, leaving merely faint imprints. The movement of my arms felt revitalizing once again. My phone, replenishing its charge upon the table, commenced to ring. It was a call from Fu Xiaoya. I promptly responded, enthusiastically welcoming her as my sister. "Why did that little imp, Yuchi man, depart from the police station with you yesterday evening?" Fu Xiaoya inquired without any introduction. I hesitated, a gentle warmth blossoming within me. I had been unaware that Fu Xiaoya had been close by the night before, silently watching as I stepped out of the station. She had come to fetch me, though she chose to remain concealed. "Sister, it was Yu Qingman's father who facilitated my release." I was overwhelmed with profound gratitude for her and yearned to shield her from the relentless criticism she endured. Did she truly utter those words? Indeed, she did. How infuriating. That brazen woman exhibits no semblance of decency, peddling favors devoid of any substantiation. You have surpassed the legal threshold for detention. She must be liberated. And her father's influence is irrelevant to this matter. Fu Xiaoya unleashed an impassioned diatribe, her fury evident even across the phone line. Is this genuinely the situation? Why did Yuchi man address me in such a fashion? Does she seek my gratitude? Or is there an ulterior motive at play? Xiaoyan, for heaven's sake, take heed. Refrain from any further interaction with Yuchi man. Not only is she a duplicitous temptress, but she also invites misfortune. To associate with her will inevitably result in disaster. Fu Xiaoya vehemently terminated the call, leaving me without a chance to advocate for Yuchi man. Nevertheless, this tumultuous episode is now behind us. I must compose myself. Life must persist. As I descended the staircase, I encountered only Su Li in the living room. She greeted me with a smile and inquired, "Xiaoyan, are you feeling better?" "Yes, I am well," I replied with a nod, then asked, "Where has my father gone?" "He departed early this morning, mentioning he had a business meeting to attend, instigated by a woman's phone call." Su Li lamented. The manner in which he behaved during that call was utterly repugnant, harboring doubts regarding my father's fidelity and his emotional detachment from our family. "Why do you not simply divorce him?" The words escaped my lips, leaving Su Li taken aback. I sensed that Su Li and my father had grown weary of one another, both ensnared in extramarital entanglements. What purpose does such a union serve? A family that exists solely in name is destined to disintegrate. It would be more prudent for all to seek liberation sooner rather than later. This brief confinement, lasting merely 2 days, has transformed my perspective, as if I have gleaned insights into certain truths, though I remain uncertain if this indicates maturity. Xiaoyan, you fail to comprehend. Once I depart from this household, I would find myself at a loss. Su Li lamented, shaking her head. One might contend that I could remarry, yet for a woman, each marriage is a formidable decision, akin to a gamble. Should you find yourself enveloped in solitude, venture outside. I shall neither intervene nor inform my father. With that, I stepped into the dining room and commenced my breakfast in silence. Through the partially ajar door, I beheld Su Li, ensnared in contemplation upon the sofa, her incredulity plainly discernible. My phone rang once more. It was Han Feng, and I hastily answered. "Brother," he greeted. "Hey, you've had your phone turned off for the past few days. What have you been occupied with?" Han Feng's tone was tinged with anxiety, for he regarded me as his brother amongst his subordinates, harboring a fear of potential loss. "It is a lengthy narrative," I sighed. "Then, come to my abode. Let us converse, dear brother." Han Feng refrained from inquiring further over the phone, displaying a demeanor of caution. I departed from my abode, mounted my bicycle, and shortly thereafter arrived at Han Feng's dwelling. He had only recently stirred from slumber, his hair disheveled and hastily secured in a ponytail, yawning repeatedly. "Brother Feng, must you allow your hair to grow long?" I inquired, perplexed. Han Feng rubbed his visage and chuckled. I have always considered myself an artist. Long hair enhances my mystique. It is akin to a beggar donning tattered garments to embody the role. Han Feng's words brought me amusement. They possessed a peculiar logic. "Xiaoyan, what on earth transpired?" Han Feng inquired with earnestness. I held unwavering faith in Han Feng. He was my sole confidant, and I longed to unburden my thoughts to him. Thus, I recounted the recent events without hesitation. Qin Xiaohu had been ambushed and injured, necessitating hospitalization. While I found myself branded as the primary suspect, subjected to 2 days of relentless police interrogation. Han Feng ignited a cigarette, his brow knitting into a tense furrow. "Brother, you must confront your relationship with that woman. What's her name, man? I regret to say it, but she embodies the essence of a femme fatale." A pang of discomfort washed over me. It was one matter for Fu Xiaoya to harbor disdain for Yuqing Man, but why did Han Feng echo such sentiments? She is genuine in her feelings towards me. She even offered to assist me in fabricating an alibi, suggesting that I claim I was with her that night. Yet, I dismissed her counsel, maintaining that I was home, asleep. "Are you truly grateful to her?" Han Feng was both exasperated and enraged. Casting a sidelong glance at me as he muttered, "Thank goodness you did not yield to her. Otherwise, you would still be ensnared in there for a month. Had you naively confessed, you would likely be confronting an extended incarceration." I was taken aback, a shiver coursing down my spine. "Brother Feng, I genuinely do not comprehend. What is transpiring?" To speak candidly, this is precisely how I found myself wrongfully imprisoned, while the true perpetrator roams unscathed. Han Feng's demeanor grew somber and earnest as he recounted the events of the past, years prior, fueled by youthful exuberance. Han Feng had established the most formidable gang in Dong'an County, known as Iha Hall, through relentless skirmishes. Despite enduring perpetual scrutiny from law enforcement, Han Feng navigated the gang's operations with prudence, refraining from committing any significant offenses and instead amassing substantial wealth. A second-generation official, leveraging his father's influence, rallied a faction to oppose Iha Hall. During their encounters, tempers flared and harsh words were exchanged. Han Feng ominously threatened to shatter this individual's legs. Little did he foresee that his words would manifest into reality. One fateful night, intruders invaded the official's residence, blindfolded him, and discharged 2 shots, shattering his kneecaps. The incident was grave, sending tremors throughout the city. That night, Han Feng remained at home, blissfully unaware of the unfolding turmoil. A subordinate from Iha Hall willingly stepped forward to testify, asserting they had spent the night in each other's company, thus providing Han Feng with an alibi. In a desperate attempt to vindicate himself, Han Feng conveyed this information to the authorities. However, the subordinate abruptly recanted his testimony, claiming he had not been in Han Feng's company and produced tickets from that very night. Consequently, Han Feng was branded a liar. Consequently, his assertion of solitude at home evolved into an unfounded falsehood. The crucial evidence that culminated in Han Feng's conviction was the discovery of a firearm within his abode. Whence did the gun originate? I was taken aback and could not suppress my suspicion that Han Feng was deceiving me. It was surreptitiously placed by that traitor during his visit. This was a meticulously devised snare, and my faith in my brethren led me directly into it. A fervent intensity ignited in Han Feng's gaze. What transpired with that individual thereafter? I inquired. Since my liberation from incarceration, I have been relentlessly pursuing that scoundrel. Yet he has disappeared without a trace. In truth, he is merely a pawn. The true orchestrator is the one I detest most, and I shall not permit him to evade retribution. Do you discern who it is? I harbored my doubts. Han Feng nodded, yet chose to withhold the identity of the individual. Upon absorbing Han Feng's narrative, I was engulfed by a whirlwind of emotions. Could it truly be that Yuqing Man, with her ostensibly innocent facade, would also turn against me? We had forged a pact to reunite at university, and she was even inclined to share her most treasured gift with me. Perhaps I ought not to perceive her with such cynicism, harboring such trivial thoughts. I should express gratitude towards Fu Xiaoya, had it not been for her call urging me to assert that I was merely resting at home. I might still be ensnared in that dim little room. I must endeavor to adopt a more positive outlook. I have frequently found myself incarcerated. One inevitably grows accustomed to it. It is merely a minor injury, Han Feng reassured me, unveiling the true purpose of his visit. This evening, we are to convene with Chu Hailong. It is crucial that we engage in a serious discourse. Do not be apprehensive. He is unlike Wu Rue and would never dare to provoke me. I acquiesced, indulging in brief small talk before taking my leave. Before I could return home, I received another call from Lu Fangfei at the photography studio. "Zhou Yin, do come visit me," she urged. "What is it?" "Haha. You shall discover the surprise upon your arrival. I shall treat you to a delightful meal." "Very well." With no other engagements to occupy my time, I mounted my bicycle and made my way to the studio. Upon catching sight of me, Lu Fangfei beamed with delight and hurried outside, leaping onto the rear of my bicycle, exclaiming, "Let us venture to McDonald's and converse there." I pedaled with determination towards the nearby McDonald's, while Lu Fangfei, apprehensive of losing her balance, clutched my waist with her delicate hands. "Zhou Yin, why was your phone switched off yesterday?" I found myself in the unfortunate situation of being taken to the police station, an embarrassing ordeal indeed. Consequently, I opted to concoct a tale, asserting that my phone had run out of credit as I had been too engrossed in leisure to recharge it. "Strangely, I found myself quite concerned about you. Do you suspect that I may be unwell?" Lu Fangfei's words left me momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. I could only muster a few awkward chuckles to redirect the conversation. The newly inaugurated McDonald's in the county town buzzed with youthful patrons, and placing an order necessitated a lengthy queue. Lu Fangfei directed me to secure a table while she maneuvered her way into the extended line, occasionally rising on her toes to catch a glimpse of the progress ahead. Having been raised in a similarly discontented household, I felt a profound connection with Lu Fangfei. She exuded authenticity and optimism, never deigning to look down upon me. With her, I experienced a sense of liberation and tranquility, free from any burdens. Her presence instilled in me a feeling of belonging amidst the throng. After a half hour of waiting, Lu Fangfei returned, her tray brimming with 4 burgers, 2 cups of cola, fries, and a pineapple pie. "I shall treat you," she declared. Desiring to maintain a gentlemanly composure, I proffered her 100 yuan. Lu Fangfei, however, resolutely declined, returning the money to me, her straw clenched between her teeth as she inquired, "Zhou Yin, have you reconciled matters with your stepmother?" "Indeed, I have. Her demeanor towards me has undergone a remarkable transformation," I confessed openly. "We are truly unfortunate. In our quest for survival, we find ourselves compelled to contend with our own kin." Lu Fangfei sighed, yet I perceived a deeper significance in her words. "Did you approach your father again?" "I did so yesterday, imploring him for 5,000. Lu Fangfei proudly displayed her petite palm, radiating satisfaction. Did he experience a moment of conscience? I was somewhat taken aback. Zhuozi's Lu Ziwen was infamous for her frugality. Even after a prolonged relationship with Su Li, she had received not a single piece of jewelry. "Haha," Lu Fangfei laughed, winking as she declared, "I owe this to you. Thus I must treat you. What connection does this have to me?" I found myself in a state of bewilderment. "Allow me to elucidate." Lu Fangfei, with a playful shake of her head, artfully built anticipation before narrating the unfolding events. Yesterday at noon, armed with a photograph, she confronted her father, Lu Ziwen, within the confines of a jewelry store, forcefully slapping the image onto the table and demanding hush money. Lu Ziwen, seemingly unfazed, scoffed at her, asserting that he had encountered numerous women and dismissing her threats with disdain. "Depart at once, or I shall have you thrown out," he declared. Lu Fangfei retorted that she was acquainted with the woman's husband, bearing the surname Zhou, and cautioned Lu Ziwen that if he wished to evade a beating from the man, he ought to comply and part with some funds to avert calamity. Apprehensive of the repercussions, Lu Ziwen swiftly relinquished 5,000 yuan to his daughter. He further expressed his desire to remarry Lu Fangfei's mother, insisting that they remained a family regardless. Lu Fangfei dismissed his remarks as mere folly, refusing to accept his words. "You are truly remarkable." I offered her an approving gesture, genuinely admiring Lu Fangfei. She exhibited remarkable astuteness, adeptly seizing opportunities with a finesse that far exceeded my own capabilities. "My heartfelt gratitude extends to you, dear photographer. May our lives continue to flourish." Lu Fangfei raised her cola in a toast with me. Just as I took a bite of my hamburger, a strikingly displeased girl approached us. It was Yuqing Man. To my astonishment, she too had ventured out for fast food, and our paths fortuitously intersected. "Zhou Yin, what is your connection with her?" Yuqing Man leaned over the table, her gaze menacing as she scrutinized Lu Fangfei. Before I could utter a response, Lu Fangfei dramatically rolled her eyes and retorted, "What concern is it of yours? With a face like that, how dare you attempt to entice Zhou Yin? Have you ever glanced in the mirror? The garments adorning your figure could scarcely amount to 50 yuan, you pitiable wretch." Yuqing Man unleashed a torrent of scornful remarks. I stood there, mouth agape, utterly astounded. It was difficult to fathom that such words had flowed from her lips. In my eyes, despite her unremarkable origins, she had perpetually epitomized the elegance of royalty. Lu Fangfei, resolute and unyielding, fiercely doused Yu Qi-man with her cola. Despicable being. Do you truly consider yourself exceptional? Are you not merely here for a quick meal? Lu Fangfei stood poised, hands firmly on her hips, prepared to exchange sharp retorts. The restaurant thrummed with activity, and intrigued onlookers began to congregate. This was hardly an appropriate venue for such a spectacle. I swiftly intervened, positioning myself strategically between the two. Yu Qi-man raised her hand, and, with a resounding crack, struck my face. A hush enveloped the fast food establishment, all eyes fixated upon me. I felt a wave of humiliation wash over me, yet resisted the urge to retaliate, merely regarding Yu Qi-man with a gaze devoid of warmth. Zhou Yan, you have greatly disappointed me, she declared, shaking the soda from her clothing in a fit of rage before storming away, only to turn back and point accusingly at Lu Fangfei. You deceitful vixen, I shall not let you escape unscathed. Just wait and see. I resumed my seat, avoiding the penetrating stares of those around me. A sense of embarrassment and disheartenment enveloped me. My disappointment in Yu Qi-man deepened, in broad daylight. She had so recklessly insulted Lu Fangfei. Who had emboldened her to act with such audacity? Is she your girlfriend? Lu Fangfei inquired, her resilient demeanor undeterred as she continued to savor her fries. Perhaps not any longer, I replied ambiguously, uncertain of how to articulate my thoughts. The bond between Yu Qi-man and myself was intricate, a delicate ballet of intimacy and distance. She seemed to revolve around me, yet remained tantalizingly elusive. A woman's intuition can indeed be formidable. She is far from virtuous, Lu Fangfei remarked with a light scoff, as she offered me a pineapple pie with a smile. I would never have surmised that you possess such allure. One should not hastily judge by appearances. Not in the least. I shook my head in dismay, for I had drawn misfortune upon myself, an inescapable reality. During this period, I had either endured beatings or been confined within a shadowy room. Even when I ventured out for a quick meal, I was publicly humiliated, my dignity stripped away. After hastily concluding our repast, we departed from McDonald's. I pedaled my bicycle, accompanying Lu Fangfei back to the photography studio, before leisurely making my way home. Just as I arrived at my doorstep, I was confronted by a familiar visage. It was my classmate, Monkey, who also served as a sycophant to Qin Xiaohu, a loathsome character. Monkey hung his head low, akin to a lost stray dog bereft of its master. What brings you here? I inquired, perched upon my bicycle, one foot firmly planted on the ground. Casting a frosty glance at him. Thud. To my astonishment, Monkey knelt before me, striking his own face repeatedly and bowing with a voice choked with emotion. Brother Yan, I was blind and have wronged you time and again. Please, grant me your forgiveness for my transgressions. I found myself utterly bewildered, uncertain of the performance he was enacting. Brother Yin, my health is frail, and I am but an average scholar. I possess no notable charm, and many harbor disdain for me. Who would wish to associate with one such as I? Without the support of Qin Xiaohu, my days would be devoid of joy. The monkey continued to lament, exuding an air of pitiable despair. What you choose to align with bears no relevance to me. Qin Xiaohu narrowly escaped a dire fate at your hands. He has yet to recover from his ordeal. Brother Yan, if we are to discuss ruthlessness, you undoubtedly reign supreme, and I hold a genuine admiration for you. Please, show me mercy. The monkey offered me a thumbs up and bowed once more, blood trickling from his forehead. At last, I grasped the situation. The monkey had deduced that I was the one who attacked Qin Xiaohu, striking with lethal intent. Previously, he had pursued me under the auspices of Qin Xiaohu's authority. Now that Qin Xiaohu lay injured and confined to a hospital bed, he was genuinely fearful of any potential retribution I might unleash, a trepidation that resonated deeply within him. A chuckle escaped my lips. These odious sycophants had finally begun to regard me with trepidation. Amidst my amusement, I maintained my composure. I did not strike Qin Xiaohu. You have misidentified the assailant. I secured my bicycle and strode past him. The monkey turned in place, remaining on his knees, still calling after me. Brother Yin, I offer my sincerest apologies. I extend my sincerest apologies. Whether you choose to believe it or not, I ceased to acknowledge the monkey and, upon my return home, discovered Suli collapsed upon the sofa, weeping. Her cries were steeped in sorrow, growing more intense with each fleeting moment. Instinctively, I halted my ascent and settled beside her. What ails you? I inquired. Suli clung to me tightly, resting her head upon my shoulder, her warm and fervent tears cascading down onto my neck. I remained motionless, permitting her to expel her anguish. After what felt like an eternity, Su Li finally released me, wiping her tears as she stammered. I memorized that woman's phone number and confronted her, only to be met with derision. Your father just called to inform me that he intends to return in a few days to finalize our divorce. Divorce? The stark reality dawned upon me. My father and Su Li were indeed on the precipice of separation. As I gazed into Su Li's tear-swollen eyes, I found myself at a loss, uncertain whether to extend her any comfort. Su Li had dismantled the very fabric of my family, and now she stood on the verge of being abandoned by my father. The once captivating dream lover had, with the passage of time, gradually diminished in her charm. Perhaps this was a form of retribution. Su Li had employed every devious stratagem to oust me from our home, yet it was she who would depart first. My father, a truly despicable man, was capricious and self-serving, never pausing to consider the emotions of others. Our once affluent household, now plagued by a succession of divorces, was destined to sink further into destitution. A profound sense of shame welled up within me for my father. I fervently yearned for the day when I could rise above this turmoil and sever our ties, ensuring that we would never cross paths again. What am I to do? She lamented. Xiaoyan, you will soon have a new stepmother. I have devoted nearly all that I possess to this family, and I adamantly refuse to succumb to such a fate. Su Li lamented further, epitomizing the quintessential image of a wronged woman. Her relentless grievances grating on my nerves as I provided her with half-hearted reassurances. You are undeniably beautiful. You shall surely encounter someone more worthy. It is my father who lacks vision. Do you genuinely believe I am beautiful? Su Li's eyes gleamed momentarily. I have perpetually held this belief. Had you not indulged in such an abundance of bitter herbal tea, my words might have possessed a more dulcet tone. My utterances bore a trace of bitterness, nonetheless. Su Li, with tears still shimmering in her eyes, managed to offer a gentle smile and whispered, Xiaoyan, I apologize. I am neither a virtuous woman nor a commendable mother. I have never regarded her as my mother. This conviction has been indelibly inscribed upon my very essence since the day my parents parted ways. I opted not to respond to her assertion and ascended the staircase to my chamber. Shortly after reclining upon my bed, a call from Yuchi Man shattered the stillness. The first sound that reached my ears was her gentle weeping, imbued with profound sorrow. I listened in silence, choosing to withhold my words. The utterances of Fu Xiaya and Han Feng had deeply influenced me, fostering a sense of estrangement towards Qi Man, as though she were an enigma I could not unravel. Zhou Yan, I sincerely apologize. I should not have struck or rebuked you. I was engulfed by anger and lost my composure. Yuchi Man murmured her contrition. It is of little consequence. Many have assailed me, and I have grown accustomed to the blows. I replied with a wry smile, acknowledging my own timidity. I ought not to merely withstand, but rather to rise in defiance, even at the expense of my own blood. Is that girl your girlfriend? Yuchi Man inquired. Certainly not. Merely a friend, came the response. A pang of jealousy pierced my heart, she confessed, her voice laced with a playful pout. Man, concentrate on your studies. You possess a promising future. Why entangle yourself in such trivialities? My words flowed from the depths of my soul. Had it not been for the upheaval wrought by the college entrance examination, I would undoubtedly have chosen to relocate to another city, far removed from the din and disorder. After a brief silence on the other end of the line, Yuchi Man asked, Xiaoyan, are you ending our relationship? Ending it? The bond between Yuchi Man and myself seemed never to have truly commenced. Let us surrender all to the whims of fate. I exhaled softly, which served as my only reply. It is entirely Qin Xiaohu's fault. He is utterly contemptible. Why did you not simply eliminate him that night? Yuchi Man cried out in fury. I was taken aback, perceiving an unsettling dissonance in her words. Man, I did not inflict any harm upon him, I assure you. I was peacefully slumbering at home that very night. I proclaimed vehemently before abruptly severing the connection. Yuchi Man soon attempted to reach me again. Yet I opted to remain silent, my agitation mounting with each passing moment. I could not dispel the haunting sensation that an immense net hovered above me, poised to ensnare me at any moment. The monkey, Yuchi Man, and the police officers all employed a myriad of tactics in a desperate attempt to extract a confession regarding my alleged assault on Qin Xiaohu that fateful night. Yet, Fu Xiaoya's caution echoed in my mind. I must not utter a single erroneous word. As dusk descended and the city's luminescence flickered to life, I composed myself and departed from my abode. Once more arriving at the entrance of the quaint park, there stood Han Feng, leaning on crutches, his restless gaze perpetually scanning the passing beauties. Brother Feng, I greeted him. Brother, regardless of the circumstances, maintain your composure, Han Feng advised, giving my shoulder an encouraging pat. Have faith. They would not dare to eliminate us. All their theatrics are merely a facade of intimidation. I acquiesced with a nod, yet my heart was laden with trepidation. Chu Hailong, infamously referred to as Dragon Brother, has earned the reputation of being the most notorious ruffian in Dong'an County, a name that evokes dread in all who encounter it. He is renowned for his merciless tactics, shrewd disposition, and his adeptness at maneuvering through the gray areas of the law. All the while his gang continues to swell in numbers. The petty delinquents take great pride in their affiliation with Dragon Brother, including my sister, Fu Xiaoya. This evening, I am destined to meet Dragon Brother. How could I not be filled with apprehension? Han Feng summoned a taxi, and we swiftly reached an opulent villa enclave. This locale is inhabited by the county's elite, with vehicles perpetually arriving and departing, each visage emanating an air of self-assuredness. Although my family dwells in a humble two-story abode, it is a residence we constructed ourselves. I vividly remember my father, in a state of inebriation, once lamenting upon the sofa that had he not divorced my mother and forfeited half of his wealth, he could have acquired a villa in this prestigious area. Han Feng unveiled 2 pairs of sunglasses, one for himself and one for me. The night had deepened. I felt a touch of foolishness, yet refrained from removing my sunglasses as I accompanied Han Feng into the villa enclave. It was precisely these sunglasses that dissuaded the security guard from impeding our passage. He mistook us for ruffians, averse to attracting trouble, and pretended to be oblivious. Upon removing my sunglasses, we approached an opulent 3-story villa. Through the wrought iron fence, I caught sight of a garden embellished with lush trees and vibrant flower beds, accompanied by a black SUV and a white sports car stationed against one wall. Doesn't it appear magnificent? Han Feng inquired with a smile. I nodded in affirmation. This is the most splendid mansion I have ever encountered, surpassing the combined expanse of the 3 adjacent townhouses. I once called this place home, but following my imprisonment, it was auctioned by the court and subsequently acquired by Chu Hailong. Thankfully, my mother bequeathed me a modest dwelling. Otherwise, I would have been destined to roam the streets. Han Feng sighed with a sense of nostalgia, and I regarded him with admiration. Once a man of great distinction, had he not descended to such depths, he would never have permitted me to accompany him. Han Feng ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply before pressing the doorbell beside the iron gate. Before long, the villa's door swung open. A robust gentleman in a suit appeared. He did not open the iron gate but merely the small window in the door, scrutinizing Han Feng and me with caution. What do you seek? The man inquired with an icy demeanor. Return and inform your brother-in-law that Han Feng is present and desires a personal audience with him. Han Feng's countenance was as dark as the midnight sky, and he exhaled tendrils of smoke into the narrow window. A fleeting glimmer of trepidation flickered in the man's eyes as he murmured, "Please wait a moment," before retreating indoors. 5 minutes later, he emerged, unlatched the iron gate, and offered a slight bow. "Brother Feng, please." Han Feng, leaning upon his cane, advanced with an air of confidence, his head held high. I followed with caution, my gaze cast downward, nearly colliding with him as we ascended the steps. Han Feng motioned for me to regain my composure, urging me not to succumb to panic. Upon entering the grand hall of the villa, a wave of anxiety engulfed me, causing my legs to tremble uncontrollably. I had never before beheld such a spectacle. 6 muscular men stood at attention on either side, their legs apart and arms crossed over their chests. Each bore a gleaming dagger at their waist, and their arms were adorned with intricate tattoos. Directly opposite stood Chu Hailong, a man in his 30s with a sharply defined visage, towering over 6 feet tall, his muscular frame straining against a black tank top. Although devoid of tattoos, his arms were marked with conspicuous scars from knife wounds. The room, filled with numerous individuals, was enveloped in an eerie silence. The only sound that pierced the stillness was the echo of Han Feng's cane striking the floor. Han Feng paid no attention to the muscular men, maintaining his composure and smile as he strode in with his chest out and head held high. I struggled to maintain my balance, trailing closely behind him, overwhelmed by an instinctive desire to flee at that moment. "Brother Feng, we have eagerly awaited your return. Please, take a seat." Chu Hailong feigned cordiality, his expression impassive as he gestured toward a large chair draped with a golden cushion. "Long, spare me the jest. The Iha Hall is your domain now. I would not presume to overstep my bounds by claiming a seat." Han Feng waved his hand, surveying the surroundings with a smile. "These brothers are quite impressive. You have surpassed me by leaps and bounds. I am truly in awe." Chu Hailong's demeanor softened slightly, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Can't you see Brother Feng is still standing? Quickly bring over a stool." One of the burly men promptly complied, returning with a diminutive round stool. scarcely 20 centimeters in height, and placing it beside the chair. I swallowed hard, my anxiety mounting. "Brother, assist me in sitting down," Han Feng calmly directed towards me. I hurriedly helped Han Feng settle onto the small stool, which positioned him significantly lower than everyone else in the room, evoking a sense of pity. Although I was unfamiliar with the complexities of their world, the situation was unmistakably clear to me. Chu Hailong was intentionally degrading Han Feng by compelling him to sit at his feet. "This gentleman is." Only then did Chu Hailong seem to acknowledge my presence. His gaze tinged with disdain. "My younger brother, Zhou Yan," Han Feng introduced. "Zhou Yan?" Chu Hailong knitted his brows momentarily before a sudden smile illuminated his face as he turned to me. "I have heard that this younger brother is remarkably formidable, even possessing the audacity to challenge the son of Director Qin. In this respect, he bears a resemblance to Brother Feng." I felt an innate urge to defend myself, to elucidate that I was not the one who had assaulted Qin Xiaohu. However, upon observing Han Feng's slight shake of his head, I opted for silence. "Be sure to align with Brother Feng." Chu Hailong appeared to pat my shoulder in a congenial manner. Yet his grip was so forceful that it not only inflicted discomfort but also caused my body to sway dangerously, nearly leading to my downfall. I caught a fleeting glimpse of the robust men stifling their laughter, reveling in my mortification. Chu Hailong reclined in his oversized chair, haughtily igniting a cigar, from which 2 wisps of smoke ascended from his nostrils. To behold Chu Hailong, Han Feng had to tilt his head upward from his seated position. "Brother Feng, you have come to seek your brethren. What is your command?" Chu Hailong jested. "I would not dare to issue commands, yet considering our shared history, I endeavor to secure my livelihood. Despite my impoverished and disabled state, I yearn for survival." Han Feng chuckled softly, then returned to Iha Hall. "You shall not be deprived of sustenance. Do not jest. 2 tigers cannot inhabit the same mountain, particularly when one is a dragon." Han Feng firmly declined. "Brother Feng, you are being unreasonable." Chu Hailong's patience began to wane as he crossed a leg, the tip of his shoe nearly brushing against Han Feng's face. "Hailong, this charade is utterly futile. Send them away. I have matters to discuss with you." Han Feng's temper started to fray, his tone growing increasingly frigid. "We are brothers. There is nothing we cannot discuss." Chu Hailong replied with nonchalance. "Someone has fallen from the bridge." Han Feng reignited his cigarette, beginning to speak slowly. Yet his words faltered. Chu Hailong's expression darkened immediately, his jaw visibly grinding in irritation as he raised his hand to urge him on. "Everyone, proceed upstairs and wait. Unless summoned, no one is permitted to come down." The burly men nodded in acknowledgement of Chu Hailong and promptly ascended the stairs, the sound of a door slamming echoing behind them. Chu Hailong's cold gaze fixed upon me, clearly desiring my absence. A cold sweat broke out upon my skin, and I too yearned to depart. "Do not worry, Hailong. Brother Zhou Yan is not only tight-lipped, but knows nothing at all." Yet Han Feng was unwilling for me to leave, exhaling a puff of smoke onto Chu Hailong's shoes. "Brother Feng, how do you know about that matter?" Chu Hailong ultimately withdrew his foot, inclining himself to inquire further. "I happened to witness the incident and captured several photographs, each time I revisit them. I am haunted by nightmares that linger for days," Han Feng replied, clearly shaken. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Chu Hailong unleashed a powerful kick, forcefully striking the small stool. The stool was sent soaring through the air, causing Han Feng to tumble abruptly to the ground, his body instinctively leaning backward. In a desperate attempt to regain his balance, he propped himself up with his elbow, narrowly averting a painful fall onto the back of his head. I hurriedly advanced to assist Han Feng in rising, my heart racing uncontrollably as an undeniable sense of panic washed over me. Chu Hailong had transformed into an adversary. I found myself pondering whether I could safely take my leave from this location. "Han Feng, what precisely are your intentions?" Chu Hailong's jaw quivered as he gritted his teeth. "Existence is exceedingly challenging. I must seek a means to endure. Transfer a fraction of your assets to me. I guarantee that I shall remain discreet and reveal nothing." Han Feng leaned upon his cane once more, articulating his demands with an air of nonchalance. "Do you desire to meet your demise?" Chu Hailong's fists clenched tighter, the cracking of his knuckles resonating ominously. "I have descended to such depths. Do you presume that I fear death?" Han Feng derisively remarked, coldly admonishing him. "Hailong, do not delude yourself into thinking you are untouchable. Recall Qin Xiaohu. Who among us does not traverse the shadowy paths under the cover of night?" Chu Hailong's menacing gaze turned towards me. Lacking any semblance of courage, I swiftly averted my gaze to escape his penetrating stare. After a tense silence lingered for half a minute, Chu Hailong finally broke the stillness. "Brother Feng, take your rest. I shall contemplate this matter and ensure you live with dignity." Excuse me, there is no need to see me off. Han Feng gestured for me to follow, turning away as his cane tapped rhythmically against the ground. Brother Feng, do you not wish to share any recent tidings with your comrades? Chu Hailong's scornful voice resounded from behind. We have yet to resolve our past grievances. Han Feng, without glancing back, maintained his steady pace. So, Brother Feng, after all these years, you find yourself stagnant? Chu Hailong derided. It is quite disgraceful to obstruct impoverished students for monetary gain in front of the school. If you are grappling with mental health issues, seek help to avoid becoming a target of mockery. Han Feng delivered his words with an air of indifference. Mind your own damn business. Chu Hailong bellowed in fury. Crash. I recoiled at the jarring sound of something shattering, paralyzed by fear and unable to glance back. At last, we emerged from the villa, and the brief expanse seemed to stretch into eternity. I have come to a profound realization. Following Han Feng's promise of a journey fraught with trials and tribulations, a path beset with thorns, the men of Chu Hailong refrained from pursuing us. Han Feng and I successfully departed from the villa district, discovering solace amidst the vibrant streets. Brother, I owe you a debt of gratitude today. Han Feng remarked with a smile. Brother Feng, do not mention it. I contributed nothing of great significance, I replied. I shook my head fervently, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of shame. I had never before witnessed such a spectacle, and the cold sweat that had enveloped me lingered still. Without a brother to bolster my resolve, how could a mere cripple like myself summon such fortitude? Han Feng chuckled heartily, then added with an air of mystery. In these turbulent times, all are wary of the audacious, particularly those who dare to act in secrecy. It is clear that Chu Hailong harbors a degree of caution towards you. A wave of anxiety washed over me. Why do you doubt my words? I assure you, I did not harm Qin Xiaohu. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Let Chu Hailong persist in his misconceptions. Han Feng brushed aside my apprehension with indifference. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered within me, as though I had been artfully deceived by him. However, if I am indeed so worthless, what reason could Han Feng have for desiring my companionship as a brother? As I followed Han Feng, I felt an obligation to contribute in some manner. I reassured myself, finding comfort in acceptance. Rather than returning home immediately, we summoned a cab and ventured to the barbecue city. We ordered an array of skewers and beer, settling at a quaint table outside, relishing the cool evening breeze while engaging in light-hearted conversation and laughter. I savored this sense of ease and freedom, along with the vibrant essence of life. In that moment, all my anxieties gently dissipated. From Han Feng, I gathered a rudimentary understanding of Chu Hailong. Chu Hailong was a rural lad, devoid of connections, impoverished to the extent of hunger, and exceedingly timid. Throughout his school years, he faced mockery from classmates and endured relentless bullying, too frightened to retaliate or confide in anyone, often retreating to a corner to weep while gnawing at his clothes. Consequently, he harbored a profound disdain for pretentious students, relishing the opportunity to confront them at the school gates and pilfer their meager pocket money. In Han Feng's perspective, this behavior epitomized a form of vindictive psychological disorder, one that would prove arduous to rectify. Yet, in reality, Chu Hailong had risen to considerable affluence after assuming control of Iya Hall. He had nearly monopolized the entertainment venues in Dong'an County and even established several establishments in the city. Brother Feng, do you truly possess a photograph of Chu Hailong on the bridge? I inquired with caution, particularly attuned to the mention of photographs. It was through 5 candid images that I had successfully subdued my stepmother, Su Li, rendering her incapable of further machinations against me. Intriguingly, Lu Fengfei from the photography studio had similarly employed those very 5 photographs to coerce her unscrupulous biological father, unexpectedly reaping 5,000 yuan in the process. From this experience, I gleaned a profound lesson. Possessing knowledge of another's secrets can instill a sense of trepidation within them, compelling them to conduct themselves with greater integrity. Yet, I remained too youthful and inexperienced in the ways of the world. It was only later that I grasped the inherent perils of such strategies. There exists a saying, to catch a hare by the fire, which can easily result in burns. Han Feng had indulged a bit too freely and, with a slurred tongue, boasted, of course, there are no photographs, no evidence. But I am aware that incident is linked to Chu Hailong. I intentionally stated that to intimidate him. Haha. This individual is clearly unsettled. Han Feng was merely attempting to instill fear in Chu Hailong. Such audacity. Our survival after departing from the villa was nothing short of miraculous. I drew in a sharp breath, coming to the realization that Han Feng was undeniably a figure of considerable danger, who had leapt from the bridge. What ties did this have to Chu Hailong? I refrained from asking, and Han Feng, of course, kept his silence. Nevertheless, through our discourse, I perceived Han Feng's disdain for Chu Hailong, regarding him as a mindless oaf, incapable of achieving anything of significance. During Han Feng's stewardship of Iha Hall, Chu Hailong had cultivated a rebellious spirit, having clandestinely engaged a mentor. This mentor was the true orchestrator operating in the shadows, a figure of considerable importance. Although Han Feng was aware of this identity, he opted not to disclose it. The hour had long since passed midnight. I first escorted Han Feng home by taxi before making my way back to my own abode, somewhat disoriented. As I ascended the staircase, I was suddenly struck by the sight of a light emanating from Fu Xiaoya's room, sending my heart into a flutter of anticipation. Could it be that Fu Xiaoya had returned? I pressed my ear against the door, yet silence enveloped the space within. After a brief moment of hesitation, I gently rapped on the door. "Come in, the door is unlocked," a familiar voice resonated, akin to a celestial melody, compelling me to swiftly push the door open. Indeed, it was Fu Xiaoya. At that instant, she reclined against the headboard, absorbed in a magazine. Clad in a delicate pale pink nightgown, she revealed her long, slender legs, adorned with crimson toenails that danced playfully, emanating a vivacious charm. "Sister, you have finally returned." My voice quivered with unrestrained emotion, tears brimming in my eyes. "Where have you been wandering?" Fu Xiaoya huffed, her tone laced with annoyance. She harbored a disdain for the Korean wave, and I refrained from disclosing the truth, merely stating. With everything that has transpired, I felt rather stifled, so I took a leisurely stroll. "Come here." Fu Xiaoya beckoned me, and I hastened to her bedside. Suddenly, she lifted her delicate foot, playfully nudging my leg and waist several times. Though her strength was minimal, it created a rhythmic thud. I restrained myself from moving, a smile illuminating my lips. In that moment, I realized that even being scolded by Fu Xiaoya felt like a comforting form of happiness. "You little rascal. Locked up for 2 days, and you seem to be in fine spirits," Fu Xiaoya laughed, her beauty radiant and captivating. "I wasn't beaten. Merely deprived of sustenance and subjected to endless interrogations," I explained. "That too is a form of torment. Fortunately, you are resilient and have endured," Fu Xiaoya praised me. "A rare compliment." I recalled your words, asserting that at home they possessed no evidence, and they would be compelled to release me. A swell of pride surged within me. But Fu Xiaoya's expression turned grave as she cautioned, "This case is not yet resolved. Remember to articulate this from now on." I nodded vigorously, appearing compliant. "Come. Lie beside me." Fu Xiaoya gestured to the pillow next to her. I was taken aback, scarcely believing my ears, standing there in a daze. Fu Xiaoya's demeanor soured. "What? Are you unwilling?" "I am eager," I exclaimed impulsively, hastily discarding my shoes and gently reclining beside her, inhaling the enchanting aroma that enveloped her. "Have you been drinking?" Fu Xiaoya scrunched her nose in evident distaste. I grew weary from walking, so I indulged in a few skewers of barbecue and consumed a couple of bottles of beer. I elucidated with a feigned smile, swiftly diverting the topic. "Sister, you won't depart again, will you? My mother mentioned they are pursuing a divorce. This place no longer feels like home to me." Fu Xiaoya let out a frosty huff through her nostrils. "I am merely here to gather my belongings. I worked late, so I shall remain for the night and depart tomorrow morning. Goodness, I have grown weary of this place, but I do not wish for you to leave." I summoned my courage and boldly articulated the emotions I had long concealed. Fu Xiaoya froze, regarding me as though I were an anomaly, yet her expression soon softened. "Come. Rest in my arms," she beckoned, gently patting my head as she opened her embrace wide. A wave of profound happiness enveloped me, rendering me momentarily dizzy. Unconsciously, I shifted to nestle within her embrace, my body tense with the apprehension of drawing close to her. For the first time, we were in such intimate proximity. Her smooth skin emanated a distinctive fragrance, causing my ears to flush and my vision to blur. How I yearned for time to freeze, transforming into an eternity. Fu Xiaoya ignited a cigarette with a singular hand, exhaling a lengthy, languorous breath before uttering, "Xiaoyan, should they choose to divorce, we shall no longer be siblings, and the intimacy we once shared will be forever lost. They are both self-serving and devoid of compassion." A wave of melancholy surged within me, amplifying my contempt for my father and Suli. Their choices dictated our destinies, heedless of the scars they had inflicted upon us in our youth. Fu Xiaoya and I had only recently embarked upon the journey of adulthood, woefully unprepared to confront the uncertainties that lay ahead. Alas, those wretched individuals deserve to be estranged. "It is but poetic justice." Fu Xiaoya scoffed, then leaned closer to me, imparting a cautionary admonition. "You coward, tread carefully in the future." Do not allow anyone to exploit you, only to count the profits afterward. I am not one to shy away from fear. I embody bravery. I had just come across the illustrious Long Gu, and although I found myself encircled by ruffians, I successfully eluded their grasp unscathed. Before I could respond, Fu Xiaya interjected. Xiaoyan, Qin Xiaohu has resolved all matters. You shall be uninterrupted henceforth. Concentrate on your studies, ready yourself for university, and embark on a journey to a grander city to immerse yourself in the vastness of the world. While I may be in my current predicament, you must strive for loftier aspirations. Certainly, I shall reiterate the year. I lifted my chin, my gaze unwavering and determined. I observed the graceful curve of Fu Xiaoya's almond-shaped eyes as they blossomed into a smile, her long lashes casting a delicate arc suddenly. The door swung open with a resounding crash, and Su Li stormed in. I hastily propped myself up with my arm. Upon witnessing us reclined on the same bed, Su Li's eyes widened in incredulity, her fury igniting as she exclaimed, "What are you two doing? Have you no shame? The most shameless one here is you." Fu Xiaya retorted, springing up from the bed, unyielding. "What business is it of yours? What is wrong with my lying beside my brother? You are not true siblings." Su Li screamed in desperation. "Only someone as loathsome as you could conceive of others in such a sordid manner. Perhaps you should reflect on what to do after being forsaken." Fu Xiaya mockingly countered. "How could I have such a daughter? Had I foreseen this, I would have suffocated you at birth." Su Li, consumed by rage, lunged at Fu Xiaya. I swiftly shielded Fu Xiaya, enduring a relentless barrage of blows upon my back. I dismissed the agony, resolute in my commitment to safeguard her. Ultimately, Su Li, fatigued, withdrew, weeping in desolation. Fu Xiaya, paying no heed to Su Li, donned her clothes over her nightgown and descended the stairs, dragging a suitcase behind her. "Sister!" I hurriedly chased after her, disregarding the need to don my shoes. What an utter dampener. Fu Xiaoyan muttered curses under her breath, determined to make her exit at the stroke of midnight. At that moment, a taxi appeared. Without a backward glance, she entered and disappeared into the darkness. I lingered there for what seemed like an eternity, engulfed in profound despair. With a sudden, sharp slap to my own face, I was beset by deep remorse for my actions. I should not have surrendered to Fu Xiaoya's embrace, permitting Su Li to misinterpret our connection, transforming those invaluable moments into ephemeral shadows. I returned home steeped in despondency, only to discover Su Li awaiting me in the living room, her finger accusingly directed at me, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "You, truly are something," she exclaimed. "We did nothing wrong. We didn't even close the door." I cast her a scornful glance before ascending the staircase, shutting out her voice behind the door. How brazen! How utterly brazen! That night, slumber eluded me. I was beset by the haunting illusion of Fu Xiaoya's presence, her enchanting fragrance lingering in the atmosphere, steadfastly refusing to fade away. In the ensuing 2 days, Su Li chose to disregard my existence, and I mirrored her silence. She returned to her fastidious grooming rituals, departing early and returning late, seemingly unconcerned with my sustenance. Following my father's suggestion of a divorce, Su Li remained unfazed by the potential revelation of her through those photographs. Her contempt for me deepened, seemingly aggravated by Fu Xiaoya's sway. It was as though my very presence repelled her, and she frequently donned a countenance of disdain. I remained undeterred. Before long, she would cease to be my stepmother. With scant distractions to fill my hours, apart from my excursions in search of quaint eateries, I often found solace in a nearby park. I perched upon a grand boulder, contemplating the glistening expanse of Bell Lake, casting diminutive stones into its abyss, which merely agitated the water in tiny, delicate splashes. I had yet to encounter Han Feng, completely absorbed in his guitar playing. My phone remained peculiarly silent, as if the world had conspired to erase my presence. Then, without any forewarning, calamity struck. My father returned home, parking his pre-owned sedan in front of the house. Yet, the moment he alighted, he was violently struck by a speeding vehicle from behind. My father was hurled into the air, tumbling several times before crashing heavily onto the ground. He lay there, bloodied and unconscious, as a passerby urgently summoned help, and an ambulance promptly arrived to convey him to the hospital. Upon receiving the distressing news, I was utterly confounded. The sky had collapsed. Despite his sternness and apathy, my father was my sole bastion of support. What was I to do in his absence? In a frenzied rush, I arrived at the county's inaugural hospital, where I discovered Su Li seated before the emergency room. Her pallor was even more grave than mine as she sat numbly on a bench, as though her very essence had been drained away. "What is the condition of my father?" I inquired with mounting anxiety. "The prognosis is bleak," Su Li replied, her voice devoid of emotion, before murmuring. He vowed to return for the divorce, yet here he lies. What a betrayal. Has the driver who struck him been apprehended? I pressed further. No. Suli shook her head in resignation. The driver fled the scene. Their whereabouts remain unknown. We suspect intoxication. I sank beside Suli, my mind a tumultuous whirlwind. Rendered speechless. Life is fraught with unpredictability. One can never ascertain whether calamity or dawn will arrive first. How could I have been so naive as to marry him? Indeed, it is a manifestation of poetic justice. Suli murmured softly, tears cascading down her cheeks in a steady stream. 3 hours later, the emergency room door swung open. A doctor emerged to inform us that my father had stabilized and was regaining consciousness. Regrettably, he had sustained a comminuted fracture of the lumbar vertebra, which remained irreparable. His life had been spared, yet he would be confined to a wheelchair for the remainder of his days. My father, he. As soon as I parted my lips, Suli interjected, "Doctor, what will the cost of the treatment be, taking into account the preliminary procedures and the ensuing rehabilitation?" "The total cost will likely reach several 100,000 yuan." Suli anxiously raked her fingers through her hair, teetering on the precipice of despair. She had not yet finalized her divorce from my father, and this expense was inescapable. For a family such as ours, it was undeniably a harsh blow. "Your presence here serves no purpose. You ought to return." Suli, in a state of agitation, sought to evade my presence. I rose and approached the doorway of the emergency room, casting a glance within. My father lay ensnared by an array of tubes, his eyes shut, with only the rise and fall of his chest betraying any vestige of life. I departed the hospital in solitude, scarcely able to recall the path that led me home. The house felt desolate, so eerily silent that I could hear the dust settling. I reclined on the living room sofa, silently fixated on the energy-efficient light fixture above. Enveloped by an overwhelming sense of despair. My father's abrupt misfortune had shattered my aspirations of repeating the academic year. The household lacked the financial means for my education. Even if I endeavored to retake the year, the prospect of securing funds for university remained elusive. My father's calamity had ensnared me within its grasp. Left with no alternatives, I would have to venture into the world and rely solely on my own resources. Time slipped away unnoticed until my phone rang. It was a call from Han Feng. "Brother, what are you engaged in?" Alone in the confines of my home, I responded weakly, "Come accompany me tonight, Beauty KTV. Today truly radiates with splendor." Han Feng erupted in hearty laughter. "A splendid day? For me, it heralds the onset of my tribulations." Remaining at home only exacerbated my restless musings. The more I contemplated, the heavier my heart became, leading me to acquiesce. I prepared myself and ventured outside, where I met Han Feng at the entrance of the quaint park. Today, he appeared strikingly different, adorned in a lightweight gray suit complemented by a crimson shirt and a golden tie, his hair impeccably styled. From the waist up, Han Feng presented a rather dashing figure. Regrettably, the tailored trousers bore unsightly wrinkles, undermining the overall impression. Sensing my scrutinizing gaze, Han Feng radiated confidence. "When I have the means, I shall acquire an upscale prosthetic, cast aside the crutches, and walk with ease." "Your aspiration is not unattainable," I replied dismissively. "Brother, you seem burdened." Han Feng, perceiving my unease, inquired with genuine concern. With a lump in my throat, I managed to utter, "My father was struck by a vehicle and is presently hospitalized." "Is it serious?" he asked. "They have saved his life, but he may face paralysis." I did not shy away from the truth. The prospect of my father being confined to a wheelchair weighed heavily upon my heart. Han Feng fell silent for a moment before placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Brother, endeavor to see the silver lining. You have just departed from school. At your tender age, you should not shoulder excessive burdens. Concentrate on fortifying yourself." I replied, "I understand. I merely feel." I struggled to articulate the concluding thought. "Lonely. It is all right. You have me," he reassured. "We shall forever remain brothers." Han Feng pounded his chest, and his words enveloped me in a comforting embrace as I delicately brushed away the tears that had gathered in the corners of my eyes. Indeed, my mother's condition is profoundly grave. She has lost the ability to recognize her own son, and the hospital bills accumulate to 10,000 each month. Years ago, I set aside 1 million for her care, yet it is now nearly exhausted, filling me with immense sorrow. I was astonished, unaware of the tremendous pressure that Han Feng was enduring. Despite his disability, he valiantly shouldered his burdens. In contrast, I, in robust health, had no justification to languish in despondency. I must rally my spirits and fortify my resolve. As the city lights began to shimmer, We summoned a taxi and returned to the Night Beauty KTV. Upon arrival, I encountered Brother Zhuang and 3 ruffians, all adorned with derisive expressions. Haha, Zhou Yan. You pitiful wretch, back again to finance our indulgence? Brother Zhuang sneered ominously, while the other 2 miscreants joined in with malevolent grins. In that moment, a poignant realization dawned upon me. Fu Xiaoye too was rather isolated. Her affiliation with these ruffians scarcely constituted friendship. Otherwise, why would Brother Zhuang persistently provoke me? They evidently held her in low esteem. I found myself disinclined to interact with them. Thus I averted my gaze and followed Han Feng inside. Yet, Brother Zhuang obstructed our passage, grandiosely proclaiming, Zhou Yan, swiftly empty your pockets and present your money upon your knees. Begone! Han Feng bellowed in fury, his voice echoing like a wild beast unleashed, instilling a tremor within me. Brother Zhuang, momentarily taken aback, soon seethed, Oh, you cripple, do you still dare to interfere? Do you truly believe we shall refrain from breaking your other leg? He swung his fist threateningly towards Han Feng, while the other 2 ruffians cracked their necks, drawing closer. It was overwhelming. My eyes burned with contained wrath as I positioned myself before Han Feng, exclaiming, Come on, strike me first, as long as you spare my life. You shall face severe repercussions. Ah, the coward's temper is indeed flaring. Brother Zhuang mocked, contempt etched across his features, commanding, Subdue Zhou Yan and force him to kneel. First, shatter his teeth, and then let us witness his true mettle. Just as I anticipated an imminent and savage beating, 3 robust figures emerged from within. At their forefront was Chu Hailong, who surveyed the escalating situation with an enigmatic expression. Brother Zhuang's demeanor shifted instantaneously, morphing into a fawning smile as he greeted, Brother Long. Hailong. The mere utterance of Han Feng's name compelled Brother Zhuang to pivot sharply, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Han Feng drew me aside and lamented. Your subordinates exhibit quite the audacity. They not only obstruct my entrance but also threaten to shatter my other leg. Is this the kind of hospitality your KTV offers? Chu Hailong turned his gaze coldly towards Brother Zhuang and his companions, demanding, Who do you presume to be, claiming to serve as my subordinates? Brother Zhuang's countenance flushed crimson, beads of perspiration forming upon his brow and cascading down his darkened skin. After hastily mopping his forehead, he swallowed hard and, bent over, provided a sycophantic explanation. Brother Long, you are perpetually occupied. It is only natural that you might not recall the lesser ones, but we are all dutifully attentive to your commands. Ah. Chu Hailong nodded, his tone imperious. Then kneel and offer your apologies to Brother Feng, and strike your own face. Zhuang and his companions were utterly confounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Move swiftly, Chu Hailong urged, his impatience palpable. Startled, Zhuang and his companions fell to their knees, their expressions marred by despair. In that moment, I was enveloped in trepidation yet experienced an inexplicable exhilaration. Brother Feng, we humbly beseech your forgiveness for our ignorance and for any offense we may have caused. Please pardon us. Zhuang and his companions bowed repeatedly, striking their own faces with such fervor that blood began to trickle from their lips. Brother Feng, are you now appeased? Chu Hailong scoffed repeatedly, proclaiming, Excellent. One must adhere to the rules to preserve the esteemed reputation of the Iha Hall. I have fulfilled my obligations. Now you must reciprocate. He maliciously reminded them of their duties. I have always been a man of my word, Han Feng replied, his demeanor unwavering. Accompanied by his 2 subordinates, Chu Hailong ascended into a black SUV parked nearby and departed from the KTV, leaving Zhuang and his companions still kneeling on the ground, uncertain whether to rise. Remember this, my name is Han Feng. From this moment forth, you are to refrain from causing any disturbances within the KTV. Nor are you to create any troubles for my brother, Zhou Yan. Should you disregard this warning, I will ensure your demise. Han Feng's tone was laced with an icy chill. Han Feng. Upon hearing that name, Zhuang and his companions were enveloped in trepidation, hastily nodding in acquiescence. I felt an urge to hurl a contemptuous spit in their direction, yet I restrained myself, opting instead to cast a scornful glance before trailing Han Feng into the KTV. I had presumed Han Feng's intention was to indulge in song, yet he traversed the corridor towards the general manager's office. Without so much as a knock, Han Feng flung the door open and strode inside. I followed him, my heart racing with unease. Those who dared to operate a KTV were not to be trifled with. They held a certain standing within the underworld, tasked with upholding order. To stir trouble in such a domain would inevitably result in grave repercussions, as one could be forcibly ejected and discarded. However, the actuality unfolded in a manner far removed from my expectations. Within the confines of the office, a middle-aged gentleman donned in a tailored suit sat with an air of sophistication. His hair was meticulously slicked back, and his visage was graced with a welcoming smile. Upon the arrival of Han Feng, he greeted him with exuberant enthusiasm. "Welcome, Brother Feng." Han Feng ambled over, took a seat behind the desk, ignited a cigarette, and inquired, "Is everything in order?" "Certainly. Please take a look, Brother Feng," the middle-aged man replied promptly. Retrieving a business license from a file and leaning across the table to present it to Han Feng. "Night Beauty KTV. Legal representative, Han Feng." For a moment, I was taken aback, vigorously rubbing my eyes to confirm my perception. Han Feng cast a glance at the business license, then nonchalantly tossed it onto the desk. Exhaling a plume of smoke. "General Manager Ping, what is the current status of Night Beauty KTV? We currently employ 8 full-time staff members and 30 part-time workers. With 6 months' rent already settled. Our existing supplies are sufficient for merely 7 days, and I just finalized the previous month's wages for our employees yesterday," the general manager, Ping, remarked promptly. "Is that all?" Han Feng knitted his brow, forcefully discarding the cigarette but onto the desk. "This is utterly exasperating." Peng recoiled in alarm. Hastily raising his hands and retreating a couple of steps, his expression twisted in anguish as he implored, "Brother Feng, you are aware that I am merely a scapegoat in this situation. Please, show some mercy and do not hold this against me. Moreover, I have already lost my position, and my salary for the past 6 months remains unpaid. Depart at once." Han Feng, with an air of impatience, waved his hand, prompting Peng to promptly seize his bag and depart. "Brother Feng, I have grasped certain truths in a vague manner, yet I still find it difficult to accept. Chu Hailong has indeed capitulated, transferring the KTV into my possession. Yet that rogue has absconded with all the operational capital, leaving me with naught but a hollow shell." Han Feng shrugged his shoulders, a clear manifestation of his dissatisfaction. I hold great admiration for Han Feng. He embodies both resilience and acumen. Rising from obscurity, he has swiftly acquired a KTV, echoing the adage, "A golden-scaled fish is not merely a creature of the pond." "Brother Feng, my heartfelt congratulations," I expressed earnestly. "Haha, mutual congratulations." Han Feng chuckled. "From this day forth, Yi Mei KTV shall belong to us, my brothers. As I often proclaim, we shall share both fortune and adversity." I was profoundly moved and somewhat taken aback, yet I grasped the unspoken nuances of his words. "Brother Feng, I still lack experience and will depend on your guidance. My own physical limitations necessitate your support. As brothers, we need not engage in empty pleasantries." Han Feng furrowed his brow once more. "For the time being, we must rejuvenate the KTV. We cannot permit Chu Hailong to revel in our misfortune." "I shall certainly endeavor to do my utmost," I replied solemnly, patting my chest, feeling the youthful fervor surging within me. "Would you consider assisting me as my aide?" Han Feng inquired. Of course, I readily acquiesced, though uncertain of the duties that an assistant might entail. "Your sister works here as well, does she not?" "Indeed." "What is her name?" "Fu Xiaoya." Han Feng opened the drawer, retrieved a sheet of paper and a pen, and, after confirming with me, inscribed the name Fu Xiaoya. "Brother, please fetch her for me." Although I was uncertain of Han Feng's intentions, I acquiesced without hesitation. Upon exiting the general manager's office, I approached the front desk, where the female receptionist recognized me and leaned against the counter with a playful smile. "Ah, handsome lad, back to see your sister again?" "Indeed." "Which room is she in?" The receptionist picked up the intercom, pressed a few buttons, and announced, "Xiaoya, your brother is here looking for you at the front desk." "Coming right away." Upon hearing Fu Xiaoya's voice, my heart surged with an inexplicable thrill. I was on the verge of seeing her once more. The memories of that night in Fu Xiaoya's room flooded my mind, where I lay in her embrace, engulfed in warmth and joy, a moment forever etched in my memory. Fu Xiaoya descended the staircase, her demeanor far from amiable. Without uttering a single word, she pulled me into a nearby vacant room and struck my head with a series of sharp slaps. Dazed, I staggered, attempting to evade her wrath and beg for mercy. "Sister, please cease this. You are utterly hopeless, like clay that cannot be shaped. Your father lies in the hospital, teetering on the brink of death. And yet you possess the audacity to come here to indulge in frivolity? Should you not be contemplating your next steps?" Fu Xiaoya exclaimed, her fierce gaze obscured by tears and deep disappointment. "It was Han Feng who brought me here." I hastily defended myself, only to incite Fu Xiaoya's fury further. As she struck me again, without hesitation, "I cautioned you against associating with that scoundrel Han Feng. Why do you refuse to heed my warning?" I retorted. "If I do not remain with Han Feng, what other options do I have?" I forcefully pushed Fu Xiaoya away, causing her to stumble precariously near the sofa. Fu Xiaoya gazed at me in astonishment, likely never expecting that someone as compliant and docile as I would dare to confront her. Sister, have you ever contemplated that with our father incapacitated, the funds for his treatment are insufficient, and I must earn a living? Is there any alternative for me but to align with Han Feng? You should focus on resuming your studies and preparing for university, rather than mingling with the outside world. Repeat my studies? Will your mother permit me to do so? I shall never attend university. Life can indeed feel suffocating. What others regard as a typical existence is, for me, laden with insurmountable trials. Has destiny truly chosen to ignore my plight? I am filled with indignation and harbor resentment, yet I stifle my tears. The heavens have not yet crumbled, have they? Fu Xiaoya sighed and enveloped me in a gentle embrace. Strangely, my emotions found equilibrium swiftly as I buried my face deep into the crook of her neck. Xiaoyan, do not be afraid. I will earn money to support your education and assist you in attending university. Fu Xiaoya's unprecedented tenderness, coupled with her gentle caress on my back, profoundly moved me. And the tears I had fought to contain cascaded down my cheeks. This was the most exquisite language in the world, deserving of a lifetime of remembrance. However, I could not accept it. Fu Xiaoya was still under 20, toiling at a KTV selling drinks, earning a meager livelihood. How could I possibly place such a burden upon her? With considerable effort, I distanced myself from her, bowing my head as I spoke. Sister, I have resolved my course. I shall forego university. I will depend upon my own capabilities and forge a unique path within society. Fu Xiaoya fell into silence, her eyes shimmering with regret and disappointment. Sister, Brother Feng seeks your attention. I gently reminded her, and Fu Xiaoya was jolted back to reality, her discontent manifesting in an exasperated huff. What does he desire? That insufferable invalid has led you astray. Brother Feng is situated in the general manager's office. Is he acquainted with General Peng? Fu Xiaoya's demeanor shifted, her sensitivity peaked. For General Peng's words bore the weight of her destiny. Chu Hailong has entrusted the KTV to Brother Feng. He now occupies the position of general manager here, I elucidated. Ah, is that so? Fu Xiaoya expressed her incredulity. Why would Longo act in such a manner? I understood the reason all too well. Yet I shook my head and simply affirmed, Sister, it is indeed true. I have seen the business license. The legal representative is Han Feng. Shortly after Longo departed, Han Feng made his entrance. Fu Xiaoya suddenly comprehended. I shall accompany you to meet Brother Feng. The last two words were challenging for her to articulate. We exited the private room and arrived at the general manager's office, where Han Feng lounged in his chair, idly spinning a lighter in his hand. Brother Feng. Fu Xiaoya stood at attention, exhibiting utmost respect. Xiaoya, how long have you been here? Han Feng inquired with a smile. Half a year. What is your monthly income? Fu Xiaoya cast a glance at me, revealing no secrets. I assist with cleaning, and with the commission from beverage sales, it amounts to approximately 1,500. I could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for Fu Xiaoya. Her labor was arduous, and her earnings were meager. With such a scant income, did she not require sustenance? Do you reside here? Han Feng continued his interrogation. I once called this place home, but it proved to be rather inconvenient. A few days ago, I secured a rental with a friend. It is not far from here. What is the rent? Rather modest, even including utilities. It amounts to a mere 300. My heart ached. Such an affordable dwelling must certainly be located far away and undoubtedly in dismal condition. Yet, Fu Xiaoya chose to inhabit a bleak rental rather than return home. I grasped her predicament. That residence was perpetually steeped in oppression and suffocation. A space that incessantly invoked a desire to flee. Are you well acquainted with the entire KTV? Han Feng's inquiries were rather numerous, leaving one bewildered regarding his motives. Indeed, I am very familiar. Fu Xiaoya responded swiftly, apprehensive about the potential loss of her employment, and added with unwavering determination, I am acquainted with every individual, every nook, and even every melody on the karaoke machine. Han Feng nodded thoughtfully before inquiring, Xiaoya, I consider Zhou Yin as a brother, and I trust you are not a stranger. Could you do me a favor? Please, proceed, Brother Feng. Fu Xiaoya replied with the utmost reverence. Discontinue the sale of alcohol. There is no need for a part-time cleaning position, I desire. Han Feng hesitated for a brief moment. Fu Xiaoya's demeanor stiffened. Her small fists clenched tightly as she interjected through gritted teeth. I understand. I shall depart immediately. I felt a profound disappointment towards Han Feng, bowing my head in silence. I never imagined that his inaugural action upon assuming control of the KTV would be to dismiss Fu Xiaoya, depriving her of her livelihood. Is this how so-called good brothers conduct their affairs? Suddenly, Han Feng erupted into laughter. Xiaya, who said you had to leave? What does that signify? Han Feng, with a gentle smile, shook his head and candidly proclaimed, I wish for you to assume the role of floor manager, for the time being. Your monthly remuneration will be 3,000, and should you excel in your duties, there will be additional bonuses. Fu Xiaya stood there in astonishment, the unexpected stroke of fortune leaving her in a state of disbelief. After a brief pause, she joyfully queried, Brother Feng, with my skills, is it truly feasible for me to undertake this responsibility? Certainly, Han Feng replied, his smile radiating encouragement. Xiaya, you possess a deeper understanding of this establishment than I do. Simply invest some effort into management, and we shall thrive collectively. Han Feng clasped his hands in a gesture of earnestness. Please. No. Fu Xiaya, taken aback, quickly waved her petite hands and exuberantly vowed, I shall not disappoint you, Brother Feng. Her voice quivered, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. She had endured oppression for far too long. Today, she finally glimpsed the glimmer of hope for a brighter future. I felt a surge of joy, yet an undercurrent of anxiety began to invade my thoughts. Chu Hailong had withdrawn all the operational funds from the KTV. With merely 6 months' worth of valid rent and Han Feng now bereft of resources, could he guarantee that Fu Xiaya would receive her due salary? Nevertheless, in this precarious situation, both Fu Xiaya and I had no alternative but to place our trust in Han Feng. Let us proceed with caution, one step at a time. Han Feng was in high spirits that evening, inviting us to gather around the office desk. He handed Fu Xiaoyao a cigarette and inquired meticulously about the internal affairs of Yume KTV. Fu Xiaoyao spoke candidly, while Han Feng took earnest notes. It was evident that Han Feng was eager to manage the KTV proficiently, aspiring to earn his first income post-incarceration from this endeavor. With a mentally ill mother and a monthly hospital fee of 10,000, this was a burden Han Feng was compelled to bear. After clarifying most of his inquiries, Han Feng instructed Fu Xiaoya to summon all the formal employees from their respective positions. 6 women and 2 men stood attentively in 2 rows within the office. Han Feng, exhaling smoke, wore a stern expression. He commenced by announcing the change of ownership of Yi Mei KTV. I, Han Feng, am the legal representative and the general manager. Those who wish to depart, I shall not retain. Securing a position is no easy feat. Every employer is the same. The staff promptly expressed their desire to remain. Han Feng then declared my position as the assistant to the general manager, yet he did not specify my responsibilities. He also appointed Fu Xiaoya as the lobby manager, responsible for overall management. Anyone who disregards Manager Fu's directives will face termination. At that moment, Fu Xiaoya stood tall with unwavering confidence, her posture immaculate, and her joy emanating from her visage, casting a warm glow upon the room. As night descended, it marked a peak hour for KTV enthusiasts. The staff resumed their responsibilities, with Fu Xiaoya at the helm, meticulously surveying the establishment with her hands gracefully clasped behind her back. I accompanied Han Feng as we departed the office and entered a private room, where we indulged in casual drinks, engaging in light-hearted conversation and song, momentarily escaping the burdens of the world. As midnight approached, Han Feng and I exited the KTV, each retreating to our respective abodes. Faced with the stark emptiness of my home, a profound weight settled upon my heart, extinguishing my smile. My father lay hospitalized following a grave car accident, his condition dire, with medical expenses escalating into an abyss. It was uncertain when Suli might decide to sell this house. When that day arrives, I would truly find myself without a home, destined to reside upon the sofa in the KTV rooms. Just as I was about to ascend the staircase, Suli entered. Her visage strained and her gaze towards me markedly indifferent, as if I were merely a stranger encountered on the street. How is my father? I inquired. He shall not perish. Suli huffed with impatience, her brow furrowed as she reminded me, Xiao Yan, you have matured. With such tumult at home, I may not be able to attend to your needs. Contemplate how to carve your own destiny. Have no fear, even if you all were to meet your demise. I would undoubtedly endure, I retorted, ascending the staircase without a glance back. What sort of conversation is this? Suli exclaimed in anger, paying her no mind. I forcefully shut the door behind me. Suli is undeniably a heartless and unfeeling woman. It was clear that she held profound disdain for my father, entirely devoid of any lingering affection. Her sole concern was that my father would become a burden, confined to a wheelchair, incapable of granting her a joyful existence. But who could be held accountable for this? My father's demise was a consequence of his own actions, a result of his marital betrayal. The following day, I paid a visit to him in the hospital. He had been transferred to a private room, an oxygen tube delicately positioned within his nostrils. His visage pallid from considerable blood loss. Upon detecting the sound of footsteps, my father endeavored to open his eyes, his lips quivering as he feebly whispered, "Xiao Yan, you have arrived." In that poignant moment, I found myself at a loss for words, merely managing to call out, "Dad." He tremulously lifted a hand, tears cascading down his face uncontrollably. After a brief moment of hesitation, I took hold of that hand. He could no longer inflict harm upon me. His future was fated to be dismal, met solely with sympathetic glances. "Son," he choked out, addressing me with a more endearing term. "Go, seek out your mother." "I shall not go." I firmly shook my head. Ever since my parents' divorce, my mother seldom communicates with me, and my younger sister rarely reaches out as well. Despite their silence, I can infer that their lives are anything but fulfilling. My mother has entered into a new marriage. My stepfather has never uttered a word to me. He would scarcely welcome my presence. I have grown. I cannot simply leap from one abyss of anguish into another. Alas, what fate awaits me in my present condition? It is indeed uncommon for my father to manifest authentic concern for my welfare. A lump forms in my throat as I softly respond, "Father, there is no need for your apprehension. I am capable of looking after myself." He mentioned Su Li, who visited earlier, insisting on a divorce and even presenting the divorce papers, his words underscored by a lengthy sigh. Su Li harbors a heart of stone, devoid of any semblance of pretense. Even before my father has been released from the hospital, she is eager to liberate herself from the encumbrance and reclaim her autonomy. "I shall refrain from entangling myself in your matters," I declared with an icy detachment. My father did not solicit my counsel when he chose to part ways with my mother. I shall not affix my signature. I adamantly refused to sever our ties. My father's determination remained steadfast, a frigid smile lingering at the edges of his lips. As long as I draw breath, I shall tether her to me. She is bound by obligation to care for me. An unexpected urge to laugh surged within me. The calculating Su Li was on the brink of facing an unforeseen obstacle. She likely never envisioned my father's tenacious spirit, which would ensnare her in an endless cycle of torment. Thus, my father's arduous journey was on the verge of beginning. Upon exiting the hospital room, I fortuitously encountered Qin Xiaohu in the corridor on the same floor. He had yet to be discharged, clad in a loose hospital gown, struggling to walk as if he had lost his footing. Upon sighting me, Qin Xiaohu erupted in wrath, pointing accusatorily and exclaiming, "Zhou Yin, you are heartless. You have overstepped your bounds. Once I am released, I will ensure you face the consequences. Qin Xiaohu, desist from your unfounded allegations. I have not laid a finger upon you. Perhaps it would be prudent for you to contemplate the adversaries you have cultivated." I countered with a derisive smile, fully aware that he appeared so fragile that a mere nudge could send him cascading back onto the bed. Naturally, I could not lay a hand on him, for I would find myself accused of impropriety. Just as I prepared to depart, I noticed Director Qin from the police station approaching, a lunchbox in hand. The memory of our previous encounter at the station washed over me like a tide of unease, prompting me to lower my gaze and attempt to evade him in the corridor. Director Qin, however, discerned my presence immediately and obstructed my passage. His penetrating gaze, cold and incisive, locked onto me as he spoke with deliberate slowness. "Zhou Yin, until the true perpetrator is apprehended, you remain the principal suspect. You possess no evidence." I replied defiantly. "The law's net is expansive and inescapable. Evidence shall inevitably surface in due time. Just wait and see." Director Qin's visage remained inscrutable, yet his brow knitted tightly, causing my heart to quiver. Qin Xiaohu, in a state of agitation, bellowed, "Father, seize this perilous assailant. Handle him with severity. A coward of his ilk will undoubtedly confess." Silence. Director Qin cast a menacing glare at his son. "This is a bustling hospital. Such utterances are inappropriate here." As he turned his attention back to me, Director Qin's voice bore an admonitory tone. "Zhou Yan, I have become aware of your frequent associations with Han Feng. It would be prudent for you to maintain your distance. He is a convicted criminal with a grave record. I am not transgressing any laws. Who possesses the authority to dictate my actions?" I feigned nonchalance and asked, "Director Qin, when will the assailant responsible for injuring my father be apprehended?" "They are currently in pursuit. Simply wait and observe." Director Qin dismissed me with icy indifference and proceeded to assist Qin Xiaohu back to his hospital room. The discord between Qin Xiaohu and myself was far from resolved. Yet, I felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, for I had not laid a hand upon him. However, I found myself at a loss to substantiate my innocence. Director Chin harbored animosity towards me and intentionally delayed the investigation into the traffic accident involving my father, taking neither action nor addressing the matter at hand. Without recompense, my family's financial situation would be severely jeopardized. Furthermore, Director Chin had begun to take an interest in Han Feng, likely suspecting him of inciting me to ambush his son. Shortly after departing the hospital, a taxi arrived, and Han Feng waved at me from within, a smile gracing his face. I climbed in, and together we made our way to the train station, where we awaited the arrival of Han Feng's former cellmate. As we waited, I recounted my entire encounter with Director Chin in the hospital. Han Feng's brow furrowed with concern. This old Chin is quite the nuisance, excessively protective of his own. If the local police station continues to fixate on the KTV, conducting inspections every few days, business will become untenable. Brother Feng, I am truly remorseful. I experienced a profound wave of regret and devised a plan. Director Chin seems to have set his sights on me. Perhaps I ought to abstain from visiting the KTV in the future. My dear brother, what are you implying? I am not one to evade adversity. When confronted with challenges, we must seek out solutions. Every mountain has its path around it. Han Feng responded with exuberance. At that moment, a robust man with a deep complexion, bearing a backpack, emerged from the station. Han Feng erupted into a hearty laugh, leaning on his cane to welcome the man with a warm embrace. Old He, have you resolved everything back home? Han Feng inquired cheerfully, just the usual. I returned to the countryside to pay my respects to my parents, then visited my son in the city. That little rascal cried upon seeing me. What a dampener. Old He replied. This time, I will require your assistance, Han Feng said politely. We have weathered many storms together over the years. Our bond is unbreakable. I fondly recall those nights in prison, drifting off to the sound of your guitar. Old He chuckled heartily. Han Feng introduced me to Old He, omitting his full name and simply instructing me to call him Brother He. The three of us departed the train station and found a nearby diner, where we ordered several dishes and settled down for lunch together. Through their conversation, I gleaned insight into Old He, who was undoubtedly a formidable character. He had entered the Shaolin martial arts school at a tender age, diligently honing his skills. Renowned for his sense of justice, he often championed the downtrodden. Following the forcible demolition of his family's home, Old He, in a fit of rage, injured over a dozen members of the demolition crew. 3 of them sustained severe injuries and were left disabled, resulting in Old He receiving a 5-year prison sentence. Upon his release, both his parents had passed away, and his wife had remarried, leaving Old He alone and currently unemployed. Han Feng summoned Old He, intending for him to oversee security at the KTV. Such establishments are rife with a diverse array of characters, and disturbances after a few drinks are commonplace. Han Feng harbored deeper concerns regarding Chu Hailong, who might covertly employ thugs to incite trouble at the KTV, an ordeal that ordinary security personnel would be ill-equipped to handle. The bond forged in prison is deeper than the sea. Lao He readily consented to assist Han Feng for a time. Han Feng, filled with elation, poured Lao He another drink, declaring that with him at the helm, the trifling ruffians would be too daunted to cause any disturbances. Ecstatic, Lao He even demonstrated a trick, tossing peanuts into the air and skillfully catching them with chopsticks before indulging in them. I was utterly astonished and could not refrain from applauding. Xiaoyan, feel free to train alongside your brother He. I can no longer depend on my legs, Han Feng jested, casting a significant glance in my direction, encouraging me to seize this rare chance. Promptly, I poured Lao He a drink and respectfully addressed him as master. Haha, we are brothers, simply call me He. Lao He laughed heartily, appraising me. Brother Zhou, you possess a commendable physique, yet your muscles lack firmness. Let us commence with some agile combat techniques. My spirit soared, and I eagerly nodded, prepared to embrace Brother He's guidance. In days gone by, I frequently found myself subjected to physical confrontations, primarily as a consequence of my unwavering honesty and forthrightness as a student, woefully unskilled in the art of combat. Henceforth, I resolved to diligently refine my abilities. No one would dare to intimidate me again. After our midday repast, the 3 of us made our way to Yimei KTV, where I once again crossed paths with Fu Xiaoya. Assuming the mantle of lobby manager, she adorned a sleek pink professional ensemble, radiating both competence and allure. The persistent reference to her as Manager Fu infused her with confidence as she meticulously orchestrated the operations of the KTV. Fu Xiaoya's demeanor towards me had transformed. She no longer appeared formidable but rather softened in her countenance. Perhaps she had come to recognize the redeeming facets of my character. While Han Feng and Lao He continued their discourse in the office, Fu Xiaoya seized a fleeting opportunity to beckon me into an unoccupied private room. Xiaoyan, have you visited the hospital? She expressed her surprise and genuine concern regarding my father's health. I let out a soft sigh, raising my hands in resignation. My father is bound to be paralyzed. This morning, my mother hurried to the ward to demand a divorce. Ah, she is capable of such things. This is not her first time, Fu Xiaoya remarked with a scoff, rolling her eyes. Your father has brought this upon himself. What favorable outcome could possibly arise from pursuing another man's wife? Perhaps he has finally learned his lesson? Although I was discontent with Fu Xiaoya's judgment of my father, I chose to remain silent. Deep within, I held the belief that had my parents not divorced, my mother would never have so easily relinquished my father, especially considering the unbreakable bond formed through the nurturing of two children. I perceived a profound message woven within Fu Xiaoya's words and found myself compelled to delve deeper. Sister, why does this not mark the first occurrence? I inquired. Do you genuinely desire to uncover the truth? She countered, elegantly positioning her legs upon the coffee table while igniting a cigarette, enveloped in a contemplative demeanor. I refrained from provoking her, responding with caution, Sister, if you choose not to share, consider my inquiry unvoiced. Allow me to express. There is naught to convey, but to reveal the wretched essence of your father and my mother. They are unworthy of existence in this realm. Fu Xiaoya was consumed by resentment, her fury palpable upon her delicate countenance. She spoke of her father, a teacher renowned for his integrity and unwavering devotion to family. He cherished his sole daughter, treating her as a precious princess. Those were times imbued with warmth and joy. However, that happiness was irrevocably shattered when my father intruded upon their lives, relentlessly pursuing Suli through various means, leading to their entanglement in an illicit affair. Suli frequently devised excuses to evade her return home. Fu Xiaoya's father harbored suspicions of infidelity yet could uncover no proof, compelling him to seek solace in alcohol, which ultimately culminated in liver cirrhosis that progressed to cancer. It was at his bedside that Suli callously proposed a divorce. Did your father acquiesce? I inquired. No. Did he truly intend to endure alongside your mother? No. Fu Xiaoya averted her gaze, reluctant for me to witness her expression in that instant. My father cherished my mother profoundly. His actions were born of folly. He quietly departed from the hospital and leapt from a towering bridge, sustaining grave injuries to his head. I was profoundly astonished. I could never have conceived that there existed such devoted souls in the world, prepared to sacrifice everything, even their very lives, for the sake of love. My father and your mother, they are truly contemptible, shameless perpetrators of murder. I too experienced a wave of indignation. How could they coexist so brazenly after perpetrating such a heinous act? It was not solely an expression of selfishness. Rather, it was a disquieting absence of compassion. Therefore, I hold them in contempt, wishing upon them nothing but ill fortune. Fu Xiaoya, in a fit of exasperation, kicked the coffee table, only to relent with a sigh and adjust its position. Sister, I comprehend your sentiments. Irrespective of the individual, it is arduous to surmount the emotional obstacles. I nodded in concurrence. Do you understand the reason for my aversion towards you? Fu Xiaoya inquired once more. I shook my head. You bear a faint resemblance to your father. Fu Xiaoya cast an exasperated glance my way before rising to depart. I swiftly seized her arm and declared earnestly, Sister, once I possess the means, I shall undergo plastic surgery to ensure I bear no resemblance to them. Aha! Fu Xiaoya found this amusing and playfully tousled my hair. Xiaoyan, you truly are foolish, foolish enough to be endearing. I shall transform into a man, I proclaimed, puffing out my somewhat feeble chest. Very well, I shall wait. Fu Xiaoya replied, adjusting my collar with utmost seriousness. I am earning more than I did previously. You may return to school and repeat a year. No, I declined. Han Feng would not permit me to repeat the year nor allow my return to school. Han Feng. Fu Xiaoya muttered those two words through gritted teeth, ultimately suppressing her dissatisfaction. At present, both Fu Xiaoya and I were striving to navigate the constraints of Han Feng's authority, compelled to obey his directives. Should I insist on repeating a year, Fu Xiaoya's position as hall manager would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Sister, I can pursue self-study and still attain a university diploma, I suggested, not wanting to witness disappointment etched upon Fu Xiaoya's face. Truth be told, I held no genuine desire to study. The tumult and pressures of life had begun to cultivate a profound weariness towards academia within me. Then strive for it. Fu Xiaoya nonchalantly acquiesced and stepped through the threshold. As twilight enveloped the surroundings, the KTV pulsated with exuberance. Groups of patrons arrived, entering private chambers to partake in spirited libations and melodious tunes in pursuit of joy. Once, I harbored fears of becoming disoriented within this lively sanctuary. Now, I navigate it with effortless grace, entering and exiting at my leisure. The staff refer to me as Assistant Shou, while others affectionately call me Brother Yin. Zhang Meijing, the receptionist tasked with managing payments, regarded me with a gaze that was unmistakably ardent, though her attention began to wane after Fu Xiaya admonished her a few times. The women, who moonlight as purveyors of spirits, donned resplendent attire, their captivating fragrances permeating the atmosphere. I discovered their collective designation, princesses. To my astonishment, the princess from my past, Yuqing Man, had also graced the KTV with her presence. She was not alone. A tall, dashing middle-aged gentleman accompanied her, clad in an immaculate white suit, pristine and unblemished, with a heavy gold timepiece adorning his wrist. Following closely behind were two bodyguards, garbed in black, their gazes piercing and expressions inscrutable. Upon catching sight of me, Yuqing Man instantly radiated joy, introducing me to the man at her side. "Dad, this is my classmate Zhou Yin, the one I spoke of, a top student and a truly admirable individual." "Dad?" I was utterly astonished, although I had never had the pleasure of meeting Yuqing Man's father. The man's attire indicated that he was far from an ordinary laborer. He bore the semblance of a prosperous entrepreneur. Could it be that he embodied what is commonly referred to as a sugar daddy? Indeed, Yuqing Man had seemingly embraced such a figure. It was hardly surprising that she adorned herself with exquisite jewels and donned the latest fashionable attire. She had succumbed in a manner that was utterly despicable. The riches amassed through youthful charm exuded an air of degradation. I maintained my silence, summoning a smile that was undoubtedly unpersuasive and perhaps unappealing. The middle-aged gentleman scrutinized me and unexpectedly commented, "This young man is rather striking and exhibits a certain intelligence. Little man certainly has an eye for potential." "Indeed, my discernment is rarely erroneous," Yuqing Man replied, her countenance glowing with pride. She then asked, "Zhou Yin, what brings you to this place?" "I am currently occupied," I replied curtly, wishing to extricate myself from Yuqing Man's presence. She had undergone such a profound transformation, becoming nearly unrecognizable. The image of the innocent scholar with straight hair was now but a distant memory. "Shouldn't you be preparing for your university entrance examinations once more?" A fleeting shadow of disappointment flitted across Yuqing Man's eyes. Before I could articulate a reply, Fu Xiaya emerged from a nearby corridor. Upon encountering Yuqing Man, her demeanor instantly turned icy. Yuqing Man's countenance mirrored the chill, her jaw clenching in a suppressed grimace. "Welcome, everyone. I am Fu Xiaya, the lobby manager. How may I be of assistance to you?" Fu Xiaya compelled a smile, reminding herself that as a venue dedicated to entertainment, bygone grievances ought not to obscure her obligation to graciously serve each patron. "Ah, Manager Fu, congratulations on your recent promotion," Yuqing Man remarked with a hint of sarcasm, tilting her chin slightly as she shot a sidelong glance at Fu Xiaya. "Please escort all the guests out. We wish to reserve the entire establishment." "Absolutely not." Fu Xiaya promptly declined the request. "Reserving the venue necessitates prior arrangements and a payment of 3 times the standard fee." "Father." Yuqing Man entwined her arm with that of the middle-aged gentleman, adopting a tone laced with feigned innocence. "Observe how profoundly she influences my emotions. The last encounter left me with a swollen visage, such a woeful predicament. Apologize to my daughter and inflict a slap upon yourself," the middle-aged man commanded coldly, his gaze betraying a hint of malice directed at Fu Xiaya. Fu Xiaya's fiery temper flared instantly, and she defiantly spat upon the ground. "I shall not apologize to a mere temptress. Yuqing Man, maintain some dignity and cease your relentless pursuit of Zhou Yin." "Father, you have witnessed my injustice firsthand," she retorted, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. "Strike that wretched woman." The middle-aged man gestured, summoning 2 bodyguards who approached with clenched fists that cracked ominously. "Do not harm my sister." An unforeseen wave of courage surged within me as I positioned myself protectively before Fu Xiaya, my chest swelling with determination. "Zhou Yin, how could you stoop so low?" Yuqing Man exclaimed, her face flushed with indignation as she pointed a trembling finger in my direction. "Do you not remember how they left you in the hospital? Unconscious for an entire night? Have you developed a taste for suffering? That is my concern. You have no right to lay a hand on my sister," I asserted stubbornly. "Xiaoyin, you useless brat, simply step aside," Fu Xiaya implored, her voice raised in fury at Yuqing Man. "By all that is sacred, if you do not end me today, I swear you shall regret it tomorrow." The middle-aged man regarded me with contempt, commanding, "Cast this ungrateful wretch aside." The two bodyguards swiftly seized my shoulders, rendering my limbs numb and devoid of strength. They cast me aside, my back crashing against the wall with a resounding impact. One bodyguard lifted his hand, poised to strike Fu Xiaoya, who stood resolutely, her eyes ignited with rage. Suddenly, a shadow flitted by. And just as the slap was about to descend, the bodyguard's wrist was captured and contorted into an unnatural angle. It was Lao He, the cellmate of Han Feng. In an instant, Lao He raised his right foot with remarkable swiftness, bringing it alarmingly close to the other bodyguard's nose, displacing a lock of hair that rested upon his brow. Taken aback, the man staggered several paces backward, nearly colliding with the middle-aged gentleman. Lao He's prowess was truly extraordinary. I was on the verge of exclaiming in delight, exhaling a breath of relief. With his presence, the likelihood of Fu Xiaoya facing further peril diminished significantly. Cradling my aching shoulder, I resolved to learn martial arts under Lao He's tutelage, to protect both Fu Xiaoya and myself. Lao He, what brings you here? The middle-aged gentleman inquired, his astonishment palpable as he knitted his brows. To everyone's amazement, he recognized Lao He. Lao He cast a glance at the middle-aged man, gently pushed the bodyguard aside, and with a warm smile, casually clasped his fists together. "Ah, Mr. Lin, your presence adorns this humble establishment. It is indeed an honor. When were you released from incarceration?" The middle-aged man probed further. "Reduced sentence by 6 months. I was released a month ago," Lao He replied candidly. "Why did you not seek me out? I am a person who has served my time. How could I possibly impose upon Mr. Lin? My friend has requested my assistance." "A bodyguard?" The middle-aged man furrowed his brow even deeper. "Security." Lao He maintained a smile and suggested, "Mr. Lin, my friend has recently acquired this KTV, and the business is rather challenging. Please show some leniency." "Very well." Mr. Lin's expression softened as he turned to Chi Man and said, "Xiaoman, it appears we have serendipitously encountered an old acquaintance. Let us set aside today's matters for now." Chi Man, with evident reluctance, conceded, her gaze directed toward Fu Xiaoya, brimming with unwavering discontent. Xiaoya promptly arranged the most exquisite private chamber for Mr. Lin. "Everyone, feel free to indulge. All expenses are covered." Old He communicated with a subtle glance toward Fu Xiaoya. Although she was hesitant, Fu Xiaoya chose not to maintain her resistance. She summoned a waitress through the intercom to escort the 4 guests upstairs. As Qing Man passed Fu Xiaoya, she paused, lowering her voice to deliver a cautionary note. "Fu Xiaoya, our affairs are far from concluded. Act as you see fit. I am resolute in my commitment to see this matter through to its conclusion." Fu Xiaoya retorted with fierce determination, her frosty gaze causing Qing Man to avert her eyes in apprehension. On the very first day, Old He had already managed to quell a significant altercation. I could not help but admire Han Feng's foresight in enlisting such a formidable ally. Had Old He not intervened today, both Fu Xiaoya and I could have encountered grave repercussions, potentially leading to the KTV's closure. "I extend my gratitude to you, Brother He." Fu Xiaoya conveyed her heartfelt appreciation, finding solace in Old He's remarkable abilities. "It is but a trifling matter. It is my obligation," he replied. "Young lady, a heart can possess the sharpness of a blade." Old He shared this profound insight as he ushered both me and Fu Xiaoya into the office of the general manager. As he lit a cigarette, Old He ultimately disclosed the true identity of the bodyguard accompanying Mr. Lin. He was not hailing from Dong'an County, but instead from Pingchuan City, the chairman of Tianhai Group in Pingchuan City, Lin Fangong. This man was exceedingly affluent and illustrious, possessing intricate social connections. Within the domain of Pingchuan City, he was a personage capable of commanding both reverence and trepidation. A decade ago, Lin Fangong had been involved in a vehicular mishap, which Old He fortuitously intervened to avert. Lin Fangong owed Old He a debt of gratitude and had extended numerous invitations for Old He to join the Tianhai Group, promising considerable remuneration. However, Old He persistently declined, citing a multitude of excuses. He had heard murmurs that Lin Fangong was entangled in disreputable dealings that could lead to calamitous repercussions, fearing that he might be unwittingly implicated. Individuals of Lin Fangyong's affluence typically looked down upon smaller counties such as Dong'an. He had been summoned by Qi Man and had arrived at Yimei KTV specifically to confront Fu Xiaoya, catering to Qing Man's desire for vengeance. Upon discerning the circumstances, Han Feng advised, "Xiaoya, refrain from further altercations with Qing Man. I shall heed Brother Feng's counsel and refrain from descending to her level." Fu Xiaoya reluctantly acquiesced, casting me a discontented glance. As the discord arose from my involvement, I too felt a pang of regret. Had I foreseen the events of this day, I would have disregarded Qi Man from the outset. thereby circumventing such turmoil. At that moment, the intercom on Fu Xiaoya's waist crackled to life. A female server summoned Assistant Zhou to accompany the guest in room 201. That detestable Yu Qingman was resolute in her intent to ensnare me, having allied herself with Lin Fangyang, her wealthy benefactor. Yu Qingman had begun to display an unbearable arrogance that made her utterly unrecognizable to me. Xiao Yan, proceed. Han Feng raised a hand, urging caution. Exercise prudence. I suspect they will not inflict harm upon you. Though reluctant to acquiesce, Fu Xiaoya and I shared an identical sentiment. Yet we had no alternative but to follow Han Feng's counsel. With a heavy heart, I departed from the general manager's office and ascended the staircase. Rapping gently on the door of room 201. A bodyguard opened the door, his countenance devoid of any emotion. Affecting a facade of calm, I entered the room, only to discover Yu Qingman nestled against Lin Fangyang's arm on the sofa, her cheeks aglow with excitement. Scattered upon the coffee table were several open bottles of fruity beer, while the television serenaded us with nostalgic melodies from 2 decades past. The sight of the couple on the couch evoked a sense of discomfort within me. Yu Qingman, far too materialistic, had merely days ago accompanied me to a hotel. Now, she had flung herself into the embrace of an older man. I endeavored to evade discord. Thus I courteously inquired, Mr. Lin, might I ask what it is that you seek? Xiaoman desires your presence. Consider yourself fortunate. Lin Fangyang responded with a derisive grunt, extracting a bundle of cash from his satchel and carelessly flinging 1,000 yuan onto the table. Zhou Yan, this is your gratuity. Ensure my daughter has happiness. I find myself unable to acquiesce to this. I declined, sensing the taint of the money, even hesitant to lay a finger on it. Am I not worthy of your respect? Lin Fangyang's gaze grew ominous, as Yu Qingman stood and resolutely thrust the money into my pocket, her head shaking slightly in disapproval. Thank you. I conveyed my gratitude with some reluctance as Yu Qingman drew me down onto the sofa. Lin Fangyang stood poised, microphone in hand, commanding. Choose a song for me, Manjiang Hong, where 30 accomplishments are rendered to mere dust, amidst 8,000 miles of clouds and moon. One bodyguard hurriedly went to select the song, while another stood guard over me, as though bracing for an assault on Lin Fangyang. I intentionally distanced myself from Yu Qingman, yet she eagerly drew closer. The amalgamation of alcohol and perfume enveloped my senses, inciting my aversion and compelling me to shield my nose. Zhou Yan, why do you shun me? Yu Qingman's enchanting eyes glimmered with feigned innocence. With a heavy sigh, I uttered in a tone laden with desperation. My father has recently been involved in a car accident, our household is in turmoil, and we may soon find ourselves unable to afford sustenance. I have no opportunity to pursue my studies again. I am simply unworthy of your affection. Please, allow me to be. And what if I choose to refuse? Yu Qingman teased, her smile radiant as she entwined her arm with mine. I swiftly shoved her aside, stealing a glance at Lin Fangyang's retreating figure, my heart pounding with apprehension. I was filled with trepidation. In this secluded chamber, should I incite the ire of Lin Fangyang, there would be no sanctuary to escape. I could only be subdued and beaten by the bodyguards, resulting in a body full of injuries. Zhou Yan, my father, possesses a remarkably open-minded disposition and supports my choices. Yu Qingman remarked with an air of nonchalance, yet I perceived her demeanor as profoundly ironic, concealing a deep-seated disdain for her, the young and beautiful Yu Qingman. In the eyes of the affluent and influential Lin Fangyang, was reduced to nothing more than an instrument of amusement. Regrettably, I found myself merely an accessory to that amusement, a sorrowful reality. Zhou Yan, with your academic prowess, you are destined for greatness, regardless of the challenges that may arise. You must persevere and return to continue your studies. I shall remain in anticipation of your presence at Pingchuan University. Yu Qingman's eyes shimmered with emotion, her tone seemingly earnest. Yet, I remained unconvinced and could not suppress the urge to murmur. You applied to Pingchuan University solely for Mr. Lin, did you not? Indeed. Yu Qingman replied with unwavering conviction. Once there, I shall frequently reunite with my father, who will wholeheartedly support me, enabling me to live with dignity. Dignity? How could Yu Qingman dare to utter such a term when she had become utterly devoid of shame? Observing my silence, the smile on Yu Qingman's face gradually waned, her crimson lips forming a stern warning. Zhou Yan, you must draw a clear boundary with Fu Xiaoya. I abhor your entanglement with her. She is my sister, I asserted loudly. Who would believe that? You protect her so fiercely, disregarding everything. Is it true that you have been intimate with her? Yu Qingman scoffed. Absolutely not. Do not slander her, I retorted, my voice trembling with agitation. Suddenly, overwhelmed with fury, Yu Qingman raised her hand and struck me across the face. I stood there astonished, my chest rising and falling as if it might explode. What authority did she possess to strike me? This was the third occurrence. I yearned to seize her and constrict her breath, yet I could only fervently restrain the tumult of my feelings. I could not yield to such impulses, otherwise all would be irretrievably lost. Fu Xiaoya has wounded and humiliated me. I shall not easily grant her reprieve. Yu Qingman unveiled a profoundly vindictive aspect of herself, furiously seizing a bottle of fruit beer and consuming it in one swift motion before forcefully slamming the empty vessel onto the coffee table. She has already been apprehended for this and has faced her due consequences. Why can you not simply let it be? I exhaled deeply, feeling a profound sense of inadequacy. Yu Qingman clenched her teeth in frustration. She vies with me for suitors. She ought to examine her reflection and recognize the filth and decay within herself. I desire her demise. Competing for affection? How did such absurdity arise? Qingman, what must I offer to you as recompense to ensure her safety? I spoke in a hushed tone, feeling an undeniable urge to negotiate. With Yu Qingman having forged an alliance with the affluent and influential Lin Fangyang, Fu Xiaoya found herself utterly powerless. You shall kneel in her stead, Yu Qingman proclaimed, leaving me astounded, nearly incapable of processing her words. She had commenced the act of humiliating me as well. It was apparent that her prior expressions of affection were merely deceitful fabrications. For the sake of Fu Xiaoya, I clenched my teeth and knelt at the feet of Yu Qingman. I beheld my own reflection in the lustrous pointed shoes she donned, a mere specter of triviality. Lin Fangyang, who had been serenading, turned to witness my act of submission. He erupted into laughter and bestowed a thumbs up upon Yu Qingman. Zhou Yin, you are truly beyond redemption. What is it that draws me to you? Yu Qingman cried out, tears cascading down her cheeks as she forcibly lifted me. Rise, rise. I implored, my gaze fixed downward. Very well, I assure you, as long as she does not provoke me again, this matter shall be laid to rest. At last, Yu Qingman acquiesced, exhaling a sigh that betrayed her resignation to fate. Regardless, it shall not be long before I relocate to Pinghuan City, and I shall no longer cross paths with her. I released a sigh of relief. As long as Fu Xiaoya remained unharmed, any sacrifice would be deemed worthwhile. Yu Qingman and I reclined once more upon the sofa, where she presented me with a beer. I tilted my head back and consumed it in a single draught, an act that felt more like liberation than mere indulgence. She proffered another bottle, which I also downed in one swift motion. Yu Qingman chuckled, finding in my actions a reflection of the spirited masculinity she admired. Lin Fangyang, having concluded his song, settled down to smoke. Seizing the microphone, Yu Qingman beckoned me to join her in melody. I declined, asserting my lack of skill. Finding this unentertaining, Yu Qingman dismissed me from the private chamber. I stumbled upon an unforeseen 1,000 yuan nestled in my pocket, yet my spirits remained dismal. The fondness I once harbored for Yu Qingman had metamorphosed into deep-seated disdain, bordering on revulsion. She was nothing more than a pitiable individual, someone I had grossly misapprehended. In the corridor, I came across Fu Xiaoya, anxiously pacing. Xiaoyan, are you well? She asked. It's nothing serious, merely indulged in a few beers, I responded, attempting to project an air of tranquility to conceal my profound discontent. Please, let bygones be bygones. I implore you, cease your games with Yu Qingman. I could not possibly care less about that pitiful creature, Fu Xiaoya replied insincerely, prodding my forehead with her finger. How utterly pathetic, pleading for my attention. At that moment, a call from Manager Fu arose, prompting her to make an abrupt departure. Half an hour later, Lin Fangyang and his companions made their way to the exit, dismissing Lao Hei's cordial remarks and resolutely leaving behind 2,000 yuan. This amount represented the most substantial revenue since Han Feng assumed control of the KTV. Lao Hei graciously accompanied Lin Fangyang to his vehicle, slightly bowing to open the car door and shielding Lin Fangyang's head with his hand. The content of Lin Fangyang's whispered words to Lao Hei remained an enigma to all. Upon my return home, it was once again the stroke of midnight. Suli was present, and I could discern voices emanating from the bedroom on the first floor. Straining to listen, I realized she was engaged in a phone conversation, seemingly reveling in the exchange. The ashtray on the coffee table contained 2 half-smoked cigarette butts, unmistakably indicating that a man had been in attendance. It was an inevitable conclusion that my father's paralysis was unalterable. Suli became progressively audacious, inviting men into our home for their secret trysts, no longer making any effort to hide her transgressions. I expelled a disdainful sputum into the ashtray before ascending the staircase. Let Suli be. I discerned her intentions. She intentionally permitted me to uncover the remnants of the cigarette butts, anticipating that I would inform my father while he lay in his ailing state. If she could propel him to his grave in wrath, it would undoubtedly delight her immensely. I steadfastly denied her that gratification and feigned ignorance. Reclining in my chamber, my mind wandered back to Yuchi Man. How could she have transformed into such a repugnant being in such a brief interval? Perhaps she had always harbored this disposition. As the alcohol began to take effect, I descended into a tumultuous reverie, heralding the dawn of a new day. A call arrived from Lu Fangfei, her voice enchanting. "Zhou Yan, what pursuits occupy your time?" "I have yet to rise from my slumber," I replied, gently rubbing my eyes. "Oh, how slothful," she chuckled. "It is already 10 o'clock. I have been toiling since 7. Before inquiring, might you visit my abode at noon? I bear some splendid news. Are you enticing me with yet another meal?" I jested. "What is mere dining when juxtaposed with the allure of fortune? Let us embark on a quest for wealth. Shall we not share the spoils equally?" I consider myself rather discerning. Lu Fangfei beamed with pride. "How shall we procure this wealth?" I asked, utterly bewildered. It was difficult to comprehend how Lu Fangfei, who managed a modest photography studio, could possess a means to prosperity. "I cannot disclose the particulars over the telephone," Lu Fangfei playfully teased, feigning an air of mystery. "Zhou Yan, if you lack interest, I may be compelled to find another companion." Although my encounters with Lu Fangfei had been limited, I cherished her company. She harbored no disdain for me, and our interactions were free from any pressure, fostering an atmosphere of unrestrained laughter and engaging conversation. Our rapport resembled that of close classmates, partaking in mutual exchanges. Thus, I willingly acquiesced, groomed myself, and stepped out of my abode, mounting my bicycle and making my way to the photography studio. Upon my arrival, Lu Fangfei appeared, her ample canvas bag draped over her shoulder, her smile emanating warmth brighter than the sun. Without a moment's hesitation, she leapt onto the back seat of my bicycle, playfully urging me onward. "Zhou Yan, head north, let us be off." "Quickly, where are we bound?" I inquired. "On an excursion. Were we not meant to pursue fortune? Amidst our joyous excursion, we shall simultaneously pursue avenues for prosperity. We must grasp them with fervor." Lu Fangfei chuckled heartily, enveloping my waist in her embrace once more. I found myself perplexed by Lu Fangfei's intentions, however. I had been experiencing a profound sense of constraint recently and longed to re-establish my bond with nature, to find solace. An excursion appeared to be an exquisite option, particularly with Lu Fangfei's companionship, which would guarantee that I would not feel isolated. I refrained from posing additional inquiries, leisurely pedaling my bicycle alongside Lu Fangfei as we gracefully navigated the streets. The gentle breeze enveloped us, and the sun bathed us in its warm embrace. I occasionally rang the bicycle bell, eliciting envious glances from those we passed. They surely perceived us as a youthful couple, joyfully traversing the world on 2 wheels, epitomizing the very essence of youth. We engaged in amiable conversation for over an hour, gradually leaving the urban landscape behind. Feeling a touch fatigued, I turned my head to inquire, "How much farther must we ride?" "We are nearly there. The destination I have chosen is truly exceptional," Lu Fangfei replied with a chuckle, then suggested, "Zhou Yan, why don't I take a turn riding the bicycle while you rest at the back?" "Not in the least. I can handle it," I responded, pedaling with unwavering resolve, relishing the warmth of her embrace from behind. From time to time, Lu Fangfei would rest her delicate head against my back, as if attempting to attune herself to the cadence of my heartbeat. As we approached an intersection, Lu Fangfei directed me to veer right onto a quaint village lane. After an additional 20 minutes of cycling, we traversed a modest village, and at last, the destination of our excursion emerged before us. It was a verdant forest, with a slender path bordered by wild grass that beckoned inward, the bicycle tracks uneven upon the trail. Lu Fangfei dismounted and said to me, "Zhou Yan, let us hide the bicycles amidst the thickets." I promptly acquiesced, even gathering some branches to conceal them, secretly admiring Lu Fangfei's meticulousness. The loss of the bicycle would render our return journey exceedingly protracted. I offered to carry Lu Fangfei's bag, yet she insisted it was not burdensome and preferred to bear it herself. We ventured along a narrow path, inhaling the fragrant essence of nature, gradually entering a clearing adorned with humble weeds, while the surrounding woods grew ever denser. "Fangfei, where are we?" A tinge of trepidation washed over me, as I harbored grave doubts about the potential presence of venomous serpents lurking amidst the thickets and grasses. "This is an abandoned driving school. The proprietor committed a crime and was apprehended, leaving the structure unfinished." Lu Fangfei appeared intimately acquainted with this locale. Gesturing toward a prominent mound of earth ahead with a smile, let us venture behind that. It is surely secluded, and no one shall see us. Fang Fei. What precisely are you planning? My heart overflowed with perplexity and a faint sense of disquiet. A picnic. Lu Fangfei rolled her eyes. Do you presume I have come here to indulge in a secret rendezvous with you? I am not so indiscreet. I offered an awkward smile. Having never contemplated such notions of betrayal, it was merely the remoteness of this place that unsettled me, as if peril lay hidden within every shadow. In the past, I had embarked on outings with classmates, either by the vast reservoir or upon the verdant expanses of parks. Lu Fangfei's selection of this locale could only be interpreted in one manner. She was indeed unconventional, delighting in her individuality. I followed her over the elevated mound and discovered a modest depression, adorned with soft grass, reminiscent of a designated spot for our gathering. Lu Fangfei cast her canvas bag onto the ground and reclined with her legs crossed, exuding an air of complete contentment. She beckoned me with a smile, and I lay down beside her, mirroring her posture as we gazed at the drifting white clouds above. Zhou Yin, how have you been of late? Your stepmother has not been causing you distress, has she? Lu Fangfei inquired, resting her head upon her arms. No. After a brief moment of contemplation, I resolved against veiling the truth. My father was involved in a car accident and is now paralyzed. The financial strain at home has become rather burdensome. Your father is indeed unfortunate. Lu Fangfei expressed her sympathy, then bitterly added, why does my father not also meet with a car accident? Scoundrels of his ilk deserve nothing less than to be utterly obliterated. I too nurtured lingering animosity towards Lu Ziwen's, her father, secretly wishing misfortune upon him. Though I chose to keep my sentiments concealed, Lu Fangfei suggested, why not consider joining the photography studio? What sort of work would that entail? I inquired. We could embark on mobile photography services. Her smile emanated a sense of optimism, yet I politely declined. In truth, I am already employed at Night Beauty KTV, returning home only in the dead of night. Is that so? Lu Fangfei expressed her astonishment, her lips pursing as she remarked. What good could possibly arise from such a place? I am merely assisting a friend. Just as I began to elaborate, the sound of an approaching vehicle caught my attention, and I froze in astonishment. Who would venture to such a desolate locale? Nevertheless, Lu Fangfei was filled with enthusiasm, sitting upright with a broad grin. They have truly arrived. This journey was not in vain. I found myself bewildered and cautiously peered over the mound, only to behold a white Land Rover trampling the wild grass. Coming to a halt beneath us, the license plate number 36888 struck a chord of recognition within me. This was none other than Lu Ziwen's vehicle from the jewelry store. Suli had once occupied this very car, shamelessly accompanying Lu Ziwen's to a hotel for their clandestine rendezvous. Your father is here, I exclaimed in astonishment. I have been anticipating his arrival. I had discreetly shadowed him for several days, uncovering that he frequently brought women to this secluded spot to partake in those unsavory activities within the confines of the vehicle amidst the wilderness. Lu Fangfei remarked with disdain, craning her neck. Just wait, they shall commence shortly. I found myself utterly perplexed by how to assess Lu Fangfei. She initially spoke of the prospect of shared financial gain, then proposed a leisurely excursion. She enticed me to a secluded location on a bicycle, only for me to inadvertently witness an illicit affair involving another party. The male protagonist in this unfolding drama was, astonishingly, her father. Could it be that Lu Fangfei possessed a warped sense of morality? Fangfei, what is so captivating about this? Let us depart swiftly, I implored, eager to escape this predicament, fearing that Lu Ziwen might uncover our presence and unleash a torrent of troubles. Hush, lower your voice. Lu Fangfei murmured, placing a finger to her lips and leaning in closer. Zhou Yin, once they become engrossed, we shall burst in and compel my father to relinquish some cash. I assure you, we will divide the profits. This is your scheme for generating wealth? My eyes widened in astonishment. I could not help but admire Lu Fangfei's audacity. Precisely. Is it not impeccable? Lu Fangfei boasted, her graceful neck swaying with an air of confidence. This won't suffice. Your father possesses an impenetrable demeanor. He will not part with his money and may even put on a show for us, I replied, shaking my head vigorously, speaking impulsively. He will undoubtedly pay us. Lu Fangfei, brimming with assurance, proceeded to take actions that left me astounded. With agile movements, she unfastened her canvas bag and retrieved 2 sets of black attire. She tossed one set to me and donned the other herself. I could scarcely fathom the transformation. Only her eyes were visible, her shoes concealed, and she adorned black gloves. Quickly put it on. In this disguise, they shall not recognize us. Ha ha. Lu Fangfei urged with enthusiasm. extracting a small instant camera from her bag and retrieving 2 half-meter-long wooden sticks from a nearby thicket of grass. Are you contemplating a robbery? A chill of perspiration enveloped me. Robbery constitutes a grave offense, far graver than extortion, culminating in incarceration. Is it truly theft to take my father's money? Indeed, it is. Fear not. My father would never dare to involve the authorities, otherwise his shameful deeds would be laid bare, and he would find it impossible to face society again. Lu Fangfei exuded confidence. Perceiving my hesitation to don the dark garments, her demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. Zhou Yin, can you not embody a man and cease your timidity? No wonder a man like my father feels emboldened to extort funds from you. Her words ignited a fervor within me. Lu Ziwen was a contemptible individual after laboring 3 days as a security guard in a jewelry establishment. Not only was I deprived of any remuneration, but he nearly extorted 20,000 yuan from me as well. He even compelled me to disrobe to demonstrate that I possessed no such funds. Why should Lu Ziwen torment me when I am powerless to retaliate? I was poised to take action. A wave of enthusiasm enveloped me, momentarily obscuring my discernment as I hastily adorned myself in the ebony garments and grasped the wooden staff bestowed upon me by Lu Fangfei. The canvas bag was meticulously folded and fastened securely around my waist. In that instant, a nearby white Land Rover began to sway ever so slightly. The impudent couple had embarked upon their indiscretions with undue haste. The confined space of the vehicle misled them into believing they were alone, compelling them to swing open the rear passenger door. I beheld Lu Ziwen's robust thighs, glistening with perspiration, as his suit trousers precariously hung around his ankles. The woman's immaculate, elongated legs were also on display, adorned with striking crimson nail polish. Action! Lu Fangfei signaled to me, and we sprang from our concealment, dashing forth. Our abrupt emergence as masked assailants left Lu Ziwen and the woman in the vehicle momentarily frozen in astonishment, their bodies uncomfortably close. The woman let out a piercing scream, hastily shielding her face. By her physique, she appeared to be a middle-aged woman with conspicuously fair skin. I could discern she was not Su Li. Lu Fangfei captured images while I raised the wooden stick high, deliberately adopting a gruff tone as I commanded, "Daring couple, surrender your money." "Why yes, in the front." "In the bag, please spare us." Lu Ziwen stuttered, trembling like a fragile leaf, barely able to brace himself against the car door to prevent himself from collapsing. Lu Fangfei abruptly flung open the front door and deftly searched through the handbag resting on the seat. She retrieved the cash and efficiently tucked it into her pocket. Upon noticing the car keys, she seized them and hurled them forcefully into the underbrush nearby. The money was secured. Yet, my wrath overtook me, and I delivered a sharp kick to Lu Ziwen's backside, causing him to topple onto the woman, who erupted in another fit of wails. Discarding the wooden stick, I grasped Lu Fangfei, and we fled, swiftly escaping the desolate vicinity. My heart raced furiously, and a tide of regret surged within me. What had I done? In a moment of reckless impulsivity, I had allied myself with Lu Fangfei in this act of theft. Should Lu Ziwen have alerted the authorities, we would be condemned to an unavoidable destiny of incarceration. Regrets would come too late. We were compelled to escape with utmost urgency. Lu Fangfei, ever perceptive, had discarded the car keys, thereby ensuring that Lu Ziwen could not pursue us without them. We hastily shed our dark garments, concealing them within the canvas bag. I advanced my bicycle, and just as I was about to mount it, Lu Fangfei, seemingly overtaken by trepidation, urged me anxiously, "We must not retrace our steps. Let us take the narrower path where vehicles cannot tread." I nodded, swiftly mounting the bicycle while carrying Lu Fangfei as we veered onto the adjacent path. After pedaling vigorously for a considerable distance, I found myself drenched in sweat. With no one in sight, a slight sense of relief washed over me, prompting me to slow my pace. We accomplished it," Lu Fangfei exclaimed with delight. "All my endeavors over the past few days have not been in vain." The recollection of my father's earlier humiliation nearly caused me to lose my composure. The satisfaction was immense. "We must leave no trace, otherwise, we are doomed," I cautioned. "You raise a valid concern," she acknowledged, her pride unmistakable as she proclaimed, "My hobby is immersing myself in crime novels, which is why I was so well prepared." Before us lay a charming little bridge, beneath which the waters churned tumultuously, flowing into a distant culvert. We dismounted our bicycles and gathered stones from the surroundings, stuffing them into a canvas bag. Subsequently, we cast the bag into the stream, observing as it descended into the murky depths below. "Fangfei, we cannot retain those photographs. That would be akin to confessing," I warned again, apprehensive that one day Lu Fangfei, in a moment of folly, might brandish these photos at the jewelry store to extort her father, thereby exposing us entirely. Lu Fangfei responded with a cunning smile. There is no film in the camera. I am merely attempting to instill fear in them, making them believe we possess photographs, which would render them even more anxious. It seemed to be a crime executed flawlessly. I finally exhaled a sigh of relief. After traversing a lengthy rural path, we arrived at the main road. Unable to continue riding, I discarded the old bicycle into a nearby ditch, deeming it of no further use. Standing by the roadside, we hailed a taxi and returned to the county town. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, and having missed both breakfast and lunch, hunger gnawed at me restlessly. Thus, we entered a modest eatery, requesting the only private room available, where we ordered 2 dishes and 2 bowls of noodles. Now, it is time to divide the spoils. Lu Fangfei exclaimed joyfully as she retrieved the money from her pocket, meticulously counting it, 8,700 yuan. For 2 impoverished souls like us, it was indeed a significant amount. However, considering the perilous nature of our robbery, it hardly seemed worthwhile. Lu Fangfei generously allocated to me 4,400 yuan. My father had ceased to provide me with financial support, and survival was untenable without it. After much contemplation, I accepted the 4,000 and tucked it into my pocket. With the additional 1,000 yuan in tips received from Lin Fanyang the previous night, I now possessed over 5,000 yuan in personal savings. Having appeased our hunger and settled the bill, we were on the verge of departing when my phone unexpectedly rang, displaying an unfamiliar number ending in 3 sixes. That's my father's number, Lu Fangfei remarked, her expression changing. My heart raced, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Taking deep breaths to compose myself, I answered the call, attempting to maintain an air of calmness. Hello, who is this? It is I, Lu Ziwen from Wufu Jewelry. The voice on the other end was unmistakably Lu Ziwen, his tone composed. What do you desire? Shoyan, I recall you owe me 3 days' wages. Come forth to collect them, Lu Ziwen proclaimed. What a fortuitous coincidence. Lu Ziwen had just been victimized today, and now he was recalling the payment he owed me. He must suspect my involvement in the theft. I could not approach him. It would surely be a snare. It is remarkable that you still remember. That sum scarcely covers taxi fare. I shall decline, I resolutely replied before abruptly disconnecting the call. My heart raced and my complexion drained, compelling me to sit down once more to regain my composure. Zhou Yin, rest assured, I shall never divulge today's occurrences, even under duress. Lu Fangfei vowed with a grave expression, clearly lamenting her decisions. Let us hope he refrains from reporting it. I let out a soft sigh. Since he reached out to you, it is likely that he harbors no intention of reporting the incident. After all, such matters are far too disgraceful. His primary concern lies in preventing those photographs from surfacing, and he yearns to reclaim them. Lu Fangfei once again engaged her detective analysis mode, which offered a certain solace to my troubled heart. The act had been committed. Apart from the denial of its existence, no other options remained. We exited the modest restaurant, parting ways thereafter. To carry such a substantial sum of cash was imprudent, particularly with the likelihood of Lu Ziwen marking the banknotes. Consequently, I swiftly proceeded to a nearby bank. I possessed a bank card, one issued by the school to aid the bank in achieving its objectives, which held a mere 10 yuan. I deposited 5,000 into the card and experienced a profound sense of relief, both physically and mentally. Before proceeding to my employment at the KTV, the Night Beauty KTV had undergone a transformation. Vibrant lights embellished the entrance, and a grand sign boldly proclaimed, Summer Specials, all at 20 off. In an effort to enhance profits, Han Feng had implemented various promotions. Upon entering Han Feng's office, I was astonished to discover a familiar woman, clad in a short skirt and black stockings, reclining on the sofa with a cigarette gracefully poised between her lips. It was Zheng Wan. What could have brought her here? Zheng Wan, you harbor no objections to the previous arrangement, do you? Han Feng inquired, exhaling a cloud of smoke. None whatsoever. Zheng Wan fervently nodded, rising to face me with an apologetic smile. Xiaoyan, I sincerely apologize for the events of our last encounter. I was blinded by avarice and should not have succumbed to Su Li's instigation. In her apology, she did not shy away from implicating Su Li, suggesting that she was the genuine antagonist. Their camaraderie was as delicate as glass, an intimacy that existed solely as a fade. It is all but a memory now. There is no merit in lingering upon it, I responded, gesturing dismissively with my hand, reluctant to afford her even a fleeting glance. Zheng Wan, with her characteristic grace, departed the room. I inquired with intrigue, Brother Feng, what is her motive for being here? I have enlisted her assistance in overseeing the part-time princesses engaged in the sale of alcohol. These women possess an extraordinary resilience, and to be frank, I believe Xiaoya is too youthful for such a responsibility. Her passionate disposition alone may not be adequate for the challenge, Han Feng clarified. Yet, she is the spouse of Wu Rui, I countered, recalling the harrowing beating I suffered at the fertilizer factory. How could Han Feng possibly have overlooked that? They divorced a few days ago. Should Wu Rui dare to incite further discord, I shall not restrain myself, Han Feng replied with an air of indifference. Understood. I shall adhere to Brother Feng's directives. Han Feng then delineated modifications for the management of the so-called princesses, explicitly forbidding the acceptance of gratuities in private chambers. All earnings must be surrendered to the front desk for equitable redistribution. This initiative was designed to protect against unexpected police inspections that could unveil illicit dealings. Director Qin harbored a grudge and maintained a vigilant watch over the KTV. Such matters were not to be trifled with. Moreover, effective immediately, all room locks would be removed, thereby prohibiting any interactions with clients. Brother Feng, this will undoubtedly affect our revenue. Though my visits to the KTV were infrequent, I was acutely aware of the activities that transpired behind those closed doors. Having previously endured the confines of prison, I naturally aspire to evade a second incarceration. The KTV must operate within the parameters of legality, and upon this foundation, we shall pursue further avenues for profit. Han Feng articulated his candid thoughts. He then retrieved a fitness card from the drawer of his desk and presented it to me. Make time for physical training. It will fortify your body and uplift your spirit. After all, I envision you embracing a significant role one day. Han Feng encouraged with a warm smile. Enveloped by a sense of warmth, I gently caressed my gym membership card and inquired, Brother Feng, this card must have been quite an expense, hasn't it? Not at all. The annual pass is merely 1,800, he replied with an air of nonchalance. Han Feng continued, the fitness center is also equipped with punching bags. You should practice your strikes whenever the opportunity arises. We are not training to engage in combat, but we certainly ought not to be easily victimized. Certainly, I nodded fervently, my heart brimming with resolve. I must refine my abilities and ensure that I am never again subjected to intimidation. At that juncture, Lao He, who had been observing the surroundings, entered the room. I greeted him with a deferential bow and implored him to impart a few self-defense techniques. Lao He laughed heartily, readily acquiescing to my request, and commenced to illustrate a combat maneuver in the spacious area of the room. Should an individual attempt to strangle you from behind, refrain from pushing forward. Instead, promptly lean back against your assailant and execute a rapid elbow strike to their ribs. This maneuver will enable you to liberate yourself. It seemed deceptively straightforward, yet achieving proficiency demanded relentless practice. After numerous endeavors, I found myself soaked in perspiration and gasping for breath. Yet I felt profoundly enriched by the experience. Despite my position as assistant manager at the KTV, I was reluctant to meander aimlessly, as if I were neglecting my responsibilities. Following a discussion with Han Feng, he begrudgingly consented to allow me to serve as a male attendant. Han Feng bestowed upon me unique privileges, permitting me to disregard the conventional schedule of a server. I could rest at my leisure and depart whenever I desired. I appreciated Han Feng's thoughtfulness, and as soon as I stepped outside, I sought out Fu Shaya to share the news of my new position. Initially, Fu Shaya expressed her discontent, perceiving my choice to serve as an indication of mediocrity, suggesting that I was inviting undue hardship upon myself, and nearly cast aspersions on Han Feng's integrity. I reiterated time and again that this was a decision born of my own volition, a profound desire to push my own boundaries. It was only then that Fu Shaya knitted her brow in contemplation and consented to facilitate work for me. I donned the server's uniform, grasped a walkie-talkie, and cast a fleeting glance at my reflection in the mirror, contemplating how presentable I appeared. As twilight descended, the KTV began to teem with patrons. Zheng Wan ascended and descended the stairs with urgency, continuously engaging with the part-time hostesses regarding the newly established policies. Some women voiced their discontent with the regulations, resulting in unavoidable disputes. However, Zheng Wan was not one to be easily intimidated. Her voice resonated the loudest. Xiaoyan, room 108, please deliver the drinks. Fu Shaya called me over the walkie-talkie. I swiftly made my way over, gathered the refreshments from the bar, and proceeded into room 108. Within the confines of the room, 5 resplendent ladies reclined elegantly upon the sofa, each gracefully surpassing the age of 40. Their indulgent lifestyles had bestowed upon them sumptuous figures and radiant complexions, and each adorned a proud, imperious smile. I delicately placed the fruit platter and beers upon the table. When a lady adorned in a crimson cheongsam regarded me with a scrutinizing gaze, her smirk hinting at ulterior motives. "You appear unfamiliar, young man. How shall we address you?" she inquired. "My name is Zhou Yan," I replied. "Ah, Zhou Yan, dear brother, would you indulge us with a little performance?" the lady in the red cheongsam proposed, her grin mischievous. "Indeed, I concur. Singing alone can be rather monotonous," another lady interjected, raising her hand as the remaining three nodded in agreement. "What sort of performance do you envision?" I asked, my voice tinged with hesitation. The woman in the crimson cheongsam placed 200 yuan upon the table, casting a playful wink in my direction. "Lift me and spin me thrice, and this money shall be yours." Laughter erupted among the affluent ladies. One teasingly remarked, "Chui Wan, you must weigh at least 150 pounds. Do be cautious not to strain the young man's back." "Nonsense, I hardly exceed 130. She retorted. "Greetings, my charming companion. Do ensure a firm grip. We would not wish for her to sustain any injury to her posterior." Another lady joined in the revelry. In a KTV venue, it is not unusual for patrons to make extravagant requests, seeking amusement and exhilaration, a means of liberation for both body and soul. The sight of the money upon the table ignited my curiosity. As a server, engaging in the guests' playful antics is part of my duties. "Very well," I acquiesced. And the ladies erupted into applause, the ambience thick with anticipation. The woman clad in the red cheongsam advanced, and I encircled my arms around her waist and the curve of her knees, lifting her with considerable exertion. She wasted no time in encircling her arms around my neck. She was undeniably weighty, and the overwhelming fragrance almost rendered me lightheaded. Holding my breath, I twirled her thrice before gently setting her down. I wished to partake next. I wished to join in the fun as well. The ladies, in their playful whims, began to place money upon the table, their delicate and rounded hands summoning me. I lifted each one in turn, spinning around repeatedly, nearly losing my balance on several occasions, their laughter crescendoing as I broke into a sheen of perspiration. "Handsome boy, your complexion is flushed. Could it be that you are still untouched by experience?" a round-faced lady teased. "Just observe his age. He is of a similar standing to my son. How did your son fare in the college entrance examination?" "Utterly inept. He shall likely find himself at a third-rate university." "College?" Upon hearing those words, my heart sank. Had it not been for the machinations of Su Li and Qin Xiaohu that led to my downfall in the examination, I would have been eagerly anticipating an acceptance letter from a distinguished university by now. The ladies, pleased with my performance, generously bestowed upon me a sum of 1,000 yuan. With a grin, I tucked the money away, and they fervently encouraged me to join them in a drink. Upon the conclusion of a bottle, the woman clad in a striking red cheongsam made a more audacious request. She implored me to shed my shirt and dance before them. Should my performance meet their expectations, they would shower me with money. The longer I danced, the more bountiful their rewards would become. In that instant, I felt akin to a mere plaything, objectified and manipulated, a sensation that proved rather humiliating, prompting my refusal. "Ladies, I sincerely apologize, but dancing is beyond my capabilities. It's merely a casual sway." The woman in the red cheongsam dismissed my reluctance. Their intrigue lay not in the dance itself, but rather in the sight of my bare torso. As I wrestled with how to navigate this uncomfortable predicament, Fu Xiaoya entered the room, having noted my extended absence. Observing my flushed and mortified expression, she furrowed her brow and asked, "What is happening? What is amiss with desiring the dashing young man to dance?" Scoffed the woman clad in a crimson cheongsam. "It is merely a striptease, and there is remuneration involved," another lady chuckled brazenly, producing a thick bundle of cash from her handbag. "I apologize, but we are a reputable KTV establishment and do not offer such services," Fu Xiaoya replied with icy resolve. "What a disappointment." The woman in the red cheongsam murmured, her countenance darkening considerably. "Xiaoyan, you should step outside for a moment," Fu Xiaoya signaled. I promptly rose and exited, waiting for an extended period until Fu Xiaoya finally emerged from the private room, her face betraying traces of fatigue. "Sister, how did it go?" I was engulfed by a profound sense of remorse for my mishaps on my inaugural day as a server. "Everything has been resolved. At times, one must adopt a resolute stance. Otherwise, they may exploit your kindness," Fu Xiaoya remarked, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness as she cautioned me. "You must bear in mind, young man, to never become overly familiar with any female patrons. As a man, should they turn against you, alleging misconduct, it will be exceedingly arduous to vindicate your name." A chill of anxiety coursed through me, and I lowered my gaze in mortification, repeatedly assuring her that I would never act inappropriately. Alas, you truly ought not to be in an establishment such as this, Fu Xiaya sighed. Our family's circumstances have regrettably brought us to this juncture. Sister, I assured her, things will undoubtedly improve. As I retrieved the 1,000 yuan tip I had just received and placed it into Fu Xiao's hand, Han Feng had just delineated the rules, and I could not allow matters to devolve into chaos here. Even without disrobing, one can earn such a sum. Fu Xiaoya finally broke into a smile as she handed the money to the cashier, instructing them to credit the commission to my account. I resumed my shift, gracefully navigating through the myriad of rooms. The hustle and bustle imbued me with a profound sense of purpose, enabling me to set aside my concerns and engage with the guests in a more composed manner. Before I realized it, the clock struck midnight. Xiaoyan, it is time to return home and rest. Fu Xiaya bid me farewell amidst the lingering merriment of numerous guests, some still singing with unbridled joy, reluctant to depart. The KTV extended its hours by an additional 2, and resolute Fu Xiaya was determined to remain until the very last moment. I opted for a leisurely walk, relishing the cool evening breeze as I meandered down the tranquil street towards home. The residence lay shrouded in darkness, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Su Li appeared to be absent, and with my father confined to his bed, she had completely relinquished her composure, becoming utterly reckless. Let her be. I harbored no inclination to intervene. Just as I ascended the staircase, the door to Su Li's room abruptly swung open with a forceful shove. Lu Ziwen emerged, flanked by 2 imposing men, with a scowling Su Li trailing closely behind. A wave of foreboding washed over me, compelling me to dash upstairs without a moment's hesitation. Do not flee, you little rascal, Lu Ziwen bellowed, and one of the robust men pursued me with fervor, seizing my neck in a grip akin to a vice that nearly suffocated me. In that moment of dire urgency, I recalled the combat techniques imparted by old He. I leaned back, driving my elbow forcefully into the burly man's ribs. A pained cry escaped his lips as he instantly relinquished his hold, doubling over in torment. I dashed into my room, hastily securing the door behind me. Bang, bang. The assailants relentlessly battered the door, causing the very walls to quiver. Xiaoyan, unlock the door. Su Li's voice sliced through the tumult. Step out and elucidate to Mr. Lu your whereabouts today. Did you pilfer his money? Su Li's audacity was nothing short of astounding. Her betrayal had escalated to unprecedented levels as she brazenly brought Lu Ziwen to our abode, lying in ambush to ensnare me. A surge of fury coursed through my veins, causing my entire being to tremble, and I could not restrain a cascade of invectives. Su Li, you deceitful wretch. I shall roam wherever I wish, and your opinions are of no consequence to me. Compose yourself. Theft is a grave offense. You must urgently seek Mr. Lu's pardon. Su Li persisted in her outcry. Zhouyan, I see you. Do not even entertain the notion of denial. Lu Ziwen echoed the tumult. Begone. I am utterly bewildered by your words, you brazen and deceitful knaves. I persevered in casting aspersions, steadfast in my refusal to yield, even if I were to be mercilessly beaten to death this very night. Should I genuinely be accused of theft, it would entail a protracted incarceration, irrevocably shattering my youth. Abruptly, I was startled by the sound of a knife clashing against the door. In mere moments, the blade maneuvered through the crevice, persistently jostling the latch. What course of action should I take? In that instant, panic engulfed me. I could not permit them to ensnare me. Lu Ziwen and Su Li were unhinged. They would undoubtedly subject me to relentless brutality, employing every conceivable torment to extract information regarding the photographs in question. Even if I were to survive, I would emerge utterly bereft of dignity. My gaze drifted towards the window, where an aged mesh screen hung, encrusted with dust from neglect. I resolved to take a daring leap. My only path to freedom lay through that window, and I could not afford to waver. Rushing to the window, I flung it open and forcefully tore the screen away, casting it aside. Then, I positioned myself on the windowsill and courageously leapt down. The second floor was not excessively high, and upon landing, I stumbled but sustained no injury to my feet. Once Lu Ziwen and his companions realized I had made my escape, they burst forth from the house in pursuit. I sprinted away, disregarding everything, racing through the night. The potential I unleashed was remarkable, leaving them far behind. At that moment, a late-night taxi approached, and I hastily signaled for it to stop and climbed inside. Where to? The driver inquired with a yawn, and I found myself momentarily taken aback. Indeed, with no abode to return to, where was I to seek solace? To Yimei KTV it was, that was my sole recourse, and I felt a sense of gratitude towards Han Feng for offering me sanctuary. Youth these days. Such a vibrant nightlife, the driver remarked, while I discreetly wiped the perspiration from my brow, opting not to engage in the conversation. This was not a matter of reveling in the nightlife. It was simply a question of having nowhere else to turn. Suli had begun to target me directly. In her estimation, I was even less than one of her paramours. Upon my arrival at the KTV, I beheld the resplendent lights illuminating the entrance and sighed as I stepped within. In the lobby, I encountered Fu Xiaya once more, who was diligently reconciling accounts with the front desk. "Hey, why have you returned?" She inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Suddenly, a profound sense of injustice welled up within me, leaving me momentarily speechless as I stifled my tears. Observing my turmoil, Fu Xiaya led me aside with an air of irritation. "Come with me." I followed her into an unoccupied private room, where she crossed her arms and fixed me with an intense gaze. "Xiaoyan, pray tell, what on earth transpired?" "Your mother, she brought several men home." "What? Several men? How utterly disgraceful can she be?" Fu Xiaya couldn't help but exclaim vehemently. "It's not as you presume. They were lying in wait at home, intending to capture and assault me. I was terrified and managed to escape through the window. I had no refuge but to return here," I elucidated. "Why were they pursuing you?" Fu Xiaoya made another inquiry. "One of the individuals involved is Lu Ziwen, the proprietor of a jewelry establishment. He unjustly accused me of theft. And your mother, regrettably, placed her faith in his falsehoods, even colluding with him. They vandalized my door with a cleaver, prompting a sigh as I settled into my thoughts. There is no returning to that abode. How absurd this all is. You exhibit such cowardice. How could you even entertain the notion of robbing another? It would truly be a miracle if you were not the one being wronged," Fu Xiaoya remarked with an air of disdain, evidently unconvinced of my capacity to perpetrate such an act. "To levying accusations without substantiating evidence is all too effortless." I continued. "Your mother once recommended me for a position at the jewelry store, where I labored for a mere 3 days before Lu Ziwen unjustly accused me of absconding with 20,000 yuan. To endure such a stepmother is indeed your misfortune." Fu Xiaoya tenderly patted my head and then retrieved her phone, placing it upon the coffee table. With a swift motion, she navigated through her contacts and dialed the home phone, opting for the speakerphone function. "Xiaoya." Su Li's astonished voice resonated through the receiver. "You are such a wretched person. How could you treat Zhou Yin in this manner? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog?" Fu Xiaoya retorted immediately, "That is not the case." Su Li vociferously asserted that Xiao Yin might be implicated in a robbery and could face sentencing. Their mother is endeavoring to assist him. "Huh? Do you truly possess such benevolence?" Fu Xiaoya derided. "Zhou Yin is so meek that he can be easily intimidated by women. How could he possibly engage in robbery? He is merely feigning strength. He is not as cowardly as you perceive. He strikes with formidable force. Qin Xiaohu remains hospitalized, and the case is far from resolved." Su Li countered with confidence. "It was not he," Fu Xiaoya retorted with a sneer. "How can you be so certain?" Su Li shot back. "Even the police lack evidence. How dare you defame Zhou Yin?" Fu Xiaoya scoffed icily. "Xiaoya, what is it about Zhou Yin that captivates you, even at the cost of our mother's life?" "I shall not acquiesce. Cease your interference in my affairs. Look at the chaos you have wrought in your own existence. Do you not possess any self-awareness?" Fu Xiaoya's temper flared instantaneously. "Su Li, I have contemplated this for an extended period. Let us dissolve our mother-daughter bond. Having a mother like you is genuinely mortifying." "No," Su Li exclaimed, yet Fu Xiaoya had already terminated the call. Shortly thereafter, the phone rang once more. It was Su Li attempting to reach her again. Fu Xiaoya coolly dismissed the call and switched off her phone entirely. For my sake, Fu Xiaoya had indeed chosen to sever her ties with Su Li. I was deeply moved, my eyes welling with tears, and I gently took hold of her arm. "Sister, you truly needn't go to such lengths, after all. She remains your mother. Better that way." Fu Xiaoya irritably shook off my hand. Her selfishness and obstinacy had not only shattered our family but also impacted the children. At that moment, the intercom crackled to life, prompting Fu Xiaoya to swiftly step outside and immerse herself in her work. The flurry of activity provided a welcome distraction from her troubles. I then proceeded to Han Feng's office, where he was gently strumming his guitar and singing in a gravelly voice, entirely immersed in the moment. In that fleeting instant, Han Feng embodied the essence of an artist. His inner realm abundant and gratifying, stirring a sense of envy within me. Once he concluded his performance, I tentatively posed the question, "Brother Feng, may I stay overnight at the KTV? Would that be permissible?" Without a moment's pause, Han Feng replied affirmatively, his instincts aroused as he inquired, Brother, is all well at home? I experienced yet another confrontation with my stepmother. I find myself utterly disinclined to return home. I abstained from revealing the complete truth, for matters pertaining to theft are not meant to be publicized. I must express that Xiaya is genuinely extraordinary, exemplary in her responsibility and unwavering diligence. All without a hint of complaint. The juxtaposition between the two women is indeed profound, Han Feng contemplated. I comprehended all too well that such disparities arise from the wounds inflicted by one's original family, subtly molding their existence. I bore a faint resemblance to my father. However, he, influenced by Su Li's provocations, repeatedly struck, reprimanded, and humiliated me. As time passed, my disdain for him intensified, and I dreaded the prospect of becoming like him. Fu Xiaoya was no exception. She harbored profound disappointment towards her mother, Su Li. Then there was Lu Fengfei, who perpetually yearned for her father Lu Ziwen's downfall. Willing to employ any means necessary to acquire even a fragment of wealth, we were all tormented by our families, scarred and battered, compelled to resist in our own distinct manners. Brother, I have navigated the vicissitudes of life and society. Strive to perceive matters from a broader vantage point. Once you attain wealth and capability, you will come to realize that some individuals are utterly inconsequential, Han Feng advised. I shall cherish that memory. I nodded fervently. Han Feng's words were earnest and deeply perceptive, significantly elevating my spirits. Upon exiting the office, I sought a vacant room and reclined upon the sofa. My phone rang. The caller ID indicating it was from home. Su Li was indeed tenacious. After a brief moment of hesitation, I answered, intrigued to hear her words. Xiaoyan, return home. Su Li's tone was tender, evoking the warmth of a nurturing mother. I express my sincerest apologies for permitting Lu Ziwen into our abode and for the manner in which I treated you. It was indeed excessive. Yet, my heart had grown cold, and I retorted with a derisive scoff. Do you truly believe I would still place my trust in you? As long as your father and I remain united in marriage, we are still a family. Lu Ziwen disclosed that you had attempted to rob him, which filled me with dread. I simply wish to resolve this matter expeditiously. You must not face incarceration. Your method was excessively radical, she continued to contend. And I found myself compelled to acknowledge that her boldness surpassed my expectations. You have never regarded me as a member of this family. You have always perceived me as an inconvenience. Congratulations on your triumph. You have ultimately succeeded in displacing me from our abode. That residence now belongs to you. As does my father. I wish you both everlasting joy. My words were laced with sarcasm, and Su Li's muffled sobs resonated through the receiver, as though she had endured unspeakable injustices. With your father in such a condition, how can I ever find happiness? I have lost everything. This fate is of your own making. Xiaoyan, I beseech you, do not harbor resentment any longer. Return home. I shall never allow another man to cross my threshold. Su Li implored fervently. No, but you are merely a child. Where else could you possibly find refuge? That is of no concern to you. A fleeting silence enveloped the conversation, after which Su Li's tone grew frigid. Are you cohabiting with Xiaoya? At last, the truth illuminated my understanding. Su Li's longing was not for my return home. Rather, it stemmed from her trepidation that I might seek solace with Fu Xiaoya, potentially leading to a cohabitation that she could scarcely endure. Let her remain ensnared in her own anxieties. I emitted a chilling laugh, offering no reply, and swiftly terminated the call. Su Li, unwilling to concede defeat, attempted to reach me once more, but I opted to disregard her, silencing my phone. I found delight in the notion that Su Li must perceive her attempts to distance me as a misjudgment, lamenting it to the extent of losing her sleep. How I had once longed to flee that dwelling, to extricate myself from the chaos. Yet now that I had genuinely departed, a sharp pang of sorrow seized my heart, and my nose tingled with unshed tears. This was the essence of homelessness, a drifting uncertainty, an unknowing of what lay ahead, surrendering my destiny to the caprices of fate. Han Feng's earlier words had profoundly resonated within me, and I resolved to embrace transformation commencing the following day. The KTV became a sanctuary. I surrendered to a deep slumber upon the sofa, devoid of dreams. The subsequent day, I ventured to the Huafeng shopping mall, positioned diagonally across from the KTV, and ascended to the fifth-floor fitness center, presenting my gym card. The staff graciously provided me with a set of workout attire, and clad in it, I entered with renewed vigor, embarking on my inaugural fitness journey. Running, chest expansions, bench presses, squats. I soon found myself drenched in perspiration. The exertions serving as a catharsis, a liberating exhilaration enveloping both body and spirit. My favorite pursuit revealed itself to be striking the punching bag. Imagining the bag as Qin Xiaohu or Lu Ziwen transformed me into a tempest of fury, I struck with fervor, deftly evading the bag's rebounds until breath eluded me. I silently vowed to ensure that those who had wronged me would tremble and kneel before me. The KTV evolved into my abode, the sofa, my bed, and I even procured bedding. In the ensuing days, my life brimmed with purpose. My routine comprised daily workouts and fervently mastering combat techniques from Lao He. By night, I donned the mantle of a male server, diligently navigating the private rooms. Observing my resurgence of spirit and zest for life, Fu Xiaoyu frequently bestowed upon me a smile, occasionally patting my shoulder in encouragement to persevere. Fu Xiaoyu grew increasingly radiant, her allure deepening in ways difficult to articulate. I found myself drawn to hidden corners, surreptitiously observing her until her figure vanished from sight. The police had not sought me out, indicating that Lu Ziwen had not lodged a report. At last, my heart discovered a measure of tranquility, though I silently vowed that such reckless escapades would not be repeated. During this interval, Lu Fengfei reached out, proposing we venture out together. I declined her invitation. Lu Ziwen had grown suspicious of me, rendering it unwise to meet her. The robbery had been a joint endeavor, and I wished to avoid Lu Ziwen drawing connections based on her physique, fearing he might unleash his wrath upon his own daughter. That evening, I resolved to return home to retrieve my hero brand fountain pen, a gift bestowed upon me by Fu Xiaoyu. I had previously cherished it deeply, keeping it by my bedside, as if she were nestled beside me. What a twist of fate! On my journey home, I chanced upon Brother Zhuang and three ne'er-do-wells. They were reveling in chilled beverages, their ostentatious motorcycles parked nearby. Deep within my soul, I had always harbored the desire to bestow upon Fu Xiaoyu a treasured gift, a brand new motorcycle, the epitome of sophistication and style. I could vividly envision her joyfully riding it, her laughter resonating as the brisk wind playfully tousled her hair, epitomizing the essence of youth. Upon noticing my presence, Brother Zhuang and his cohorts swiftly obstructed my passage, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. "Zhou, where are you off to?" he inquired. "I find myself in a precarious financial situation of late, so relinquish your money, and do so with due respect," he commanded, his straw dangling from his mouth as he regarded me with an air of unwarranted superiority. "I am not your father. I bear no obligation to concern myself with your financial affairs," I retorted, my nonchalant demeanor eliciting surprise, their eyes widening in disbelief. In their eyes, I had always been meek, akin to soft dough easily molded. "What on earth is Zhou saying? Did you hear that?" Brother Zhuang incredulously inquired of his companions, one of whom smirked and responded, "Zhou just insulted you, declaring he isn't your father. Remarkable. It has only been a few days, and you have developed a backbone. You worthless fool." Brother Zhuang's face flushed with rage as he advanced towards me, seizing my collar with force. From that moment forward, none would dare to bully me again. Fueled by a surge of defiance, I grasped his wrist, twisting it downwards with sudden vigor. Brother Zhuang emitted a howl reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. How delightful that sound was. My heart swelled with exhilaration as I unleashed a formidable kick to his abdomen. He staggered backward, collapsing to the ground in disarray. Struggling to rise, Brother Zhuang rubbed his swollen wrist and urgently implored, "What are you all standing around for? Attack him together and render him senseless." The other two ruffians immediately lunged at me, fists raised. Recalling old Hay's counsel, I concentrated on evasion rather than succumbing to fear of their numbers, resolving to dismantle them one by one. Steadying myself, I scrutinized their movements. After deftly dodging one punch, I envisioned the other ruffian as a mere practice punching bag and delivered a swift strike to his chest. Bang! The impact sent him soaring, rolling and tumbling to the ground. What a thrill! What sheer exhilaration! My spirit soared as I swiftly pivoted toward the remaining ruffian, who recoiled in terror. Seizing the initiative, I charged at him. At that moment, Brother Zhuang surged towards me from behind, encircling my waist with his arms. I propelled myself away with my feet, leaning back and bringing him crashing to the ground. He let out a cry of disarray, and I quickly pivoted, seizing his neck firmly, my eyes ablaze as I declared, "Do you truly believe that I shall strangle you today and usher you to your doom?" In that instant, I must have appeared to Brother Zhuang as a fearsome creature. His countenance paled, and he fervently shook his head in supplication. "Zhou, I apologize. I would never stoop to violence against him. Such an act would be beneath me." Nevertheless, I continued to menace him with fervor. "Should you dare to provoke me once more, I shall guarantee your downfall." And no, I would never. Brother Zhuang's countenance paled as he implored for mercy. I then stood and surveyed the trio before me, who quaked in trepidation, reluctant to advance. A throng began to assemble. Yet the drama had already reached its denouement. I disdainfully spat upon the ground and departed with an air of self-assurance. Brother Zhuang and his companions gazed vacantly at my receding silhouette, acutely aware that I had undergone a transformation. Indeed, I felt metamorphosed. Having withstood innumerable trials, both corporeal and emotional, I had begun to shed my fears and embrace valor in the face of adversity. The lights in my abode shimmered warmly as I unlocked the door and entered without a hint of hesitation. My father had returned from the hospital. He occupied the living room, ensconced in a wheelchair, smoking, his eyes devoid of focus as they fixated on the news broadcasting on the television. Upon the sound of the door creaking open, Suli gracefully appeared from the kitchen, still adorned in her apron, personifying the essence of a devoted wife. Upon catching sight of me, she initially exhibited a blend of astonishment and ire, only to subsequently adopt a theatrical facade of joy. Xiaoyan, you have at last returned. Her voice quivered as memories of having expressed similar sentiments to Xiaya resurfaced. A profound disdain welled within me. Her affected demeanor failed to influence my resolve. I am merely here to retrieve an item, I responded icily, ascending the staircase without further ceremony. The chamber I once occupied now boasted a new door, unmarked by any knife scars. Upon my entrance, everything appeared as it had once been, save for the bedsheets, which bore a blue checkered pattern I found utterly distasteful. The hero pin was absent from the bedside, which vexed me, leading me to suspect that Suli had taken it. I sifted through my belongings and ultimately unearthed the pin within the drawer of my study desk. A surge of elation enveloping me as though I had reclaimed a precious artifact, compelling me to clutch my chest. Finding a suitable bag, I tenderly placed the pin inside. I also retrieved the album filled with photographs of my mother and younger sister, placing it alongside the pin. Casting a silent glance at the room that had sheltered me for over a decade, I resolutely shut the door and descended the staircase. Xiaoyan, do you not even acknowledge your father? Do you deem me invisible? My father articulated his discontent. I hesitated momentarily before gently inquiring, Father, are you well? Well enough. Merely a hollow vessel, he sighed, subsequently pursuing his questions. Why have you ceased your visits home? The cause of my absence was Su Li's rejection. She could not bear my presence. Nevertheless, I chose to remain silent, cognizant of the anguish my father was already experiencing, and thus, I concocted a falsehood. I have been engrossed in business endeavors with friends, leaving me little opportunity to return. Father's enterprise has reached a definitive conclusion, he declared, effectively shuttering my aspirations of inheriting his legacy. Catching sight of Su Li still bustling in the kitchen, I could not restrain myself and murmured, Father, how fare things between you two? We are no longer pursuing a divorce. She has shown remarkable kindness towards me, tending to my needs with unwavering diligence over these past few days, never once uttering a complaint, he remarked, his voice imbued with emotion and pride, leaving me utterly speechless. I found it hard to fathom that Su Li could metamorphose into a paragon of virtue. Her malevolence ran far too deep. This woman must harbor ulterior motives. Have they apprehended the individual who struck you? I inquired once more. They have indeed captured him. It was a hit and run, quite grave in nature. His family is actively providing compensation, and I have been ruminating on whether to allow him to endure imprisonment, as he has irrevocably shattered the latter half of my existence. My father ground his molars in agitation. Take care of yourself. I rose and departed the house without casting a backward glance. A deep-seated contempt for Su Li welled within me, for she had suddenly adopted a friendly demeanor towards my father, motivated solely by the promise of substantial compensation. She was indeed skilled at adapting to her circumstances. My father, rendered incapacitated, was unable to satiate her desires. Yet, it mattered little. Su Li could easily seek the company of other men, and would invariably find something new to captivate her. I believe these matters were of little consequence to me. It was my father who had callously forsaken my mother, transforming himself into this pitiable existence. He could only succumb to the bitter chalice that life had concocted for him. Upon my return to the KTV, I placed the recovered valuables into the locker of the dressing room. Just as I was about to commence my shift, a tumult erupted. The very concern I had long harbored had finally materialized. 3 police officers entered the KTV, intruding upon every room under the pretense of an inspection, brusquely verifying the identities of every patron. The guests, who had been reveling in song, found this interruption thoroughly disheartening and began to settle their accounts and exit the establishment. Fu Xiaoya's face was ashen with fury, her small fist clenched tightly. Han Feng emerged with a scowl, leaning heavily on his cane, followed closely by the grim-faced Lao He. Did you uncover anything? Han Feng coldly inquired of one of the officers, his gaze ominous. As a released convict, you ought to regard it as a privilege that society has welcomed you. You must conduct yourself accordingly. The officer's words dripped with contempt as he cast a disdainful glance at Lao He. And you, do not presume that your release from prison absolves you. Commit another transgression, and you shall find yourself in handcuffs once more. Lao He's form surged forward, seizing the officer by the collar, his teeth audibly clenched. Lao He, release him. Han Feng urgently struck the ground with his cane, raising his voice. With a frigid exhale, Lao He relinquished his hold and retreated. The officer, taken aback, straightened his attire and pointed at Lao He, indignantly proclaiming, "If you dare lay a hand on me again, I shall charge you with assaulting an officer and have you apprehended." Lao He puffed out his chest, yet was restrained by Han Feng, who retorted coldly, "Cease your bluster. Kindly convey to Director Qin that we are operating within the bounds of the law, and we implore you to exercise restraint." "Really a message for you? You are of no consequence." The officer scoffed, contemptuously spitting onto the ground. Bang! Bang! Han Feng imitated the sound of gunfire with his mouth, mockingly directing a curled finger towards the officer's knee. The officer's demeanor shifted dramatically, a flicker of trepidation crossing his face as he obstinately warned, "Han Feng, do not overstep." Just as the KTV began to thrive through promotional offers, it was abruptly disrupted, tarnishing what could have been a prosperous situation. It appeared that Director Qin was intentionally stirring up trouble, complicating my life. Everything originated from my actions. I could not remain passive. Let Director Qin confront me. I advanced, fist clenched, chin held high. What's the hurry? One cannot elude the grasp of the law. One's liberty shall be fleeting. The police officer issued a succinct admonition before departing with his colleagues, escorting Zhengwan away. They asserted that a report had been lodged, alleging nefarious activities at the KTV, thus necessitating the presence of the management for further interrogation at the station. "Brother Feng, I sincerely apologize. It is my actions that have brought misfortune upon the KTV." I bowed my head in contrition to Han Feng, who waved his hand dismissively and responded with genuine sentiment, "Brother, do not utter such words. In times of hardship, we must unite to endure both trials and triumphs." Feng Ge. Fu Xiaya approached, hesitating as if she wished to express something but was overcome by trepidation. "Xiaya, please arrange for everyone to depart early today. Let us not linger on this matter. We shall resume our regular operations tomorrow. I refuse to accept that they will misuse their authority by conducting inspections on a daily basis," Han Feng declared with unwavering resolve, leaning upon his cane as he retreated into the office. Old He and I followed him inside, compelled to devise a strategy to confront the predicament. After considerable deliberation, we found ourselves devoid of a viable solution. The police station possessed ample justification. Once a report was filed, they were entitled to conduct an inspection, heedless of the KTV's fate. Typically, there exist two principal methods to navigate such dilemmas. The first involves the possibility of bribery. However, having only recently assumed control of the KTV, Han Feng possessed scant financial resources, merely enough to cover 6 months' rent. With no funds available even for next month's payroll, the prospect of offering gifts for protection was utterly unattainable. The second approach would be to leverage connections. Yet, Han Feng had only just emerged from incarceration. Others would shun him as if he were a pariah, leaving him bereft of any social ties. Old He hesitated, murmuring, "If all else fails, I might reach out to Lin Fangong to see if he can exert some influence from above." The mention of Lin Fangong evoked thoughts of Yuqi Man. Their intimate connection could undoubtedly facilitate a dialogue. For a fleeting moment, I felt inclined to solicit her aid. However, Han Feng disagreed emphatically. "Lin Fangong is a treacherous individual. We must steer clear of any entanglement with him. Should we find ourselves ensnared, we would only invite misfortune upon ourselves." "What of Zhengwan? She will not falter, will she?" Old He inquired. "She harbors a fear of me and would never dare to speak out of turn. Moreover, our KTV is impeccably maintained. No matter how exhaustive the police investigation, they will uncover nothing." Han Feng articulated his unwavering confidence in this matter. "Feng Ge, you ought to dismiss me. That would resolve all our predicaments." I laid bare my deepest contemplations. Should I find myself unemployed here, the police would no longer frequent our establishment. "Do not utter such absurdities." Han Feng's countenance grew somber. "Regardless of the circumstances, I, Han Feng, shall never forsake my brethren. If necessary, we can shutter the KTV and seek a new venue to sustain our livelihoods. We shall rise anew." I was profoundly touched, and my gratitude crystallized into 4 simple words. "Thank you, Feng Ge." That night, I lay awake, unable to find solace. If the KTV were to close its doors, where would I turn? Surely, I could not stoop to joining Lu Fangfei in her photographic endeavors. And what of Fu Xiaoya? What would become of her if she were to lose this employment? Several times, I reached for my phone, pondering Yu Qingman's number, only to place it down again with a bittersweet smile. In matters of love, she had played with my affections. How could I summon the courage to seek her assistance? Furthermore, Han Feng was steadfast in his determination to evade any interaction with Lin Fangong, firmly believing that such an encounter would yield no prosperity. As dawn approached, I succumbed to a nebulous slumber. Upon awakening, I discovered it was already afternoon. Upon leaving the private chamber, I beheld Fu Xiaoya gracefully positioned behind the reception desk, joyfully conversing with familiar patrons over the KTV telephone. My heart ached for Fu Xiaoya. As the head of the lobby, she had embraced the role of a salesperson for the sake of the KTV's flourishing. I chose not to intrude upon her efforts, stepping outside to procure a bite to eat before proceeding to the gym. Only through the fervent exertion of my body and the release of perspiration could I quell the tumult of my thoughts. Upon entering Huafeng Shopping Mall, I ascended to the 5th floor. Just as I was on the verge of entering the fitness center, I suddenly noticed a mischievous little boy, around 5 or 6 years of age, climbing onto the railing and peering over the edge. No, at such a height, should the boy fall, the consequences would be dire. I dared not exhale, let alone startle him. Stealthily, I approached and swiftly extended my hand to grasp one of his arms. Alas, I was a moment too late. The boy had already slipped over the railing, and I managed to seize him by one arm, his body dangling precariously in midair. "Mommy! Mommy!" The boy wept in sheer terror. "Quick, extend that hand," I exclaimed with urgency. The boy, unable to grasp my plea, merely wailed more intensely, his cries resonating through the air and capturing the attention of several passers-by who glanced up in concern. In that moment, a middle-aged woman, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly emerged from the fitness center. Hang, where are you?" She frantically scanned the surroundings, and upon catching sight of her son, she nearly succumbed to terror. "Mommy!" The boy's cries grew more desperate at the sound of her voice. "Madam, do not panic. Quickly, wrap your arms around my legs," I urged her. "All right." The woman, her legs faltering, collapsed to the ground, clutching my legs with fervor. I leaned forward with all my strength, momentarily disregarding the peril, and with my other hand, I finally grasped the collar of the little boy's shirt. Summoning every ounce of strength, I hoisted him upwards. At last, I succeeded in lifting him back over the railing, securing his safety. In that fleeting moment, I found myself enveloped in perspiration, my limbs tingling with exhaustion as I struggled to draw breath. The woman relinquished her grasp on my legs and hurried to envelop her son in a warm embrace, who remained quaking in fear, her heart pounding as she sought to soothe him. Hang, you frightened your mother to the brink of despair." "Mommy, I was utterly terrified." "Do not fear. Hang must exhibit proper behavior from this moment forth." The little boy nodded fervently, clinging to her with fervor, his tear-streaked visage both captivating and heartrending. I was transported back to my own childhood, when my mother would frequently embrace me, serenading me with lullabies to gently usher me into slumber. However, now she resided solely within the confines of photo albums and cherished memories, distant in a far-off land, and it had been an eternity since our last encounter. With a heart weighed down by sorrow, I began to depart, yet the middle-aged woman rose and obstructed my way, earnestly conveying her heartfelt appreciation. "Young man, I cannot express my gratitude sufficiently. It was nothing." I waved my hand dismissively, accompanied by a reassuring smile. "As long as his safety is assured, that is what truly matters. What is your name?" "Zhou Yin." "Are you currently employed or pursuing studies?" "I did not succeed in the college entrance examination and am now working at a KTV, while often coming here to engage in exercise." I did not shy away from disclosing my situation. "Which KTV do you work at?" "Night Beauty." "Is the remuneration satisfactory?" The middle-aged woman inquired with remarkable detail, to which I responded with utmost honesty. Subsequently, she retrieved 1,000 yuan from her bag as a gesture of appreciation for my valorous deed. I resolutely declined, asserting that anyone would strive wholeheartedly to rescue a child in such dire circumstances. This middle-aged mother harbored a highly favorable impression of me. She introduced herself as Meng Weining, employed at a trading company within the county. She had brought her child to inquire about the membership fees of the fitness center, aspiring to shed weight through exercise. Unexpectedly, a fleeting moment of inattention had plunged her child into a precarious situation. In my eyes, Meng Weining possessed an admirable physique, neither excessive nor insufficient. radiating a distinctive mature allure. She was indeed quite beautiful, even eclipsing Su Li. After her persistent entreaties, we exchanged contact information, and she departed with her child. Turning back to wave a farewell, I entered the fitness center and struck the punching bag with fervor until I was drenched in perspiration. Yet, the turmoil within my heart remained unresolved. I had never laid a hand on Qin Xiaohu, so why was Director Qin so adamant in his accusations? It appeared profoundly unjust, leaving me with a sense of grievance and bitterness. Upon my return to the KTV, I discovered that Zheng Wan had also arrived for her shift. Considering her nature, it came as no surprise that she was entangled in various personal entreaties. She had been detained by the police until the late hours of the previous night before being permitted to return home. Zheng Wan repeatedly emphasized that, irrespective of the police's inquiries, she would steadfastly declare that Night Beauty KTV operated within the bounds of the law, never engaging in any nefarious activities. She further mentioned that the police had concentrated their inquiries on my circumstances, particularly whether I had provided any inappropriate services to female patrons. Zheng Wan resolutely denied such allegations, asserting that I was far too timid to act recklessly, even if an opportunity presented itself. Han Feng gestured to me, indicating that we should stand together during these challenging times, and thus I reluctantly conveyed my gratitude to Zheng Wan. Her spirits lifted. She led me to the corridor, where she began to divulge a few secrets concerning Su Li. Su Li had clandestinely taken 30,000 yuan from her home to join an exclusive women's club. The members there referred to themselves as socialites, frequently gathering to indulge in pampering, exercise, sipping tea, and engaging in card games. More often than not, their conversations revolved around the art of seducing men. Zheng Wan expressed her desire to join as well, yet lamented her lack of sufficient funds. Su Li was a woman of insatiable desires, maintaining at least 3 lovers outside her commitments. Zheng Wan also recounted the reasons behind Su Li's animosity towards me. Not only did she harbor resentment towards the sons of others, but since becoming involved with my father, she had yearned to bear a son of her own, a wish that was repeatedly denied by him. Consequently, Su Li firmly believed that my very existence had obstructed her aspirations of motherhood. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback, gaining insight into a side of Su Li that was far more sordid than I had previously envisioned. Yet, my demeanor remained indifferent. I had distanced myself from home, and Su Li's actions or intentions for the future were of no consequence to me. Xiaoyan, what Su Li resents most is her daughter, who is quite close to you, Zheng Wan cautioned. Let her think whatever she wishes. I held no inclination to engage in discourse regarding Fu Xiaoya with Zheng Wan. Thus I turned away and departed. As dusk descended, the KTV once again thrummed with vivacity. The promotional event, boasting a 50% discount, drew a multitude of returning patrons, leaving Fu Xiaoya engrossed in her duties. This strategy was conceived by Han Feng. In an establishment such as KTV, one cannot afford to lack popularity, even at a financial loss. As it transpired, such losses were improbable. The profit margins on beverages were considerable. It was merely a question of earning slightly less. Zhuangge and his 2 companions made their entrance, beaming and exchanging pleasantries with Fu Xiaoya, offering insincere congratulations on her recent elevation. Upon noticing my presence, their expressions morphed into one of apprehension, and they awkwardly raised their hands in greeting. To be merciless is imperative. This is a truth I have discerned from the countless instances of bullying I have endured. Zhuangge and his companions, having felt the weight of my intimidation, no longer dared to incite my ire. They had been summoned by Fu Xiaoya to offer their support, yet I opted not to interact with them, merely gliding past with an air of indifference. Around 9 o'clock, a white sedan came to a halt before the KTV. 2 women alighted from the vehicle, one of whom was the recently acquainted Meng Weining. Xiaoyan, Meng Weining called out with a smile, waving affectionately at me. I quickly approached, warmly addressing her as Sister Meng. She introduced the woman beside her as Sister Zhao, mentioning her affiliation with the County Tax Bureau and encouraging us to maintain our connection. Sister Zhao proved to be quite the conversationalist, showering me with compliments about my appearance and asserting that I exuded an air of sophistication, referring to me as a breath of fresh air in the KTV. Despite her abundant flattery, I merely smiled in response. Xiaoyan, we are here to support you. Are you pleased to see us? Meng Weining inquired with a grin. Absolutely, and I am profoundly grateful, I replied, bowing slightly in an inviting gesture, my smile sincere. It was not a mere facade. I took genuine pleasure in personally escorting patrons to the KTV. They followed me inside, and by the looks on their faces, it was evident they were far from content with the surroundings, though they chose to keep their opinions to themselves. After placing their orders at the reception, we proceeded to a private room where they gracefully settled onto the sofa, adjusting their skirts. Xiaoyan, this is your gratuity, Meng Waniying said, extracting 2,000 yuan from her purse and presenting it to me. I found myself enticed to acquiesce, yet ultimately expressed my refusal. It is a privilege to have both of you here to offer your support. I must decline any gratuity. I sincerely hope you find joy in this gathering, I asserted. Fully aware that Meng Waniying's gesture was simply an alternative means of expressing her gratitude for the rescue of her son. Meng Waniying gazed at me with admiration and remarked to Zhao, Hongling, please keep my younger brother in mind for any promising opportunities. Fear not. I shall ensure it is taken care of, Zhao assured her. Not one to indulge in alcoholic beverages, I took the initiative to open a drink for her. After sampling a few sips, she joined in the singing. Meng Waniying requested that I remain and keep her company, given that they had come specifically for my sake. I could not refuse, settling beside her to sip drinks and engage in light conversation. Meng Waniying inquired about my family's circumstances. After a moment of reflection, I resolved to speak candidly. My parents had divorced, and I had a stepmother with whom my relationship was rather tepid. Recently, my father had suffered a car accident, resulting in paralysis from the waist down. Meng Waniying expressed her heartfelt sympathy, contemplating the vital role a stable family plays in a child's life. At my age, she believed I should not be burdened with work. She also mentioned having a daughter a year my junior, who would soon embark on her final year of high school. Fang Xiaoyao pretended to deliver a fruit platter, making 2 entries into the room. Noticing that I had engaged in no inappropriate conduct with the others, she opted to overlook the situation. After more than an hour of revelry as they prepared to leave, the door to the private room was suddenly flung open with great force, and 3 police officers from the precinct stormed in. The leader, whom I recognized, was Officer Wu, the very individual whom Qin Xiaohu referred to as uncle. What is your intention? Meng Waniying's expression shifted dramatically as she confronted him with palpable dissatisfaction. We have received reports of illicit transactions occurring in this vicinity and require your cooperation for an inspection. Officer Wu responded coldly, his gaze fixed upon me, reminiscent of an interrogation room, compelling me to confess to the alleged assault on Qin Xiaohu. Burdened by past grievances, a wave of indignation surged within me, threatening to escape my lips. You are evidently acting with malice, concocting excuses daily to conduct inspections. How can KTV operate under such oppressive conditions? This constitutes an abuse of power. Did you all witness that? Zhou Yin is obstructing law enforcement. Apprehend him immediately, Officer Wu commanded, shaking his head. 2 officers swiftly advanced, binding my hands behind my back and securing handcuffs around my wrists. Meng Waniying furrowed her brow, murmuring, to question you is to resist law enforcement? Such a display of authority. Pray, be candid. Did any inappropriate conduct transpire between you and Zhou Yin in this chamber? Officer Wu, undeterred, retrieved a sleek recording device from his pocket to gather evidence, thereby obviating the necessity for a written statement. With a sharp crack, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Meng Waniying raised her hand and struck Officer Wu across the face, following it with a vehement diatribe. What utter nonsense. This room lacks even a lock. How could such an occurrence take place? Zhao Hongling, equally incensed, scoffed. Zhou Yin is correct. You are misusing your authority. Does wearing a uniform render you superior? Do you dare to strike me? Officer Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, swiftly transforming into rage as he commanded. Arrest them all for assaulting a police officer and escort them back for interrogation. They must face imprisonment. One of the officers brandished a pair of handcuffs and advanced towards Meng Waniying. Come now, expedite the process and secure her, he insisted. With a frosty smile, Meng Waniying gracefully proffered her delicate wrist. No, I interjected passionately, positioning myself in front of her and elevating my voice towards Officer Wu. You may direct your ire at me, but do not ensnare others, particularly not KTV. That night, I was nestled in the comfort of my home, enveloped in slumber. Do you comprehend? I am oblivious to the identity of the person who attacked Qin Xiaohu. He is a rogue who has wronged innumerable individuals. As enforcers of the law, it is imperative that you depend on tangible evidence rather than personal conjectures to secure a conviction. In that moment, I felt particularly eloquent, liberating the thoughts that had burdened my heart. Officer will remain steadfast, directing a finger at me. Zhou Yin, there is no need for your obfuscations. It must be you. We shall not permit you to elude the law. He seized my collar and forcefully cast me aside, sending me crashing onto the coffee table. Seizing the opportunity amidst the commotion, another officer approached and successfully secured Meng Waniying in handcuffs. Huh. Meng Wanning examined the restraints and suddenly erupted into laughter. Redling, do you find this bracelet set beautiful? Meng Wanning inquired with a smile. Quite unique, though the hue is somewhat bland. It would be even more splendid if it were gilded, Zhao Hongling complimented, extending her wrist in admiration. Is there another? I would desire one as well. There is none to be had. Officer Wu, flanked by two companions, brandished a pair of handcuffs, their scornful gazes sweeping over the two deranged women. He waved his hand with impatience. There is certainly something questionable about their connection. Escort them back to the station for an overnight interrogation. You are the ones who are suspect. What evidence do you possess to make such claims? Your thoughts are utterly vile. I spat with disdain. Suddenly, Fu Xiaoyao burst through the door, positioning herself protectively in front of me, glaring fiercely at the three officers. Are you even being reasonable? On what grounds do you intend to apprehend Zhou Yan? Is this an endless farce? Sister, you need not involve yourself. Simply depart. I implored, attempting to steer her away, fervently wishing for her to extricate herself from this predicament. Fu Xiaoyao remained resolute, turning to cast a fierce glare in my direction. With your ineffectiveness, should you venture in, it shall be arduous to extricate yourself. Officer Wu paid no mind to our squabble, his indignation simmering as he gestured dismissively at Fu Xiaoyao. Step aside promptly, or you shall be charged with obstructing justice and taken into custody as well. In truth, I comprehend. Fu Xiaoyao's words were abruptly interrupted as the door swung open once more. Han Feng, leaning on a cane, made his entrance, closely followed by Lao He, both effectively blocking the threshold. Brother Feng. A warmth surged within me as I called out. Han Feng nodded slightly at me, then coldly proclaimed, no one is departing today. I am thoroughly exasperated with all of you, misusing your limited authority to act unlawfully. Han Feng, do you dare defy law enforcement? Officer Wu, entirely unfazed, scoffed. Have you forgotten the tribulations of incarceration? I have not forgotten, but should you push an individual to their limits, I would not hesitate to return. What significance does imprisonment truly hold? Han Feng ignited a cigarette, embodying a defiant demeanor that radiated the essence of a seasoned underworld leader. This is insurrection. Summon reinforcements from the station. Officer Wu, incensed, barked commands, prompting one of the officers to step aside and make the call. Han Feng, Lao He, and Fu Xiaoyao stood unwavering against their attempts to apprehend anyone. The room descended into a stalemate. Officer Wu, dismissive, reclined on a sofa, lighting a cigarette. At that moment, Meng Waning's phone chimed from her bag. Unrestrained, Zhao Hongling approached to retrieve it, giggling with delight. Wanning, your companion is quite vigilant. He is calling to urge you. Suspects are not permitted to receive calls, Officer Wu cautioned. Red Ling, answer it. Instruct him to come to the station to collect me, Meng Wanning commanded. You are also prohibited from answering. As soon as Officer Wu completed his statement, Zhao Hongling had already established the connection, chuckling as though sharing an amusing anecdote. Director Chong. It is I, Hongling. Your wife has just been handcuffed and is on her way to the station for interrogation. You must hurry. I fear she might be mistreated. Haha. The mention of the director's title caused Officer Wu's demeanor to alter, and he released a cloud of smoke in a feigned effort to maintain his composure. Very well. Zhao Hongling complied, moving to place her mobile phone upon the coffee table, activating the speakerphone. From the device emerged the resonant voice of a middle-aged gentleman. I am Chong Yong from the County Public Security Bureau. May I inquire which precinct this officer represents? Officer Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, his fingers quaking uncontrollably, causing his cigarette to fall to the ground. The atmosphere was thick with astonishment, affecting everyone present, myself included. To my astonishment, Meng Wanning was indeed the wife of Chang Yong, the head of the County Public Security Bureau. Hence, the young man I had saved today was none other than the progeny of the bureau chief. Officer Wu and his colleagues remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of their blunder, having mistakenly shackled the wife of the bureau chief. I could not suppress a chuckle, taking delight in their misfortune. In a moment of sheer panic, Officer Wu found himself firmly rooted to the spot, with little recourse. Why do you remain silent? Chong Yong inquired coldly. Ch. Chong, good day, Chief. We are officers from the new district precinct. My surname is Wu, and I am here on official duty. Officer Wu stammered, wiping the sweat from his brow with his hand. What exactly has my wife done to warrant such restraint? Chong Yong demanded. Nothing at all. It is merely a misunderstanding, Officer Wu hastily clarified. Chief Chong, I sincerely apologize. It was our oversight, our recklessness, and a failure to adhere to the protocols of public security. Please forgive us. Not a problem, then release her. The child is restless and awaiting her return at home. Chang Yang's tone appeared deceptively calm. Nevertheless, he commanded, inform your director Qin that he is to visit my office tomorrow. We must discuss his management of the police force. To arrest and detain individuals so carelessly is utterly unacceptable. He should clarify whether the precinct is his personal domain. I shall convey the message. Officer Wu nodded emphatically, as though Chang Yang were standing directly before him, a sight truly deserving of disdain. The phone fell silent, leaving Officer Wu in a state of shock upon the sofa, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief interlude, a sudden epiphany seized him. He leapt from the sofa, his eyes alight with urgency, issuing commands. Hurry! Why are you lingering? Quickly, remove the handcuffs from Chief Chang's wife. A police officer hastened forward, trembling hands retrieving the key. There is no need to unlock them. Take me to the precinct. We must conduct a thorough investigation into the unsavory dealings between Zhou Yin and ourselves. Meng Wenying raised her hands in defiance, her demeanor resolute. Please forgive us. Officer Wu bowed in contrition, beads of sweat trailing down his temples, his visage resembling that of a man teetering on the brink of tears. Gone was any trace of arrogance. This situation is untenable. I even struck you, which constitutes an assault on an officer, Meng Wenying lamented. It is entirely our misstep. Your actions were indeed justified. Officer Wu struck his own face twice in a gesture of self-reproach, once again imploring earnestly. Please, permit us to remove the handcuffs. Otherwise, how shall we elucidate this to the chief? That remains your concern. I am sincerely remorseful. Officer Wu pleaded with desperation for an extended period, nearly sinking to his knees. Zhao Hongling, feeling quite weary, stifled a yawn and gently suggested, allow it to be. Your son will not find repose unless you soothe him. Only upon the mention of her child did Meng Wenying acquiesce to the removal of the handcuffs, rubbing her wrists as she turned her gaze towards me. What? Do you intend to take Zhou Yin away? Officer Wu hesitated, scratching his head. Even in that moment, he appeared reluctant to set me free. I surmised that Director Qin had issued directives to ensure my transfer to the station for a comprehensive interrogation that very night. They were intent on extracting a confession from me and pinning a charge against me. Zhou Yin is my brother, the child's uncle. Is that understood by all? Meng Wenying spoke with unwavering conviction, her demeanor growing increasingly frigid. Very well. Release Zhou Yin. Officer Wu, with a palpable sense of resignation, instructed one of the officers to unlock my cuffs, thereby restoring my freedom. I shall frequent this establishment. It would be prudent to avoid any further encounters with you. What a disappointment, Meng Wenying remarked with disdain, before gesturing for Zhao Hongling to accompany her, exiting the KTV with an air of superiority. The reinforcements from the police had yet to arrive. Officer Wu, along with 3 other officers, having committed a significant error, departed in haste. Their expressions as they cast glances back at me were particularly intricate. None could have foreseen that a seemingly vulnerable individual such as myself would cultivate a connection with the spouse of the police chief. Henceforth, they would likely reconsider before inciting my ire. In reflection, I was seized by an overwhelming sense of relief and erupted into laughter. Ah, fortune has indeed favored me. My dear brother, you have truly astonished me. Come, join me. Han Feng exclaimed joyfully, beckoning me over. I entered the office alongside Han Feng, who, with great enthusiasm, asked, Brother, do share how you succeeded in establishing a connection with the chief's wife. In truth, there existed no profound connection. I had simply rescued her son and had yet to accept any form of recompense. Nevertheless, I regarded the incident of the child nearly plummeting from a building as rather undignified and unworthy of public declaration. Therefore, I chose to obscure the principal details. We encountered one another at the gym. Upon learning of my employment at the KTV, she decided to visit and extend her support. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in Han Feng's gaze. To him, such a connection appeared rather trivial. Women of her caliber set their sights exceedingly high. To capture her attention is indeed a remarkable achievement. Han Feng insincerely lauded. Brother Feng, you are too kind. I swiftly gestured with my hand, adding, Perhaps it is merely destiny. She does not appear to harbor any aversion towards me. Indeed, it is destiny. Han Feng burst into laughter once again. His appraisal reflected my own. The officers from the newly established district station had undoubtedly committed a serious blunder, and for the foreseeable future, they would likely abstain from creating disturbances at the KTV. Having incurred the ire of their superior, Director Qin must be in a state of turmoil. Much like an ant upon a searing skillet, restlessly pacing back and forth. Internally, I berated Director Qin for his obstinacy. After all, He had ceaselessly pursued me on account of his wayward son, and now he was ultimately facing the repercussions. With the police no longer a source of disturbance, we could seize the opportunity to relax and further cultivate the KTV into a flourishing establishment. Han Feng brimmed with ambition, his eyes glimmering with fervor. I shall wholeheartedly extend my support to you, Brother Feng. I thumped my chest, momentarily placating Director Qin, and my spirits soared. In a few days, we ought to pay a visit to Chu Hailong. We must secure some financial backing. Han Feng's smile waned, and a slight furrow appeared on his brow. Securing funds from Chu Hailong was by no means a simple endeavor. Moreover, he had already made a concession by relinquishing the Yimei KTV. However, for the establishment to flourish, it could not do so without the infusion of financial resources. The earnings from recent days needed to be preserved for inventory, and there lingered uncertainties regarding the upcoming month's employee salaries. I boldly articulated my sentiments. Brother Feng, I must express my dissent regarding the approach towards Chu Hailong. Should we exert excessive pressure on him, our circumstances may become even more dire. I comprehend that rationale, yet we must ensure the continuity of the business. Should all else fail, we may be compelled to sell the house, although it holds little value, Han Feng lamented, anxiously rubbing his hands. I possess 5,000 in savings that I am willing to contribute, I offered gallantly. Good brother. Han Feng was moved, yet he remained unconvinced. That is unacceptable. I cannot appropriate my brother's funds. We shall seek an alternative solution. I was acutely aware that even if I were to furnish that 5,000, it would not alleviate the present crisis of the KTV. I had gathered from Zhang Meijing at the front desk that the fundamental monthly expenditures of Yimei KTV hovered around 30,000, not accounting for rent. As I exited Han Feng's office, Fu Xiaya seized me and ushered me into an unoccupied room. She forcefully pressed me against the wall, her teeth clenched as she demanded, "Be honest, are you entangled with that woman?" "Sister, what absurdity are you uttering? That is entirely impossible." I found Fu Xiaya's suspicions perplexing. Could there not exist a platonic relationship between men and women? Then why does she defend you, referring to you as her brother? That is decidedly unusual. Fu Xiaya was acutely aware of the situation. "Sister, I can elucidate, but you must vow to keep it a secret. Stop hesitating. Rest assured, I shall maintain your confidence." Fu Xiaya pressed. I recounted the afternoon's occurrences candidly. Meng Wanyi's benevolence towards me arose from my act of saving her son. It was simply a gesture of gratitude. Fu Xiaya finally smiled, playfully patting my face with her delicate hand. "Unfortunate lad, it appears that fortune has finally smiled upon you. Just remember to maintain a respectful distance from the wives of other men. Your father serves as a prime example." My father had engaged in an affair with Su Li and ultimately found himself confined to a wheelchair. His misfortune was, in a sense, karmic retribution. I nodded in agreement as Fu Xiaya withdrew her arm that had been resting against my chest and embraced me instead before stepping outside, leaning against the wall. I lingered on the sensation, as if the remnants of Fu Xiaoya's warmth and fragrance still enveloped me, and a smile involuntarily tugged at my lips. The following afternoon, as I exited the KTV on my way to the gym, a police car approached and halted ahead. A familiar face emerged from the vehicle. It was Director Qin, the father of Qin Xiaohu from the new district police station. His expression was particularly grim, and as he regarded me, his jaw twitched in agitation. I feigned calmness, yet my heart began to race with apprehension. It is often said that officials protect one another. It is entirely plausible that Director Chang Yong would side with his subordinate and endorse Director Qin's actions against me, for their bond is indeed profound. I found myself ensnared in a web of overthinking. Director Qin approached with an air of disdain, snorting derisively as he flung a document pouch in my direction. I swiftly grasped it with both hands, acutely aware of its substantial weight. He pivoted on his heel and made his way back to the police vehicle without uttering a solitary word to me. Once the police car had vanished from sight, I finally unfastened the pouch and was utterly astonished. Inside were immaculate bundles of currency, totaling an astonishing 50,000 yuan. Why would Director Qin deign to offer such a sum to me? Was he endeavoring to implicate me in some nefarious scheme? This occurred in broad daylight, with no fewer than 3 witnesses in close proximity. Not only was there currency involved, but also an envelope. After a brief moment of contemplation, I retrieved the envelope and extracted a letter. The words "apology letter" were boldly printed in black at the top of the white paper, adorned with the crimson seal of the new district police station. As I perused its contents, a profound wave of emotion washed over me, nearly bringing me to tears. The new district police station formally expressed regret to the Night Beauty KTV acknowledging substantial disruptions to the establishment's operations during law enforcement inspections. In response, they resolved to offer economic compensation amounting to 50,000 yuan. Under the insistence of Director Chang Yong, Director Qin had ultimately acquiesced, extending not only an apology but also a monetary recompense. Overjoyed, I turned and hurried back to the general manager's office. At that moment, Han Feng was reclining on the couch, despondently smoking a cigarette, absorbed in thoughts of revenue generation. Upon seeing me burst in like a tempest, he straightened up and inquired, "Brother, what is the matter?" I burst into laughter. "Brother Feng, there is always a way forward. We have funds now. From whence did this money originate?" Han Feng appeared bewildered, then resolutely insisted, "Brother, you must not draw upon your own resources. My scant savings would prove inadequate. Director Qin has approached us with financial support." I beamed as I presented the document pouch to Han Feng, who eagerly unsealed it. Upon glimpsing the cash within, his eyes gleamed with joy. Han Feng perused the apology letter as well, erupting into hearty laughter. "Ah, what an unforeseen stroke of serendipity." Han Feng, equally exhilarated, tousled his hair vigorously before leaning on his cane, declaring earnestly, "Brother, this is entirely your merit. I shall not forget it." I underscored, "This is recompense for KTV." He countered, "No, absent pressure from above, Director Qin and the others would never have offered apologies, let alone compensation." Han Feng waved his hand dismissively and urged, "Brother, you must take immediate action." "What is it?" "Refer to her as Meng Weining, indeed. It is essential to convey appreciation. One can never exhibit excessive politeness. And perhaps we can foster a future relationship." Han Feng suggested this. Herein lies the divergence in viewpoints between Han Feng and Fu Xiaya. Han Feng contended that I should grasp the opportunity to forge this precious connection. In contrast, Fu Xiaya advocated for a more reserved approach, cautioning that I should distance myself from Meng Weining to evade any potential rumors. I ought to heed Han Feng's counsel. He possesses a wealth of social experience. Fu Xiaoya's concern for me stemmed from her fear that I might become ensnared in the quagmire of romantic entanglements. I retrieved my phone and dialed Meng Weining, who promptly answered with an affectionate greeting, referring to me as Xiaoyan. "Meng Jia, I am immensely grateful to you." "Why thank me?" "It was the police station that acted so unreasonably last night. They deserved a reprimand." The police station in the new district sent an apology letter along with a compensation sum. "I am aware this is all due to you allowing the KTV to continue its operations. I find myself lacking in knowledge regarding this matter. It might be." Meng Weining's voice faded as she deftly shifted the conversation. "Xiaoyan, why not join me for dinner at my home this evening?" I found myself in a state of hesitation. The prospect of visiting Meng Weining's abode seemed akin to transgressing boundaries, for although we shared a degree of familiarity, we had yet to reach the point of partaking in familial meals together. "Is it proper to intrude?" I inquired, my uncertainty palpable. "Come now. I have other matters to address with you in person," Meng Weining persisted resolutely. I found myself utterly perplexed regarding the value I might possess in her eyes, as well as the potential topics we could discuss. Nevertheless, her persistent insistence compelled me to concede. "Very well, thank you, Meng Jia. There is no need for formalities with me. At 7 o'clock, within the Anha community, I shall meet you at the entrance." After concluding the call, I shrugged my shoulders. "Feng Ge, she has invited me to dinner this evening. Naturally, you must attend," Han Feng responded with enthusiasm, offering a reassuring pat on my shoulder. "Just remember to maintain a low profile. If you remain reticent about matters you do not comprehend, you shall not err. Furthermore, please consider getting a haircut to present yourself impeccably." "Understood, Feng Ge," I replied as I departed the office, making my way to the gym, with the intention of fortifying my physique. The thought of dining at Meng Weining's residence filled me with trepidation. While I harbored no fear of her, I was apprehensive about encountering her companion, the county police chief, Chang Yong. The 2 days and nights of torment endured in the police station's holding cell had cast a considerable shadow over my heart, leaving me reluctant to face any officer of the law again, overwhelmed by an inexplicable pressure. As the city lights began to shimmer, I meticulously prepared myself and hailed a taxi, arriving at the Anha community. The name of the community was quite unremarkable, yet its inhabitants were anything but. To my astonishment, 2 guards stood at attention at the entrance, their postures erect and their gazes unwavering. I later discovered that Chang Yong was not solely the county police chief but also served as a deputy county head. Meng Weining awaited me at the entrance, waving with a smile as soon as she caught sight of me. However, I dutifully registered my name with the guards before following her into the community. Meng Wanyiang's residence was situated on the third floor. Upon entering, my gaze was immediately drawn to a young boy named Hang Hang, who was intently assembling blocks on the living room floor. A second glance revealed a tall, formidable man seated at the dining table, clad in a crisp police uniform that exuded an air of authority. My heart raced, and my palms began to perspire as I awkwardly greeted him. "Good evening, Chief Chang." "Zhou Yan, please have a seat," Chang Yong responded with a gentle smile, indicating a wooden chair positioned at the table. I settled into my seat, my hands fidgeting upon my knees, unable to mask my trepidation. Chang Yong regarded me with a measured gaze, a subtle smile playing upon his lips. "Zhou Yan, I commend your bravery in rescuing my son." "Oh, it was nothing," I replied with modesty. "Now that you are within my abode, I consider you no stranger." "I must inquire directly, did you assault Qin Xiaohua?" Chang Yong articulated with unadorned frankness. "No." My voice surged abruptly, only to be tempered by a sudden awareness of propriety, compelling me to modulate my tone. That night, I was genuinely at home, in slumber. Moreover, I lacked the audacity to commit such an act. "Zhou Yan, please do not become agitated." Chang Yong's brow furrowed slightly as he candidly remarked, "Qin Xiaohua was attacked on the road and is in grave condition. This constitutes a significant criminal case that jeopardizes the public safety image of Dong'an County. The police will undoubtedly pursue this matter to its conclusion." I cast my gaze downward. Enveloped in silence, a wave of indignation washing over me. What significance did this hold for me? Chang Yong persisted, "Zhou Yan, it is imperative that you endeavor to comprehend Director Qin's plight. He has nearly depleted his family's resources in a desperate attempt to save his son. While he may serve as the director of a police station, he is, above all, a father. As for the suspicion directed towards you, a meticulous investigation has revealed that you alone possess both the motive and the opportunity." "Director Chang, I am truly aggrieved," I exclaimed, my visage contorted with anguish. "Let us not linger on this matter any further." Chang Yong gestured dismissively, and then inquired, "Zhou Yan, how old are you this year?" 18 and a half. "You are exceedingly young, and the world is profoundly intricate. I have gathered pertinent information regarding Yimei KTV. Both Han Feng and Zheng Guohua have recently completed their sentences, and your close association with them raises alarming concerns." It was at that moment I discerned that the notorious old He was, in fact, Zheng Guohua, and the authorities were keenly aware of this revelation. Just then, Meng Wanyiang appeared from the kitchen, bearing dishes, and voiced her discontent, stating, "Old Chang, Xiao Yan is my esteemed guest. Why are you uttering such things? It is for his own benefit." Chang Yong maintained, asserting, "Zhou Yan is inherently a promising young man, possessing both intelligence and commendable character. We must not permit him to falter." To my astonishment, Chang Yong lauded me, igniting within me a profound sense of gratitude. I reminisced about my father, who, upon marrying Su Li, had grown distant towards me, often resorting to either physical reprimands or harsh words. In stark contrast, Director Chang's initial disposition was markedly more benevolent. "I extend my gratitude to you, Director Chang. I value your counsel profoundly and shall heed it diligently. I shall exercise the utmost prudence and refrain from any illicit endeavors." I stood, my cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, and bowed respectfully to Chang Yong, conveying my heartfelt gratitude. The warmth on my face was not born of trepidation, but rather of profound shame. Only days prior, I had engaged, alongside Lu Fengfei, in the reprehensible act of robbing Lu Ziwen. Such misconduct must never recur. My gesture of courtesy appeared to delight Chang Yong, who immediately encouraged me to resume my seat and introduced a new topic. "Zhou Yan, your academic performance is remarkable. What prompted you to withdraw from the college entrance examination?" I harbored aspirations of pursuing a university education and had no intention of relinquishing the examination. However, unforeseen family circumstances altered my situation, compelling me to abandon that pursuit. I spoke in a nebulous manner, skillfully avoiding his penetrating gaze. Yet my reticence did not escape Chang Yong's keen observation. "Do not deceive yourself. Your father's misfortune transpired after the college entrance examination. Prior to that, your family's circumstances were relatively stable." It was evident that Chang Yong had conducted a meticulous investigation into my background and possessed a wealth of knowledge. What was his motive? A wave of unease enveloped me as I nervously rubbed my hands together, and after an extended silence, I softly murmured, "I do not wish to relinquish my aspirations. I merely lacked the opportunity to undertake the examination." Ultimately, who would be inclined to believe my explanations? Speak the truth, irrespective of its nature as fact or fiction. As an experienced police officer, I possess a certain level of discernment. I found it rather perplexing that he was so deeply invested in my decision to forego the college entrance examination. Beside me, Meng Wanning, her gaze fierce and unwavering, was equally eager for the revelation of the truth. Under their watchful eyes, I released a soft sigh and recounted the events of the second day of the examination. I had embarked on my journey to take the exam, only to be abducted shortly after departing from my home. I was transported to a secluded woodland area northeast of the Chinyan Reservoir and unceremoniously abandoned there. In a state of panic, I fled, seeking assistance from a fishing enthusiast. Yet ultimately, I still missed the exam. As for the first day of the examination, I chose to withhold the fact that Suli had surreptitiously introduced laxatives into my porridge. It was a familial embarrassment too absurd to divulge. Such an occurrence is utterly outrageous, Chang Yong exclaimed, forcefully striking his hand upon the table. He then inquired, "Why did you not report it at the time?" I replied, "They did not inflict harm upon me, and I could not recall their appearances or the license plate number." I hesitated momentarily, yet mustered the courage to articulate my suspicions. "I suspect this was orchestrated by Qin Xiaohu. His father is the station chief, rendering any report seemingly futile." "What leads you to suspect him?" Chang Yong challenged. "He has threatened me, ensuring that my participation in the examination would not proceed smoothly. Moreover, after the examination concluded, he brazenly admitted at the park entrance that he had someone executed," I asserted. "Yet, you lack concrete evidence." "Indeed." I shook my head in resignation, letting out a sigh. Thus, I must simply acquiesce to my misfortune. At that moment, Chang Yong's phone rang. He stepped aside to answer the call, responding succinctly before he hung up. Turning back, he said, "Wanning, please keep Zhou Yin company at dinner. There has been a significant case, and I must proceed to the scene." "After finally managing to enjoy a meal at home, you depart before we even begin," Meng Wanning lamented. "It lies beyond my dominion. By the way, please deliberate on that matter with Zhou Yin. If it proves unfruitful, do not impose it," Chang Yong had instructed before hastily departing the residence. With his exit, a wave of relief washed over me, and I casually inquired, "Sister Meng, how may I be of service?" "Ah, you must be famished. Let us partake in a meal first. We can converse later." Meng Wanning graciously presented me with a bowl of soup, then summoned Hang Hang to join us, even tenderly wiping his small hands with a damp cloth. The array of dishes was plentiful, vibrant, and delectable. Meng Wanning's culinary prowess rivaled that of a professional chef, and she consistently offered me additional servings. It had been an age since I had dined in a familial setting, and as I beheld Meng Wanning's radiant smile, a wave of nostalgia and warmth enveloped me. Had my parents not chosen the path of separation, perhaps this would have constituted the essence of life. Alas, there are no what-ifs. I relished the meal immensely, to the extent that I felt somewhat overindulged, which only served to further delight Meng Wanning. After we tidied up, she prepared a cup of tea for me and then inquired, "Xiao Yan, I have heard that your academic performance is at the pinnacle of the grade. Securing admission to a prestigious university should be a foregone conclusion. Have you contemplated the possibility of repeating the year?" "No," I replied, shaking my head and speaking candidly. "The circumstances at home are dire, lacking an environment conducive to learning. I aspire to enter society sooner and attain self-sufficiency." Meng Wanning expressed her regret and articulated the purpose of her visit. "I humbly seek your guidance in providing tutoring for my daughter, who is preparing for the forthcoming college entrance examination next year. Her academic performance has been somewhat lackluster, which has given rise to my concerns. We may negotiate the tutoring fee." To my astonishment, Meng Wanning has expressed a desire for me to assume the role of a private tutor. I found myself hesitating, as since the conclusion of the college entrance examination, I have not perused a book and have lost all fervor for study. In such a condition, how could I possibly offer effective guidance to another? "If it is unfeasible, then let it be," I replied. Meng Wanning, ever gracious, poured me another cup of tea. Had it not been for her intervention, I would have been apprehended by the police the previous night and faced grave repercussions. Under the duress exerted by Chang Yong, the police had penned an apology letter and offered a compensation of 50,000 yuan, a timely blessing for the KTV's progress. How could one neglect to express gratitude in such a situation? Taking a deep breath, I spoke candidly, "Sister Meng, I genuinely wish to assist you. However, I harbor concerns that my tutoring might negatively impact your daughter. Our aspirations are modest. We merely hope she can secure a place at a university." Meng Wanning replied with a smile, "Then I shall endeavor to give my utmost." Ultimately, I acquiesced, and Meng Wanning's delight was palpable. She continued, "On Saturdays and Sundays, 2 hours each session at 1,000 per session. Does that seem agreeable to you? A fee of 1,000 for merely 2 hours of tutoring seemed exorbitant for a county of this nature. By such estimations, I could amass 8,000 a month, elevating me into the esteemed ranks of high earners. The prospect of acquiring such wealth felt almost surreal. Bewildered, I stammered, "I am genuinely appreciative of your trust. Yet I cannot accept payment. What an honest child you are. I cannot allow you to toil without recompense. It is entirely agreeable. I possess ample leisure time, and the act of tutoring poses no burden." My sincere demeanor resonated with Meng Wenying, who nodded in appreciation. "We can deliberate on the fees at a later time. I assure you, I shall not diminish your worth." At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a girl clad in a white tracksuit, her high ponytail swaying gracefully as she entered. She was tall and strikingly attractive, bearing a close resemblance to Meng Wenying. Her slender frame suggested she weighed no more than 100 pounds, and her backpack appeared more expansive than her shoulders. The ceaseless nature of tutoring felt overwhelming. As she removed her shoes upon entering, her gaze fell upon me seated at the table, and she halted, her delicate brows furrowing in curiosity. "This is my daughter, Chang Cece," Meng Wenying introduced her with a warm smile. "Hello, I am Zhou Yan," I replied, rising to extend my greetings. "Are you here for a blind date?" Chang Cece rolled her eyes, rendering me momentarily speechless and rather embarrassed. "This child speaks nonsense," Meng Wenying admonished her with a stern gaze, then continued. "Zhou Yan is here to tutor you. He is an exemplary student in his final year, excelling in all subjects." "Oh." Chang Cece rolled her eyes once more, evidently resistant to the notion. I could empathize with her. The rigors of high school academics are formidable, leaving scant time even for rest. Now, during the summer vacation, she was expected to attend supplementary classes, which felt utterly stifling. "Why don't you both deliberate and arrange a tutoring schedule?" Meng Wenying proposed. "Come on." Chang Cece strolled ahead, her hands dangling gracefully by her sides, leading me into another chamber. The girl's boudoir, adorned in delicate shades of pink, was impeccably organized. Although no cosmetics were present, Chang Cece exuded an innate beauty, her skin as flawless and pale as porcelain. Alone in her presence, I was enveloped by an immediate sense of awkwardness and unease. Chang Cece casually tossed her backpack onto the expansive desk and regarded me with a scrutinizing gaze before erupting into laughter. "Zhou Yan, I've seen you before." "Huh, you're quite the coward." Her words were rather harsh. Were it not for Meng Wenying, I might have turned on my heel and completely disregarded Chang Cece. "Where exactly have you seen me?" I asked, my displeasure unmistakable. "At McDonald's." A sly smile danced upon the edges of Chang Cece's lips. "You escorted a young lady for a meal, only to be struck across the face by another, and you merely stood there, a fool paralyzed by fear of reprisal." This was, indeed, a true account. I had ventured to McDonald's with Lu Fangfei when, by a stroke of fate, I chanced upon Yu Qingman. A confrontation ignited between Yu Qingman and Lu Fangfei, and she had the audacity to publicly slap me. What I had not anticipated was that Chang Cece had been present. Delighting in the unfolding drama, I did not abstain from retaliation out of trepidation. Rather, I adhered to the principle of never striking a girl. I defended myself, convinced that my rationale was just. However, Chang Cece suddenly broke into a playful grin and unexpectedly lifted her petite hand, directing it towards my face. Could she genuinely be poised to strike me on our initial encounter? Did her father's esteemed position as the police chief bestow upon her such audacity? This brought to mind Qin Xiaohu, who, exploiting his father's authority as a station chief, had tormented others at school, inciting a multitude of grievances. I remained motionless, upholding a cold faade as I defiantly raised my chin. The moment her hand fell, I would swiftly turn and depart, resolutely declining to offer my assistance. "Ha!" Chang Cece burst into laughter, withdrawing her hand and placing her hands upon her hips, beaming as she exclaimed, "Zhou Yan, I was merely jesting. Did I frighten you?" "I am utterly unafraid," I responded with unwavering defiance. "And what of this?" With a mischievous grin, Chang Cece unexpectedly revealed a small, willow leaf-shaped knife from her pocket, skillfully twirling it in her grasp. Her crimson lips parted as she spoke 4 menacing words, a slash to the throat. My goodness! This was a surgical knife, crafted from a formidable, razor-sharp material. I find myself engulfed in fear. I instinctively recoiled, shielding my neck with my hand, yearning to escape. Chang Cece erupted into hearty laughter, casually tossing the surgical knife onto the desk, and beckoned. "Zhou Yan, you are utterly delightful. Come, take a seat. Let us engage in conversation." Delightful? It was the inaugural occasion upon which anyone had characterized me in such a manner, and it caught me off guard. I had consistently viewed myself as introverted and unremarkable. Yu Qingman's objective evaluation merely remarked that I was as silent as a tree. I drew out a chair and took my seat opposite Chang Cici. My curiosity ignited. Cici, do you habitually carry a surgical knife for self-defense? Indeed. No one dares to intimidate me, she replied, her chin held high with pride. I simply delight in dissecting small creatures. My aspiration is to become a forensic pathologist. However, I have yet to encounter the opportunity to conduct human dissections. A chill coursed through me, and my expression altered in response. Chang Cici is the most audacious girl I have ever met. Endowed with a countenance that echoes the beauty of an angel. Surely you jest? I exclaimed in astonishment. Not in the least. As she articulated her words, Chang Cici delved into her backpack and unveiled a diminutive glass box that housed a frog. Although the creature remained inert, I was certain of its vitality. Chang Cici laid a pristine sheet of white paper upon her desk, adorned herself with rubber gloves, and gingerly removed the frog, positioning it belly up on the paper. In a fluid motion, she wielded a scalpel and skillfully made an incision in the frog's abdomen. The tableau was both grotesque and repugnant. I instinctively recoiled. Yet Chang Cici remained unperturbed, nonchalantly asserting that severing the nerves beforehand would avert any struggle as she placed the disemboweled frog upon a paper tray on the windowsill. In that moment, I hesitated, contemplating whether I should lend her my assistance in her studies. She struck me as a rather hazardous individual, perhaps even slightly unhinged. We resumed our seats, and the ensuing conversation unfolded surprisingly mundanely. Chang Cici candidly admitted to being an underachiever, languishing at the bottom of her class. Despite attending countless tutoring sessions, she grappled with the material, seemingly unable to enhance her academic capabilities. Nevertheless, she nurtured aspirations of attending university, ideally a medical school. To fulfill her grand ambition of becoming a forensic expert, I conveyed to her that diligence is but one dimension of academic success. There are also strategies to contemplate. For instance, I maintain several notebooks dedicated to cataloging my mistakes, which enables me to identify and rectify gaps in my understanding. I offered to share my distinctive study techniques with her. Chang Cici radiated with delight, her smile luminous. She openly articulated that her paramount desire was to escape the confines of tutoring, yearning for greater temporal freedom. We concurred to initiate our tutoring sessions on the afternoon of Saturday, 3 days hence. The setting for our studies would be this very room. Chang Cici presented me with a gift, a diminutive scalpel. She revealed her collection, boasting several sets, some acquired from abroad. Her parents supported her passion for dissection and hoped she would one day become a forensic pathologist. Dressed in a suit today, I harbored concerns that the scalpel might tarnish my attire. Chang Cici procured an elegant sheath, designed to adhere securely to clothing. I chose to affix it to my sleeve, sliding the scalpel within. In truth, I had no particular yearning for the scalpel, nor did I grasp its utility. I merely wished to spare Chang Cici's feelings, as we would undoubtedly intersect frequently in the future. Meng Wenying, observing my amiable rapport with Chang Cici, appeared quite pleased. I expressed my gratitude for her hospitality and signaled my intent to take my leave. Meng Wenying accompanied me to the entrance of the community, where she graciously arranged for a pass at the security desk. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. After departing from Anha community, I ambled for a while until a taxi finally materialized. I waved my hand, and the taxi came to a halt at the roadside. The driver wore a mask and a dark cap. I opened the passenger door and settled into the seat, prepared to instruct him to take me to Yimei KTV. When suddenly, a large hand reached from behind, covering my mouth and nose. In that palm lay a damp handkerchief. I was instantly reminded of the scene from the second day of the college entrance examination, and I struggled in alarm. It is truly unfathomable that I have once again fallen into a trap, and I fear that this time the consequences may be dire. Yet, merely a few fleeting seconds elapsed before I succumbed to unconsciousness. When I regained consciousness, I found myself enveloped in darkness, utterly oblivious to my surroundings. My mouth was gagged with a rag, and the nauseating odor wafting around me induced a wave of retching that I could not expel. My hands were bound behind me, and my feet were similarly restrained, leaving me sprawled upon the frigid ground. Aside from the faint chirping of insects, silence reigned all around. A profound sense of dread surged within me as I writhed in vain against my bindings. What should I do? I harbored no desire to succumb in this alien realm. With my limbs restrained and my voice silenced, how could I ever hope to flee? Suddenly, my wrist grazed an object, sparking a glimmer of hope within me. It was the surgical knife bestowed upon me by Chang Cici. My captors had evidently performed a cursory search and had neglected to discover this crucial implement. I must maintain my composure. With the utmost caution, I maneuvered my palm to seize the handle of the knife, deftly unfastening it from its sheath with the middle finger of my other hand. Gradually, I shifted my arm, allowing the surgical blade to slide free. At last, I held the knife firmly in my grasp, clutching a glimmer of hope. With meticulous precision, I wielded the knife to sever the ropes that bound my wrists. Once liberated, I hastily removed the rag from my mouth, gasping for breath. I then fumbled about and utilized the knife to cut the cords ensnaring my legs. Trembling, I finally rose to my feet. As I cautiously navigated my surroundings, my hands grazed an earthen wall, its surface rough and gritty. This must be a mud hut. Steadying myself against the wall, I discovered a wooden door. I exerted all my strength to push, but the door merely rattled, obstructed by some unseen force. At that moment, my yearning for escape surged fiercely within me, and I lifted my foot to deliver a series of vigorous kicks against the door. Bang, bang, bang. The echo of my attack resonated piercingly within the tranquility. I was no longer concerned about whether the cacophony would draw the attention of my captors. I clutched the surgical knife with unwavering resolve, a tumultuous fury surging within me. They would face retribution. With each fervent kick, a slender fissure began to materialize in the wooden door. I caught a fleeting glimpse of the nocturnal sky, adorned with shimmering stars and a delicate crescent moon. Shadows danced nearby, resembling towering trees. I persisted in my assault, enlarging the aperture until I was finally able to wriggle my form through. As I emerged into the realm beyond, I absorbed the sights around me, a dense thicket, with low shrubs interspersed among the stately trees. The very space that had confined me was a modest earthen hut, nestled within the embrace of the woods. A diminutive window, positioned high above, had been boarded up, casting the interior into an abyss of darkness. The forest, its shadows, and the alien landscape left me bewildered regarding my next course of action. My phone was absent, severing my tether to the outside world. I inhaled deeply several times, reminding myself to maintain composure, striving to attune my vision to the gentle moonlight in order to decipher my surroundings. I faintly discerned a slender path meandering through the trees. Clutching the surgical knife firmly, I advanced with caution. Before long, I encountered a comparatively expansive forest trail, sufficiently wide for vehicles to navigate, which somewhat assuaged my apprehension. With unwavering resolve, I pressed onward along this route. The dawn emerged. I gazed upon the resplendent Qingyun Reservoir, its surface gracefully undulating, and discerned a solitary boat adrift upon its waters. A bitter smile crept upon my lips as the realization dawned upon me that I had once again been ensnared in that very grove. Yet, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. On the previous occasion, that group had merely thwarted my opportunity to sit for my college entrance examination. This time, they had bound me and imprisoned me within a diminutive earthen hut. Should no one discover my desperate plight, I would undoubtedly succumb to starvation within those confining walls, a form of murder in its own right. Having narrowly evaded death, I vowed that I would not allow them to elude justice. Fueled by a tempest of fury, I clenched my fists and pressed forward, my steps unyielding. By 7 o'clock in the morning, I arrived at the county town and serendipitously passed by the Anha community. Reaching into my pocket, I discovered that the access card to the community was still secure. The assailants had deemed it of no value and had not confiscated it. They had only taken my phone and my modest wristwatch. After lingering outside for a moment, I made a significant decision. I presented my access card to the guard and entered the Anha community. I found myself at the abode of Chang Yong and rapped gently upon the door. It promptly opened, revealing Ming whinnying at the threshold, resplendent in a pink ensemble. Her makeup flawlessly applied, radiating an aura of sophistication as though she were readying herself for a day at the office. Behind her, Hang Hang emerged. Also clad in a stylish suit, his gaze fixed upon me with inquisitiveness. "Xiaoyan, what brings you here?" Ming whinnying inquired, her countenance a blend of astonishment and perplexity. Given that our tutoring session was not set to convene until the afternoon of the day after tomorrow, I was seized on my journey home after departing from here last night, and I have just narrowly escaped. My phone is also missing, I recounted succinctly. Ming whinnying was utterly astonished, examining me from head to toe. I appeared fatigued, my suit stained, and my legs quivered with exhaustion. She believed my account. Ushering me inside while calling out to the interior, "Lao Chong, come out quickly. Xiaoyan has been kidnapped." Chong Yong hastily emerged from the bedroom, enveloping himself in a robe, and surveyed me with the same meticulous scrutiny. "Xiaoyan, please take a seat and have some water," he urged, concern etched across his features. In that moment, a surge of emotion overwhelmed me, and tears cascaded down my cheeks. "Do not weep," Meng Weiniang spoke, her eyes shimmering with compassion as she gently wiped away my tears. She then turned to Chang Yong, exclaiming, "Lao Chang, behold the plight they have inflicted upon this child. We must take action. Pray, hasten to recount the events," Chang Yong urged, as he sifted through a drawer to procure a pack of cigarettes. He ignited one and reclined into a chair, his demeanor transforming to one of vigilance, though traces of weariness remained in his gaze, hinting at a late return home. I recounted the events of the preceding night with utmost candor, emphasizing that it was the scalpel bestowed upon me by Chang Sisi that enabled my liberation from the bindings. "Zhou Yan, accompany me. This matter shall be addressed directly by the county police," Chang Yong declared solemnly as he stood. "Allow Xiaoyan to partake in some nourishment." Meng Weiniang interjected, "First, we must proceed to the hospital. If we delay, certain tests may no longer be valid." Chang Yong responded with a dismissive wave of his hand. I had only consumed half a cup of water when I stepped out with Chang Yong and entered his vehicle. He first made a call to the officers at the bureau, then drove me directly to the county hospital. 2 policemen had already arrived ahead of us, coordinating with the doctors to procure viable extracts from my body, taking blood samples, and conducting a thorough physical examination. Ultimately, I was connected to N4 and reclined on the hospital bed. Exhausted and devoid of energy, I surrendered to slumber, unable to keep my eyes open. When I finally awoke, it was already afternoon. The first person to enter the ward was, to my surprise, Chang Sisi, bearing a lunchbox. "You poor boy. You truly are quite unfortunate," she exclaimed with a radiant smile as she unveiled the lunchbox, revealing 4 exquisite small dishes, fluffy steamed buns, and a bowl of millet porridge. "Sisi, I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt for troubling you," I admitted, both contrite and deeply touched. "Oh, come now. It's merely a means to endear myself to you for your exclusive academic secrets," she retorted playfully, rolling her eyes and urging, "Hurry and eat. The doctor has declared you perfectly healthy, as robust as an ox." Her words finally elicited a chuckle from me, and indeed, my hunger was insatiable, prompting me to indulge wholeheartedly in my meal. Before long, I had consumed every morsel, and I felt my vitality returning. "Sisi, I am profoundly grateful for the scalpel," I expressed sincerely. "Haha, I must have possessed foresight. Consider me your savior," she winked, not neglecting to solicit a favor in return. "I shall forever cherish this immense kindness." I made a solemn promise, assuring you that I shall facilitate your academic pursuits and secure your admission to medical school. "You had better uphold your vow, lest my scalpel demonstrate no mercy," she retorted with a mischievous smile. "A man's word is his bond. Hee, your encouragement instills a sense of confidence in me. I shall await your arrival the day after tomorrow." With that, Chang Sisi organized the lunchbox and departed. Shortly thereafter, 2 policemen entered, returning a possession to me. It was my mobile phone. "Where did you discover it?" I inquired, astonished. "We discovered it in a secluded grove," one of the officers responded, extracting a notebook to meticulously document the details. The other officer produced a recording device to archive our conversation. They probed deeply into the entirety of the kidnapping incident, repeatedly requesting specifics, and even referencing the case concerning the college entrance examinations, capturing every detail with precision. "Zhou Yan, for your own safety, I implore you to refrain from venturing out at night for the next few days and to avoid entering vehicles with strangers," one officer advised sternly. The other added, "In light of the seriousness of this case, it is imperative that you do not discuss it with anyone once you leave the hospital to avert any potential leaks." I nodded emphatically, and the officers reassured me not to succumb to fear, instructing me to contact the police should anything seem amiss before they departed. I borrowed a charger from the nurse to rejuvenate my phone. Reclining languidly upon the hospital bed, I beheld the gentle sunlight cascading through the window, casting my thoughts back to the harrowing ordeal of the preceding night within that modest earthen dwelling. It genuinely felt like a chilling nightmare. Who were they? Why did they not simply extinguish my life? I contemplated for an extended period without arriving at a resolution. Nevertheless, I harbored suspicions that this predicament may be intricately tied to Qin Xiaohu, as yet another chapter of his unrelenting vengeance against me unfolded. Previously, I chose to remain silent regarding the incident, and he perceived my restraint as cowardice. This time, however, he gravely underestimated my resolve. Not only did I lodge a formal complaint, but I also circumvented the local police precinct, compelling the county police department to take direct action in the investigation. Even with a formidable father, it would prove arduous for him to wield any substantial influence. Envisioning Qin Xiaohu weeping in the hospital as he was escorted away by the authorities elicited a subdued chuckle from me. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I was released from the hospital and ambled back to the KTV. It was only then that I activated my phone, and I was immediately met with a plethora of missed call notifications, 2 from Han Feng and the remainder from Fu Xiaya. In this world, the individual who cares for me most deeply is none other than Fu Xiaya. Though she frequently chastises and admonishes me, I comprehend her exasperation. She merely desires my improvement. Upon my return to the KTV, I chanced upon Fu Xiaya in the lobby. Her countenance was somber, and she grasped my arm, pulling me into a nearby private room, where she inundated me with a torrent of inquiries. You little rascal, you've acquired some audacity. Where were you last night? Why was your phone turned off? Why did you return so late? Lacking proficiency in deceit, my face flushed with trepidation as I stumbled over my words. Sister, please do not be angry. I dined at Director Chang's residence last night, and it grew too late for me to return, so I took refuge in a modest hotel. My phone succumbed to a depletion of battery. Nonsense. Was the hotel bed on the floor? Observe your attire. It's filthy. Fu Xiaya disowned my fabrications and, in her vexation, playfully smacked my forehead, causing stars to swirl before my eyes. It was not that I was reluctant to share. Rather, the police had counseled against it. As I contemplated how to fabricate a more convincing narrative, Fu Xiaya's phone rang, illuminating an unfamiliar number. She answered with evident annoyance. Who is this? A chilling voice replied. Your brother, Zhou Yan, has been abducted. You have 2 hours to procure 50,000 yuan for his release. Remember, do not contact the police, or we will kill him immediately. The man's icy tone reverberated through the receiver. Fu Xiaya was close enough for me to hear every word, and I was utterly taken aback. Sensing her perplexity, I desperately gestured for her to remain composed, nodding and shushing her. Fu Xiaya, ever perceptive, grasped my unspoken plea. Although her complexion drained of color, she replied with remarkable poise. We are quite impoverished. We do not possess that amount of money. Damn it, if you cannot provide it, then go and borrow some. Otherwise, you will be retrieving your brother's lifeless body, the man threatened menacingly. No, I shall procure the necessary funds. Please refrain from causing him any harm. The girl understands her position. In half an hour, I will inform you of the designated location to deposit the money. With that, he terminated the call. At long last, I grasped their intentions. This faction harbored no genuine desire to end my life. They merely aimed to abduct and extort. To them, my worth was significantly less than 50,000 yuan. Exasperated, Fu Xiaya tugged at her hair and, in a fit of rage, exclaimed at me. What predicament have you entangled yourself in this time? No longer able to mask the truth, I sank onto the sofa and recounted the harrowing events of the previous night and my subsequent hospitalization. I had indeed been abducted, managed to escape, and reported the occurrence. My phone was only returned to me in the afternoon. After what seemed like an eternity, Fu Xiaoya finally regained her composure from the shock and approached me, delivering a few playful jabs to my arm. You unfortunate soul, beset by trials and tribulations. Such a pitiable soul. It seems you must have amassed no virtues in your previous existence. As she expressed her frustrations, Fu Xiaoya clutched me fervently, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Sister, have faith that enduring great tribulations will undoubtedly pave the way for future blessings, I reassured her. That is sheer nonsense, Fu Xiaoya retorted, her impatience unmistakable as she knitted her brow and inquired. You have escaped, so why do they continue to demand ransom? They likely believe I remain ensnared within that diminutive earthen dwelling, I reasoned with conviction. Why did they summon me? They perused my contact list, discovering your number designated as sister. I elucidated, retrieving my phone to present it to her. Her demeanor softened significantly as she affectionately tousled my hair, her voice unexpectedly gentle. Xiao Yan. Exercise greater caution in the future. The world is fraught with peril. Alas, our beleaguered family possesses no support. Sister, I yearn to witness their arrest and incarceration, I proclaimed through gritted teeth. These individuals have irrevocably marred my college entrance examination, effectively obliterating my future. They must not be permitted to roam freely. I fear nothing. I am fully prepared to collaborate in luring them, Fu Xiaoya declared, her teeth gritting even more ferociously. Thank you, sister. I contacted Meng Wenying to convey that the abductors had commenced their monetary demands and had reached out to my sister. Meng Wenying requested that I remain on the line for a brief moment before abruptly disconnecting. Within moments, my phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. I responded with caution as the caller introduced himself as Officer Liu from the County Police Department, specifically assigned to this case. He instructed me to hand the phone to Fu Xiaya. Officer Liu advised Fu Xiaya to maintain her composure during any subsequent communications from the kidnappers. It was imperative to determine precisely where the ransom of 50,000 should be delivered. There was no cause for alarm. The police would execute a meticulous strategy to ensure Fu Xiaya's safety. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Xiaya agreed, her small fist clenched, betraying her yearning for retribution on my behalf. After concluding the call, she bit down in frustration. We must apprehend these villains. Sister, I lament having placed you in jeopardy. I expressed with regret. It is of no consequence. My existence holds little significance, Fu Xiaya responded before departing, advising me to silence my phone to ensure that if the abductors were to call, our ruse would remain intact. Upon my arrival at the KTV, I found only Fu Xiaya in the lobby. I gingerly left the secluded chamber and promptly entered Han Feng's office. Han Feng was positioned behind his desk, indulging in a cigarette. Upon noticing my presence, he inquired without delay, "Brother, where have you been? Were you, perchance, detained overnight by Director Chang?" I bestowed a sardonic smile and shook my head, admitting my lack of such sway. Indeed, after a brief moment of contemplation, I recounted the incident of the abduction, placing my trust in Han Feng to maintain its confidentiality. Upon hearing this, Han Feng rose, leaning against the desk, his countenance reflecting incredulity. How brazen these scoundrels are. To audaciously perpetrate kidnapping in broad daylight, Shu Heilong's gang would scarcely dare such an act. They presume I would remain silent, merely enduring this affront to my dignity. From my experience, it is evident that Qin Xiaohu is intricately involved. May he be apprehended and confined for an eternity within the cold confines of a prison cell. My nails bit painfully into my flesh, nearly drawing blood. After a brief interval, Fu Xiaya arrived. She had taken leave from Han Feng, intending to venture out this evening. Upon learning of the situation, Han Feng promptly retrieved 50,000 in cash from his drawer and discreetly placed it into Fu Xiaya's bag. In matters of ransom, the more convincingly one presents oneself, the greater the probability of ensnaring the adversary. In that moment, Fu Xiaya regarded Han Feng with newfound admiration, recognizing him as a man of unwavering loyalty, deserving of her allegiance. From my vantage point by the window, I observed that to avoid arousing the suspicion of the kidnappers, the police had arranged for an unremarkable taxi to escort Fu Xiaya away. Yet, at that very moment, my heart hung precariously in the balance. Sister, may you encounter no misfortune. Han Feng, leaning upon his cane, took his leave. He directed me to secure the door and to permit no one entry. Should they chance upon my presence here? I reclined on the sofa, anxiously anticipating Fu Xiaya's return, my mind inundated with memories. The most vivid recollection was of that night, when Fu Xiaya spirited me away from the Xiangyang and upon her bicycle. Her waist was delicate, her fragrance utterly intoxicating. Her cascading hair grazed my face, a delightful tickle, enveloping me in comfort. At the stroke of 11, a knock finally reverberated through the stillness. The voice belonged to Fu Xiaya. I leaped from the sofa and flung open the door. Fu Xiaya's smile was resplendent, and I could not restrain myself from enveloping her in a tight embrace, terrified that if I released her, I would lose her forever. Ah, there is nothing my sister cannot conquer. Fu Xiaya laughed with unrestrained joy, enveloped in the bliss of her victory, and playfully pushed me aside. As she lit a cigarette, she recounted the recent events that had unfolded. An hour earlier, adhering to the kidnappers' directives, Fu Xiaya had ventured to a quaint bridge on the outskirts. There, she stood solitary at the brink of the bridge. 3 kidnappers, masquerading as farmers, arrived aboard a dilapidated tricycle. Fu Xiaya surrendered the ransom. However, they proclaimed that they would disclose Zhou Yan's whereabouts in 2 hours. Just as they drove a short distance away, a concealed police vehicle intercepted them, and the officers promptly apprehended the trio, escorting them back to the county police station for interrogation. Indeed, good ultimately prevails over evil. I raised my fist in triumph. Xiao Yan, you have made the right choice. We must resist until the very end, never yielding, Fu Xiaya declared with fervor. At that moment, Han Feng made his entrance. Fu Xiaya returned the 50,000 she had retrieved to Han Feng, with not a single cent missing. It had merely traversed the sordid hands of the kidnappers. Upon learning the particulars, Han Feng was equally elated. He marveled at the importance of social connections, recognizing that it was my association with Director Chang Yong that had hastened the resolution of the case, as he had personally overseen the proceedings. I chose not to mention that Chang Yong was, in fact, rather opposed to my affiliation with Han Feng and Lao He. With the kidnappers apprehended, I experienced a profound sense of relief. At that moment, the KTV was almost deserted. Following Han Feng's suggestion, accompanied by Fu Xiaoya, we visited Lao He, and the four of us set out to indulge in barbecued delicacies and draft beer, determined to drink to our heart's content. Since Fu Xiaoya left home, I had not shared a meal with her. I felt an exuberant joy, consistently offering her skewers of meat and raising a toast with everyone. Fu Xiaoya possesses an extraordinary tolerance for alcohol, consuming drink after drink, and her laughter resounded through the atmosphere of revelry. As the evening unfolded and the spirits flowed, I cautiously broached the subject of Chang Sisi. To my astonishment, Fu Xiaoya expressed her unequivocal support for my tutoring of Chang Sisi. In her eyes, a girl raised in such a household would undoubtedly possess refined manners and be deserving of companionship. Inevitably, Fu Xiaoya took another jab at Yuqi Man, labeling her as a sycophantic little wretch, undeniably a femme fatale. The tribulations I had persistently encountered were inextricably linked to her. "Sister, what fuels your animosity towards Qi Man?" I inquired, emboldened by the effects of alcohol. "You foolish bookworm, you are utterly oblivious," Fu Xiaoya retorted, rolling her eyes at me while savoring another skewer. Yet ultimately she divulged her thoughts. At school, Yuqi Man not only had Qin Xiaohu, but also multiple other suitors, indeed, more than one. She had concealed this adeptly, presenting herself to the world as the very embodiment of innocence. One of those admirers happened to be the son of a notable director. How did Fu Xiaoya come by this knowledge? She had previously been in a relationship with that gentleman, only to have him snatched away by Yuqi Man. Furthermore, Yuqi Man had belittled Fu Xiaoya, maligning her character behind her back. Ultimately, Yuqi Man separated from that gentleman, yet Fu Xiaoya had irrevocably forfeited her opportunity. I was astonished, utterly incapable of comprehending that Yuqi Man could embody such a treacherous disposition. It was scarcely surprising. I had devoted myself wholeheartedly to my studies, remaining blissfully unaware of the happenings in the outside world. Much like my peers, I surmised. "You foolish boy, keep your eyes open in the future," Fu Xiaoya derided, rolling her eyes once more. Why would she desire the company of someone as inept as I? I pondered, bewildered. In that moment, I could scarcely fathom that Yuqi Man could possess any genuine affection for me, considering that my solitary act of kindness had been to shield her during her time of need in gym class. "You simpleton, do you truly believe yourself to be irresistible? She is merely employing you to ensnare Qin Xiaohu. Observe how successful she has been." Her frustration intensified with each utterance. Fu Xiaoya appeared reluctant to prolong the discourse, lifting her glass to drink once more with Han Feng and Lao He. I stood there, momentarily taken aback, recognizing that Fu Xiaoya's insights were indeed perceptive. My ongoing rivalry with Qin Xiaohu had captured his attention, while Yuqi Man had adeptly elevated herself to a higher social stratum alongside Lin Fangong. In stark contrast, my conflict with Qin Xiaohu seemed inconsequential. Yuqi Man's cunning was profoundly disconcerting, sending a shiver down my spine as an overwhelming sense of foreboding enveloped me. I withdrew my phone and swiftly added Yuqi Man's number to my blacklist. That evening, I found myself inebriated once again, unable to recall the manner in which I returned to the KTV. The following afternoon, I awoke to a call from Officer Liu, summoning me to the county police station. I hurriedly summoned a taxi to the station, where Officer Liu warmly welcomed me and guided me to a designated room. Behind an expansive glass pane stood 3 men in handcuffs, their faces etched with profound despair. Upon closer examination, I discerned that they were the very individuals who had orchestrated my kidnapping. Officer Liu nodded with a sense of satisfaction and led me to his office, where he poured me a cup of tea and provided a comprehensive overview of the case at hand. The 3 abductors were employees of a local repair shop, each bearing prior criminal records for theft and altercations. Qin Xiaohu, a regular patron of the establishment, had forged a camaraderie with them, often sharing cigarettes, libations, and even indulging in gambling. To thwart my participation in the college entrance examination, Qin Xiaohu had remitted 5,000 yuan to them. The trio had utilized a customer's vehicle, adorned with counterfeit license plates, to transport me to a remote grove. Their brazen audacity was fueled by Qin Xiaohu's boastful assertion that, should trouble arise, his father, the station chief, would ensure that all would be resolved effortlessly. My choice to remain silent about the incident only served to bolster Qin Xiaohu's conviction that I was feeble and easily cowed, prompting him to act with ever-increasing impunity. This abduction was indeed intertwined with Qin Xiaohu, albeit not in a direct manner. In the hospital, Qin Xiaohu endured a stern admonition from his father for his audacity in abducting a student and obstructing their examination. Nevertheless, Qin fervently refuted any participation in the matter. And once his father had left, he urgently cautioned his accomplices to maintain silence. There exist no flawless vehicles in this world. The three mechanics possessed a profound awareness of this harsh reality, apprehensive of the repercussions stemming from their previous transgression. They resolved to embark on a perilous endeavor by abducting me for ransom and subsequently fleeing. The taxi employed in the abduction was illicitly obtained, and the humble abode where they confined me was a location they had fortuitously stumbled upon during their occasional bird-hunting excursions, a former sanctuary for a forest ranger in times of inclement weather. Additionally, they were confronted with another allegation for the administration of illicit substances that induced a state of unconsciousness, as indicated in my medical examination report. Authorities were presently endeavoring to trace the origin of these substances. Zhou Yin, such is the predicament. Your astuteness and poise enabled you to extricate yourself from the site of the abduction in a timely manner, thereby providing us with a significant advantage in our investigation. Officer Liu commended. I smiled yet sought clarification on another urgent issue. Has Qin Xiaohu been apprehended? Nearly questioned. I learned that Qin Xiaohu remains under treatment for a grave condition, which renders him ineligible for arrest, Officer Liu responded. A wave of discontent washed over me. Qin Xiaohu ought to be confined to avert any potential dangers. Nevertheless, the authority to decide rested beyond my reach, leaving me to shake my head in disappointment. Officer Liu offered reassurance, saying, Zhou Yin, you need not fret. Once Qin Xiaohu's health is restored, he shall be taken into custody. Is there a possibility he may attempt to flee during this period? I inquired audaciously. The police will be vigilantly observing him. He would not presume to escape. As such an act would precipitate a manhunt and additional charges, Officer Liu reassured me with unwavering confidence. Thank you. I conveyed my heartfelt appreciation. As my gratitude extended to the police, whose resolute actions had genuinely instilled in me a profound sense of security. It is our duty, Officer Liu replied. Kidnapping is a serious offense that will be prosecuted, and I had no further involvement in the matter. As I departed from the county police station, I felt a weight lifted from my shoulders. My first stop was the bank, where I withdrew 500 yuan, followed by a visit to the mall to acquire a new bicycle. Taking a taxi was prohibitively expensive. Cycling proved to be far more convenient. Additionally, I needed to return home to gather my previous exam preparation materials, as I was scheduled to tutor Chang Cici the following day. Officer Liu had not revealed the entirety of the case, implying that deeper implications were at play. I engaged my mind in contemplation and deduction. That evening, Director Chang Yong called Director Qin, inquiring whether he was aware of my abduction during the college entrance examination. Flustered, Director Qin rushed to the hospital to reprimand Qin Xiaohu. In turn, Qin Xiaohu panicked and contacted the three kidnappers, confirming my presence in the Anha community. The subsequent events unfolded with an inevitable logic. Chang Yong must have regretted reaching out to Director Qin, which ultimately led to the second kidnapping. However, I could never question Director Chang about the origins of the abduction. To do so would irrevocably sever our connection. Life, it seems, shapes us through experience, and I felt myself becoming increasingly astute, gaining insight into the complexities of the world. Upon returning home, dusk enveloped the surroundings. The small building where I once resided basked in the golden glow of the sunset. The world had changed, and nostalgia welled up within me, only to be dispelled by the cool evening breeze. As I stepped through the door, I was met with a sense of desolation. My father sat silently in his wheelchair, gazing at the television, still and statue-like. He had become somewhat overweight due to his lack of movement. His checkered pajamas stretched tightly around him. Upon seeing me, his eyes flickered momentarily, managing to form a faint smile. Xiaoyan, where have you been lately? He inquired. None of your business. I retorted sharply, then pressed on. What happened to Su Li? My father gestured upstairs and made a shushing motion. She has just brought a man home. Your father can no longer manage. She has needs and can only resort to this. I was utterly astonished, straining to discern the repugnant sounds that wafted from the chamber where Fu Xiaoya had resided. Su Li, how scandalous. To audaciously introduce a man into our abode. Could she not have opted for a hotel instead? Yet, she chose to bring disgrace upon my father within the very walls of our home. It was unmistakable that she was aware my father would not dare to defy her. A tempest of fury erupted within me, kindling a blaze that suffused my vision with crimson as I directed an accusatory finger at my father, unleashing a deluge of scorn. You are indeed pitiable, completely ineffectual. Initially taken aback, my father's lips quivered, yet he refrained from retaliating as he typically would. Instead, he wore an expression of profound sorrow, tears brimming in his murky eyes. Your father finds himself in such a state. What remedy exists? How can one exhibit such unabashed cruelty? My rage clouded my judgment. And despite my father's attempts to dissuade me, I ascended the stairs, delivering a series of furious kicks to the door, causing the walls to tremble. Soon enough, the door swung open. A man in his 30s emerged, fastening his pants. Clad in a black tank top, his muscular physique resembled that of a fitness instructor. Clearly irritated by the interruption, he glared at me, fist raised in indignation. What do you want, you little brat? He spat. You shameless beast, vacate my house. I shouted, my eyes wide with unyielding defiance. Who do you think you are, daring to curse at me with that insignificant frame? The man grasped my collar with formidable strength, lifting me off the ground and rendering my breath a struggle. I was unwilling to tolerate any further maltreatment. It was imperative that I retaliate. From the depths of my sleeve, I deftly produced a surgical knife. With a swift motion, the blade grazed the man's arm, creating a lengthy, crimson laceration. You dare to wield a knife? The man was overcome with terror, his visage a portrait of fear, blood cascading from his arm, a most distressing sight. My gaze turned frigid as I brandished the scalpel once more. The man, genuinely alarmed, swiftly relinquished his hold on me and fled down the stairs. Clutching his bleeding arm, I heard the door creak open and shut. He had been thoroughly intimidated into retreat. It was at that moment that Suli appeared, adorned in an ethereal, gossamer nightgown, droplets of perspiration shimmering upon her flushed visage. Who do you presume to be, intruding upon my matters? She retorted, her bosom rising and falling with indignation, her gaze aflame with wrath. I stood undaunted in the face of her fury, responding with an equal intensity. Suli, you are simply insufferable. Who do you presume to be? You are not but a mere housewife, a brazen woman who has forsaken her responsibilities. I shall confront you. Suli's countenance flushed with rage as she lunged towards me, yet the gleam of my scalpel dissuaded her. In that instant, reason abandoned my thoughts, and I spoke with unbridled fervor. I vow to end your life today, and then flay you alive. Suli recoiled at the intensity of my wrath, her eyes, wild and crimson, reminiscent of a feral creature. Thud. She quelled her animosity and knelt in the corridor, imploring, Xiaoyan, I beg your forgiveness. It was my disgraceful conduct. My malevolent heart. Please, grant me mercy this once. Xiaoyan, do not act recklessly. My father's voice resonated from below, imbued with a sense of sorrow and trepidation. Do not take my life. Your father still requires my care. I vow to sever all ties with other men henceforth. Suli struck her own face repeatedly, concealing her tear-stained countenance. I beheld my father in his wheelchair, pitifully gesturing with his hand. My desire to bring an end to Suli's existence had not entirely dissipated, but it had gradually cooled. Suli, given my father's indifference, you may seek companionship elsewhere. Yet you must not introduce any man into this household. He is in such a fragile state. Why must you inflict further torment upon him? It is utterly inhumane. I admonished her, and Suli lowered her head in silence. I shall gather my possessions and take my leave. Should you wish to report my actions? Do so at your discretion. I stated with an air of indifference, my tone icy. To be candid, I have just departed from the county police station. I have brought down a rogue like Qin Xiaohu. His reign is over. Suli appeared taken aback and hurriedly reassured me, I shall not report you. Rest easy. If this matter were to surface, I would face humiliation as well. Ignoring her, I retreated to my chamber, retrieving my old backpack and filling it with essential academic materials. As I descended the staircase, I discovered Suli standing behind my father, her hands delicately resting on his shoulders. Xiaoyan, return home, she pleaded, audaciously attempting to sway me, sighing, this house feels akin to a prison, lifeless and often so silent that it becomes disconcerting. You have never shown concern for me. Why then, impose yourself? I responded with a chilling laugh, shaking my head. I can only hope that your conscience remains unscathed, permitting my father to linger a little longer. After all, he has sacrificed our entire family for your sake. Upon hearing my words, my father wept, yet he still pitifully clutched Suli's hand. Suli did not withdraw her hand, gazing at me in astonishment. Xiaoyan, I am aware that you do not wish to hear this. I implore you, do not betray Xiaoyu. There is no need for overthinking. She is my sister, and I would willingly lay down my life to safeguard her. With that audacious proclamation, I brushed past Suli and my father, turning my back to open the door, departing from this home once more. As the night deepened, I found myself a child without a home, burdened with a heavy backpack, wandering the streets on my bicycle. I witnessed loving couples, each holding their child's hand, joyfully rushing forward. A pang of sorrow seized my heart as memories came flooding back. Once, my father and mother held me in the same manner. Regardless of how long the road ahead may be, it was always filled with laughter. Time alters all. Must the cost of growing up be the experience of profound solitude? The flickering lights of the KTV lured me in, the crowd beginning to swell, my newfound sanctuary. I entered with my backpack and caught sight of the elegant fushaya, diligently orchestrating the waitstaff, wholly absorbed in her task. After a brief moment, I greeted her. "Sister, come with me into the room. You are such a nuisance." Fushaya replied, rolling her eyes yet following me into the unoccupied private room, her impatience palpable as she urged me to speak. "Hurry up, can't you see I'm busy?" "I apologize." I bowed in gratitude to Fushaya. With an exasperated sigh, she placed her hands on her hips and inquired, "What mischief have you been up to now?" "I just returned home and had a confrontation with your mother. She even knelt before me," I confessed to Fushaya, hoping to prevent any resentment from brewing between us due to their mother-daughter bond. "Wow, when did you become so audacious?" Fushaya gasped in astonishment, then sighed. "I have severed all ties with her. Her fate is of no concern to me." She continued, "By the way, what did she do to provoke your ire?" "Sister, I sincerely apologize. I could not restrain myself." I reiterated my regrets and recounted the events. Suli audaciously brought a man into our home while my father sat downstairs. Engrossed in his television, they were ensconced upstairs, indulging in their indiscretions, thereby subjecting my father to open humiliation. She clearly regarded him with utter disdain, a profound disgrace indeed. Fushaya fell into silence, then lamented, "How did I come to have such a mother? It is truly embarrassing." "Xiaoyan, let us simply disregard them from this point forward, shall we? I am utterly exasperated." "Very well." I nodded emphatically. "It is her own doing. I harbor no animosity towards you." With that, Fushaya opened the door and returned to her responsibilities. That evening, I once again immersed myself in my studies, preparing to tutor Chang Cici the following day. The pursuit of knowledge granted me a profound sense of fulfillment, causing time to slip away swiftly. No authorities came seeking me, a clear indication that Suli had refrained from filing a report. This time, she was genuinely apprehensive of me, no longer daring to conspire against me. I even felt a pang of regret. I should have been more resolute with her earlier, instilling a fear that might have transformed the dynamics of this family. As midnight approached, and I readied myself for slumber, my phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number from a distant region. I answered, and a familiar voice resonated. "Xiaoyan, how did your college entrance examination fare?" It was my mother on the line. My heart swelled with exhilaration. My mother is oblivious to my contact number. It seems she attempted to reach our residence, and Suli must have conveyed the information to her. Nevertheless, this number is not associated with my mother's household. "Mother, where are you?" I find myself at a public telephone booth. "How did you fare in your examinations? Which university did you seek admission to?" Suli refuses to divulge any information. She even mentioned that you had absconded from home, my mother articulated with a tone laden with concern. "I sincerely apologize, mother. Regrettably, I fell ill without warning during that crucial period and was confined to my bed, which resulted in my absence from the college entrance examination. I fabricated an excuse. Alas, how could this transpire? It is no surprise that I have not received any favorable news." She mourned, her voice trembling with emotion. "Xiaoyan, what are your intentions? Will you consider repeating the year?" "No, I have procured employment. I have embarked on my professional journey." "Is Suli the one hindering your expression? That malevolent woman, why has she not met with a tragic fate?" My mother uttered her curses in a fit of rage. "She is managing reasonably well. Yet my father has suffered a grievous misfortune, now confined to a wheelchair due to an accident." "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed. It is poetic retribution. A once harmonious family has been irrevocably fractured because of him." My mother derived a grim sense of satisfaction from this. Her resentment towards my father eclipsed that directed at anyone else. "How have you been, mother?" For the first time, I inquired with genuine concern about her well-being. I had consistently shunned such conversations, yet now I felt compelled to confront the harsh realities of life with courage. My mother fell silent. Hearing her muffled sobs, my heart ached, and I could not restrain myself from exclaiming, "Mother, I implore you to speak. I have matured. I fear nothing. I find myself a fool." Oblivious to my own missteps, uniting in matrimony with your father proved to be a profound misjudgment. Following our separation, I once more gravitated towards an unsuitable partner. How could I be so ill-fated? My mother's lamentations grew ever more fervent. What transpired, precisely? I pressed with urgency. Through her tears, she recounted her plight. After parting ways with my father, she relocated to the city where her uncle resided and, through an introduction, what a man of simple virtue and honesty. This man treated my younger sister with kindness, a redeeming quality indeed. Yet, his jealous nature compelled him to exercise strict control over my mother, forbidding her from conversing with other men. Each time he discovered her in dialogue with someone, it invariably led to disputes. Despite the stifling atmosphere, he devoted himself wholly to her. My mother acquiesced, reluctant to incite his jealousy, steering clear of interactions and seldom contacting home. One should never judge a book by its cover. My mother never foresaw that this man was also a compulsive gambler. He pilfered funds from their household to satiate his addiction, ultimately losing everything. Recently, he was incarcerated for assault, and the family was forced to pay a considerable sum to the victim, rendering them homeless. My mother found herself divorced once more. Now, she is impoverished, sharing a modest rented room with my sister, and their lives are exceedingly arduous. Mother, I implore you to bring my sister back. A profound wave of sympathy washed over me, especially as I yearned for my sister, uncertain of the person she has become. I find myself bereft of the courage to return. My mother, with a heavy heart, expressed, in 20 days, my salary will arrive. Let us embark on a fresh beginning. Mother, kindly provide me with an account number, and I shall transfer you some funds. Yet, Xiaoyin, she replied, I have not cared for you these past years. How could I possibly accept your generosity? My mother was deeply touched, her tears cascading freely. You have nurtured me for more than a decade. What significance does it hold? I cannot permit my younger sister to endure hardship, I declared with unwavering determination. Yaya has always longed for her brother, was the reply. My younger sister is named Zhouya, a name that is truly enchanting. In response to my fervent insistence, my mother, though visibly flustered, ultimately provided me with a bank account number. I swiftly noted it in my notebook. She repeatedly assured me that she would reimburse me once she had earned enough. I had no intention of demanding repayment. Once the call concluded, I was engulfed by a profound sense of loss. Suddenly, the burdens of life weighed heavily upon me once more, with great intensity. The following morning, I transferred 3,000 yuan to my mother, leaving me with a scant sum of just over 1,000 in my account, which would serve as my meager living expenses. Money holds paramount significance. I must endeavor to augment my earnings, aspiring to become a man of affluence. Equally vital is physical well-being. I returned to the gym, perspiring profusely as I engaged with various fitness apparatuses and relentlessly pummeling the punching bag. I must strengthen my physique and enhance my agility to acquire further self-defense techniques from the venerable master. At noon, my mother reached out to me. She had received the financial support and was in tears, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. My sister, Zhouya, also conversed with me, teasingly inquiring if I had a lovely girlfriend. At that moment, I experienced a wave of joy. Indeed, what is the worst that could transpire? I could always embark on a fresh beginning. I yearned for the day when I could be reunited with them. In the afternoon, I encountered Chang Sisi once more. She was home alone, employing a magnifying glass to meticulously dissect another frog. She had extracted various organs, categorizing and labeling them with great care. Unable to share her enthusiasm for such a peculiar pastime, I sat in silence, biding my time until her task was complete. Her profile was strikingly beautiful, particularly when she was engrossed in her work. The lashes above her large eyes fluttered delicately, radiating an enchanting vitality. Zhouyan, do you think I am beautiful? Chang Sisi suddenly inquired. My face flushed uncontrollably, and I swiftly averted my gaze, confessing, you are, without a doubt, the most beautiful girl I have ever encountered. Haha, quite the charmer, aren't you? Chang Sisi's laughter resonated, her smile captivating, the arc of her crimson lips flawless. I am merely speaking the truth, I responded, my voice laced with a tinge of uncertainty. Chang Sisi exuded an unwavering confidence. Her family was secure, her existence opulent, devoid of want, and sheltered from the tempest of the external world. In stark contrast, I was left with nothing but a fractured family. You are fortunate. You may admire this lady at your leisure, she remarked with nonchalance, adding, but remember, you may only gaze, not touch. How could I dare? I replied, hastily gesturing with my hands. I fear you might sever my throat. Haha, then let us commence your lessons. Chang Sisi rose to retrieve her books. Embodying the familiar demeanor of struggling students, her gestures while perusing the pages were perpetually languid. Furthermore, the tomes were astonishingly pristine. I inhaled deeply to calm my nerves and began my elucidations. The humanities necessitate memorization and the capacity to forge connections, while while the sciences demand the relentless memorization of formulas, reiterated until they can be effortlessly applied. These were lessons her instructors had also underscored, to which Chang Cece responded with a lackluster exuding an air of indifference. She was easily distracted throughout the lessons, frequently yawning and displaying eyes rimmed with crimson. I could only endure with patience, reiterating the essential points time and again. Unbeknownst to me, 3 hours had elapsed. What was intended as a 2-hour session had stretched beyond its confines. Zhou Yan, your teaching is commendable. I feel immensely enriched and enlightened, exclaimed Chang Cece, her eyes sparkling with exaggerated fervor. I perceive this as her subtle indication of the class's conclusion. In truth, you possess remarkable intelligence. If you could direct the focus you apply to dissecting small creatures towards your studies, you would undoubtedly attain exceptional scores, I encouraged her. By the way, the surgical knife I bestowed upon you has indeed saved your life. How do you plan to express your gratitude? Chang Cece suddenly inquired with a playful grin. Express gratitude? I presumed I had already met that obligation through my dedicated tutoring. Assisting with homework scarcely qualifies as a form of repayment. I seek something far more substantial, she suggested, her eyes sparkling, leaving me completely perplexed. Cece, what precisely do you desire? I desire for you to disrobe, Chang Cece declared with an uncommon gravity. Absolutely not. I responded in alarm, desperate to escape the predicament. Chang Cece was distinct from other young women. She was the offspring of Director Chang, her stature undeniably exalted. To transgress my limits with her would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions. Huh, what are you contemplating? Something inappropriate, perhaps? She laughed boisterously. I find my mind to be a blank canvas, I quickly declared, gesturing with my hands. I am profoundly intrigued by the intricacies of the human body and yearn to explore the superficial veins. You, as a model, shall suffice, she declared with the utmost gravity. Surely not. Chang Cece intended to utilize me for her anatomical studies. The mere thought of her surgical blade sent shivers down my spine, and I experienced an overwhelming wave of apprehension. Cece, your parents will return shortly, I fabricated an excuse. My father often arrives late, and my mother must collect my younger brother from kindergarten, which means she shall not be home for another hour, Chang Cece replied, glancing at her watch. Clearly well-versed in her parents' schedules. Once you matriculate into medical school, the corridors of the educational edifice will be adorned with models preserved in formaldehyde, she continued. I was hesitant to concede. The situation felt exceedingly uncomfortable, and I feared I might succumb to uncontrollable embarrassment. Do not be misled. Those are mere cadavers. While you are a vibrant soul with throbbing veins, she asserted, her eyes locked onto mine with unwavering intensity, as though resolutely intent on prevailing. You have yet to reach the age of 18, I exclaimed, instantly regretting my utterance. Then permit me to divulge a secret. I have modified my household registration. In truth, I am but 3 months your junior, Chang Cece responded enigmatically. I shook my head vigorously. Cece, I still cannot acquiesce to your request. What if? Then let it be. Chang Cece lamented, shaking her head in disappointment, her eyes cast skyward in exasperation. Why must it be so arduous to pursue a noble endeavor? You will undoubtedly become a proficient forensic doctor. Nay, a remarkable one, I hastily flattered, hoping she would truly grant me reprieve. Once I enter university and have the time, I shall meticulously examine you, she declared with unwavering determination. Best of luck, I said hurriedly, gathering my belongings and departing her abode as if in flight. Zhou Yan, see you tomorrow. The joyful laughter of Chang Cece resonated behind me, and I caught a fleeting glimpse of her petite hand waving from the window. As I pedaled my bicycle back to the KTV, my mind was awash with a tumult of emotions concerning Chang Cece. Her interest evoked a sense of apprehension within me. It was not the fear of disrobing, but rather the anxiety of possible misunderstandings that might ensue, leaving me incapable of elucidation. Nevertheless, I must confess that her innocent disposition brings forth more joy than pressure in our interactions. Chang Cece possesses remarkable intelligence, with the appropriate study techniques. She could undoubtedly secure a place in a prestigious university. For me, this realization bestows a sense of accomplishment. As night descended, I donned my work uniform and resumed my role as a server, with tips serving as a significant motivation. I had entrusted my modest savings to my mother, and at this moment, I was eager to accumulate funds. Xiao Yan, the guests in room 106 have requested your presence, came the voice of Fu Xiaoya over the intercom. Being specifically summoned indicated they were regular patrons. I hastened to the bar, gathered the drinks, refreshments, and fruit platter, and rapped gently on the door of room 106. Inside were 3 men and 2 women, engaged in lighthearted and leisurely conversation. Among them, I recognized Zhao Hongling, who had previously accompanied Meng Weining. Today, she radiated beauty. Adorned in a form-fitting black suit that accentuated her curves, with sparkling diamond earrings dangling from her ears, complemented by a resplendent gold necklace. "Greetings, Sister Zhao." I greeted her with a warm smile and inquired, "Is there anything with which I may assist you? These are my colleagues. Xiaoyan, please take a seat. I have something to discuss with you." Zhao Hongling beckoned invitingly. I carefully settled beside her, recalling her preference for abstaining from alcohol. So I graciously opened a beverage for her. "Weining has asked me to help you secure a suitable position." Zhao Hongling remarked candidly, "To be honest, it is quite a challenge. Your youth and lack of qualifications restrict the available opportunities." I expressed my gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Zhao. I find the role of a server rather gratifying. There are often tips involved. I noticed last time that Han Feng appears to take an interest in you. What is your relationship with him?" Zhao Hongling introduced a delicate subject. "We addressed one another as brothers, a testament to our profound connection," I replied, consciously omitting any embellishment. Yet, it was evident to all that Han Feng regarded me as a sibling. Zhao Hongling's inquiries were always direct. "Then why does he permit you to serve as a server?" "My official designation, as publicly declared, is assistant to the general manager." I did not wish to remain idle, so I willingly embraced the role of a server. I explained with sincerity. This was not a directive from Han Feng. It was a decision I made on my own accord. Furthermore, I derived meaning from being a server, bustling about and engaging with a myriad of individuals. "Do you possess shares in the KTV?" Zhao Hongling probed further. "No," I responded, shaking my head. The KTV had been transferred from Chu Hailong. With Han Feng listed as the legal representative, I was entirely oblivious to the implications of shares in the KTV or whether there were other stakeholders involved. I was completely in the dark. Dissatisfied with my response, Zhao Hongling furrowed her brow in silence for a moment before rising and declaring, "Xiaoyan, accompany me to seek out Han Feng. I have matters to discuss with him in person." While I harbored uncertainty regarding Zhao Hongling's intentions in pursuing Han Feng, I nodded in acquiescence, guiding her away from the private chamber and rapping gently on the door to the general manager's office. The melodious strumming of a guitar within abruptly ceased, and Han Feng's voice resonated, "Come in." Upon entering, we discovered Han Feng seated behind his desk, a freshly ignited cigarette delicately poised between his fingers. I graciously introduced her. "Brother Feng, this is Sister Zhao. She wishes to confer with you. Please, take a seat." Han Feng responded warmly, recognizing Zhao Hongling from her prior visit with Meng Weining. Given her earlier audacious demeanor, it was evident she was no ordinary individual. Once settled, Zhao Hongling presented herself. "My name is Zhao Hongling, and I am the head of the Revenue Management Section at the County Tax Bureau." "Ah, so you are Director Zhao. Indeed well regarded. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Han Feng promptly rose, leaning on his cane, and offered a cordial handshake. "Mr. Han, how does the KTV business prosper?" Zhao Hongling inquired, delicately lighting a slender cigarette, her body reclining slightly, exuding an air of sophistication. "Having recently assumed control of the KTV, I find profits to be alarmingly scarce, scarcely sufficient to sustain our operations," lamented Han Feng, his expression one of deep distress. "Director Zhao, I fully recognize that operating a business entails tax obligations. Might you consider granting us an extension? We are diligently working towards achieving profitability and fulfilling our financial responsibilities in due course." I stood aside, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. I had never anticipated that Zhao Hongling's visit to Han Feng was merely a means to demand tax payments. I had believed she genuinely aimed to offer her assistance. I had even accompanied her to the office, which evoked the adage about inviting a wolf into one's home. Oblivious to my dismay, Zhao Hongling rephrased her inquiry. "Mr. Han, does the KTV still possess operational funds?" "Alas," Han Feng sighed, lamenting, "our expenditures far exceed our income. To be candid, the KTV I inherited is but a hollow shell. We are not only incapable of expanding our operations, but we are also uncertain about next month's payroll, which may compel my younger brother to take on the role of a waiter." "Who are the shareholders?" Zhao Hongling pressed on. "It was merely the two of us, myself and Ping Xian, who possesses a nominal 1% stake. You comprehend the dynamics at play." Han Feng replied with a strained smile. Ping Xian must refer to the former Mr. Ping. I was astonished to discover that he still retained shares in the KTV. It subsequently occurred to me that a limited liability company necessitates a minimum of 2 shareholders. "Mr. Han, let us be forthright. You ought to expel that Mr. Peng and substitute him with Zhou Yan, allotting Zhou a 49% share. Once you have accomplished this, contact me without delay. I shall aid the KTV in navigating its tribulations. Whether you believe it or not is entirely your prerogative, Zhao Hongling concluded, retrieving a business card from her bag, placing it upon the table, and rising to depart. I stood there, utterly astounded, neglecting to bid her farewell. Han Feng furrowed his brow, scratching his head, uncertain of Zhao Hongling's true intentions. However, one thing was evident. She sought to elevate me to a position of a shareholder. Upon this realization, I hastily blushed and clarified. Brother Feng, I genuinely had no inkling that she would broach such matters with you. I have no desire for shares. Han Feng scrutinized me intently before dismissively waving his hand. Brother, I certainly trust you. It is merely that I am uncertain whether to place my faith in this Director Zhao. Do not trust her. I shook my head vigorously. She appears to be instigating a rift between us brothers. But what advantage would she gain from sowing discord? Han Feng still could not comprehend and inquired. What precisely did she convey to you earlier? I divulged the entirety of our conversation in the secluded chamber to Han Feng without hesitation. From my viewpoint, Han Feng, with whom I had shared harrowing experiences of life and death, was indisputably more reliable than Zhao Hongling, a mere acquaintance by chance. Han Feng contemplated for a moment, as if beginning to comprehend the gravity of the situation. She seeks to support you for the sake of Meng Wanning, yet demonstrates no desire to assist me. In this context, it seems I have reaped the benefits of my brother's fortune. However, what assistance can she provide, apart from tax evasion? This woman possesses substantial influence, and her connections are undeniably impressive. We must not let this opportunity slip away. We should take a calculated risk, Han Feng declared with unwavering resolve, his eyes gleaming with determination. Brother Feng, I harbor no ambition for shares, I reiterated, anxious that Han Feng might misconstrue my intentions as a desire for power and profit, particularly given my recent arrival at the KTV. Beneath the surface, I felt profound gratitude towards Han Feng. Without his generous hospitality, I would likely find myself homeless and wandering the streets at this very moment. Brother, heed my words. If we cannot generate profit, shares hold no value, he continued. The reason I refrained from involving you earlier was to shield you from that scoundrel, Zhu Hailong, for you are still too young to contend with him. Now that Zhao Hongling has presented her proposal, we must proceed accordingly. Even if we are misled by her, we stand to lose nothing. Ultimately, this venture belongs to us brothers. Han Feng thumped his chest, his sincerity evident. Yet, I remained hesitant. The prospect of becoming a shareholder had never crossed my mind. After all, I had only just exited the realm of academia, lacking both corporate management experience and even the social acumen of a male attendant. We must seize this opportunity. Tomorrow is Sunday, and the Industrial and Commercial Bureau will be closed. Therefore, the day after tomorrow, we shall amend the shares, Han Feng declared resolutely, leaving no room for further debate. He also arranged for Fu Xiaoya to extend complimentary services to Zhao Hongling and her party in room 106, striving to accommodate their requests as much as possible. That night, I found myself restless on the KTV sofa, unable to comprehend how Zhao Hongling intended to assist me by making me a shareholder. How could she aid the KTV in overcoming its challenges and achieving growth? What might she require of me in the days to come? The following day, Chang Cici's request reached me. She phoned, imploring me to assist her in procuring a diminutive white rabbit to accompany her during our tutoring sessions. With a heavy heart, I consented. I was acutely aware that this little creature was likely fated for a grim destiny, destined to meet the same tragic end as the small frog, to be dissected and transformed into a multitude of specimens. The mere thought of such a scene was macabre. After lunch, I pedaled my bicycle to the farmer's market. I spent 10 yuan to acquire a small white rabbit with crimson eyes. The elderly gentleman who sold pets generously gifted me a small iron cage, thoughtfully placing a few cabbage leaves within. Just as I was about to depart, I suddenly heard someone call my name. Zhou Yin. I turned to glance back. It was my classmate, Monkey. He clutched a plastic bag containing a plucked old hen. Despite our shared status as classmates, I harbor no affection for Monkey, a sycophant who has often allied himself with Qin Shaohua to create discomfort for me. Now that Qin Shaohua has fallen from grace, he resembles a stray dog, appearing rather forlorn. Ah, it is Monkey. From whence do you emerge? I greeted him with a curt acknowledgement. Brother Yin, I recognize my errors. Please do not hold them against me, Monkey replied, forcing a smile as he extended a cigarette towards me. Naturally, I do not partake in smoking. And I waved him off with unmistakable disdain. Which university did you apply to, Monkey? I inquired. Brother Yin, are you jesting? With my abilities, The prospect of acceptance was utterly unattainable. I lamented my failure to gain admission, self-deprecatingly adding, "It is indeed a pity for you, Brother Yin. Had it not been for Qin Xiaohua's meddling, you would indubitably have secured a position at a prestigious university, where they would have eagerly competed for your talents. The absence of university admission remains an incessant sorrow for me, an unresolved grievance in this lifetime. I shall never absolve Qin Xiaohua. I fervently wish for his recovery, solely to see him apprehended and imprisoned. Monkey, do you have any other matters to discuss?" I expressed my disinterest. The monkey scratched his head and rubbed his face, letting out a long sigh. "To be candid, I feel utterly finished. You may never see me again," he confessed. "I have procured a chicken to indulge myself before my departure." "Are you contemplating suicide?" I asked, astonished. "I intend to surrender myself and serve my sentence," he replied, tears cascading down his cheeks in a most unseemly fashion. "Please, regale me with the events that transpired," I implored, my curiosity ignited, eager for the unfolding drama. "Yesterday, Qin Xiaohua summoned me and commanded me to covertly tail you and strike you from behind with a club," the monkey confessed. I felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. Qin Xiaohua, even at this critical moment, he continues to conspire against me. It is profoundly despicable. Did you acquiesce to this? How could I possibly do so? That would be a grave offense. Moreover, Brother Yin, you are well acquainted with such affairs and would undoubtedly remain vigilant. I could easily find myself ensnared, the monkey lamented, retreating in trepidation at my gaze. This account seemed distorted. The monkey still harbored the belief that I had assailed Qin Xiaohua. I burst forth with indignation, resolutely proclaiming, "Allow me to reiterate, I have never laid a hand upon Qin Xiaohua. Desist from your unfounded allegations. Brother Yin, I implore you, temper your wrath." The monkey swiftly adopted a remorseful visage and struck his own lips. "Behold my foolish tongue. I am incapable of enunciating a single word accurately. You have not wronged me. Thus there is no necessity for you to surrender," I admonished him with an exasperated sigh. "This matter transcends the incident at hand. It delves into my previous misdeeds." As the monkey's hands languidly fell, unable to restrain his invectives any longer, Qin Xiaohua exhibits a complete lack of humanity. Having coerced me with threats that if I refrained from assailing you, he would expose my transgressions, I deemed it wiser to confess rather than face the inevitable exposure, hoping perhaps to negotiate a measure of clemency. "What crime have you committed?" My sense of schadenfreude intensified. "I shall refrain from elaborating. It is indeed grave, warranting at least a 3-year sentence. To speak candidly, Qin Xiaohua also played a significant role in instigating this. I was a mere fool," the monkey lamented, his tears flowing anew. "Monkey, I implore you to heed my counsel. You must absolutely refrain from surrendering yourself at the new district police station." "Why not?" The monkey was bewildered, for the incident transpired within the jurisdiction of that very station. Qin Xiaohua's father is the chief of the station. How could he possibly refrain from dealing with you with utmost severity? There exists no prospect for clemency. He may even attribute the entire culpability to you. I have withstood the anguish and emerged resilient. I intentionally modulated my voice, cultivating an atmosphere of intrigue. The monkey exhibited palpable unease. "Indeed. What course of action shall we pursue?" "I shall provide you with a telephone number. Reach out directly to Officer Liu from the county police department. Perhaps you can still grasp an opportunity." I retrieved my phone, disclosing Officer Liu's contact information. "Brother Yin, your connections are truly impressive, even extending to the police." The monkey gazed at me with a sense of admiration. Soon, I was to visit the esteemed Director Chang Yang's residence to tutor his daughter, a connection that was indeed enviable. However, I opted to downplay the situation, simply replying, "It is a modest relationship. We have crossed paths before." "I shall heed your words, Brother Yin," the monkey proclaimed, thumping his chest with assurance. I instructed him to note down Officer Liu's number and curtailed the idle conversation. Grasping the rabbit cage, I mounted my bicycle and pedaled towards Anha community. Along the way, I could not suppress a fit of laughter. When the monkey approaches Officer Liu to confess, he will undoubtedly disclose that he was incited by Qin Xiaohu to assail me. At that juncture, Qin Xiaohu's incitement to commit a crime would surely exacerbate his guilt, leaving him without a protector. Upon arriving at Chang Cici's abode, I found her alone. Her eyes sparkled at the sight of the little white rabbit in the cage, as though she had stumbled upon a cherished treasure. "Cici, might you render it unconscious before proceeding?" I pointed at the diminutive rabbit, a surge of sympathy coursing through me. The unfortunate creature remained blissfully oblivious to the looming peril, contentedly nibbling on cabbage leaves. "What are you contemplating?" Chang Cici exclaimed, rolling her eyes. My younger brother has been incessantly nagging me to procure a rabbit. Yet I detest visiting the market, hence I had to impose upon you. A wave of embarrassment enveloped me, and I awkwardly scratched my head. I apologize. I was being excessively suspicious. Apart from frogs, I have not considered dissecting any other living beings, haha, as I have yet to acquire a protective mask. Chang Cece erupted in hearty laughter, retrieving a piece of raw corn from the kitchen and tossing it into the cage, then beckoned me to enter the house. She insisted on bestowing 10 yuan upon me for the rabbit, and after a moment of hesitation, I acquiesced. Zhou Yin, have you ever had a girlfriend? Chang Cece inquired. Twirling a ballpoint pen in her hand, her curiosity piqued. Never. I shook my head, offering a plausible excuse. My high school years were consumed with such busyness that I scarcely had time to rest, much less to cultivate a romantic relationship. In reality, I had indeed been involved in a relationship, that with Yuqing Man. Yet, it had only resulted in an abundance of troubles and a multitude of heartaches. You are deceiving yourself. Chang Cece scoffed. If she was not your girlfriend, what reason would she have to strike you publicly? It is evident that she harbored suspicions of your fidelity. My face flushed with embarrassment as I endeavored to articulate, it is not as you perceive. Such matters cannot be succinctly conveyed. Chang Cece, finding amusement in my apparent guilt, erupted into laughter. After our tutoring session, do regale me with the details. Life is too monotonous, and a dash of gossip would be delightful. I wiped the perspiration from my brow, suddenly aware that Chang Cece was quite a handful. She embodied the typical curiosities of many young women, brimming with intrigue regarding the affairs between men and women, without consideration for the potential to unearth the wounds of others. Taking a deep breath to steady my mind, I commenced tutoring Chang Cece in her studies. To counter her propensity for distraction, I had meticulously prepared in advance. The lesson transitioned from fundamental concepts to more intricate ideas, interspersed with practical applications. She performed commendably, displaying a relatively earnest demeanor. Before I realized it, evening descended, and Ming Wenying returned with Hang Hang, warmly inviting me to join them for dinner. I graciously declined, recognizing the significance of maintaining boundaries. Chang Cece, deprived of the chance to delve into my tumultuous romance, nonetheless accompanied me downstairs, cupping her hands to her mouth, enveloped in an air of mystery. I encountered something intriguing. I shall share it with you upon our next meeting. Does it pertain to me? I inquired, attuned to her tone. It must. With a playful smile. Chang Cece gently raised her chin before humming a melody as she took her leave. I hesitated for a moment, an unsettling sensation gnawing at my insides. How could she possibly possess such insight into my life? In future encounters with Chang Cece, I would need to exercise heightened vigilance. Upon my return to the KTV, Han Feng appeared rather displeased, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette remnants. He did not conceal his emotions from me, revealing that he had just engaged in a fierce argument with Chu Hailong over the phone. Han Feng contacted Ping Xian, insisting that he accompany him to the Industry and Commerce Bureau the following day to divest his shares in Yimei KTV. Ping Xian complied, but promptly relayed the information to Chu Hailong. When Chu Hailong called, he expressed profound dissatisfaction with Han Feng, deeming his actions excessively ruthless. Brother Feng, is Ping Xian's 1% stake truly of such significance? I found myself in a state of bewilderment, pondering the significance of such a diminutive stake, which would produce a meager return even in the event that the KTV achieved profitability. It transcends the mere allocation of share percentages. Shareholders are entitled to insights concerning the enterprise. Should Ping Xian be ousted, Chu Hailong would find himself utterly oblivious to the operational dynamics of the KTV, Han Feng elucidated. Is he genuinely invested in the KTV's fate? Yimei KTV is but a fragment of his broader entertainment empire in Dong'an County. Its performance has been lackluster, which is precisely why he relinquished it to me. Naturally, he yearns to reclaim it. Han Feng retorted with a hint of derision. We cannot permit his aspirations to materialize. The KTV must thrive, I proclaimed, imbued with fervor. It was not solely my endeavor. Both Fu Xiaoya and I relied on our positions at the KTV for our sustenance. Beyond our relentless efforts, we had no alternative. The solidarity among brethren yields immeasurable strength. Let us collaborate in formulating strategies and generating considerable profits, Han Feng commented, buoyed by my fervent enthusiasm. Brother, I wish to broach a matter with you. Do you consider it feasible? He inquired. Brother Feng, your courtesy is excessive. Please continue. As we are revising the distribution of shares, I propose to allocate an additional 10% to Lao He. This individual is not only loyal but also possesses undeniable skill. The KTV will depend on him for an extended duration. Han Feng paused, revealing, It is both a bond of camaraderie and a sense of duty. I harbored no objections. I readily agreed, sincerely affirming my support. Given Lao Hei's eagerness to impart his skills to me, he was undoubtedly a reliable ally. I then placed a call to Zhao Hongling to ascertain her position. Should she express dissent, we would defer and proceed with caution. Han Feng, ever prudent in his pursuits, sought to avoid endangering their prior efforts by unilaterally modifying the distribution of shares. Lacking Zhao Hongling's mobile number, I relied on Han Feng's possession of her business card. Consequently, I dialed the number, greeting her warmly as Sister Zhao, and clarified the circumstances. Zhao Hongling appeared somewhat discontent. She was unfamiliar with Lao Hei and mistakenly presumed him to be merely a security guard at the KTV. I extolled Lao Hei's commendable qualities, particularly emphasizing his kindness toward me. Zhao Hongling ceased her opposition but imposed certain conditions. She was open to expanding the number of shareholders, not confined to Lao Hei alone. However, she insisted that my share must not dip below 40%. Otherwise, she would retract her support. Throughout the conversation, I employed the hands-free mode, enabling Han Feng, who stood nearby, to hear every word distinctly. He cast me numerous significant glances, urging me to acquiesce to Zhao Hongling's stipulations. At that juncture, we remained unaware of Zhao Hongling's true intentions. What assistance could she genuinely provide to the KTV? Subsequently, I engaged in further discussions with Han Feng concerning the distribution of shares. Han Feng was unwavering in his desire to retain a mere 45%, while I was equally steadfast in my insistence on securing no less than 40%. This left an unallocated 15%. Han Feng opined that it would be imprudent to assign the entirety of this remainder to Lao Hei. After pacing several times with his cane in the office, he remarked, "I believe Xiaya possesses remarkable capabilities. She is industrious and the most occupied among us. We could consider granting her 5% of the shares." Brother Feng, I doubt she would acquiesce, I retorted, shaking my head. Why? Does she harbor any grievances? Han Feng chuckled, though a slight frown creased his brow, as he sensed Fu Xiaya's apparent ingratitude. Like myself, Xiaya had distanced herself from her family. She was renting her own accommodation and incurring daily expenses, without a salary. Her means of sustenance were precarious. My explanation seemed to alleviate Han Feng's mood. He retorted nonchalantly, "I thought it was something serious. Salary and shares are two separate matters. Inform her that the salary will be dispersed as usual, while shares are an ancillary consideration." "Thank you, Brother Feng," I replied, filled with elation. I then sought out Fu Xiaya in a secluded corner to convey this news. As I had anticipated, Fu Xiaya did not react with enthusiasm. "Xiaoyan, don't be foolish. Shares won't sustain us. In this dire situation, if we manage to survive for a few months, we will be left with nothing but wind if it fails to yield a profit." Brother Feng reassured me that the salary would persist, and I underscored this point. It was only then that Fu Xiaoya's demeanor brightened, although she remained somewhat doubtful. What if the KTV suffered devastating losses? Would we not be ensnared in its downfall? Would we face the looming threat of debt collectors? I stood resolute in my belief. "Dear sister, regardless of your concerns, I have faith in Brother Feng. He would not forsake his comrades." "Indeed, it is merely a facade. There is little to lose," she conceded. In the end, Fu Xiaya acquiesced and took the initiative to approach Han Feng to express her gratitude. She even voiced a somewhat trite vow: "Together, we shall flourish or perish alongside you, May KTV." The following morning, Han Feng escorted the three of us to the county's Industrial and Commercial Bureau. After a 30-minute wait at the entrance, Peng Xian finally arrived, his pace deliberately languid. The previous demeanor of politeness and timidity had vanished. Instead, his expression was frigid, emanating palpable discontent. "Brother Feng, let us postpone this discussion for half a month. I seem to have misplaced my ID card," Peng Xian offered, clearly unwilling to cooperate. "You must recall where you left your identification," Old Black interjected, suddenly seizing Peng Xian by the collar and forcefully pressing him against the brick wall at the entrance. "Do you even comprehend where you are?" Peng Xian, in a state of alarm and agitation, fought desperately, his face flushed and his garments nearly torn. Yet, Old Black maintained his grip with unwavering resolve. "Do not doubt my words. I possess the strength to shatter your bones without leaving a trace upon your skin." Old Black menaced, pressing his hand against Peng Xian's ribs, inducing a cold sweat to break forth as Peng Xian's legs trembled uncontrollably. "I recall now. My identification is in my bag," Peng Xian finally conceded. Only then did Old Black release his hold, and Han Feng stepped forward, proffering a cigarette to Peng Xian. "Why subject yourself to this ordeal? Has someone promised to return the KTV to you?" Indeed, Ping Xian responded, quaking as he inhaled deeply, uttering but a solitary word. I possess a deeper understanding of him than you ever could. Cease your fanciful dreaming. The KTV has been teetering on the brink of collapse under your stewardship. The mere fact that he has yet to bring about your downfall is already a considerable concession. Han Feng sneered with contempt. The operational dilemmas of the KTV do not concern me, Ping Xian retorted. It is evident to all that there are complex dynamics at play. You have reaped the rewards while he has chosen to overlook your actions, yet your gains hold little significance for him, Han Feng stated bluntly. Though I struggled to grasp the nuances of their discourse, I surmised that the former Night Beauty KV had been entangled in nefarious activities. Peng Xian fell silent. Trailing us into the Bureau of Industry and Commerce, he dutifully presented his identification and relinquished 1% of his shares. A mere half-hour later, the shares were finalized, and the four of us affixed our signatures to the equity documents. Old Black, Fu Xiaoya, and I emerged as shareholders of the KTV. As we departed, Ping Xian hesitated before inquiring, Brother Feng, what course of action do you suggest I take? You possess an abundance of knowledge. It is the foremost principle of the 36 stratagems. Han Feng imparted this wisdom before dismissing Ping Xian from his thoughts. Meanwhile, Old Black and Fu Xiaoya made their way back to the KTV, while Han Feng and I hastened to the County Tax Bureau. Zhao Hongling maintained a private office, immaculate, orderly, spacious, and suffused with light, adorned with 2 pots of blooming clivia on the windowsill. During office hours, she adorned no jewelry and was clad in a tax uniform, radiating an air of official authority. Director Zhao, a modest token of my esteem, Han Feng said with a charming smile, inclining his head slightly. I promptly retrieved 2 boxes of exquisite tea from my bag and presented them across the table. The value of the 2 boxes exceeded 500, and I was convinced that the packaging surpassed the worth of the tea within. Zhao Hongling accepted the tea with a smile, placing it in the drawer beneath her desk. Have the shares been resolved? She inquired. Of course, as you instructed. Please take a look. Han Feng produced the business license, the equity distribution document, and the company bylaws. Presenting them with utmost respect, Zhao Hongling scrutinized the documents closely before a sudden smile graced her lips. Han Feng, your display of generosity is quite unexpected, she remarked. Director Zhao, you flatter me, Han Feng chuckled in response. According to the company's regulations, should the other 3 shareholders unite, they could strip you of your decision-making power. Do you not feel a sense of impending crisis? Zhao Hongling's tone bore a hint of mockery. Such a notion was indeed startling. I was taken aback and swiftly turned my gaze to Han Feng. Yet, he appeared unperturbed, confidently thumping his chest. That is of little consequence. As long as the KTV flourishes and my brothers have sustenance, I would gladly embrace the life of a wandering singer. Allow me to offer you another piece of advice. Please, proceed. Once you attain success, abstain from the pursuit of women, lest you invite misfortune upon Zhou Yin, Zhao Hongling admonished gravely. What relevance did Han Feng's romantic endeavors hold for me? In that instant, I longed to advocate for Han Feng but stifled my voice, wishing to avoid further entanglement. Subsequently, when Han Feng succumbed to inebriation, he ultimately divulged the underlying truth. In his youth, he was a striking figure, an artistic spirit, captivating the attention of numerous women. This, in turn, incited the ire of many men. Wu Rui from the fertilizer plant was merely one among them. Director Zhao, are you ridiculing me? As a disabled individual reliant on a crutch, and at my age, which woman would deign to acknowledge my existence? Han Feng chuckled awkwardly. Best remember this. Lest someone breaks your other leg, Zhao Hongling retorted, her words sharp as daggers. Han Feng's jaw twitched visibly, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled deeply, striving to contain his rising emotions. Ha! I shall remember this for a lifetime. I genuinely admired Han Feng's ability to maintain a smile in such trying moments. Zhao Hongling lit a cigarette before retrieving a tax report from her drawer and handing it to Han Feng. As he examined the document, he appeared to turn to stone, his eyes widening in disbelief. Night Beauty KTV actually pays 200,000 in taxes annually? This is utterly extraordinary, Han Feng exclaimed, astonished. There is nothing to it. They dangle small bait, hoping to ensnare something more significant. Their petty machinations have been thwarted by me. Despite their vexation, they remain powerless against me, Zhao Hongling replied dismissively, a smirk gracing her lips. She then produced another item, an honorary certificate. Night Beauty KTV was acknowledged by the Dong'an County Tax Bureau as an A-level tax credit enterprise. Han Feng accepted it with both hands, expressing his gratitude repeatedly, though his smile appeared somewhat forced. An honorary certificate cannot be transformed into sustenance, nor does it alleviate our present predicaments. It can merely be displayed upon the wall, deceiving the uninformed visitors into believing the enterprise is thriving. Are we thus disappointed? Zhao Hongling perceived Han Feng's intentions and let out a derisive scoff. Honor is invaluable. I sincerely appreciate your support, Director Zhao, Han Feng expressed insincerely. Now, let us return to the primary matter at hand. Zhao Hongling's smile diminished. Please take the documents and the certificate to Dongan Bank to apply for a low-interest loan for your venture. I am well acquainted with Director Wei. I shall place a call to him shortly, and you should expect 2 million. 2 million. To us, this was an astonishing amount. I stood utterly astounded, scarcely able to believe my ears. Han Feng mirrored my disbelief, his jaw dropped, forgotten in astonishment. After a significant pause, I could only excitedly exclaim 2 words. Thank you. 2 boxes of tea leaves exchanged for 2 million. What an extraordinary bargain. After expressing our heartfelt gratitude, we exited the tax bureau in a state of bewilderment. Han Feng placed a reassuring hand upon my shoulder and declared, My dear brother, it is through your brilliance that I am able to rise once more. Brother Feng, this endeavor bears no relation to me. I protested. Nay, Zhao Hongling played a pivotal role in orchestrating this loan, specifically to bolster your fortune. She did not intend for the funds to benefit me alone, hence her insistence on modifying the equity. Han Feng, ever perceptive, discerned the deeper motives behind Zhao Hongling's actions. Was the tax payment at Yimei KTV also a strategy to secure the loan? I inquired. Precisely. However, they undoubtedly aspire to acquire even greater financial support, he affirmed, nodding before erupting into joyous laughter. Chu Hailong's elaborate machinations could never have foreseen that. Ultimately, it would be we who reap the rewards. What was that adage? Tailoring garments for others. That is indeed correct. Without hesitation, we made our way to Dongan Bank, armed with all the requisite documentation and the influence of Zhao Hongling. The approval process for the loan at Dongan Bank was astonishingly seamless. The disbursement occurred with remarkable swiftness. By the following day, 2 million had been deposited into the corporate account of Yimei KTV. This indicated that, for a considerable duration, the KTV would be liberated from concerns regarding operational finances. The remaining endeavor was to devise a strategy on how to utilize this loan to yield additional profits. Han Feng was filled with unbridled joy, nearly wishing he could perform acrobatic feats. At noon, the 4 shareholders convened at a distinguished restaurant, indulging in a lavish banquet and raising their glasses in jubilant celebration of Yimei KTV's resurgence. Both Old Black and Fu Xiaoya shared in the elation upon receiving news of the loan, with Fu Xiaoya's smile shining brilliantly throughout the occasion. I treasured her smile, radiant as the blossoms of spring, eclipsing even the most breathtaking scenery in existence. Han Feng reminded us of the necessity for discretion regarding this matter. Should Chu Hailong become aware, it would surely incite his wrath, leading to an array of complications. Brother Feng, did Chu Hailong genuinely serve under your command? Fu Xiaoya asked nonchalantly, omitting the honorific title of Brother Long, which signified her growing esteem for Han Feng. Indeed, this sycophantic individual is the epitome of ingratitude. When he first approached me, he was so destitute he could scarcely afford a respectable pair of shorts, Han Feng derided. He professes to possess connections within the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Could this be true? Fu Xiaoya inquired with keen interest. Perhaps. Yet, even if he is acquainted with a handful of individuals, they are certainly not of high rank, certainly not on par with Brother Xiaoyan, Han Feng proclaimed with conviction. Brother Feng, my connections are rather unremarkable as well, I modestly interjected, having never dined with Director Chang, although I have had the privilege of riding in his vehicle. No. Without the clandestine support of Director Chang, Zhao Hongling would hardly concern herself with our insignificant affairs, Han Feng asserted, gesturing dismissively. He then admonished, Brother, be certain to exercise patience. This connection is hard won. I shall heed your counsel, Brother Feng, I replied earnestly, filled with gratitude towards Director Chang and his family, reaffirming my commitment to assist Chang Cici in her quest for higher education. Xiaoya, please exercise greater diligence in managing the KTV, Han Feng proposed, raising a toast to Fu Xiaoya. Fu Xiaoya immediately rose, eagerly thumping her chest. Rest assured, Feng Ge, I shall spare no effort. We are all imbued with a sense of assurance concerning the evolution of KTV. However, that fateful night, a momentous event transpired at Yimei KTV, almost culminating in its closure. Aside from Zheng Wan, no staff were in attendance, including the part-time hostesses peddling libations. The KTV was hauntingly quiet, to the extent that one could discern the echo of footsteps. Xiaoya, what on earth is transpiring? Han Feng, unable to restrain his curiosity, emerged with his cane to inquire, a veil of melancholy shrouding his visage. I reached out to them, only to discover that they all wished to resign, expressing their disinterest in receiving their wages for this period. Fu Xiaoya seethed, her countenance aflame with indignation. What manner of scoundrels abandon their posts without prior notice? Why does this transpire at such a pivotal moment? Han Feng suddenly struck his thigh in frustration. This must be connected to Chu Hailong. It is utterly contemptible. A blatant act of sabotage. Consumed by fury, Han Feng retrieved his phone to contact Chu Hailong, only to find the line unresponsive. Fu Xiaoya, equally incensed, dialed Zhang Meijing at the cash register and launched into a vehement diatribe. You insufferable wretch, where on earth are you? Return to your duties at once. Do not squander a single moment. Should you arrive even a minute late, I shall ensure you are thoroughly punished. Zhang Meijing, filled with dread, hastily consented to resume her duties. The predicament facing Zheng Wan was even more dire. The princesses, who received daily remuneration, had ceased responding to calls. Exasperated, Han Feng vociferously commanded Zheng Wan to attend to the guests. Zheng Wan nearly collapsed in trepidation. She fervently maintained that despite her utmost efforts, she could not possibly cater to such a multitude of guests. Moreover, she felt that she had surpassed her prime, and appeasing the guests would prove to be a formidable challenge. Feng Gu, permit me to undertake additional responsibilities. I shall exert every effort to soothe the guests. I volunteered, unwilling to witness the promising prospects of the KTV so recklessly endangered. Thank you, brother. If we persevere through this night, we shall recruit additional staff come tomorrow. I sincerely doubt our inability to cope without this collection of insufferable individuals. Han Feng emphatically struck the ground with his cane, visibly agitated. Before long, Zhang Meijing made her entrance. Upon encountering Fu Xiaoya's wide-eyed glare and clenched fists, she was so frightened that she sought refuge behind me. Sister, please refrain from resorting to violence. Let us first clarify the situation, I quickly interjected. Speak. Fu Xiaoya's shout reverberated, causing my ears to ring. Terrified, Zhang Meijing spoke through her tears, recounting the entire narrative. It was Meili Bar that had initiated contact, directly enticing employees to join their ranks. The offer was alluring, with salaries increased by 1,000 atop their current earnings. The condition was that they were to commence work that very night, rendering the following day their last at KTV. However, the appeal of the salary was not the foremost reason for their consideration. The call had originated from the bar's general manager, Zhai Ming, affectionately known as Ming Zi. Notorious for his merciless disposition, his entourage often instigated discord, and they were not averse to employing brutality. Everyone harbored a deep-seated fear of them. Acutely aware that refusal could result in severe repercussions, Zhai Ming, of course, served under Chu Hailong, the true orchestrator of this entire affair. Manager Fu. It's not that I lack the desire to continue working. I am truly frightened, Zhang Meijing finally confessed, tears streaming down her face, rendering her utterly pitiable. Tonight, you shall remain here. Should anyone dare to create unrest, I shall confront them with unwavering determination, Fu Xiaoya declared with passionate indignation. Very well, then. Zhang Meijing, her visage a portrait of desolation, found herself ensnared between the formidable Mingzi and the fierce Fu Xiaoya, ultimately yielding with a heavy heart as she made her way to the cashier's desk. In that instance, I considered the determination of share distribution at Han Feng to be astute. Had Fu Xiaoya not been a shareholder, she might have ended up at the Meili Bar. Undoubtedly, Zhai Ming was cognizant of Fu Xiaoya's shareholder status, which elucidated his reluctance to reach out. She was, after all, impervious. As guests commenced their arrival at the KTV, I was engulfed in a tempest of activity, darting up and down the stairs incessantly. Fu Xiaoya joined the ranks of the waitstaff, stifling her ire to serve with a smile, endeavoring to placate the clientele. In the absence of female attendants or princesses, the guests' discontent became increasingly palpable. In an effort to quell the unrest, KTV hastily resolved to provide complimentary fruit platters and a 20% discount on beverages, which somewhat mitigated the grievances. By the stroke of midnight, the patrons finally took their leave. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, I dragged my weary self to Han Feng's office. The room was cloaked in smoke, and Han Feng wore a somber expression, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette remnants. That scoundrel Chu Hailong answered the call, but feigned ignorance regarding his part in inciting Zhai Ming to lure KTV employees. Instead, he dismissed my concerns as nonsensical. Brother Feng, we must act promptly to recruit new staff. The newspaper advertisement cannot be postponed, I lamented. The newspaper, undoubtedly the most influential medium, had already been published for the day, leaving us no recourse but to schedule the advertisement for the day after tomorrow. Furthermore, television stations could be a consideration, though their ephemeral nature and exorbitant costs rendered them impractical. I've changed my mind. I shall not advertise. Tomorrow, I will confront Zhai Ming and reclaim our employees. Damn it, when I was carving my path in this world, Zhai Ming was not but a minor lackey. Han Feng slammed his hand upon the table, a fierce glimmer of resolve illuminating his countenance. Will the employees return? I inquired. And he revealed that he does not genuinely require such a multitude of employees. Rather, his intention is to disrupt the KTV for a brief period before dismissing them. Exposing the malevolence behind this overt act of competitive sabotage, my indignation surged, and with fervor, I proclaimed, Brother Feng, I shall accompany you to confront Zhai Ming with unwavering resolve. Very well, Han Feng assented, adding, evaluate the circumstances and endeavor to avoid confrontation. Lao He alone possesses the capacity to make them rue their actions. That night, Zhang Meijing dared not depart from the KTV, and Fu Shaya refrained from returning to her rented quarters. I reclined upon the sofa, my gaze fixed on the twinkling lights outside. Profoundly appreciating the veracity of a saying, in the realm of the rivers and lakes, one is often at the mercy of fate. Once timid, I now stood ready to genuinely engage in the tumult of this world, stepping into the spotlight. Fear must not seize me, even with the knowledge that tumultuous waves await. I must courageously navigate through them, for behind me, there exists no sanctuary. The next day, Han Feng procured Zhai Ming's phone number from Zhang Meijing and preemptively made the call. Zhai Ming's demeanor was obstinate. He confessed to poaching staff and audaciously asserted that Han Feng could do nothing to him, unleashing a torrent of insults. Han Feng's retort was even more severe, cautioning that if he were pushed too far, he would ignite the Meili bar in flames. Let us perish together. None among us shall endure. After an extended discourse, the two finally reached a consensus to convene at the Meili bar for further deliberation. That rogue will undoubtedly devise a trap at the bar. We must remain vigilant, Han Feng cautioned, his countenance darkening. Old He and I exchanged solemn nods, and the three of us summoned a cab, making our way directly to Meili Bar. On that sun-kissed afternoon, the bar appeared forlorn, lacking even a solitary shadow. The Meili Bar, akin in dimensions to the Yime KTV, operated under a different premise. It eschewed karaoke in favor of specializing in the artful creation of exquisite cocktails. Moreover, there existed a dance hall. After partaking in libations, both men and women could delight in the art of dance, embracing one another or swaying cheek to cheek, all beneath the gentle glow of subdued lighting. The gentleman who welcomed us, Zhai Ming, was positioned within the expansive dance hall. In his 30s, he measured less than 5 feet in height, yet his physique was strikingly sturdy, characterized by well-defined muscle contours. Zhai Ming exhibited a shaven head, a visage embellished with ample flesh, and donned a black tank top, from which hung a substantial gold chain. Upon our arrival, we discovered Zhai Ming reclining with his stout legs crossed, haughtily positioned at the heart of the hall, casting a scornful gaze towards the ceiling. You audacious scoundrel. You certainly possess a flair for theatrics. Han Feng commenced with a disparaging remark. Zhai Ming, with a sly grin, abruptly inserted his fingers into his mouth, producing a piercing whistle. At the sound of his call, a dozen individuals surged forth from the adjacent chamber, both men and women, all under the age of 30 and many adorned with vibrantly dyed hair, emerged. Their attire was eclectic, yet each brandished a robust wooden club. Swiftly arranging themselves into a semicircle behind Zhai Ming, their gaze fixed ominously upon the three of us. Among them, I recognized one, Brother Zhuang. This individual, who once boasted a distinguished ash-gray mane, had since transformed it into a disheveled muddy brown, reminiscent of a heap of refuse. Brother Zhuang was a frequent patron of Yime KTV and enjoyed a cordial rapport with Fu Shaya. In that moment, his eyes were imbued with apprehension as they met mine, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze. Yet, when directed towards Han Feng, his eyes betrayed a simmering resentment. A remnant of the time, he had been compelled to kneel before Han Feng at the entrance of the KTV, offering fervent apologies, outnumbered and overshadowed. The circumstances seemed exceedingly grim. I inhaled deeply, endeavoring to soothe my racing heart and maintain an air of composure. Fear not. Old He is a true maestro. He will undoubtedly render them all submissive. What a magnificent spectacle! Do you genuinely believe Dong and County is yours to command? Han Feng struck the ground with his cane. With an air of nonchalance, he ignited a cigarette, tilting his chin upward, casting a derisive glance at Zhai Ming. Zhai Ming remained seated, continuing to sway his feet, emitting a contemptuous grunt. Dong'an County is undeniably not mine to possess, yet it is not yours either. Brother Feng, recognize your station. Just observe yourself. Your time has long since elapsed. Wolves may traverse great distances, but they still indulge in flesh. A cur like you is only fit to follow behind and feast on remnants. Han Feng voiced his utter disdain. Well articulated. Zhai Ming unexpectedly beamed. Brother Feng, you might as well bid adieu to your cane. A wheelchair may serve you more suitably. Subsequently, Zhai Ming issued a resounding command, demanding the breaking of Han Feng's other leg, compelling him to crawl away. Should any repercussions arise, I shall shoulder the responsibility. The ruffians advanced towards us, wielding wooden clubs aloft. Old Black and I swiftly positioned ourselves before Han Feng, and thus ensued a tumultuous melee. In a swift and decisive movement, Old Black seized a thug's wooden club, executing a formidable kick that sent several of them tumbling to the earth. Two thugs, wielding their clubs, shouted and advanced towards me. To evade a beating, I propelled myself towards one of them, encircling his waist with my arms and delivering a brutal knee strike to his groin. He emitted a harrowing scream, relinquishing the club as he collapsed to the ground. I liberated him, retrieved the fallen club, and charged at another miscreant. A club swung menacingly towards me, and with a nimble sidestep, I retaliated, striking the thug's abdomen with ferocity, compelling him to double over and retreat. Bang! A club collided with my back, delivering a resounding thud that sent me reeling forward, pain surging through my spine. Yet, instead of dissuading me, this ignited an even fiercer determination within. I was prepared to battle. With flames of defiance in my eyes and wrath in my heart, I swung the club with abandon, aiming for the one who had assaulted me. The cowardly knave fled in terror. Even more pitiable was Zhuanggu, who regarded me with terror before fleeing several meters away. At that juncture, I was advancing towards Zhai Ming, poised to deliver a decisive strike to his head. Zhai Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. In an unexpected turn, he sprang to his feet, seizing my club and casting it aside with tremendous force. His strength was formidable. I felt my toes leave the ground, compelling me to relinquish the club and nearly causing me to stumble forward. Zhai Ming smirked with disdain, recognizing me and gesturing behind him to issue commands. Break both of Zhou Yan's legs, so he may join Han Feng in a wheelchair. Two thugs brandished their clubs and charged at me once more. Malevolent grins etched upon their faces. In that instant, my mind went blank. Instinctively, I lunged at Zhai Ming without a moment's hesitation. He was momentarily captivated. Observing his Old Black's prowess astonished him. The ground was strewn with fallen clubs and retreating thugs, many of whom bore injuries. The female thugs fared even worse. Their hair disheveled, faces swollen, and false eyelashes askew. Yet Han Feng, still clutching a cigarette, appeared utterly unscathed. Suddenly, I encircled Zhai Ming's neck from behind, simultaneously drawing a scalpel from my sleeve and pressing it against the artery in his neck. Feeling the cold, sharp pressure, Zhai Ming froze in disbelief, his voice quivering as he stammered, What do you want? Behave yourself, or I shall take drastic measures. I whispered slowly and deliberately into his ear. Command them to cease at once. Halt. Everyone, simply cease. Zhai Ming exclaimed in a frenzy. The ruffians swiftly withdrew, yet upon witnessing Zhai Ming under my dominion, they commenced to reassess their formation. Step back. I bellowed with commanding authority, my quaking hand almost grazing Zhai Ming's neck. Are your ears filled with down? Move it. Zhai Ming's countenance turned ashen as he gestured for the thugs to disperse. Zhuanggu, having observed my fierce demeanor, was the most prudent and promptly retreated. The others, daunted, refrained from advancing, instead congregating at the doorway to watch, each bearing a somber expression. Old Hay offered me an approving thumbs up. However, Han Feng interjected, Brother, do not lower yourself to his level. Return. Naturally, I took to heart Han Feng's counsel, liberating Zhai Ming and returning to his side. Zhai Ming, still visibly unsettled, rubbed his neck and remarked, Young man, I did not anticipate your resilience. You certainly engage at an impressive level, even resorting to a scalpel. You instigated the conflict. Flouting the established norms, I retorted, crossing my arms and exhaling sharply through my nostrils. Click, click. Han Feng nonchalantly fiddled with the lighter in his grasp, delineating the terms of our encounter. Zhai Ming, return the KTV employees to us. From this moment forth, let us maintain our respective territories without interference. What if I decline? Zhai Ming inquired, casting a sidelong glance. Then you shall find no tranquility in your days. Han Feng's penetrating gaze was akin to a blade, compelling Zhai Ming to avert his eyes, having already triumphed in the psychological skirmish. Do not presume that a mere assembly of lackeys grants you the authority to intimidate all. Han Feng derided. Do you genuinely believe I am to be trifled with? Zhai Ming's countenance darkened as he abruptly revealed a gleaming steel knife, half a meter in length, from beneath his chair. His gaze fixed upon me as he brandished the knife, the brilliance of the steel radiating. Ha! Han Feng erupted into laughter, seemingly unperturbed. However, Old He remained vigilant, poised to retaliate should Zhai Ming dare to strike. Leave Zhou Yin to me. The KTV employees may return from whence they came, Zhai Ming declared. He had set his sights on my ferocity, desiring to recruit me as his enforcer. In the realm of his dreams, I shall never yield to acquiescence. Unthinkable, Han Feng asserted with unwavering conviction. Zhou Yin is akin to a brother to me. Anyone who dares to challenge him must contend with me. Zhai Ming, not one to yield easily, summoned his followers from behind. Brothers, arm yourselves and vanquish them. The ruffians swiftly retreated into the room, this time brandishing cleavers, their demeanor menacing as they advanced once more. Are you courting death? Old He, who had remained silent until now, finally interjected, his patience depleted, the sound of his tightly clenched fist resonating ominously. Old He, do not act impulsively. Han Feng waved his hand dismissively. It retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his pocket, twisting off the cap. A pungent aroma immediately permeated the air from the bottle's opening. It was gasoline. Zhai Ming's expression changed, instinctively drawing back. Han Feng, do you genuinely intend to ignite a blaze? I find myself in solitude, with naught to lose, at worst. I shall find myself back in prison, declared Han Feng, his chest puffed with pride and a chilling smirk adorning his lips. To set fire is too merciful. I yearn to reduce you to mere charcoal. You are indeed merciless. Zhai Ming began to perspire, his grip on the knife quivering. In my days of traversing the underworld, you were inconsequential. Now, I merely aspire to manage a humble enterprise, yet you insist on sowing discord. Let us both be obliterated, then. With a decisive snap, Han Feng ignited the lighter. The atmosphere grew taut and electric. Everyone was so paralyzed with fear that they dared not draw a breath, while a few cowardly souls, relying on feigned courage, cowered behind their peers. They must be regretting their choices at this very moment. Zhai Ming's lips quivered violently. His fists clenched repeatedly until he finally lowered his head. Brother Feng, I beseech you for forgiveness. I shall allow them to leave tonight. Please do not hold this against me any longer. Do you speak with sincerity? Indeed. Then endeavor to become a better individual. Han Feng gestured to me and Lao He. And with an air of self-assuredness, we sauntered out of the melee bar beneath the watchful eyes of the onlookers. A laughter reverberates across the expansive sea, as the tides ebb and flow upon both shores. As Han Feng ambled forward, he sang with a sonorous voice. None dared to follow us. They merely lacked the audacity. At the entrance of the bar, Han Feng capped the bottle once more and summoned a taxi, leading us back to the KTV. Upon our arrival in the office, Han Feng asked, Brother, are you hurt? I am well, having only sustained a minor blow to my back. I responded with honesty. In our next encounter, I implore you not to wander too far from my side. Lao He muttered, swiftly raising my shirt to examine the injury. It was but a bruise, a superficial wound. Nothing of grave concern. My dear brother, I sincerely beg your forgiveness. Han Feng lamented. It is no inconvenience. In the realm of martial arts, one must inevitably bear certain injuries. I chuckled, reflecting on the day's altercation, my blood surging with exhilaration, waves of adrenaline coursing through my veins. Ha! After a few more encounters, you shall become fearless, Lao He commended, sharing a jest. Do not be deceived by the youth's slender frame. He is making remarkable strides and will undoubtedly emerge as a hero in the realm of martial arts in the future. I still seek your counsel, Brother He. Indeed. Following a moment of shared laughter, Han Feng commenced to express his insights regarding the martial realm. Engaging in brawls is a most rudimentary approach, fraught with peril. This occurrence was inescapable, a challenge thrust upon us by the whims of fate. We must amass wealth to genuinely attain prosperity. Financial resources can invariably remedy any predicament. The pinnacle of strategy within the martial domain is, without a doubt, wisdom. In this context, Han Feng, who was devoid of formal education, struggled to express his thoughts with clarity. To my astonishment, he suggested that I peruse the art of war. Just then, Fu Xiaoyao made her entrance. Han Feng summoned her, requesting that she procure some medicine for my wounds. I dutifully accompanied Fu Xiaoyao into an unoccupied private chamber and reclined upon the sofa. She raised my shirt, unveiling the bruise, and tenderly stroked it with her delicate hand. A surge of sensation coursed through me, not from the pain, but from the gentleness of her touch. My cheeks flushed instantly, and I could only bury my face deep within my hands. Shortly thereafter, I caught a hint of the fragrance of safflower oil. It evoked memories of Su Li. She would often apply safflower oil to soothe my injuries. In this regard, Fu Xiaoya bore a striking resemblance to her mother. As she delicately applied the safflower oil, a soft sigh escaped her lips. "Xiaoyan, you have indeed transformed. Have I grown bolder? Not in the least. Rather, you have become impulsive." Fu Xiaoya exhaled with frustration and continued, "You ought not to conduct yourself in this manner. You should be a source of pride for your university. I fear that if you persist in your association with Han Feng, you may one day find it utterly impossible to retrace your steps. Sister, do we possess any alternative options?" "No." Fu Xiaoya let out another sigh. "I shall no longer be subjected to bullying, dear sister. I will safeguard you as well." In a moment of impulsiveness, I made a fervent declaration. "Leave at once. You should concentrate on your own protection. I have no inclination to gather your remains." Fu Xiaoya playfully chastised me, draping a garment over me before turning to depart. Night descended once more. The employees had indeed returned, including the part-time princesses. The KTV appeared unchanged. Under Han Feng's direction, Fu Xiaoya, in her role as the lobby manager, curtailed her fiery temperament and refrained from admonishing these traitors. Continuing to organize the work with admirable orderliness, a man clad in a hat and mask entered, casting furtive glances as though he were a thief. However, Fu Xiaoya immediately recognized him and exclaimed, "Blast it, Lu Qiangwang, what on earth are you doing here?" "Hey, Xiaoya," the man awkwardly chuckled, removing his mask to reveal himself as Zhuang Ge. For the first time, I learned his name, Lu Qiangzhuang, utterly unremarkable. "Sister, he was with Zhaimeng today, wielding a wooden stick and a blade, provoking us into a confrontation." I immediately disclosed this information, not wishing for Fu Xiaoya to become further entangled with him. "You wretch! I shall deliver you a beating," Fu Xiaoya exclaimed in fury, reaching out to slap Lu Qiangwang, who hastily shielded his face and pleaded for mercy. "Great-grandma, please spare me. I was merely summoned temporarily to assist Zhuang in creating a scene. I had no inkling it involved Zhou Yin and the others." "Zhou Yin, Yin good. I implore you to speak. I assure you, I did not strike anyone today. We merely engaged in a brief dance." Lu Qiangzhuang lamented with a tone of desperation. There lingered the possibility of patrons arriving, and the sight of a brawl would be most unfavorable. I drew Fu Xiaoya back, expressing my discontent towards Lu Qiangzhuang. "What are you lurking about for?" "To offer an apology." Lu Qiangzhuang produced 1,000 yuan, all crisp and fresh, as though it had just been withdrawn from the bank. Fu Xiaoya, never one to exhibit restraint, seized the money from him and tucked it into my pocket. "What more do you desire?" I made an inquiry, expressing my desire for an introduction to Feng Ge. Lu Qiangzhuang, adjusting his hat, boldly declared his intention to follow Feng Ge, believing it would undoubtedly lead to a promising future. I reminded him of his previous threats at the KTV entrance, where he had wished harm upon Feng Ge. I spoke candidly about his past actions, revealing my profound contempt for his character. In my ignorance, I had wronged Feng Ge. However, this time, I am earnestly seeking to ally myself with him. I vow this. Lu Qiangzhuang enthusiastically raised 3 fingers in affirmation. "Just wait." I turned and made my way to Han Feng's office to elucidate the circumstances. After a brief moment of reflection, Han Feng acquiesced. I summoned Lu Qiangzhuang. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately knelt, striking his forehead against the floor several times. It was clear that this time his submission was genuine. The events of the afternoon had instilled a profound fear of Han Feng within him. "Feng Ge, I was merely attempting to blend in to fabricate a scene this afternoon. I harbored no intention of targeting you," Lu Qiangzhuang explained. I was quite certain he had contemplated this before. He simply had not found the opportunity to approach, and subsequently, he truly became apprehensive. Han Feng regarded Lu Qiangzhuang with a trace of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Have you ever been involved with any gangs? What is the status of your family?" "I yearn to join the Yatang, yet Brother Long adamantly declines my acceptance." Alongside Xiaoya and 2 others, I once established a collective known as the 4 Heroes Society. However, Xiaoya withdrew shortly thereafter, leading to the dissolution of our group. My 2 brothers have recently been sent back home by our parents to seek employment. My parents operate a modest shop. Our financial circumstances are precarious. Yet we are not plagued by hunger, and they cannot restrain my aspirations. Lu Qiangwang spoke with unvarnished honesty, divulging his thoughts without hesitation. It was then that I discovered Fu Xiaoya, Lu Qiangzhuang, and their companions had once endeavored to establish a society known as the Four Heroes Society. It seemed rather a trivial pursuit. Nevertheless, the most notable action of this society was their interruption of my journey with Yuqing Man, which culminated in a 3-day confinement. "Rise," commanded Han Feng, raising his hand to signal Lu Qiangwang to stand, though he maintained a posture of deference. "What prompts your desire to form an alliance with me?" Han Feng queried, igniting a cigarette. "Brother Feng, you are the preeminent figure in the underworld of Dong'an County, celebrated for your esteemed reputation," although Lu Qiangzhuang hesitated. Seemingly inclined to reference a fall from grace, yet he curbed his words, swiftly altering his tone. "I am resolutely convinced that Brother Feng shall restore the underworld to its erstwhile magnificence. With utmost sincerity, I express my desire to follow you. A decision I shall never lament." A glimmer of pride danced in Han Feng's eyes, reminiscent of his previous supremacy, as he responded with an air of superiority, "Lu Qiangwang, given your earnestness, I shall permit you to accompany me." "Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng," Lu Qiangzhuang exclaimed, overwhelmed with elation, bowing repeatedly. He then cautiously inquired, "Brother Feng, does our gang possess a name?" Feng Yunhao, rising once more to reign over the land. Feng Yunhao. I was taken aback. Han Feng had indeed formed a gang, revealing himself to be quite the scoundrel. It is no wonder that Director Chang Yang had advised me against getting too close to Han Feng and Lao He, suggesting that it was an unfavorable predicament. Lu Qiangzhuang, however, was overjoyed, tears shimmering in his eyes as he raised his arm with an almost fervent enthusiasm. "I am eager to become a member of Feng Yunhao and shall follow Brother Feng's directives without any reservations. I shall establish a few regulations that must be strictly observed," Han Feng declared with solemnity. "I shall undoubtedly comply," Lu Qiangzhuang replied emphatically. Han Feng gravely asserted that as a member of Feng Yunhao, one must neither abuse authority nor engage in illicit activities that could tarnish the hall's esteemed reputation. It is imperative to safeguard its secrets, for their revelation could have dire repercussions for the organization. Betrayal or disloyalty to the hall would result in severe consequences, including physical incapacitation. Lu Qiangzhuang nodded earnestly, signifying his comprehension. Then, with an awkward smile, he inquired, "Brother Feng, how may I be of service to you? Do not disclose your affiliation with Feng Yunhao, nor mention my name. You must seamlessly integrate into the underworld," Han Feng instructed with a serious demeanor. "Am I to assume the role of an undercover agent?" Lu Qiangwang scratched his head, appearing somewhat uncertain about the future. "Something along those lines," Han Feng nodded, adding, "This role entails considerable responsibility. I shall provide you with a monthly activity budget of 1,800, and should you excel, there will be opportunities for bonuses." "Thank you, Brother Feng." Lu Qiangzhuang's face illuminated with delight, and he knelt in gratitude. Han Feng briefly elucidated the details and handed over the old black phone number to Lu Qiangzhuang before dismissing him. Lu Qiangzhuang donned his hat and mask, departing the Yi Mei KTV with the stealth of a thief. "Brother Feng, this youth is not to be trusted." I felt compelled to express my concern. "I am fully cognizant of that," Han Feng replied. "However, at this juncture, we find ourselves devoid of our own operatives active in the external world, leaving us unaware of the occurrences within the underbelly of society, which consequently places us in a rather passive stance regarding our undertakings." Han Feng's words were indeed sagacious. We conducted our affairs in plain sight, engaging in our business transparently, while Chu Hailong's faction lurked in the shadows, employing a myriad of underhanded strategies. It was imperative to acquire information in advance and remain poised for action. "He merely offered me 1,000 yuan as an apology," I revealed, extracting the currency from my pocket. "Brother, retain it for yourself," Han Feng insisted, seizing the cash. "Since he previously wronged you, he is obliged to make reparations. This sum is far from adequate. He evidently possesses little wealth, so let us not press the issue further." Despite Han Feng's resolute refusal, I once again pocketed the money and inquired, "Brother Feng, have we established the Feng Yunhao?" I spoke casually, eliciting a chuckle from Han Feng. "Our objective remains to generate income through lawful and ethical means, consciously steering clear of any affiliations that might evoke undue scrutiny. Though I may project a tough exterior, the memories of my time in prison are indeed best left unarticulated." With that sentiment, I felt a sense of comfort. I truly wished to avoid any entanglement with gangs, as such associations would tarnish my reputation. This evening, the office was bustling with guests, and just as I was preparing to step out to address some matters, a woman abruptly entered the office. It was Suli. She was resplendently attired in black stockings and high heels, a short skirt paired with a crisp white shirt. Complemented by stylish black-rimmed glasses, the air around her infused with the scent of exquisite perfume. Fu Xiaoya trailed closely behind, her demeanor radiating ire. As she forcefully shoved Su Li. "What are you doing here? Leave at once, you are not welcome." Su Li obstinately refused to budge, exclaiming, "No. I have matters to discuss with Han Feng. This is intolerable." "Xiaoya, let her be," Han Feng commanded with a frigid demeanor, compelling Fu Xiaoya to release Su Li, who stood to the side, visibly irritated. Su Li cast a glance in my direction, surprisingly managing a smile that appeared somewhat sycophantic. I maintained my icy demeanor towards her, uncertain of her motives, as that household already belonged to her. I pondered what schemes she was concocting at the KTV. "Su Li, it is indeed I. I have no association with you. Now enlighten me. How is this considered bullying?" Han Feng, who routinely lit a cigarette, exhibited an unusually composed demeanor. "My partner is incapacitated and requires care, yet you have imprisoned my children in the KTV to cater to others for paltry wages. Is this not what one would term bullying?" Su Li retorted. I comprehended the situation. Su Li had begun to harbor resentment towards her obligations to my father, yearning for me to assume her responsibilities. In doing so, she could indulge in her escapades more freely, mingling with the ladies of that so-called club, sipping tea, admiring blossoms, and concocting schemes to entice men. Fu Xiaoya perceived the underlying implication, provocatively inquiring, "Do you wish for me to resign and tend to a half-dead stepfather?" Su Li, gritting her teeth in exasperation, made it evident that her ire was not directed at Fu Xiaoya. She cryptically responded, "Someone must attend to him. Han Feng's methods are utterly inhumane." Such absurdity. What relevance does this have to Feng? Both Xiaoya and I were compelled to leave our home because of you. Now that you can no longer endure the circumstances, are you beginning to feel remorse? Fu Xiaoya derided. "I did not compel your departure. It was your insurrection that propelled you into exile, reducing you to the scum of society," Su Li replied incisively. "I shall not return to my abode. My father is devoid of worth. You may manage him as you wish. Do not castigate me for my perceived callousness, nor endeavor to ensnare me with the chains of filial duty. Ever since my father wed Su Li, I have been rendered invisible in his perception. He has disregarded me, inflicting upon me incessant domestic torment, leaving my heart completely fragmented. I shall not return either. I find contentment in my current position." Fu Xiaoya chuckled, directly addressing Su Li by name. "Su Li, you ought to contemplate the repercussions of being abandoned by all," she continued. "Han Feng, how have you managed to indoctrinate them into becoming such pitiable creatures? They are still not yet 20. Can you truly endure this?" Su Li directed her wrath toward Han Feng. Her eyes brimmed with tears, fists tightly clenched, she appeared poised for confrontation. Crash! Han Feng struck the table, his voice frigid and devoid of any warmth. "Su Li, had it not been for Xiaoya and Xiaoyan, I would have expelled you long ago. We are of an age where nothing remains concealed. Cease this pretense. Simply articulate your intentions plainly. I am concerned that the children may emulate your poor example, leaving them with no avenue for redemption in the future." Su Li spoke with a maternal tone, her neck tense. "That is scarcely the truth." Han Feng dismissed with a wave of his hand. "Should you persist in squandering time, do not hold me accountable for any perceived rudeness. The father of the children yearns for their return to assist in the management of the company. It is undoubtedly more advantageous than earning meager sums here," Su Li lamented, ultimately disclosing her true intentions. "We harbor no interest in old Zhou's declining enterprise. Xiaoya and I possess shares in KTV and are certain to amass considerable wealth in the future," Fu Xiaoya retorted with disdain. "What shares?" Su Li inquired, perplexed. Han Feng retrieved the equity distribution document from the drawer and tossed it to Su Li. As she caught it and glanced down, a look of astonishment crossed her face, prompting her to turn and gaze at me. "Fu Xiaoya holds a mere 5%, yet I possess 40%. Su Li has perpetually regarded me with disdain, convinced that beyond my academic achievements, I am timid and ineffectual. She could never have fathomed that I am the second largest shareholder here, possessing genuine authority over Yi Mei KTV. It is an immutable aspect of Su Li's character to distort the truth and fabricate falsehoods." She placed the equity document upon the desk, her dissatisfaction intensifying with each passing moment. "Han Feng, what you are doing is utterly reprehensible, exploiting two innocent children who are blissfully unaware. How much can KTV genuinely profit? Once you abscond with some ill-gotten gains, do you intend to abandon the children to shoulder the debts?" Han Feng's eyes darkened with fury, his impatience evident as he lit another cigarette, teetering on the verge of an explosion. "Su Li, we accept the shares and are prepared to face the repercussions. This matter is of no concern to you. I finally interjected. Precisely. Keep your nose out of our affairs. KTV has proven to be remarkably lucrative. Recently, Fu Xiaoya intended to share that she had just acquired a loan of 2 million, feeling a surge of financial optimism. Yet, suddenly recalling the necessity for discretion, she swiftly amended her statement. I merely initiated a promotional event. There are bonuses this month. In an unexpected turn, Suli fell to her knees before me, weeping inconsolably. Xiaoyan, you have matured, your wings have strengthened, yet you must not forsake your family. He is your biological father. One must never abandon their conscience. Upon hearing the words abandon conscience, my fury ignited. Suli, is there anyone more devoid of conscience than you? You have shattered my family, obliterated my education. And now my father lies paralyzed. Do you intend to simply walk away from it all? If that is your wish, then divorce him. His future existence is of no concern to you. With eyes ablaze, I shouted in fury, overwhelmed by an insatiable urge to strike her. Arise, this display is utterly disgraceful. Fu Xiaoya, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment, earnestly attempted to lift Su Li, yet Su Li remained obstinate, her sobs intensifying. Brother, please return home tomorrow and address this matter. At last, Han Feng interjected, asserting, regardless of the gravity of the situation, we shall stand by you. No one shall dare to intimidate you. I was resolute in my desire to avoid returning home. Nonetheless, compelled by Han Feng's counsel, I furrowed my brow and stated, Su Li, I shall come home tomorrow afternoon. Kindly refrain from creating a scene here. Very well, we shall await your arrival. Only then did Su Li rise, wipe away her tears, and exit the office. Fu Xiaoya wore a pensive expression, choosing not to accompany her, and return to her responsibilities with clients. Brother Feng, I sincerely apologize for this disturbance. I was deeply disheartened, longing to liberate myself from the entanglements of familial bonds, yet perpetually trapped, suffocated by the complex fabric of my situation. Not at all. Han Feng gestured dismissively and reassured me, brother, when confronted with challenges, face them head on. No matter how dire your circumstances may seem, they are insignificant compared to mine. At least you possess treasured memories. Indeed, prior to Su Li's intervention, my abode resonated with laughter. Those cherished memories now exist solely within the confines of photographs. I extend my gratitude to Brother Feng. With that, I too ventured forth to attend to the guests. It was only amidst the flurry of activity that I could momentarily evade unwelcome thoughts, discovering ephemeral moments of liberation. In the stillness of the night, I reclined on the sofa, my head resting on my arm, pondering how to confront my father and Su Li upon my return home the following day. Regardless of their entreaties, I would not assume command of that company. Only in alignment with Han Feng did I sense any semblance of stability, a flicker of hope in life. The door creaked open. Fu Xiaoya entered, gently nudging my shoulder. Lie down, she instructed. I complied, shifting further into the sofa, believing she intended to take a seat beside me. To my astonishment, Fu Xiaoya reclined next to me, pressing herself closely against my side. I could feel her breath, sweet and fragrant, and sensed her softness, radiating warmth. A profound sense of happiness enveloped me, saturating my entire being. How I longed for time to freeze in this moment, crystallizing into eternity, steadfast as the mountains and boundless as the seas. An overwhelming urge surged within me, compelling me to embrace Fu Xiaoya with fervor, yet I resisted with all my strength. Xiaoyan, your life is indeed arduous. As if you are ensnared in a quagmire from which you cannot extricate yourself, Fu Xiaoya sighed. It is of no consequence. I have become somewhat accustomed to it. I replied softly, adding, Sister, you too face your own tribulations. Humph. Fu Xiaoya retorted with a sneer of disdain. I am a young woman. Ultimately, I shall wed a prosperous gentleman and embrace a life devoid of anxieties. As for Su Li, if I resolve to be unyielding, she shall possess no influence over me. Her strategies of supplication and entreaty are in vain. Married? A wave of melancholy surged within me, rendering me abruptly mute. Indeed, Fu Xiaoya shall marry one day. Will we still find solace in the warmth of one another then? Fu Xiaoya, avoiding my gaze, gracefully crossed her legs and ignited a cigarette, declaring candidly, Xiaoyan, irrespective of your sentiments, I harbor a deep disdain for your father. His current misfortune is nothing short of poetic justice. I comprehend your sentiments. I share a similar disdain. I admitted earnestly, although my father's present predicament has somewhat dulled my animosity towards him. I shall accompany you home tomorrow, declared Fu Xiaoya. I am capable of handling matters independently. What if she encounters an individual intent on causing you harm? I shall face them directly and unflinchingly. Instinctively, I reached for the surgical knife concealed within the couch's seams. Do not act foolishly. You are far too inept to have outwitted Su Li. Perhaps you have forgotten that they are all university students who have dabbled in business. They possess keen intellects and can easily wreak havoc upon two families, Fu Xiaoya cautioned. Should we summon Hage for assistance? I began to fret that Su Li might lay yet another trap for me at home, particularly now that my father was incapacitated, granting her the freedom to act as she desired. Absolutely not. Fu Xiaoya vehemently dismissed my suggestion, boldly asserting, if any trouble arises, I shall carve a path through any adversity to ensure your safety. Sister, thank you. I was profoundly touched, a wave of warmth enveloping my heart. And in a fleeting moment of unrestrained emotion, I drew Fu Xiaoya into a tight embrace. Initially, she remained motionless, but as I leaned closer to her fragrant neck, she gently pushed me away, exhaling a puff of irritation. Do not come so near, it is stifling. Have you not bathed in half a year? You emit a dreadful odor. That is not true, I retorted, feeling a flush of embarrassment as I loosened my hold. I shall take a shower tomorrow. Fu Xiaoya seemed indifferent to such concerns, her gaze deliberately averted as she softly murmured, the truth is, I am not returning home, not because Su Li struck me. Then why? I harbor a profound fear of your father. Do you comprehend? Fu Xiaoya's countenance became progressively more distressed. I find myself at a loss for comprehension. I shook my head in bewilderment. In my recollection, my father had consistently shown kindness towards Fu Xiaoya and had never raised a hand against her, save for that solitary occasion when he declined her plea for a motorcycle. You are truly beyond redemption, Fu Xiaoya remarked, her frustration palpable, as she gently struck my chest before standing up to depart, forcefully closing the door in her wake. I reclined once more, the couch still imbued with the warmth of Fu Xiaoya's presence. It was entirely justifiable for her to harbor resentment towards my father. She had always perceived him as an intruder upon her family, complicit in her father's tragic demise. Yet, what could have fostered such profound fear of him within her? I found myself unable to comprehend the resolution. The subsequent afternoon arrived, and within Han Feng's office, the shareholders assembled to deliberate on three significant matters. Firstly, they collectively determined the salaries, ensuring that each individual would possess sufficient funds for their sustenance. Fu Xiaoya's remuneration was elevated to 4,000, while the other three would each receive 3,000, thereby securing their fundamental living expenses. There were no dissenting voices, and the proposal was unanimously adopted. Fu Xiaoya was particularly jubilant. Should she receive a bonus, she would be regarded as part of the affluent class within this modest county. Secondly, they resolved to procure a second-hand vehicle, prioritizing convenience and transportation, with the added advantage of elevating their social standing. A discussion ensued regarding who would assume the responsibility of driving the automobile. Old He cheerfully raised his hand, revealing that he possessed a driver's license acquired after his release from incarceration. Prior to his imprisonment, he had driven a large truck for a considerable duration, demonstrating notable skill behind the wheel. Had it not been for Han Feng's invitation, he would have pursued a career in long-haul freight. Han Feng, ever observant, discerned the sparkle in Fu Xiaoya's eyes and encouraged her to take the time to learn to drive, assuring her that the KTV would cover the tuition fees. Overjoyed, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Once, she had envisioned owning a motorcycle, and now, the prospect of possessing a car was even more alluring. However, the third matter elicited a moment of hesitation from Han Feng, who finally broke the silence after a prolonged pause. I apologize, everyone. I wish to borrow 10,000 from the company each month, and I pledge to repay it after the dividends are distributed. Brother Feng, you need not repay it. Simply utilize it as you deem appropriate, I declared, feeling a profound sense of camaraderie. Let events unfold as they should. Han Feng sighed, elucidating, Xiaoyan understands my circumstances. My mother suffers from mental illness and has been hospitalized for years, with monthly expenses totaling 10,000. The hospital has assured me that they will not raise the fees. Although she no longer recognizes me as her son, I cannot forsake her. Han Feng was not one to indulge in sentimentality. Nevertheless, Old He was deeply moved. Old Han. There is no need for formality among brothers. Regardless of the adversities, one must support their mother. He added poignantly, while a mother lives, one knows the path of life. Once she departs, all that remains is the journey home. I harbor no objections. Fu Xiaoya raised her hand, albeit struggling to resonate with the notion of maternal greatness, particularly given that her own mother, Su Li, had created a tumultuous scene merely the night prior, leaving her with lingering sentiments of resentment and humiliation. Thank you, everyone. Han Feng brought his fists together and elevated one hand. I pledge to guarantee that each of you leads a life of distinction, confronting challenges boldly without retreat. We must endeavor towards success, I proclaimed, brimming with fervor. Indeed, we shall never capitulate. Fu Xiaoya's voice resonated strongly. Once the discussions reached their conclusion, Fu Xiaoya and I departed from the KTV, embarking on our journey home. This time, I pedaled my bicycle, with Fu Xiaoya nestled comfortably against me. She instinctively wrapped her arm around my waist, drawing nearer. As we faced the breeze and sunlight, basking in the envious glances of passers-by, we continued our ride with unwavering determination. Regrettably, our journey was brief, and we soon arrived at the home we both dreaded. I unlocked the door and stepped into the living room, where I found not only my father in his wheelchair and the meticulously groomed Su Li, but also a man in his 30s, impeccably attired in a sharp blue suit adorned with a checkered tie. His hair was flawlessly styled, and his eyes sparkled with cunning intelligence. Upon noticing Fu Xiaoya and me, he offered a measured, slight smile, which Fu Xiaoya met with icy sarcasm. Well, you've brought yet another man home, unchanged in your ways. Xiaoya, please refrain from such comments, Su Li interjected hastily. This is Lawyer Zhang, who has been diligently managing your father's accident case and advocating for our rights. He is not my father, Fu Xiaoya asserted defiantly. Very well, suit yourself. Su Li replied with a resigned shrug and a soft sigh. My father appeared remarkably composed, his gaze sweeping over my face and Fu Xiaoya's without a hint of disturbance, before shifting to the ceiling above. Su Li, what exactly do you intend to do? Speak up. I was overwhelmed by a wave of impatience. The atmosphere within this abode was suffocating, rendering it arduous to draw a breath. Even with the windows flung wide open, I felt an overwhelming desire to scream. Let Lawyer Zhang elucidate the matter. Just articulate it already. Fu Xiaoya, growing increasingly restless, reclined upon the sofa, resting a leg atop the coffee table, and ignited a cigarette. Look at you in that deplorable state, Su Li snapped. This is my essence. Come to terms with your educational shortcomings. Fu Xiaoya retorted with disdain. Engaging in an argument will yield no resolution. Lawyer Zhang interjected, casting a glance at both Fu Xiaoya and myself, and proclaimed, I have been entrusted by both parties to convey a matter of utmost significance. Children bear a legal responsibility to support their parents, as explicitly delineated by law. Do not present that to me. I share no blood ties with him. From whence does this obligation arise? Fu Xiaoya gestured towards my father, then shifted her focus to Su Li. I have also severed my connection with her. Moreover, she enjoys robust health. Does she genuinely require assistance? I held a profound admiration for Fu Xiaoya's audacity, yet I found myself at a loss for words, unable to express my own yearning to dissociate from my father. He seemed truly pitiable, much like a soulless marionette, at the mercy of others' whims. Fu Xiaoya, as a legal practitioner, I must remind you that the law does not acknowledge the dissolution of blood ties. Even the act of signing a document would be rendered meaningless, Lawyer Zhang cautioned. Enlighten me, then, on how one might render such a termination legitimate. Fu Xiaoya responded sharply, her temper ignited. It is inconceivable. Lawyer Zhang's demeanor was unwavering as he asserted, parents invest immensely in nurturing their offspring. Therefore, children must uphold their obligations. Failure to do so undermines the very essence of justice. In that moment, I could not help but admire Su Li's cunning and insidiousness when familial bonds faltered. She turned to legal means to manipulate our circumstances. Her selfishness was glaring, utterly dismissing the fact that we had only just stepped into adulthood. In any nurturing environment, parents would recognize that their children remain, fundamentally, children. Lawyer Zhang, I am struggling to sustain myself, let alone provide for my father. I had no intention of confronting Lawyer Zhang, but I felt compelled to underscore my precarious predicament. The stark reality was that to date, my earnings had been limited to tips from a KTV, and I had yet to receive a formal salary. Zhou Yin. Financial contributions are merely one aspect of supporting one's parents. You can assist in other meaningful ways, Lawyer Zhang proposed. For example, by frequently visiting home to aid your father with his laundry and attend to his daily needs. That is impossible. I resolutely declined. This had nothing to do with filial devotion. Should I become ensnared in this predicament, my existence would be forever tethered to my father, merely attending to a hollow vessel, while all prospects for the future would be extinguished. Su Li, on the other hand, found comfort in the chaos. Frankly, we shall not involve ourselves in this familial turmoil. She may create whatever disturbances she wishes, Fu Xiaoya declared with indignation, gesturing emphatically towards Su Li. Lawyer Zhang, well versed in such scenarios, maintained his composed demeanor, stating, If this reaches the courtroom, Zhou Yin will inevitably face defeat. Then let us proceed to court, I retorted, utterly indifferent. I have no qualms about exposing this trivial family dispute to public scrutiny, allowing the judge and all present to deliberate. Su Li's countenance altered slightly as she feigned concern. Zhou Yin, I sincerely hope it does not come to that. After all, we remain family and ought to support one another through all adversities. Nonsense. It is you who has compelled my hand, leaving me bereft of options. At that moment, my countenance must have been truly fearsome. Zhou Yin, Miss. Su has suggested a compromise that you may wish to contemplate prior to resorting to legal proceedings, Lawyer Zhang interjected. Speak. I discerned the convoluted trajectory the discourse had taken before arriving at its essence. Lawyer Zhang produced a document and presented it to me, encapsulating its contents. Su Li would assume sole responsibility for the care of my father, renouncing any claims to my filial obligations. In exchange, I would be required to relinquish all rights to the family assets, placing everything at Su Li's discretion, acknowledging my recent transition into adulthood. They proposed to bestow upon me my father's company as a means of sustenance. Ha, ha, ha. I could not contain my laughter, offering Su Li an approving gesture. Su Li, you remain as contemptible as ever, unchanged in your nature. What do you mean? Every action I undertake is for your benefit, serving another leads to futility. Being one's own master is the true path to success. Su Li feigned a facade of benevolence, which was utterly repulsive. Her genuine aim was to amass the entirety of the family fortune, withholding a single penny from me. Furthermore, my father's enterprise was nothing more than a faude. He merely carried a briefcase and traversed to established business connections, lacking even a solitary employee. A quintessential shell company. What purpose would it serve me to inherit its ownership? Yet Su Li had miscalculated. I had never harbored any intention of contesting her for any assets. The mere thought was utterly exhausting. Still, she continued to regard me with suspicion, scheming against me. That was the reason she sought out the KTV last night, weeping and creating a scene. Solely to ensure that I would sign this agreement to forfeit my claim to the assets today. Su Li, you are truly disappointing. Your machinations against Zhou Yin are disgraceful. Your conscience must be utterly absent. Fu Xiaya furiously directed a finger at Su Li. This is none of your concern. Su Li, incensed by the affront, responded without hesitation. Xiaya, tend to your own affairs. Cease your interference with Zhou Yin. It is exceedingly unsettling. Wretched woman, you possess no authority to dictate. Fu Xiaya, unable to suppress her wrath, rose to confront Su Li, but I firmly restrained her. Sister, refrain from impulsiveness. Let us not descend to their level. This is intolerable. It matters not. This family was never truly ours, so let us bring this to a resolution. Strangely, I found myself enveloped in a sense of calm. There was no necessity for an interminable dispute, allowing an outsider like Lawyer Zhang to revel in the spectacle. I approached my father with caution and asked, Father, does your company carry any debts? None. He shook his head resolutely and added, there remain over 3 months' rent to cover. And I had previously deposited 1,000 yuan for your phone bill, so you may utilize that for now. Father, your generosity knows no bounds, I remarked, offering a gentle pat on his shoulder. I possess no other option, he sighed, a trace of resignation lacing his voice. Zhou Yin, you must learn to depend upon yourself. Should the day come when I am no longer present, there is no need for you to pay tribute. I have wronged you the most. Rest assured, I shall not. I uttered the most callous words, yet my heart ached, a wave of dizziness enveloping me, compelling me to lower my gaze. I signed the agreement, producing 2 copies. After hastily folding my copy, I tucked it into my pocket. Su Li, visibly relieved, no longer concealed her smile. It was the satisfaction of a scheme well executed. Yet, the matter was far from concluded. Su Li insisted on proceeding with the transfer of corporate ownership forthwith, under the guise of ensuring my peace of mind. Eager to navigate through the tumult swiftly, I acquiesced. My father's second-hand car had already been sold by Su Li, and I remained unaware of the sale price. Upon exiting, Su Li entered Lawyer Zhang's vehicle. Fu Xiaya, however, refused to yield, insisting on riding on the back of my bicycle, much to Su Li's chagrin, who ground her teeth in frustration. Zhou Yin, I believed I heard my father's voice and turned to gaze. At that moment, he had maneuvered his wheelchair to the window, not genuinely calling out to me, but sporting a whimsical grin, waving in a mechanical manner. I returned his wave and subsequently departed with Fu Xiaya. The car trailed behind the bicycle, maintaining a leisurely pace. Half an hour later, we arrived at the Administration for Industry and Commerce. Previously, I had no knowledge of the orientation of the entrance. Yet, this week, I found myself there twice, contemplating the unforeseen twist of fate. At the service window, Suli presented my father's identification card along with the signed authorization letter. Shushun Trading Company Limited had two shareholders, my father and Suli. By regulation, it was impermissible for all shares to be transferred solely into my name. Hence, Fu Xiaoya had to be included. She insisted on taking only 5%, further aggravating Suli's displeasure. Her discontent stemmed not from the financial aspect, but from the apprehension of burdening her daughter with an empty shell. The process was completed expeditiously. I now held the position of legal representative for the company, yet my heart resonated with no semblance of joy. I felt as though I had accepted a scalding potato that I would inevitably need to relinquish. As we exited the Administration for Industry and Commerce, Suli donned her familiar insincere smile. Xiaoyin, you are always welcome to return home. No matter the time, we are family. My only request is for my father to live a little longer. What a remark to make. He is my husband. Suli cast me a sidelong glance before entering Lawyer Zhang's vehicle, her expression towards Fu Xiaoya particularly intricate. She had attained her desires. Yet it was at the cost of her daughter. Overwhelmed by grief, Suli wept, concealing her face with her hands, her shoulders quaking. I observed Lawyer Zhang extending his arm, gently enveloping Suli in an embrace, seemingly attempting to offer solace, but the gesture appeared rather ambiguous. The sedan accelerated away, disappearing into the thoroughfare. Xiaoyu witnessed this tableau and scornfully declared, "She will never evolve. Her unquenchable desires shall inevitably lead to her undoing. Do not be disheartened, sister. Let us return." I gestured towards the rear seat of the bicycle, and Xiaoyu ascended, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Xiaoyin, do you experience a sense of liberation?" "Indeed. That encapsulates my sentiments perfectly," I responded with a smile. "With you, this playful little imp by my side, I no longer experience solitude. Equally, your presence is truly delightful. Shall we regard ourselves as each other's lifelines?" "Indeed, we bolster one another." We conversed and reveled in laughter all the way back to the KTV. This place felt akin to home. I stepped into Han Feng's office and candidly recounted all that had transpired, even presenting him with the business license. Han Feng seemed largely unperturbed. As a mature gentleman, his outlook on matters was markedly different. In his estimation, Su Li, although astute and calculating, was ultimately myopic, fixated solely on her immediate gains. Inevitably, she would find herself destitute, having depleted all her resources. Only through the relentless generation of wealth can one sustain an ideal existence. "Brother, what are your intentions for this company?" With a smile, Han Feng inquired. "I intend to dissolve it." That indeed was my initial plan. "No. Retaining it may yield advantages," he countered. Han Feng expressed his belief that my father's trading company had been established quite some time ago. At that time, regulatory constraints were minimal, permitting an extensive range of operations. The company encompassed hardware, electrical appliances, daily necessities, clothing, footwear, snacks, cosmetics, toys, and more. Re-establishing such a company now would be exceedingly arduous due to the stringent entry requirements imposed on numerous industries. I listened in a daze. But since Han Feng had suggested it, we might as well retain it for the time being. After all, there was no obligation to pay rent for 3 months, and no significant investment was required. "Brother, there is no challenge we cannot surmount. Release what must be relinquished. We now possess a modest sum of funds. Thus let us direct our efforts towards the generation of income. Ultimately, one's dignity is frequently acquired through monetary means." Han Feng spoke with earnestness, reminiscent of an elder brother. "I comprehend. With the contract duly signed, I find myself no longer tethered to that family." I nodded gravely, my heart yearning for a fresh beginning. Upon departing the office, I sought solace in an unoccupied room to recline, besieged by an ineffable weariness and heavy heart. The image of my father, waving from the window, flashed before my eyes. Once the patriarch, he now appeared utterly powerless in that moment. A renewed loathing for Su Li washed over me. It was she who had transformed our once happy home into ruins. Unashamedly, she had now entwined herself with a lawyer. My father had invited turmoil into our lives, and he bore the responsibility for this calamity. My current plight was beyond his concern. At that moment, my phone rang. It was Lu Fangfei calling from the photography studio's landline. "Zhouyin, what have you been preoccupied with these days?" Lu Fangfei inquired with a smile. "I have been employed as a KTV attendant, indulging in late nights and occasionally visiting the gym," I replied nonchalantly. So much had transpired recently that I felt no inclination to divulge it to her. "I have a promising opportunity." Before Lu Fangfei could complete her thought, I interjected, "Fangfei, we can no longer partake in such endeavors. It is merely a matter of time before we are discovered, and we would lament it too late. What are your thoughts, Wander? I am not naive, she retorted, appearing slightly displeased. She continued, it is this. A client approached me, requesting a photo shoot at their residence, offering 2,000 yuan. Why would they pay such a sum? I asked, astounded. These are personal photographs for a private collection, and a confidentiality agreement must be executed. I feel uneasy going to a stranger's home alone. Would you accompany me? I can only extend an offer of 500, as half must be allocated to the photography studio. The allure of earning 500 merely by accompanying her was indeed tempting. Lu Ziwen had been peculiarly silent of late. It appeared he had come to terms with the robbery incident, which invigorated my resolve. Does that meet with your approval? Provide me with a direct response, Lu Fengfei insisted, her impatience palpable. Very well, I shall accompany you, I resolved. Tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, in front of the photography studio, let us not miss one another. I shall be there punctually, I assured her. The following morning, I first visited the gym before cycling to the Shanghai building. This commercial edifice is available for lease and stands as a notable landmark in Dong'an County. My father's company is situated here, in room 508, and it marked my inaugural visit. I ascended to the 5th floor via the elevator and unlocked the door, unveiling a space of less than 20 square meters, adorned with red flooring. A set of fabric sofas lay shrouded in dust. An empty file cabinet stood in the corner, while a large black desk bore a telephone, and the aging swivel chair reclined backward. I opened the window to allow fresh air to enter, which clashed with the stale atmosphere inside, creating a suffocating scent that provoked my cough. I located a mop and cloth and procured a basin of water from the restroom on the floor. I have always been particular about cleanliness, a habit cultivated by Su Li. After half an hour, I had finally rendered the room immaculate, and then I settled into the office chair, leisurely spinning a few times. My father depended on this room to sustain our family. He was quite shrewd, having ventured into the business world at an early age and amassed a considerable fortune. However, my father's personal life was far from commendable. His sense of responsibility was notably deficient, particularly in his choice of a partner like Su Li, whose motives were dubious, which irrevocably altered the fabric of our family. I then opened the drawer and unexpectedly discovered a picture frame. In the photograph, for individuals beamed with joy. My parents were positioned centrally, my mother holding my hand while my father grasped my little sister's hand. The backdrop, a serene sea, captured 6 years ago. The seascape was merely a setting. We had not journeyed there, but had taken a group photograph in the studio. I vaguely recalled that day as my parents' wedding anniversary, gently caressing the photograph. A wave of nostalgia engulfed me. How warm and loving our family once was, now irrevocably fragmented. My father had preserved this photo. Perhaps he too occasionally reflected on the past. At that moment, the telephone on the desk rang. Instinctively, I responded. It was the service desk downstairs, notifying me that a pickup order from Zhou Shun Company had been awaiting collection for quite some time. To my astonishment, my father had placed an order. Perhaps he had forgotten about it entirely. I straightened the photo frame on the table, gazed at it momentarily, and after a brief pause, I activated call forwarding on my phone before securing the door and descending the stairs. At the service desk on the 1st floor, I retrieved the pickup slip. It failed to delineate the contents of the goods, merely labeled as daily necessities. The designated pickup location was the freight yard at the train station. Should I apprise my father? I paused for a fleeting moment before ultimately choosing to refrain. My father has become a mere marionette under Su Li's dominion, and I harbored no intention of benefiting that malevolent woman. With the pickup slip securely stowed away, I pedaled my bicycle back to the KTV. Just as I secured my bike at the entrance, a sleek black Audi glided to a halt before me. Lao He emerged from the driver's seat, his face alight with a broad smile, evidently in high spirits. He opened the passenger door and assisted Han Feng, who leaned on a cane, as he gracefully stepped out. Han Feng, too, was in jubilant spirits, waving at me with a warm smile. "Is this our car?" I exclaimed, my heart brimming with joy. "Haha, doesn't it look magnificent?" Han Feng chuckled heartily. "I am acquainted with the rogue who trades in pre-owned vehicles. This particular one originally bore a price tag exceeding 400,000 and has scarcely traversed 10,000 kilometers. He was compelled to part with it hastily due to familial circumstances and offered it at a mere 80,000. 80,000 remains a substantial sum, indeed, a rather lavish expenditure. I chose to suppress any hint of discontent. After all, a sedan embodies the prestige of the KTV and ought not to be perceived as overly modest. "Brother Feng, I paid a visit to Zhou Shun's company this morning." "Oh." Han Feng appeared unperturbed and continued. if the rental cost is not excessively burdensome. We can persist in leasing it. Every enterprise requires an office space. I possess a pickup slip, which I presented to Han Feng. He scrutinized it intently, his brow furrowing slightly. This order was placed by the previous company. Brother, what are your intentions regarding it? Given their unrelenting stance and insistence on transferring the company to me, I intend to retain this batch of goods and explore the possibility of selling them for some monetary gain, I declared with conviction. That seems reasonable, Han Feng acknowledged. I do not wish to incite discord, yet it is worth noting that Su Li expelled you. The benefit she accrues undoubtedly far surpass this collection of goods. I shall require the assistance of Lao He to procure these goods. It is certainly not an inconvenience. Lao He readily acquiesced, chuckling, The timing for the car purchase is simply impeccable. Let us first ascertain what these daily necessities truly entail, Han Feng remarked with a smile. The initial practical application of the newly acquired second-hand sedan revealed itself to be the transportation of goods. Yet, in our eagerness to utilize the vehicle, we paid no heed to this reality. I joyfully settled into the sedan and promptly set off for the train station. Lao He exhibited remarkable driving prowess. He navigated the car with both agility and steadiness while maintaining a lively discourse. Han Feng encouraged me to take the necessary steps to obtain my driver's license. In the future, when our business flourished, we could invest in an even finer automobile. I vaguely concurred, not fully engaging with his sentiments. Despite the KTV thriving, the revenue remained rather limited. Owning a vehicle was merely a financial burden. Furthermore, the funds at my disposal were a loan that would ultimately necessitate repayment, along with accrued interest. Upon our arrival at the freight center of the train station, we successfully retrieved the consignment, burdened with 2 hefty bags. I struggled alongside Lao He to load them into the car. I also received the cargo list, which left me utterly disheartened. It revealed a bulk order of nail clippers, 10,000 of them. The invoice indicated a unit price of 50 cents each. I was at a loss to understand why my father had placed such an order, totaling 5,000 yuan. Perhaps the supplier had delayed shipping for an extended period, and my father had resigned himself to the situation, ultimately forgetting about it altogether. Brother, fret not about selling these. Their price can easily double, Han Feng reassured me. Though it was apparent that he held little enthusiasm for the merchandise. Doubling the price would imply selling each nail clipper for 1 yuan, which was indeed not exorbitant. Even upon selling them all, we could realize a tidy sum of 10,000 yuan. Yet, a frown creased my brow. I could scarcely envision myself cycling about daily to hawk nail clippers. Observing my predicament, Han Feng graciously suggested an alternative sales strategy. We could present them as modest gifts at our KTV. Upon settling the accounts, we could subsequently allocate this sum as personal earnings for the brothers. I expressed my heartfelt gratitude, but Han Feng waved it off with casual indifference. As comrades, we ought to support one another. It is of little consequence. During our return journey to the KTV, we placed the 2 sizable bags in the office. I retrieved a surgical knife and deftly sliced open one of the bags, unveiling a slender box. Quite impressive. It even comes beautifully packaged, which will enable us to command a higher price, Han Feng remarked. The cost price of 50 cents is indeed remarkably low, Lao He agreed, then added with a playful grin, Brother, sell me one first. Come on, hey go. You may choose one. It is merely a gesture of camaraderie, I remarked, extending several boxes toward him, from which he joyfully selected one. Upon unveiling the contents, he was greeted by a 2-piece ensemble that included not only a nail clipper but also a nail file, both crafted from stainless steel, radiating a lustrous silvery brilliance. Unlike conventional nail clippers, this particular design was foldable, adopting a rectangular form no thicker than a coin, complete with a keychain affixed to the rear. Truly, this is rather impressive. It is exquisite and would serve as an ideal gift, Han Feng chuckled. The quality is exceptional, remarkably sharp, and effortless to use, Lao He exclaimed, immediately embarking on the task of trimming his nails with evident pleasure. Let us reserve these for our KTV patrons. I harbored no objections, and after procuring a box, I ventured outside, discovered a quaint restaurant, and savored a bowl of noodles before cycling to the photography studio. This afternoon, I was to accompany Lu Fengfei for a portrait session, which would yield me 500 yuan. Lu Fengfei appeared to delight in sitting by the window, gazing at the picturesque scenery. Upon noticing my arrival, she instantly smiled and gestured for me to enter. Upon stepping into the studio, I found it desolate and presented her with the small box. Fengfei, here is a modest gift for you. It holds little value, I said. Haha, I cherish everything you bestow upon me, she replied with a radiant smile, opening the box and exclaiming, Wow, This nail clipper is precisely what I desired to purchase. It is so exquisite. Such hyperbole. How extravagant could an item worth 50 cents truly be? Lu Fangfei's humble earnings inevitably constrain her worldview in contrast to those of affluence, prompting her to discern worth in every aspect of life. Undoubtedly, her comments may also serve as a means to elevate my spirits. Did you acquire this from Taobao? I asked. Lu Fangfei responded with a brilliant smile, leaving me in a state of complete bewilderment. What is Taobao? It is a recently inaugurated shopping website. This nail clipper is priced at 68, she murmured. 68? I could scarcely fathom her words, exclaiming, that is rather costly. Oh, my apologies, it must be a premium imitation. She elucidated, examining it intently without the slightest trace of discontent, her smile steadfast. I share a fondness for replicas as well. I can adorn my keychain with them. She remarked. Fangfei, what would be the selling price of a replica? I inquired with genuine interest. Surely, it must be half the price, I continued. I could accept anything below 30, she replied nonchalantly, before asking, where did you acquire this, Zhou? A friend bestowed it upon me, I responded, concealing the truth while my thoughts were in disarray. This nail clipper, even if valued at 20, could represent a fortune of 200,000. Struck by the notion of affluence, Lu Fangfei proceeded to affix the nail clipper to her keychain, seized her DSLR camera, and firmly secured the door of the photography studio behind her. She had recently acquired a new phone, a striking red device that exuded elegance. I pondered if it had been procured during the most recent heist. I saved her number, inscribing it with her name. As she mounted her bicycle and enveloped my waist with her arms, we pedaled away from the studio. Along our journey, Lu Fangfei inquired, Zhou, has my father reached out to you again? No, I replied. I shook my head. He has always harbored suspicions towards me and has yet to seize the opportunity to act. This is my own shortcoming for failing to contemplate the situation thoroughly. I ought to have presented you with a pair of spectacles back then. My father's discerning gaze is remarkably astute, Lu Fangfei lamented. Fangfei, it is not merely a matter of wearing glasses. We should never have ventured into such perilous territory, I remarked, furrowing my brow. Nevertheless, I will not allow him to evade responsibility, she asserted with unwavering resolve. He owes this family far too much to ever atone for his debts. You would do well to reconsider. Zhou, there is no need for concern. Even if I were to find myself ensnared in a dire circumstance one day, I would never betray you. I possess that much integrity. I harbor no desire for you to face any difficulties. The words escaped my lips before I could restrain them, and I instantly lamented their tone. Lu Fangfei fell into silence. After a significant pause, she spoke with a hint of melancholy, Zhou. Should I meet my end one day, I hope you might occasionally visit my grave, so I would not feel so forsaken. I came to an abrupt stop on my bicycle and turned back, filled with discontent. Fangfei, refrain from uttering such foreboding words. Banish that negative energy. In truth, I find myself beset by illness, and quite gravely so. It is a hereditary affliction, Lu Fangfei declared with earnestness. Throughout the years, I have endeavored to pursue a myriad of treatments, yet none have borne substantial fruit. The physicians have informed me that I must remain on medication for the entirety of my life. Fangfei, persevere. The realm of medicine is advancing at a remarkable pace, and perhaps a miracle lies ahead, I offered in a bid to console her. Alas, how does one continue to endure? She lamented. Lu Fangfei smiled wryly and shook her head. In days gone by, my monthly medical expenses were a mere 1,000. Now, owing to the intricacies of my condition, the imported medication demands 5,000 each month. My uncle's photography studio scarcely generates that amount. My mother is contemplating the sale of our home, yet it has sadly depreciated in value. Zhou, do you now grasp the depths of my resentment towards my father? He would prefer to waste his resources on those unscrupulous women rather than save me. He is a despicable creature, Lu Fangfei lamented in fury. In that instant, I was engulfed by a profound sense of compassion for her. My own misfortunes appeared insignificant when juxtaposed with her suffering. Lu Ziwen, who owned a jewelry establishment, possessed the financial capability to address his daughter's medical needs, yet he chose to remain apathetic. He was indeed more contemptible than a beast. I have come to comprehend the profound depths of Lu Fangfei's struggle for existence. In her desperate pursuit of the means to procure her medication, she resorted to extorting her father and even devised a scheme to rob him. This was all in the name of survival. Regret washed over me as I reflected on the 4,000 yuan I had previously taken from her, funds that were meant to be her lifeline. Fangfei, I genuinely wish I could offer you my assistance, but, I lamented, raising my hands in a gesture of helplessness. For I too found myself ensnared in a precarious financial predicament, barely scraping by. Though the KTV yielded some profits, the loan remained immutable, and the shareholders would never acquiesce to any modifications. Yin, I am simply confiding in you. Lu Fangfei responded with a radiant smile, exuding the vitality of a seemingly healthy young woman. Rest assured, I shall endeavor to survive. Where there is life, there exists hope for perseverance. Come, let us strive to earn some money. We might secure 500 from this endeavor. I shall not partake in any share. You may retain the 1,000. Absolutely not. Lu Fangfei resolutely shook her head. The mere presence of your company brings me profound joy. When the next opportunity presents itself, I shall reach out to you once more. My ideal collaborator. An opportunity for profit. At the utterance of those words, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited within me, and I inquired, Fangfei, would you assist me in selling some nail clippers? What do you mean? Lu Fangfei initially failed to grasp the concept. I was merely jesting. The nail clippers were not a present from a friend, but rather a shipment from my father's company that arrived earlier. There are 10,000 sets. I admitted. Are you engaged in business with your father? He is paralyzed and can no longer leave the house. He has entrusted the company to me, and this inventory now belongs to me. Oh? Lu Fangfei's eyes gleamed with delight as she playfully teased. So you are now Boss Joe? I chuckled bashfully, scratching the back of my head. In truth, the company is rather modest, merely an office housing this solitary batch of goods. What is the cost price of the nail clippers? How much do you intend to sell them for? Lu Fangfei inquired, her curiosity piqued. Of course, you need not reveal the cost price. The expense is 50 cents. I would sell them for 10 yuan each. Allowing you to retain half of that, it would cover a year's worth of medical expenses, I stated with candor. Lu Fangfei was momentarily taken aback, tears suddenly welling in her eyes, quickly transforming into droplets that cascaded down her cheeks. You are too cruel, bestowing upon me a gift valued at merely 50 cents. As she wept, Lu Fangfei playfully delivered 2 light punches to my arm in mock indignation. I apologize. I find myself lacking in further contributions. I replied with a hint of awkwardness. Thank you. Lu Fangfei turned to me, her smile illuminating her tear-streaked face. I have consented to assist you in selling these goods for our survival. Surely, many young women will be enamored with these items. 10 yuan is far too meager. We should commence at a minimum of 20. By the way, we could establish an online store. That sounds splendid. I responded with enthusiasm, then inquired. Do we need to acquire a computer as well? A decent computer would exceed 10,000 yuan, which is quite a considerable investment. Given my financial constraints, I could only resort to borrowing from the KTV. There is no immediate need to purchase one. My uncle possesses a computer that remains unused. I can easily procure it. Although its specifications may not be top tier, it will adequately serve the purpose of managing an online shop, Lu Fangfei assured me with confidence. Will it impact your photography? Not at all. It is merely a supplementary task. At that moment, Lu Fangfei's phone chimed. Upon answering, she discovered it was a call from a client. She promptly declared her imminent arrival and hastily mounted her bicycle, urging me to follow suit with alacrity. Lu Fangfei navigated the way, and we soon reached an affluent villa district. The inhabitants here were either wealthy or of considerable stature. I had previously visited this locale with Han Feng. It was one evening when I encountered the illustrious brother Long, Chu Hailong, within the most extravagant villa. I fervently hoped to avoid another encounter with Chu Hailong. At the entrance of the villa district, Lu Fangfei contacted the client, and only then did the guard permit us entry. We approached a 2-story villa, where Lu Fangfei pressed the doorbell. A middle-aged man clad in a suit opened the door. He was strikingly handsome, emanating a melancholic aura, and regarded us with serene eyes. Good day, Mr. Li. Lu Fangfei greeted me with utmost politeness and proceeded to introduce me. This is my boyfriend, here to assist. The title she bestowed upon me could not have been more flattering. I chose to embrace this role for the moment rather than contradict her. Please, come in. Mr. Li nodded in acknowledgement, and we followed him into the villa. The interior was opulently adorned, featuring Persian carpets, exquisite hardwood furniture, and a resplendent crystal chandelier that hung above. We settled ourselves onto the spacious sofa, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Mr. Li returned with 2 cans of cola and presented us with 2 photography contracts, insisting that my signature was also required. I perused the document, which was succinct in length. In essence, it stipulated that the photography process and its content were to remain confidential, and that the developed photographs must not be kept privately, should they be leaked. A compensation of 200,000 yuan would be imposed. Fangfei, the compensation is rather exorbitant. I could not restrain my apprehension, apprehending the possibility of a potential snare. What is there to dread? According to the stipulations of the contract, we shall not disclose any information, Lu Fangfei replied with a dismissive air, signing her name without a moment's hesitation. I found merit in Lu Fangfei's assertions. As long as we upheld confidentiality, we would have honored the contract, thereby rendering compensation a moot point. Thus, I too inscribed my signature upon the document. Mr. Li followed suit, his name being Li Qi. 2 copies were generated, with each of us retaining one. Xiao Lu, let us embark upon this endeavor. Ensure you capture some artistic imagery, including close-ups of intricate details. Should the results prove exceptionally gratifying, I am inclined to offer additional remuneration beyond the agreed-upon fee in the contract, Li Qi generously proclaimed. Fear not, Mr. Li. I am a professional photographer. Your satisfaction is assured. Lu Fangfei exhibited particular meticulousness as she procured her professional DSLR camera. Let us ascend. Li Qi gestured for us to follow him upstairs, where we entered a room. There, a woman in her 30s awaited with palpable anxiety, dressed in an elegant white suit and black stockings. Her voluptuous figure was enhanced by her fair complexion and striking beauty, her makeup flawlessly applied. Why is there a boy here? She inquired, a note of dissatisfaction evident in her voice. What is there to fear? Have you not always expressed a desire for someone to observe? Li Qi's smile struck me as rather peculiar. This is somewhat embarrassing, he admitted. To capture such beauty is not a futile endeavor in a life well lived. Li Qi was indeed an intriguing character, his speech measured, as though he possessed profound wisdom. The photo session commenced with solo shots by the window, followed by intimate portraits of the two. The woman gradually grew at ease, adopting various alluring poses. Lu Fangfei's camera clicked incessantly, her commitment unmistakable as she occasionally crouched to secure the perfect angle. I found myself helplessly rooted at the threshold, quietly absorbing the scene before me. Yet, what unfolded next left me utterly astounded and flushed with embarrassment. Lu Fangfei was equally astonished, her cheeks aflame, her hands quivering as she clutched the camera. To my utter disbelief, both individuals had discarded their garments. Mr. Li, you did not mention we would be capturing such images. Lu Fangfei stuttered, diverting her gaze in discomfort. The contract specifies it is for artistic photography. This undeniably qualifies as art, Li Qi asserted, his irritation unmistakable. Have you pondered? If these were merely mundane photographs, why would I invest 2,000 yuan and commit to a contract? But I. Lu Fangfei's visage burned as she grappled for her words, uncertain of where to direct her lens. This is profoundly disheartening. Should you refuse to proceed with the photos, brace yourself for a lawsuit, Li Qi retorted, igniting a cigarette with a scowl. 200,000. Who could possibly afford such a sum? The photography studio faced impending closure. Zhou, what course of action do you propose? Lu Fangfei's visage reflected a profound sense of frustration and regret. With unwavering resolve, I urged, proceed without hesitation. After all, their approval has been granted. The session recommenced. The woman reclined gracefully upon the bed, and Li Qi joined her. They officially commenced, the atmosphere imbued with fervor. Lu Fangfei's complexion flushed crimson as she struggled to maintain a steady grip on the camera, at times crouching at the foot of the bed, at others drawing near to the entwined figures, the rhythmic clicks of the shutter resonating throughout the space. As an onlooker, my heart raced like a drum, sending waves of dizziness coursing through my mind. I occasionally averted my gaze, relying on deep breaths to temper my youthful urges. After 30 minutes, the proceedings finally reached their conclusion. The two individuals donned their attire once more, satisfaction reflected in their expressions. In my perception, they manifested as impeccably attired creatures, profoundly depraved. Lu Fangfei seemed to spring forth with vivacity, necessitating my assistance to navigate the staircase with steadiness. Li Qi followed suit, courteously presenting us with refreshments. Lu Fangfei grappled with the camera, ultimately choosing to simply close her eyes instead of passing it to him. Li Qi reclined upon the sofa, legs crossed in a nonchalant manner, extolling the exquisite interplay of light and shadow, along with the composition, articulating a multitude of banal observations. He had captured over 100 images, yet after careful examination, he retained merely 20. He returned the camera to Lu Fangfei, expressing a desire to develop the photographs expeditiously, thus negating the necessity for a photo album. In a generous gesture, he proffered her 3,000 yuan, of which 1,000 was a gratuity. Following our expressions of gratitude, we swiftly exited the villa, only regaining our composure upon reaching the roadside. Alas, what have we sacrificed for the sake of money? Lu Fangfei sighed, her eyes cast towards the heavens. What a revelation, I exclaimed, taken aback by the existence of individuals who would invite photographers to immortalize such moments. Entirely ignorant of the notion of shame. Zhou, let us retreat to a quaint inn. Lu Fengfei suggested timidly, adding, they have overstepped. I genuinely feel discomfited. Absolutely not. Despite my internal longing, I resolutely declined. Disappointment flickered in Lu Fengfei's eyes as she raised her gaze. Do you find me unattractive? Certainly not. I merely sense something amiss. It would be prudent to exercise caution. My reasoning felt fragile, yet an inexplicable disquiet lingered, akin to a hidden snare awaiting the unwary. Very well, Lu Fengfei conceded, placing 1,000 yuan into my hands. I objected. Fengfei, I cannot acquiesce to this. Retain it for your medicinal needs. I possess an ample supply of medicine sufficient for a month. This amount is trivial. My intention is to retail nail clippers. Endeavoring to accumulate a significant sum to attain a sense of security, she emphatically pressed the money into my pocket, warning that she would terminate our collaboration should I decline. Unable to withstand her insistence, I acquiesced with reluctance. I mounted my bicycle, with Lu Fengfei delicately perched behind me, her arms securely wrapped around my waist, her entire form leaning into me. Despite the fabric that separated us, the warmth of her flushed cheek left an indelible impression upon my back. After escorting Lu Fengfei back to the photography studio, I returned to the KTV, in search of a private room to recline. As I reflected on the entirety of the photo shoot, my heart raced and my cheeks burned, leaving me in a state of agitation. I had never truly been close to a girl, and such a scenario felt overwhelmingly intense. Surely, Lu Fengfei must have experienced similar feelings, prompting her to be unable to contain herself. After what felt like an eternity, I finally regained my composure. I picked up my phone and located Officer Lu's number at the county police station, dialing it with a sense of trepidation. Officer Lu answered, saved my number, and called out, Zhou, what is the matter? Officer Lu, this afternoon, I participated in an interaction with a young lady, and I find myself uncertain as to whether it may be deemed a criminal act. I summoned the courage to pose the question. Oh, please, do elaborate, he encouraged. I recounted the entire incident candidly, reasoning that it was far better to confess willingly than to be caught off guard. Officer Lu listened attentively before inquiring, Zhou, do not conceal anything. Did you partake in their actions? Absolutely not. We merely captured photographs, I replied. With a sigh, Officer Lu expressed, you are also young. Easily misled. What crime have I committed? My spirits sank, and I sensed a shadow of despair cast over my countenance. Simply offering photography services, accompanied by a contract, does not constitute an infringement of the law. However, the act of disseminating the photographs would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation. Officer Lu's reassurances dispelled my anxieties entirely. He elaborated. In truth, their failure to disclose the nature of the photographs in advance, coupled with their coercive tactics compelling you to partake in the session, constitutes egregious harassment. Nevertheless, pursuing a legal case proves to be a formidable challenge. We do not wish to file a report. I deemed it wise to sidestep any complications, particularly given that we had already received remuneration. Zhou, may I inquire as to the name of that individual? Officer Lu inquired. Li Qi. The individual capturing the photographs is Lu Fengfei. Very well, I shall document this as a precautionary measure, Officer Lu remarked, then cautioned, consider this a lesson. In the future, ensure you thoroughly investigate the contract details. Thank you, Officer Lu. I expressed my sincere gratitude, hesitating before asking, has my classmate Ho Lijun, affectionately known as Monkey, been in contact with you? Officer Lu fell silent for a few moments before responding. He has been apprehended. The situation is quite grave, with allegations of indecency, and he remains a minor. The police are currently delving deeper into the matter. I was utterly astounded. I could scarcely comprehend that Qin Xiaohu and Monkey's cohort could be so brazen. Their actions were nothing short of reprehensible, devoid of any semblance of humanity. I have other matters to attend to. I must terminate this call. Officer Lu terminated the call, evidently reluctant to divulge any further specifics regarding the case. I rose and proceeded to Han Feng's office, where two substantial bags rested conspicuously in a corner. Han Feng was smoking, his demeanor somber, and he let out a quiet sigh. Brother Feng, what weighs on your mind? I inquired with sensitivity. That Lu Qiangzhuang contacted Old Hay. Meili Bar has acquired additional karaoke equipment, and refreshments are being offered at half price. That scoundrel, Zhai Meng, aims to sabotage our KTV without any intention of profit, he exclaimed, releasing a lengthy plume of smoke that did little to alleviate his frustration. This is indeed a conundrum. I furrowed my brow, lamenting the trials of commerce. Previously, Zhai Ming's audacious act of enticing KTV employees constituted a breach of the unwritten codes of the underworld, meriting a confrontation, perhaps even a physical altercation. However, should the adversary resort to legitimate price reductions and promotions, attempting to confront them would undoubtedly place us at a disadvantage. The detestable Chu Hailong orchestrates Zhai Ming's endeavors. Should he persist in his provocations, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. If conventional business strategies falter, I am prepared to explore myriad solutions from the underbelly of society. Brother Feng, we must maintain our composure. Chu Hailong will undoubtedly be cautious of our maneuvers, and we must not succumb to his traps, I advised promptly. Should Han Feng reignite the underworld, it would inevitably incite turmoil, and I feared that Meng Weining and Zhao Hongling would not condone such actions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Feng acquiesced. You are correct, brother. That scoundrel Chu Hailong aims to destabilize me, laying bare my vulnerabilities for exploitation. A modest sacrifice may safeguard a grander strategy. I recalled a phrase and boldly articulated it. Very well, let us assess the circumstances. We possess ample resources, and even if the KTV remains unvisited, we can sustain ourselves for several months. Han Feng acquiesced, albeit with reluctance, and his gaze towards me became increasingly intricate. I perceived that, as a principal shareholder of the KTV, he felt an obligation to yield some ground. Feng, I wish to transport these nail clippers to the office. I declared candidly. That is perfectly acceptable. Leaving them here poses no inconvenience. Han Feng waved dismissively, convinced that I was overanalyzing the situation. A friend of mine suggested she could aid in marketing them online nationwide, potentially garnering around 10 yuan each, while Lu Fengfei proposed a price of 20. I considered 10 to be quite commendable as well. Suddenly, Han Feng's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Ah, the brilliance of youth. Brother, at that price, the profit margin would be extraordinarily high, truly a golden opportunity. Let us embark on this endeavor initially. We remain uncertain as to whether they will be available for purchase. Very well, very well. Han Feng joyfully reiterated his agreement thrice, stating, if there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to inquire. Leaning on his cane, he found himself unable to offer much aid. Thus, I sought the assistance of Lao He, and together we transported the nail clippers to the Zhou Company. In gratitude, I procured 2 boxes of exquisite cigarettes for Lao He. Though he insisted it was unnecessary, he accepted them with evident delight. The promotional endeavors at Meili Bar bore immediate fruit. That evening, the clientele at the KTV dwindled sharply, barely reaching half of the usual attendance. As a result, many of the accompanying hostesses departed, with over half migrating to Meili Bar. Upon learning of the situation, Fu Xiaoya was infuriated, cursing incessantly. Her urgency palpable as she longed to pull passers-by from the street to sing. With fewer guests, my role as a male attendant became superfluous. I discreetly slipped away to an internet CAF. Gaming eluded my comprehension, be it single-player or online, as my former high school self had little time to immerse in it. I ventured to the CAF solely to browse the Taobao website. The dazzling and diverse array of products resembled stepping into an expansive marketplace. I also discovered that online prices were generally lower than those in physical stores, igniting a fervent desire to make purchases. My instincts suggested a wealth of opportunities thriving within the realm of the internet. Early the following day, Lu Fengfei reached out, imploring me to promptly initiate the sale of nail clippers. Her urgency was entirely justifiable. No one yearned for quick financial gain more than she. In order to procure life-sustaining medications and secure her existence, Lu Fengfei further communicated that she had relocated the computer to the photography studio, with aspirations to transfer it to the company. The studio was teeming with visitors, raising apprehensions about possible damages. She also requested that I bring the business license for the registration of our online store. In this regard, Lu Fengfei had meticulously contemplated the logistics. Her acumen surpassed my own, suggesting she had conducted thorough research. I summoned a taxi and made my way to the photography studio, transporting Lu Fengfei and the computer to Zhou Shun Trading Company at Shanghai Building. Oh, I can even gaze into the distance. The surroundings are quite pleasant, Lu Fengfei remarked, thoroughly delighted with the office, before cheerfully inquiring, Boss Zhou, may I work here? Certainly. The desk is yours, and the boss's chair is yours as well. I replied with a smile. Just remember, Fengfei, do not allow this to interfere with your commitments at the photography studio. I have already informed my uncle of my resignation. Lu Fengfei, with her astonishing declaration, raised a hand to pause my astonishment. In truth, such a modest photography studio necessitates no more than 2 individuals. My uncle merely arranged for me to assist there to look after me. However, I cannot offer you a salary, I admitted candidly. Lu Fengfei remained undeterred. Gesturing toward 2 large bags by the wall, a confident smile illuminating her face. There is no need for a salary. I can earn on my own. These bags contain money. After all, Fengfei, I sincerely thank you. Her optimism and openness always managed to uplift spirits, transforming adversity into a melodious symphony. Do not mention it. I must express my gratitude to Boss Zhou for allowing me to flourish alongside him. Lu Fengfei whimsically dubbed me her superior. Though I was far from occupying a position of true authority, she twirled joyfully, playfully inquiring, "Zhou Yin, do I not exude the essence of a boss?" "Greetings, Boss Lu." I responded with the utmost reverence. "Haha, and greetings to you, young Zhou," Lu Fengfei quipped before resting her chin upon her hand, her expression turning contemplative. "May we never become subservient to wealth, but rather its sovereigns." As she skillfully set up the computer, we made our way to a nearby telecommunications establishment, where we expended over 1,000 on broadband services. With Lu Fengfei present in the office, I terminated the phone call forwarding, permitting her to utilize it freely. Once all tasks were accomplished, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Suddenly, I remembered that I still had the obligation to tutor Chang Sisi today. Without a moment to spare for a meal, I swiftly entrusted the office keys to Lu Fengfei, summoned a cab, and made my way to Anha community. When I knocked on Chang Sisi's door, it was Meng Weining who greeted me. She looked resplendent, exuding a delightful fragrance, and was holding hands with Hang Hang, ready to take the child out for a delightful playtime. "Xiaoyan, you have truly worked hard." Meng Weining greeted me with warmth, her tone exceedingly courteous. "Yesterday, Sisi undertook a simulated examination at home, and her scores have improved remarkably. All credit is due to you." I swiftly deflected the praise, saying, "Sister, you flatter me. It is Sisi's intellect that has enabled her to swiftly grasp the methods of learning. The child cannot remain confined within the walls of our home. I shall take her to the amusement park. By the way, the collection of books on the coffee table is a gift for you. Do remember to take it with you upon your departure." With that, Meng Weining cheerfully exited. On the coffee table indeed lay a collection of books, still encased in its plastic wrap, untouched. The title read Business Strategies and Practical Combat, an 8-volume set, astonishingly priced at 660. Meng Weining must have been aware of my shares in the KTV. Her acquisition of this set was not only an expression of gratitude for my tutoring, but also a hope that I might attain success in my business endeavors. As I lifted the weighty tomes, I felt a profound sense of fulfillment. My thoughts then turned to Su Li, who had cohabitated with me for so long. This stepmother was hardly more concerned for me than a mere stranger. No, she was a virtuous woman. My paralyzed father would surely meet his demise at her hands, receiving nothing but her insincere tears in return. Chang Sisi did not emerge. I approached her door and knocked, only to be greeted by a languid voice from within. "Zhou Yin, I am aware it is you. Please come in." I pushed the door open, revealing Chang Sisi, adorned in delicate pink pajamas. Rousing herself from the embrace of slumber, she tousled her unruly locks and, with heavy eyelids, murmured, "You have arrived 20 minutes earlier than usual today. Did I interrupt your repose?" I inquired with politeness. Chang Sisi descended from the bed, her bunny slippers shuffling softly across the floor. Seizing a comb from the table, she methodically attended to her hair, all the while stifling yawns. I devoted the night to the meticulous dissection of an animal, sacrificing my rest for the sake of knowledge. Yet the experience proved to be immensely gratifying. What creature did she examine? In an unexpected moment, my gaze fell upon a small rabbit's skin affixed to the wall, causing my heart to momentarily falter. "Sisi, did you take the life of that innocent rabbit?" As soon as the words escaped my lips, I regretted my inquiry. It was all too foreseeable that, given Chang Sisi's ardent passion for dissection, she would have taken initiative against the rabbit. "Haha, are you frightened?" Upon hearing my words, Chang Sisi's demeanor brightened, her gaze sharpening as she erupted into hearty laughter. "Behold how flawlessly I have skinned the rabbit. My technique is nothing short of exquisite. It is merely unfortunate that it is not human skin." Under the penetrating scrutiny of Chang Sisi, I could not suppress a shiver and hastily offered a reluctant compliment. "Sisi, I genuinely admire your bravery and audacity. I anticipated you would overanalyze the situation," Chang Sisi remarked, rolling her eyes. "To be candid, that little white rabbit succumbed to illness. Through my examination, I ascertained it suffered from hemorrhagic disease, commonly known as rabbit plague. I retained only the skin. The remainder was disposed of with care." "Is that indeed the case?" Would I fabricate a tale for mere amusement? My younger sibling wept over it. I sincerely apologize. I am able to process a refund for you. I clumsily expressed my apologies, retrieving 10 yuan from my pocket and extending it towards her. I had not foreseen that the rabbit I had assisted in procuring would fall ill. Such an outcome was rather disheartening. Chang Cici dismissed the monetary offer with casual indifference, stating, "You cannot be held accountable. One cannot be expected to possess the knowledge necessary for selecting a creature." Her smile took on a playful quality as she added, "Ah, this conveniently satisfies my curiosity to conduct an anatomical examination of an animal." I assured her, "I shall acquire another on a future occasion, and it will undoubtedly be in robust health." Chang Cici's eyes gleamed with mischief, a wicked smile adorning her lips. "That sounds splendid. Let us procure a kitten." I was suddenly engulfed by remorse for my words, pondering whether Chang Cici might whimsically choose to harm the kitten as well. Chang Cici opened the window and stepped outside to refresh her face, disregarding the need to change out of her flowing pink pajamas. As she bent down to retrieve a pin from the floor, the neckline of her pajamas slipped. I inadvertently beheld a glimpse of exquisite skin. A wave of embarrassment washed over me, my heart racing and my ears aflame as I swiftly averted my gaze. Nevertheless, the fervent tableau I had encountered during yesterday's photo session inundated my thoughts, amplifying my heartbeat to an almost intolerable cadence. "Is it delightful?" Chang Cici inquired suddenly, a playful smile gracing her lips. I beheld nothing. My flustered demeanor elicited a peal of laughter from her. "Zhou Yin, you are quite the dishonest one." "I am an exemplary student," I stammered, taking deep breaths to steady myself. "Cici, it's high time we commenced our studies. We still have 2 minutes remaining." Chang Cici glanced at the clock, and with a playful smile, inquired, "Now, answer me candidly. Do you have a girlfriend? Does my relationship status truly influence my bond with Chang Cici?" She has asked this question more than once, revealing her curiosity about my affections. "No," I asserted, shaking my head firmly. "Humph. I saw you yesterday afternoon cycling with that girl from the photography studio. She was nestled against your waist, and it appeared rather intimate." Chang Cici remarked with a sulky pout. "How did you come to know?" I was utterly astonished. The occurrence at the fast food establishment was entirely coincidental, however. I was convinced that I had not crossed paths with Chang Cici this time. I attended a tutoring session in the edifice opposite the photography studio, and, fortuitously, "I glimpsed you from my window," she responded with sincerity. It then struck me that the modest building across from the studio prominently showcased a large sign proclaiming high school tutoring. I am somewhat unsteady on the bicycle, and she harbored a fear of tumbling off. Thus grasping my waist does not signify anything untoward. I grappled to defend myself, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Were it not for Chang Cici's formidable connections, I would not find myself compelled to justify my actions to her at all. "What were the two of you engaged in?" Capturing picturesque moments, I inadvertently revealed my intent to take photographs for Li Qi, vowing that this information would remain confidential. Chang Cici scoffed, her skepticism palpable. "You are fabricating. There must be some ulterior motive. Is it not preferable to maintain an untainted perspective, Cici? She is merely an acquaintance, and our interactions are infrequent." I sought to assert dominance in our dialogue. "Zhou Yin, do you recall our previous discussion when I alluded to an intriguing experience?" Chang Cici inquired with a smile. I recalled the moment, nodding as a sense of unease began to envelop my heart. I remembered her mentioning that this matter pertained to me. "That day, while I was at the riverbank catching frogs, I stumbled upon you and that girl on the small bridge, filling a canvas bag with stones and casting it into the river." Chang Cici's words sent a shiver down my spine, causing my composure to waver. The canvas bag concealed 2 sets of black garments. Lu Fengfei and I, dressed in black, had audaciously robbed Lu Ziwen. When we discarded the bag, we believed ourselves to be alone, never anticipating that Chang Cici would witness our transgression. "Haha, caught in the act." Chang Cici's pride surged as she took on the role of a detective, asking, "Did you commit murder?" "Dismember the body and conceal it within the bag. Then submerge it in the water?" No murder had occurred, yet a robbery certainly had. My thoughts raced as I feigned tranquility and devised an explanation. I informed Chang Cici that the girl's name was Lu Fengfei, whom she had encountered while developing photographs. On that particular day, we had planned an excursion, lounging on the grass, sharing sustenance, and confiding in one another. Lu Fengfei had unexpectedly begun her menstruation, and in her carelessness, soiled the canvas bag, unwilling to cleanse it. She cast it into the river. "Zhou Yin, your reasoning is fraught with logical inconsistencies," Chang Cici remarked, then added, "It bears no significance to me." I once contemplated disclosing this to my father, but ultimately chose not to. Do you know why? I do not. I shook my head vigorously, feeling quite disoriented from her probing. Ha ha, considering the shape of the canvas bag, it is inconceivable that a body could be concealed within. Chang Cece laughed heartily. Your thoughts are rather macabre. Please desist. You all believe you can mislead me, yet the matter is far from straightforward. The discourse ultimately reached a standstill. Tutoring afforded me an unforeseen sense of solace. Chang Cece, usually untroubled, displayed an extraordinary commitment to her studies, often inquiring with great curiosity. I imparted my amassed wisdom with generosity, leaving no stone unturned. Chang Cece revealed that her academic progress prompted her parents to diminish her tutoring sessions and, as an exception, to acquire her a mobile phone. With this newfound autonomy, her forthcoming summer promised to be anything but mundane. She credited this transformation to my influence. I commended and uplifted Chang Cece, declaring her a student of remarkable promise and limitless potential. She radiated with joy, her smile luminous, and we exchanged contact numbers. Zhou Yan, might I visit your home tomorrow afternoon for tutoring? I also wish to take a leisurely stroll, proposed Chang Cece. Will your parents consent? They support my endeavors as long as they pertain to my studies, she responded with a radiant smile, adding, I have yet to experience a KTV. Perhaps we could find some time to sing, and I would be delighted to cover the expenses. I would be more than happy to accompany you, with no payment required. I readily consented. Zhou Yan, please take a step back, instructed Chang Cece. Perplexed, I complied without hesitation, with a playful grin. Chang Cece suddenly tugged at the collar of her nightgown and leaned towards me. Beneath the delicate pink fabric, everything appeared startlingly translucent. It was a challenge to divert my gaze. Cece, no. This is utterly inappropriate. In a flurry of panic, I dashed from her room, only to be met with her laughter echoing in the distance. Zhou Yan, wouldn't it be wiser to adopt a more simplistic perspective? She teased, echoing my previous words. What you ought to appreciate is the beauty of life, rather than the overwhelming desires. I did not perceive myself as particularly noble. What I witnessed was beauty intertwined with desire. Yet, I would never dare to entertain inappropriate thoughts regarding Chang Cece. My only recourse was to flee. I seized the book that Meng Wanniang had bestowed upon me and hastily departed. Zhou Yan, I shall reach out to you tomorrow. Her voice trailed after me, accompanied by her melodic laughter. Instead of proceeding directly to the KTV, I sought refuge in a public bathhouse for a refreshing cold shower. I had been inundated with excessive stimuli in recent days. I needed to restore my equilibrium. I also needed to come to a profound realization that I was merely a destitute wanderer, striving onward. A single misstep could plunge me into an unfathomable abyss. Night descended. The assembly at the KTV was even more meager than the evening prior. Han Feng and Fu Xiaya appeared despondent, uncertain how to navigate their present predicament. The staff operated with a lackadaisical spirit, either ensnared in contemplation or distracted by incessant phone calls. Only a handful of individuals were engaged in selling refreshments. Zheng Wan, feeling ennui, opted to take her leave and return home. I found myself effectively adrift, sequestered in an unoccupied private room, perusing the tome business strategies and practical tactics. A thoughtful gift from Meng Wanniang, one section of which was dedicated to the art of managing entertainment establishments. The focus I had honed during my academic pursuits proved to be invaluable in that moment. I became wholly absorbed in the text, losing myself within its pages, occasionally exclaiming in admiration. The book's contents appeared to unfurl a magnificent portal to the realm of commerce, unveiling an expansive vista before me. It was 11 o'clock at night. The guests had taken their leave, and the staff had concluded their duties early. Fu Xiaya entered, summoning me to the office where Han Feng had gathered the shareholders to discuss strategic matters. Han Feng seemed troubled, an ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts resting before him. I also observed that the guitar reclining upon the sofa bore a fractured string. Everyone, let us deliberate on our course of action, he implored, as he ignited another cigarette. Han Feng sighed. Surely, we cannot merely cease our endeavors permanently. Lao He and Fu Xiaoya echoed his discontent, both igniting their own cigarettes. In a fleeting moment, the chamber became shrouded in a haze, urging me to fling open a window. I took a leisurely walk near Meili Bar and discovered it brimming with patrons, with a queue even forming outside. Furthermore, the allure of the bar's hostesses has evidently surged, as reported by Lao He. How is it possible that they are not incurring losses? Fu Xiaya exclaimed in frustration, adding, if we were to reduce our prices, our profits would diminish drastically. Competing on price is an exercise in futility, Meili Bar will inevitably undercut us even further. Han Feng shook his head, enveloped in despair. Their objective is to annihilate our Yi Mei KTV, even at a loss. Yet, KTVs simply cannot endure such a burden. Old Han, if it comes to that. I could discreetly shadow Zhai Ming and seize an opportunity to impart a stern lesson to keep him in check. Lao He clenched his fist, producing a chilling crack. No. No. Han Feng resolutely contested this idea, articulating his rationale. Zhai Ming serves only as a mere pawn. Engaging with him will not alleviate our predicaments. Chu Hailong is not easily influenced. He could effortlessly supplant Zhai Ming. We cannot merely topple one after another. Indeed, there may be snares laid before us. They could be biding their time for us to make our move. I endeavored to offer my contribution, yet my words elicited minimal reaction. Brother Feng, what if we were to secure the door with a lock and resurrect our exclusive services? Fu Xiaya proposed. Reminiscing about the clandestine operations of Yi Mei KTV in times past, many gentlemen frequented KTVs not solely for the purpose of singing, but rather to seek ephemeral delights. Such enterprises proved to be quite profitable. Han Feng and Lao He exchanged knowing glances, succumbing to a thoughtful silence. I find myself unable to concur. I raised my hand in disapproval. KTVs were already permeated with obscurity, and the introduction of such services would only precipitate further decline, inevitably culminating in catastrophe. The local police station in the newly established district was serene, yet that did not imply that Director Qin would yield. Should Director Qin unearth irrefutable evidence of misconduct, Chief Chang Yong may very well refrain from supporting the KTV. At that juncture, all would be lost. What alternatives remain aside from uttering a refusal? Fu Xiaya exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Our present revenue scarcely meets the payroll. With each passing day of operation, we suffer further losses. I possess a notion that may assist the KTV in navigating this predicament. Upon hearing this, Han Feng's eyes sparkled with interest, and he promptly sat up straighter, eagerly imploring. My dear brother, do enlighten me. What insights do you have? Fu Xiaya scoffed. Xiaya, do not harbor such thoughts. Xiaoyin is an exceptional student. His intellect is beyond dispute. I am confident that he will achieve remarkable success in whatever field he chooses, Han Feng reassured me. Yet, I found myself at a loss for viable solutions. It's merely high school. Fu Xiaya swallowed the remainder of her words, sullenly lighting another slender cigarette. We could propose a membership card, I suggested. Upon hearing this, expressions of disappointment flitted across everyone's faces. It was hardly a novel concept, as numerous establishments had implemented such a practice with mediocre results. Previously, Ime had a membership card that offered a 10% discount. In truth, very few individuals enrolled. Fu Xiaya remarked, shrugging her shoulders. While membership cards may retain some customers, they do not address immediate needs, Han Feng interjected. It is not just any membership card. For a prepaid fee of 500, one can relish unlimited KTV access for a month, alongside complimentary beverages and snacks. I boldly articulated my idea. A strategy one had recently gleaned from literature on business management. Nonsense. Such a course of action would inevitably lead the KTV to financial ruin, resulting in its swift closure. Fu Xiaya regarded me with an expression of bewilderment, deeming my proposal utterly ludicrous. However, I maintained that losses would not ensue. Rather, it could yield considerable profits. I engaged Fu Xiaya in a spirited debate, articulating my rationale. By lowering prices, we would draw a larger crowd to the KTV. The costs associated with beverages and snacks are minimal, coupled with high demand, allowing for further reductions in purchase prices. Merely obtaining a membership card does not ensure that an individual will become a regular patron. With an expanded membership base, we could promote additional services for profit. Furthermore, I was convinced that after several months of promoting memberships, Meili Bar would falter, leaving Yi Mei KTV as the sole victor in Dong'an County. Ultimately, some patrons frequent KTV not solely for drinks and singing, but also in pursuit of female companionship. Fu Xiaya's tone softened, revealing her intrigue. This is quite straightforward. For those seeking such services, we could implement an additional service charge calculated by the hour, thereby transforming the role of the princesses from mere servers of drinks to providers of companionship. Let us proceed with this plan. Han Feng enthusiastically struck the table, proclaiming, even if we sustain some losses, we must dismantle Meili Bar and ensure that Chu Hailong understands he shall never triumph over me. I am in support. Old He raised his hand. So am I. I endorse this, Fu Xiaya conceded reluctantly. Consequently, a vigorous discussion ensued regarding specific implementation strategies, with everyone articulating their views freely. In that moment, I unearthed my own value and recognized the potency of knowledge. The responsibility for selling membership cards was wholly entrusted to Fu Xiaoya. For convenience, we collectively resolved to procure a laptop, establishing a budget not exceeding 10,000 yuan. As the night deepened, a sudden, resounding knock reverberated at the KTV door. We all ventured outside, and Old Hay opened the door to reveal 3 imposing figures before us. The man in the center, clad in a black tank top, bore glaring scars that adorned both arms. It was Chu Hailong. Long ago, Fu Xiaoya continued to address him with a palpable unease. Chu Hailong, however, chose to disregard Fu Xiaoya, instead donning a smile that lacked warmth as he spoke to Han Feng. Feng Ge, I should have come to offer my support sooner. I trust 1M received with open arms. Haha, you are most welcome. Our bond entitles you to preferential treatment. This venue is entirely at your disposal. Han Feng replied with a broad grin, gesturing for him to enter. A slight twitch of Chu Hailong's lips betrayed his effort to suppress an expletive. The KTV had already shuttered its doors, and the trio had arrived just in time for an exclusive reservation. Nonetheless, Han Feng's manner of speaking unmistakably hinted at coercion. Let us address the payment first. With a sidelong glance at the imposing figure beside him, Chu Hailong signaled, prompting the reluctant giant to extract a bundle of cash from his pocket and present it with one hand. 10,000. The largest revenue for the KTV that evening. Thank you, Hailong. Han Feng proclaimed with a lack of formality, urging Fu Xiaoya to accept the funds and illuminate every light within the KTV while arranging the finest libations. Chu Hailong and his associates made their entrance into an expansive private room nearby with an air of bravado. Chu Hailong settled onto the sofa, exuding arrogance. His arms outstretched on either side as he propped one leg up. The other 2 lingered behind the sofa, arms crossed, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. Brother Feng, let us revel together, Chu Hailong offered, casting a glance in my direction before adding, Zhou Yin shall join us as well. The underworld is home to formidable characters. And you are no ordinary youth. He was undoubtedly cognizant of the altercation at the melee bar. Believing that my boldness in placing a scalpel against Jai Meng's throat marked me as a formidable figure, I maintained my silence, my inner tranquility unwavering. With merely 3 of them, they would not dare to initiate a full-scale confrontation. Lao He could effortlessly manage them all. My friend, let us linger and indulge in some amusement. Han Feng acknowledged me with a nod before gesturing for Lao He to exit first. Lao He turned and departed the private room. I was confident he would remain concealed in the corridor, poised to intervene should he detect any sign of trouble. Fu Xiaoya entered with the drinks and soon left as well. Chu Hailong dismissed her, as though he had never regarded her with any respect, which, strangely, offered me some solace. I earnestly wished for Fu Xiaoya to remain untouched by the underworld's conflicts. Zhou Yin, perform farewell, my concubine, commanded Chu Hailong. Despite my aversion to his tone, I acquiesced. Rising, Chu Hailong seized the microphone and began to sing with fervor, his voice swiftly escalating into a cacophony. I observed tears shimmering in his eyes, yet felt no desire to engage with the hidden narrative that lay behind his performance. To me, Chu Hailong was merely a rogue, and without question, he had now become our sworn adversary. As the song concluded, Han Feng initiated the applause, and I, along with the 2 bodyguards, joined in the ovation. Chu Hailong returned to the sofa, cracking open 2 bottles of beer with his teeth and presenting one to Han Feng. The 2 clinked their bottles and consumed their contents in a single gulp. Brother Feng, you are the person I admire most, Chu Hailong burped. Han Feng lit a cigarette, skeptical of Chu Hailong's assertions, and let out a scornful laugh. Hailong, we know each other well enough. There is no need for pretense. Let us speak candidly. That is genuine. Chu Hailong also ignited a cigarette, defiantly exhaling smoke into Han Feng's face. After a thorough investigation, I discovered that you were away on that particular day. Consequently, you could not have been aware of the events that unfolded on the bridge. Nevertheless, you adeptly capitalized on this occurrence to acquire the KTV. Your strategies are indeed remarkable. I sincerely commend you, my dear brother. What occurred on the bridge? Someone has fallen, and it pertains to Chu Hailong. During my initial encounter with him, Han Feng mentioned this very incident. It is rumored that photographs from the scene exist. Yet the condition of confidentiality demands a stake in the enterprise. As a result, Chu Hailong grew suspicious of Han Feng, transferring the Night Beauty KTV under Han Feng's name. Now, Chu Hailong has come to the realization that Han Feng possesses no evidence. He has merely deceived him, which is bound to provoke his ire. Hailong, such remarks are unbecoming. My absence does not signify the absence of my brothers. Han Feng turned his head, a light chuckle escaping his lips, exuding an air of composure. What significance does bestowing a KTV upon me hold? Were it not for my benevolence in taking you in during those times, your current position would be vastly different. You wretched ingrate. Chu Hailong's jaw clenched as he ground his teeth in frustration. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "That was then, this is now. You are a liberated felon, and society shuns you as if you were a contagion. Once, you were like a brother to me. But I can no longer allow your presence to lead me into despair. Spare me your grandiloquence." Han Feng retorted with casual indifference. "I shall undoubtedly unveil the individual who orchestrated my downfall, and may they face the repercussions." Still as imperious as ever, Chu Hailong, with a feigned applause. Cut to the chase. "Brother Feng, you can no longer oversee the KTV. Heed my prudent advice. It is time to contemplate an exit strategy. Then, illuminate the path to my escape." Han Feng countered. Chu Hailong gestured towards me. "Surrender Zhou Yin to me. I hold this young man's resilience in high regard. The KTV may persist in its operations, allowing Brother Feng to lead a life of comfort and indulgence. Had this been in the past, I would have been taken aback and perhaps readily acquiesced. To be selected by Chu Hailong, to stand by his side, is a yearning many lowly thugs nurture. It was once Fu Xiaoya's aspiration as well. Yet today, I am no longer so naive. Chu Hailong's interest in me is not rooted in admiration and may very well conceal ulterior motives." Before Han Feng could utter a word, I firmly declined. "I shall never follow you." "Why not?" "Because it leads to nowhere." "You." Chu Hailong suddenly rose, his gaze icy and tinged with malice directed at me. I stood resolute, unwavering. My heart swelled with courage. What harm is there in a fight to the bitter end? "Hailong, do not lose your temper over trifles. Take a seat." Han Feng's countenance darkened, his tone unmistakably commanding. Chu Hailong cast a fierce glare in my direction but ultimately acquiesced, consuming another bottle of beer. Perhaps to conceal his own embarrassment. "Zhou Yin is my sworn brother. Whoever dares to lay a hand on him shall contend with me." "It is a matter of life and death," Han Feng asserted, punctuating each word with a deliberate tap on the coffee table. The notion of being considered a sworn brother to Han Feng seemed utterly unfounded to me. Nevertheless, I comprehended that Han Feng's declaration served as a shield of protection for my sake, effectively severing all ties with Chu Hailong. Chu Hailong shot me a sidelong glance, a sardonic smile curling upon his lips. "Brother Feng, you have truly fallen. You even find merit in a fledgling like Zhou Yin. This will undoubtedly become a source of much ridicule. When you followed me in days gone by, you were but a youth." Han Feng retorted, adding, "Zhou Yin possesses both courage and wisdom. He is a man of unwavering loyalty. Pray tell, what aspect of yourself can possibly rival his?" "Alas, it has been an extended period since I have experienced such fervent anger." Chu Hailong sighed deeply, his fists clenched, yet he ultimately restrained himself from resorting to violence. "Brother Feng, I comprehend your noble ambitions. This dilapidated KTV, even under optimal circumstances, would scarcely yield substantial profit. Why not allow us, as brothers, to set aside our past grievances and collaborate toward greater prosperity?" Chu Hailong altered his tone and even extended a cigarette to Han Feng. In that moment, I felt a flicker of admiration for Chu Hailong. His ascent to power as the local kingpin was not solely attributed to his ruthlessness and willingness to engage in conflict. His remarkable patience in the pursuit of his aspirations was equally commendable. "Speak, how shall we amass wealth?" Han Feng slowly exhaled a dense cloud of smoke. "I have arranged for a shipment, Brother Feng. I implore you to assist me in retrieving it. As a token of my gratitude, I shall bestow upon you the rights to manage the Meili bar. Furthermore, I am prepared to finance a prosthetic leg for you, allowing you to walk with the grace of the wind." Chu Hailong presented a most alluring proposition. "How shall we recover it? Is it concealed within your very being or hidden within the tires?" Han Feng smirked with disdain, the corners of his mouth curling in amusement. "Brother Feng is perceptive. I suspect it may be concealed within the prosthetic leg." Chu Hailong erupted into hearty laughter. "To accumulate wealth, one must not forsake their integrity." Han Feng, adopting a grave demeanor as if imparting wisdom to a younger sibling, proclaimed, "I would sooner perish in destitution than engage in such deceit." "You would do well to seek wiser counsel. How audacious, to reject a toast only to accept a penalty," Chu Hailong threatened. "What can you possibly do to me?" Han Feng remained unfazed. "Is it merely about exerting pressure on the KTV? Come now. I harbor no fear of death. Should it arrive, we shall meet our end together." Chu Hailong inhaled deeply several times, his countenance turning a shade of purple from the strain. Abruptly, he rose to his feet, gritting his teeth as he uttered 4 resolute words. "We shall meet again, without a farewell." Han Feng remained still, yet a subtle exhalation of relief escaped him. Chu Hailong stormed out of the KTV accompanied by 2 bodyguards, climbing into an off-road vehicle and disappearing into the night. Han Feng lingered for a moment before calling out, "Brother, I implore you to lend me your assistance." I approached and assisted Han Feng in rising from the sofa, supporting him with his cane, only to find his garments drenched in perspiration. This was indicative of Han Feng's considerable tension. He was reluctant to escalate matters with Chu Hailong. "Brother Feng, what sort of goods are these? Why are they so immensely profitable?" I inquired, my curiosity ignited. "Do not inquire." Han Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Brother, remember this. You must never engage with such things." "Understood." I comprehended the circumstances, albeit in a nebulous manner. This despicable rogue is scheming to thrust me directly into the tumult. One day, I shall ensure he reaps the repercussions of his deeds. Han Feng seethed with resolve as he leaned upon his cane and departed the private chamber. Old He, having encountered his share of turmoil, maintained his composure. Fu Xiaoya's trepidation was palpable. She was hesitant to oppose Chu Hailong, feeling as though she had inadvertently embarked upon a pirate vessel. "Xiaoya, the 10,000 yuan that the scoundrel Chu Hailong proposed, retain 2,000 for the KTV, and the remaining 8,000 shall be divided among the 4 of us, to be kept as discretionary funds," Han Feng proclaimed with magnanimity. Fu Xiaoya finally unveiled a radiant smile and promptly acquiesced, her overflowing purse always instilling a sense of assurance. "Exercise caution henceforth. Refrain from wandering alone into desolate areas." Han Feng patted my shoulder and, leaning upon his cane, returned to the office. I stood there, my emotions a convoluted tapestry. By aligning myself with Han Feng, I had inadvertently attracted the attention of Chu Hailong. Chu Hailong would undoubtedly seize various opportunities to target me, and the degree of his frosty indifference and malevolence far surpassed that of Qin Xiaohu. Although I harbored no desire to become embroiled in strife, I found myself ensnared, unable to liberate myself. Is this the toll one must pay for personal growth? The following day, Lao He and Fu Xiaoya commissioned a striking billboard, strategically positioned at the entrance of the KTV, capturing the gaze of passers-by. Night Beauty KTV is hosting an extravagant promotion, a monthly membership priced at a mere 500, inclusive of complimentary drinks and snacks, promising limitless visits for boundless delight. The consultation phone rang incessantly, and Fu Xiaoya found herself so occupied that her voice grew hoarse. To my astonishment, the first individual to acquire a monthly membership was none other than Chang Sisi. In the afternoon, she graced the KTV with her presence, first securing a membership card at the front desk before informing them of her intent to see me. "Sisi, how could I possibly allow you to spend your money? I shall arrange for a refund immediately," I exclaimed in haste. "I'm not in want of funds, nor do I take pleasure in exploiting others. What refund?" Chang Sisi replied with unwavering determination. "I wish to frequent this place often. I cannot expect to indulge in all its offerings without compensation each time. Although I would not object to enjoying it for free, I nearly revealed that I was a principal shareholder of the KTV, and such matters could be effortlessly resolved. Money is not the issue. Let us prioritize your studies first. I still wish to sing later." Chang Sisi displayed a reluctance to partake in the discussion, steadfastly declining a refund and instead guiding me into the private room. We settled side by side upon the sofa, with books laid out upon the coffee table, and beneath the gentle embrace of the afternoon sun, we commenced our lessons for the day. I must confess, the sight of Chang Sisi in her pristine white athletic attire rendered it considerably easier for me to focus. A gentle knock at the door heralded the entrance of Fu Xiaoya, who arrived bearing refreshments and a delectable fruit platter. Her gaze towards Chang Sisi was imbued with an extraordinary tenderness, as though she had undergone a transformation. "Sisi, allow me to introduce you. This is my sister, Fu Xiaoya." I took the initiative to present. "I have heard much about you. Greetings." Chang Sisi replied with grace, rising to extend her hand to Fu Xiaoya while complimenting her. "You are truly stunning, possessing a certain, yes, a wild beauty." Fu Xiaoya radiated joy, her lips forming an enchanting curve. "Sisi, you are the epitome of beauty. Utterly flawless. Those earrings of yours possess a distinctive charm. From where did you acquire them?" Chang Sisi inquired. "Merely some trinkets from a street vendor, devoid of true value. If I chance upon them again, could you procure a set for me?" "Certainly." The two indulged in delightful discourse, their laughter resonating around us. I, however, was engulfed by a wave of disbelief. Was this truly the Fu Xiaoya I had known? She had been swift to reprimand and attack Yuchi Man, yet here she stood, exceedingly gracious towards Chang Sisi. Could it be simply due to the fact that Chang Cici's father held the esteemed position of police chief? Fu Xiaoya was not the individual I had initially perceived her to be. The two exchanged contact information, and only then did Fu Xiaoya take her leave. Graciously wishing Chang Cici success in her pursuits, and playfully asserting that should I misbehave, she would certainly have a stern word with me. Chang Cici beamed with delight. And once Fu Xiaoya had departed, she mischievously arched an eyebrow and inquired, "Zhou Yin, do you think you might develop affections for such a sister?" Affections? What do you mean? I suddenly grasped her implication, hastily gesturing in protest. Do not jest. She is my sister. Haha, your apprehension towards her is rather amusing. She observed knowingly, adding, I admire her character. She is candid and genuine, a refreshing contrast to my female classmates, who are all so cunning. I stifled a derisive laugh. Chang Cici remained oblivious to the world and had yet to encounter the other facet of Fu Xiaoya. She possessed a commanding presence and a propensity for conflict, with a troubling inclination towards aggression. In a bygone era, Fu Xiaoya was affiliated with the local miscreants, a figure widely scorned by society. Meanwhile, Chang Cici persisted in her consumption of snacks as she diligently studied, her mouth and hands in perpetual motion, seemingly thriving in her multitasking endeavor. In under 2 hours, our tutoring session came to a close. Chang Cici languidly lounged on the sofa, her laughter light and untroubled. Now we can sing, she exclaimed. Zhou Yan, please assist me in selecting the rainy season at 17. I switched on the television and perused the song selection. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass reverberated through the room as a black iron ball crashed in, landing with a dull thud before rolling beneath the sofa. Goodness! Someone is breaking the window. Cici, take cover. I called out urgently as I hurried to the window. A man, adorned in a mask and sunglasses, was poised on a motorcycle. Without a moment's hesitation, he flung another iron ball, which deftly penetrated the window bars and struck the glass once again. Another shard shattered, the flying debris narrowly missing Chang Cici. You scoundrel, do not dare flee. In that instant, my fury surged, and I dashed out the door, racing from the KTV. Yet, it was too late. With a deafening roar, the man accelerated away on his motorcycle, vanishing around the street corner. Fu Xiaoya rushed outside, beheld the shattered glass, and unleashed a torrent of invective. Despicable, lowly, truly a coward. Han Feng and Lao He, alerted by the tumult, followed suit. Upon witnessing the broken window, their expressions darkened. Brother Feng, ought we to contact the authorities? I inquired cautiously. No need. Han Feng gestured dismissively. Reporting this incident will not result in an arrest. It is merely a case of deliberate vandalism. A band of despicable individuals, bereft of creativity, resorting to such trivial tactics. I shall procure glass. It can be swiftly replaced, thereby ensuring that the business for this evening remains unperturbed. Lao He remarked. Thank you, my brother. When you find the opportunity, kindly install iron mesh on the windows of the first floor. It will serve to dissuade any further attempts, Han Feng instructed. This was the sole method to address the predicament, as an air of apprehension lingered among all. It may have been incited by Chu Hailong or Zhai Ming. Yet they would never concede to such an allegation. I re-entered the secluded chamber, observing upon the floor the object that had incited the turmoil, a diminutive lead sphere. Cici, I extend my heartfelt apologies for causing you distress. I genuinely regret the incident. Fortunately, Chang Cici emerged unscathed. Otherwise, I would have been utterly at a loss in articulating the circumstances to her family. How scandalous! They audaciously shatter windows in the glaring light of day. Is there truly no law to uphold? Chang Cici was seething with anger, not merely startled but also disrupted from her melodious singing. In the realm of the KTV industry, it is unavoidable to inadvertently offend someone. The mischievous scamp evaded capture with remarkable agility, rendering it impossible to seize him. I could only shrug in resignation. We must pursue him, detain him, seek restitution, and demand an apology. Chang Cici, exhibiting her stubbornness, brandished her phone aloft. Zhou Yan, I have already notified the authorities. They shall arrive momentarily. In light of the situation, I felt compelled to concede, proposing, shall we relocate to another room to continue our singing? I no longer wish to sing. My enthusiasm has waned. Chang Cici lamented, shaking her head as she hastily stowed her belongings. We departed from the private chamber and made our way to Han Feng's office. I candidly conveyed, Brother Feng, Chang Cici has reported the incident of the shattered window to the authorities. A transient expression of despair flitted across Han Feng's visage. Yet he swiftly adopted a jovial demeanor and warmly welcomed us. Cici, do take a seat. Oh, there is a guitar here. Who possesses the skill to play it? Chang Cece exclaimed, as though she had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. I observed that the broken string had been replaced, and the guitar radiated a lustrous gleam. I typically engage in this pastime for enjoyment. My abilities are entirely amateurish, Han Feng chuckled. Might you play Recuerdos de la Alhambra? Inquired Chang Cece. What, memories? Although I initially did not grasp the significance, it dawned upon me that Chang Cece harbored an extensive reservoir of knowledge that transcended the confines of textbooks and medical anatomy. In stark contrast, I perceived myself as nothing more than a mere bookworm, utterly oblivious. I have diligently practiced this composition. It presents quite a formidable challenge. Thus, I would be immensely grateful for Cece's guidance, Han Feng articulated with courtesy as he took up the guitar and commenced to play. His agile fingers glided over the strings, saturating the room with a cascade of vibrant notes and captivating melodies. However, before he could conclude, 3 police officers intruded, startling Chang Cece, whose expression darkened. The leader was Director Chin from the district police station. Upon encountering me and Han Feng, he instinctively donned a grim visage. Yet, upon noticing Chang Cece with her hands clasped behind her back, he swiftly transformed his demeanor into a fawning grin. Ah, little princess, what brings you here? Am I not permitted to be present? Chang Cece retorted, her countenance resolute as she continued. It was I who alerted you to the incident. How are you fulfilling your responsibilities? The state of public safety is deplorable. I was on the verge of performing when 2 lead balls were hurled in, nearly striking my head. I offer my sincerest apologies. Director Chin exclaimed, his hand striking his chest in a gesture of earnestness. Dear princess, have no fear. We shall exert every effort to apprehend the miscreant who has disturbed our tranquility and ensure he issues his apologies to you. Do not linger idly. Swiftly take action. Chang Cece gestured impatiently with her hand. Director Chin and his team promptly withdrew, and I followed suit, leading them into the room where the glass lay shattered. In accordance with protocol, they took a brief statement. The 2 lead balls were carefully bagged by gloved officers, and photographs were captured of the broken glass to evaluate the damages. Subsequently, Director Chin and his companions exited the KTV and began to scrutinize the traces left by the motorcycle. As he lit a cigarette, a long plume of smoke wafted from his lips, and he addressed me, saying, Zhou Yan, I extend my sincerest apologies. I have failed to adequately discipline my son. He has jeopardized your college entrance examination and committed an unforgivable transgression. He has effectively marred my future. The mere contemplation of Qin Shao ignited a tempestuous fury within me, constricting my chest with an overwhelming desire for his downfall amidst the sterile confines of the hospital. Regrettably, all I can offer is an apology on his behalf. Director Chin, whether you choose to believe it or not, I assure you, I did not bring harm to your son. I lack the boldness for such an act. He has transgressed against more than just myself. Expand the list of suspects, I implored. Let us not linger on the matter. He has orchestrated his own fate. Director Chin waved his hand in dismissal and continued. My family is already encumbered with debt from the medical expenses for my child. As a mere chief of police, what fortune can I amass? This incident has wrought ruin not only upon my son but upon an entire family. I am sincerely remorseful. I merely shrugged, devoid of any sympathy. Had Director Chin exerted greater influence over his son, none of this would have come to pass. Director Chin departed in a police vehicle, accompanied by his team. At that instant, Chang Cece appeared with her backpack and joyfully declared, Zhou Yan, please take me home. Certainly. I acquiesced and readied myself to summon a taxi, yet Chang Cece interposed, accompany me on my bicycle. The scenery shall be far more expansive. That appears rather indulgent. I simply yearn to revel in the enchantment of your bicycle's rear seat, she playfully teased with a mischievous smile. Pray, do not linger. Let us be off. My family is already beckoning for me to hasten. I mounted my bicycle and Chang Cece elegantly ascended to the rear seat, her delicate hand encircling my waist. I bowed my head and cautioned, Cece, it would be rather inappropriate for others to witness us in such a manner. Please, do not be absurd. That Lu Fengfei seems almost inseparable from you, and I have yet to observe any sign of dissent on your part. You continue to smile like a simpleton. Chang Cece brushed aside my worries and asked, have you ever beheld her physique? Certainly not. I swiftly repudiated it, startled to the point of nearly relinquishing control of the handlebars. Chang Cece erupted into peals of laughter. Residing in a carefree household, she exuded a vivacious sense of humor. Her laughter was contagious, and in her presence, I found myself inexplicably elevated. We navigated the streets, delighting in the splendor of the city. At that moment, a girl approached from the sidewalk, her features captivating and her form enchanting. with flowing waves of hair cascading over a delicate sweater embellished with a pearl collar. It was Man. After a prolonged absence, she had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from innocence into a state of profound maturity. I averted my gaze, pretending to be oblivious. Nevertheless, Man extended her arms, positioning herself directly in front of the bicycle. Yin, to where are you bound? I was left with no alternative but to bring the bicycle to a standstill, teetering on a single foot. I am accompanying a dear friend to their residence. I maintained my composure, responding with an air of nonchalance. Suddenly, I felt a firm embrace around my back. Chang Cece had clung to me tenaciously, enveloping me entirely. Peering out, Chang Cece mockingly called out to Man, "Hey, your false eyelashes are askew. Mind your own affairs." Man rolled her eyes at me, her countenance rife with discontent. Yin, I genuinely did not foresee that you would prove to be such a capricious individual. How many have you entangled yourself with? Man, please refrain from unfounded allegations. We are simply friends, I hastily corrected her. Friends with everyone, are you? Spare me the drivel. Man advanced toward me, her eyes ablaze with indignation, her fervent gaze blurring the boundary between reality and fantasy. For your sake, I have relinquished countless joys. How can you treat me in this manner? It is utterly bewildering. Our ill-fated romance was briefer than the twilight that was about to envelop us. On what basis did she presume to dictate my actions? Was she out of her mind? I have witnessed you strike Yin. Ha! Do it again in public? Chang Cece, akin to a spectator delighting in the tumult, dismounted her bicycle with a laugh, clapping her hands with fervor. What manner of discourse was this? Chang Cece was equally unhinged. I teetered on the brink of losing my composure. Impudent girl, I shall strike you first. Man, consumed by indignation, lunged at Chang Cece. No. A surge of fear gripped me. I hastily abandoned my bicycle, positioning myself between the two. Chang Cece was not to be trifled with. Man would undoubtedly incite considerable chaos. More alarmingly, Chang Cece bore a scalpel. I feared she would not hesitate to employ it. Yin, you heartless fiend. Are you so easily swayed by mere appearances? Is it her beauty that has ensnared your heart? Man displayed a disconcerting fervor, raising her hand once more in a futile attempt to strike my visage. Naturally, I would not permit myself to be struck again. I lifted my arm to shield myself and retorted with indignation, Man, have you lost your senses? Is intruding into others' affairs truly so entertaining? Indeed, I have lost my senses. Why would I ever find myself drawn to someone like you, a rogue? Man shot back, her eyes ablaze with fury, tears streaming down her cheeks like a torrential downpour. You just insulted me, did you not? I found myself speechless, yet Chang Cece pushed forward, her gaze narrowing as she regarded Man with a frigid demeanor. And what of it if I did? Apologize at once, bow and strike yourself. Proclaiming yourself a wretched girl, Chang Cece commanded, her finger pointed menacingly at Man. Who do you believe you are? Is your father some kind of exemplar? Man cast a dismissive glance, seemingly indifferent. This attitude caused me great distress. Since her association with that so-called benefactor, Man was no longer the girl I once cherished. She had become obstinate and haughty, her speech growing increasingly reckless. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Chang Cece brushed past me. I was unable to grasp her in time, and she surged forward, seizing Man by the collar. The very scenario I had dreaded had indeed unfolded. She brandished her scalpel, pressing it menacingly against Man's lower eyelid. My body tensed. A chill ran down my spine as I cried out, Cece, do not. You have no authority in this matter. I shall impart a lesson upon her, ensuring she comprehends the consequences of her words. Chang Cece's fury flared, and she threatened vehemently, I ask you once more, will you offer an apology? Man was engulfed in terror, her eyes wide with fear, her entire being trembling. At that moment, a police car suddenly approached, coming to a stop by the roadside. By sheer happenstance, the individual who emerged was Director Chin. As Chang Cece's gaze swept past, her fingers curled inward, and the scalpel discreetly slipped into her sleeve before being quietly concealed in her pocket. What transpired? Director Chin approached, inquiring with concern. Upon recognizing the three of us, his brow furrowed tightly, and he instinctively rubbed his face, a pained expression crossing his features, as if the agonies of pulpitis had returned. Uncle Chin, Man exclaimed, her demeanor resembling that of someone who had discovered a savior. Quickly, apprehend her. She threatens to kill me with a knife. Which of your eyes witnessed that? Chang Cece smirked with palpable disdain, her crimson lips curling into a mocking smile as she extended 2 fingers in a gesture reminiscent of gouging out eyes. Man shivered once more, retorting, both of my eyes witnessed it. It was a scalpel. Chang Cece erupted into laughter, nearly doubled over with amusement, growing increasingly flustered. Yuchi Man declared loudly, "Uncle Chin, search her. The scalpel must be in her possession." Despite drawing some courage from Director Chin, she lacked the resolve to confront Chang Cece. With a stern countenance, he frowned and inquired, "Xiao Man, what is transpiring here?" She was with Zhou Yan. Yuchi Man struggled to articulate her thoughts. But Chang Cece interjected. "She obstructed our path on the street, not only hurling insults at me but also attempting to strike me. Is it unreasonable to demand an apology?" "Director Chin, are your nieces truly this arrogant?" Director Chin, humbled by Chang Cece's remarks, underwent a transformation of emotions, his countenance shifting from ashen to crimson. Clenching his teeth, he commanded, "Xiao Man, apologize to Miss Cece immediately." Yuchi Man, overwhelmed by a surge of indignation, defiantly lifted her chin. With a resounding slap, Director Chin struck Yuchi Man across the face, his rage barely contained as he bellowed, "Did you not heed my words? Were it not for your father's esteemed position, I would have you taken to the station for immediate detention." Yuchi Man was utterly confounded, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. I observed with a cold demeanor, convinced that Director Chin's actions were warranted. Ever since Yuchi Man had become entangled with Lin Fangong, her behavior had grown increasingly audacious. It was time for her to confront the reality of her circumstances. It appeared she had forgotten that she was the daughter of an ordinary factory worker, her familial lineage rather unremarkable. Ultimately, Yuchi Man acquiesced. She leaned toward Chang Cece, weeping, "I am sorry, please forgive me. One ought to consult the almanac before venturing forth. One may encounter all manner of misfortune. Let us not descend to the level of someone like you." Chang Cece shrugged dismissively and turned to me, saying, "Zhou Yan, let us depart." "Very well." I lifted the bicycle and rode away with Chang Cece. I cast a glance back, observing Director Chin and Yuchi Man standing there, both enveloped in stunned silence as they beheld our retreating forms. "Zhou Yan, I had no idea you possessed such allure," Chang Cece chuckled. "What captivating individual often finds themselves entangled with the police?" A wave of frustration washed over me. Why had I encountered Yuchi Man and clashed with her? In truth, I wished never to cross paths with her again. Perhaps then, I could preserve a few exquisite moments within the depths of my heart. "This girl seems to harbor deep feelings for you. She is envious of every girl who approaches you. Despite her rather unremarkable traits," Chang Cece began her assessment. "Cece, I assure you, there is nothing between us." "That's a falsehood." Chang Cece scoffed. "How can I articulate this? If love were a flower, then between her and me, before it could blossom, it has already withered, leaving behind a scattering of fragments." "That's quite poetic," remarked Chang Cece, bestowing her compliment upon me. "Zhou Yan, to share this poignant tale of fallen blossoms with me someday?" "All right," I responded with a dismissive air, harboring no inclination to elaborate further. After escorting Chang Cece to the entrance of the community, we exchanged farewells and waved goodbye. I mounted my bicycle and retraced my path towards the KTV. The streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm glow upon the bustling thoroughfare. People emerged from their workplaces, weary yet imbued with hope, eager to return home for dinner. Yet, I found myself without a home, wandering the streets in solitude, enveloped by a profound sense of isolation. Suddenly, my gaze fell upon two motorcycles parked side by side at the roadside, their riders, for unruly youths, indulging in laughter and smoke. Two of them directed their gaze towards me, feigning indifference. An unsettling sensation surged within me, compelling me to swiftly veer my bicycle to the opposite side of the road. Upon witnessing my evasion, the two motorcycles roared to life, careening across the street in pursuit. This was the principal thoroughfare of Dong'an County, teeming with pedestrians and vehicles. They dared not assail me openly. Nevertheless, they could orchestrate a collision, staging a traffic accident with their motorcycles. I pedaled with fervor, navigating against the current at a brisk pace. Their motorcycles surged forward relentlessly, diminishing the distance between us. They were nearly upon me. The traffic light ahead shifted to green. With merely 2 seconds to spare, disregarding all prudence, I propelled myself forward. Behind me, a resounding crash reverberated, accompanied by the piercing screech of brakes. I cast a glance back to witness one of the motorcycles in pursuit being struck down by a car. The two miscreants atop it lay sprawled on the ground, their faces twisted in agony. They deserved this fate. Why were they still alive? I clenched my teeth and muttered coldly, gradually cycling away while skillfully navigating the oncoming traffic, ultimately returning safely to the KTV. Since Qin Xiaohu had been hospitalized, his little gang had disbanded. Yet now, someone had set their sights on me. I harbored suspicions that it was indeed the machination of Chu Hailong. His intent was to bring about my downfall in order to destabilize Han Feng. I must exercise the utmost vigilance to ensure that their nefarious schemes do not come to fruition. The implementation of the membership card system has proven to be remarkably effective. That evening, the KTV experienced a remarkable resurgence in patronage, surpassing all previous records. Every private room was occupied, and each staff member was diligently engaged in their duties. Zhang Wan tirelessly reached out to the princesses, who returned to the KTV, adorned in sumptuous makeup, gracefully navigating through the rooms. No longer merely serving drinks. They garnered substantial service fees as companions. The revenue of the Night Beauty KTV soared to unprecedented heights. Han Feng was overjoyed, frequently emerging to assess the situation. Fu Xiaoya, imbued with determination, coordinated the waitstaff with remarkable precision, increasingly embodying the demeanor of a professional manager. Her presence significantly transformed. At 1 a.m, the KTV finally closed its doors for the night. As I entered a private room to seek solace, Fu Xiaoya entered, humming a melodious tune. "Sister, you have worked tirelessly. Ha. This is the sensation I yearn for, crowds bustling, the atmosphere vibrant and effervescent." Fu Xiaoya beamed with delight, reclining gracefully on the sofa as she lit a delicate cigarette. The little scamp possesses quite the imagination. The membership card proves to be quite effective. However, Fu Xiaoya chuckled. "It renders me somewhat less astute." "Not at all," I replied with a smile, then composedly added, "In truth, there exist certain risks. We have temporarily overdrawn our future earnings." Not truly." Fu Xiaoya's laughter became even more radiant. "The commissions from service fees have surged significantly, rivaling our entire previous turnover. The card fees appear to be effortless gains. Those foolish old men will inevitably succumb amidst the blossoms." A wave of curiosity washed over me, prompting me to inquire, "How many cards have been issued?" "Over 100. Some merely applied for the card without ever making an appearance. For instance, Suli, what motivates her to apply for a card?" I was taken aback. Suli had never before visited a KTV establishment. She may have frequented other forms of entertainment, yet I remained oblivious. However, that is of little consequence. I organized the outing for her, not a single penny less. As for the nonsensical remarks she uttered, one could easily surmise their nature. Fu Xiaoya voiced her disdain. "Does she expect us to return home?" "Indeed." Fu Xiaoya nodded, her expression tinged with contempt. She even claimed to have reserved a room for us, lamenting the solitude of her abode, and so forth. "Undoubtedly. She did not wish for her residence to descend into such a state," I remarked with an air of indifference. "This is entirely her doing." "She shows no mercy in her dealings with others," Fu Xiaoya retorted, a fleeting shadow of desolation crossing her visage. "Let us not linger on her. It is irritating. Xiaoyan, I genuinely believe that Chang Cici is an extraordinary young woman. You must seize this opportunity, with her esteemed family background. She will not have to fret for the remainder of her life." "Sister, what are you suggesting?" "She remains in high school." I swiftly gestured with my hand, cautious of nurturing any inclinations toward Chang Cici, as it might invite complications. Indeed, during my own high school years, I had my share of romantic entanglements. Fu Xiaoya remained completely unperturbed. "However, this circumstance is markedly distinct. Suli had been remiss in overseeing Fu Xiaoya's affairs and inattentive to her academic pursuits. Otherwise, how could she have failed to gain admission to even a modest university? Conversely, Meng Weining was an entirely different case. Chang Cici was undeniably her prized treasure. Enrolled in an esteemed private high school, Meng Weining even engaged my services as a so-called tutor to ensure her daughter's university admission. With such lofty aspirations for her child, how could Meng Weining possibly permit her to engage in romantic relationships? You mischievous imp, such chances are scarce, and you shall lament their loss." Fu Xiaoya admonished me with a resolute demeanor, embodying the spirit of an elder sister. "I harbor no regrets." I resolutely shook my head. "Are you seeking confrontation?" Fu Xiaoya's temper flared instantly as she forcefully pushed me down onto the sofa, positioning herself atop my legs, her petite palm raised. "With your lack of ambition and foolish reliance, how could I possibly leave you to your own devices?" I was momentarily taken aback, my spirit sinking, and my eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Sister, where do you intend to go?" My voice quivered. "Just look at yourself." Fu Xiaoya released her hold on me and settled beside me, explaining, "It is merely a fleeting thought. The girl I reside with plans to journey south," asserting that there are abundant opportunities for financial prosperity. The KTV industry is thriving. Indeed, one can earn a handsome profit there. I grasped her arm. my other hand delving into my pocket to produce a bundle of cash. Sister, if you require funds, I can offer you all that I have. What a Navi boy. Fu Xiaoya gently admonished me, steadfastly refusing the money and playfully tousling my hair. I am cognizant of the lucrative nature of KTV. As a minor stakeholder, I anticipate potential dividends at the year's end. However, you cannot truly grasp this sentiment after residing in a small county for so many years. Nothing feels novel, and every corner is steeped in sorrowful recollections. I yearn to witness the vastness and magnificence of the world beyond. I fell into silence. In truth, I harbored akin thoughts, perpetually longing to escape this place and the painful memories it encapsulated. Yet, upon confronting reality, what could I possibly achieve by departing from Dong'an County? Both Fu Xiaoya and I were but mere high school graduates, devoid of any specialized skills, should we venture into a vibrant metropolis. Securing a respectable job would likely prove to be an arduous endeavor. For the time being, we could only adhere to the prevailing trends, merely scraping by to survive. Xiaoyan, cease your sulking, Fu Xiaoya gently chided, patting my face with a soft sigh. I merely entertained this thought. I have no intention of departing any time soon. It is indeed a lamentable fate that you did not gain admission to university and are leaving prematurely. Sister, please do not go, I suddenly exclaimed, enveloping her in a tight embrace and resolutely proclaiming, once we earn our fortune, regardless of where we may roam, I shall accompany you, never to part ways. You are akin to a pumpkin confined within a clay pot. Cannot you aspire to achieve something greater? Fu Xiaoya feigned annoyance, playfully prodding my forehead. Yet she did not distance herself from me. Without your presence, I would remain ensconced in solitude, uncertain of the very essence of existence. I boldly articulated my deepest sentiments. Fool, when I was your age, I felt similarly, she remarked. Once you find a girlfriend and become absorbed in your own world, merely recalling your sister would be commendable. Fu Xiaoya spoke with the sagacity of experience, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she was merely a year my elder. She leaned in closer, tenderly brushing her cheek against mine before gently pushing me away and stepping through the door. I beheld her silhouette, imbued with an overwhelming sense of loneliness. She had indeed lost weight. Reclining upon the sofa, I felt an unsettling restlessness, my desire for financial prosperity growing ever more fervent. If Fu Xiaoya was indeed considering departure, her eventual exit appeared to be an inexorable truth. In her absence, the KTV would be shrouded in shadows, and every note would resonate with melancholy. I would be left adrift in a sea of desolation. At that instant, my phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. With trepidation, I answered, recognizing the raspy voice that still lingered in my memory. Zhou, you have truly blocked my number. Must you be so unfeeling? Yu Qingman's words reached me, accompanied by gentle sobs. I firmly believe there is no necessity for us to maintain our connection. Our paths are destined to diverge, with no future intersections. I held my composure, resisting the urge to sever the call. Congratulations, you have successfully captured the heart of the police chief's daughter. I feel like a jester, naively waiting for you, only to be met with derision and disgrace. I truly have no ties to her. I cannot aspire to such a family. Frankly, I was merely aiding her with her studies. Though I cannot attend university myself, I wish to assist her in realizing her aspirations. I had no intention of justifying myself, yet I did not wish for Yu Qingman to propagate rumors that might incite animosity from Chang Cici's family. She embraced you with such fervor. She is aware of your presence. It must have been a deliberate act. On the other end of the line, Yu Qingman remained silent for an extended period, with only the sound of her relentless sobbing permeating the atmosphere. Sigh. I breathed out gently, man, let us confront reality together. Zhou, why have you failed to uphold your promise? Yu Qingman's voice quivered with emotion. What have I done? I resented her tone, as if the entirety of the blame rested solely upon my shoulders. I had intended to await you at Pingchuan University. You vowed to seek me out, yet you opted not to repeat the year. I fail to comprehend. What is so alluring about being a KTV waitress, particularly with Fu Xiaoya present? Yu Qingman's tone became increasingly confrontational. Once more, Fu Xiaoya was mentioned. This ignited a flame within me, and I could no longer suppress my voice in protest. Man, what precisely do you desire? I have not wronged you. Are you resolute in orchestrating my downfall? What do you imply? Yu Qingman's voice resonated with astonishment. Why did you not inform me of your relationship with Qin Xiaohu beforehand? I suffered his wrath on multiple occasions due to this, which hindered my ability to attend university and nearly led me to incarceration. Now, you find yourself involved with Lin Fangyang while still entangled with me. Is this not a ploy to bring about my downfall? My emotions surged within me, my voice trembling as I finally articulated the sentiments that had long been concealed. A prolonged sigh escaped Yuchi-man from the other end of the line. Zhou, I never imagined your misapprehension of me ran so profoundly. I extend my sincerest apologies. After her heartfelt apology, Yuchi-man continued, I should have confided in you earlier regarding my predicament with Qin Xiaohu. In truth, it was merely his unreciprocated affections. I have never harbored any feelings for him nor consented to engage in any relationship with him. However, given the close ties between our families, I felt compelled to comply. It was my father who sought to forge a connection with Director Qin, utilizing me as an instrument of exchange without regard for my own sentiments. Her explanation laced with a touch of bitterness. Yet I have been utterly devastated by Qin Xiaohu, and no one has provided me with any clarity. His hospitalization, in fact, pertains to me. Zhou, I perceive this as a form of retribution on your part, and I harbor no regrets. Yuchi-man hesitated before disclosing this revelation. I was momentarily taken aback, my heart racing with a torrent of emotions. I never envisioned that Yuchi-man would be the one to ambush Qin Xiaohu, nurturing such profound animosity towards him. Is this true? No, it is simply too difficult to fathom. Yuchi-man appears so delicate. How could she possibly wield a club? Should I report this? Certainly not. If Yuchi-man were to be apprehended, I would likely bear the weight of guilt for eternity. Moreover, her words were cloaked in ambiguity, seeming both credible and deceptive, that could not be deemed as evidence. In that moment, my heart was in turmoil. A flicker of emotion intertwined with skepticism, yet an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity enveloped me. Yuchi-man resembled a cold-blooded assassin. Zhou, do you still maintain that my connection with Lin Fangong is of such a nature? Yuchi-man inquired, her voice laced with mocking laughter. I find myself in a state of uncertainty, yet it undeniably seems rather awkward, I admitted with honesty. Does our closeness incite feelings of jealousy within you? Am I correct in my assumption? Yuchi-man playfully teased, a grin adorning her face. Why should I possess any grounds for jealousy? It scarcely pertains to me. Perhaps your decision was indeed astute, liberating you from arduous trials, I murmured softly. Ha! To my astonishment, Yuchi-man erupted into laughter, her spirits evidently uplifted in an instant. Zhou, your jealousy reveals that you harbor affections for me. That is not the case. Do not pretend to be oblivious, I can sense it. And it brings me joy. In a whimsical manner, Yuchi-man revealed, Zhou, allow me to confide in you a secret. I am, in fact, an adopted child. This year, through my own efforts, I have discovered the whereabouts of my long-lost biological father. He is Lin Fangong. What? Lin Fangong is indeed the biological father of Yuchi-man. This revelation came as a complete surprise. Suddenly, a wave of shame enveloped me. The tender exchanges between a daughter and her father are utterly natural. It was my impure thoughts that misled me, causing me to perceive things otherwise. Is this the motivation behind your desire to enroll at Pingchuan University? I asked. Indeed. Yuchi-man did not mask her intentions, responding with an air of pride. He has investments at the university and will look after me. Moreover, upon my graduation, I shall join his company, which will offer me abundant opportunities for advancement. Congratulations to you, Zhou. You must trust me when I declare that my heart is devoted solely to you. When the chance to visit Pingchuan presents itself, my father will honor my choices in love and ensure that everything is meticulously arranged for you. I merely extended a cursory acknowledgement, out of deference to you. I shall refrain from pursuing matters with Chang Sisi. Should my father become aware, even the county police chief could encounter dire consequences. Now, rest well and kindly do not obstruct my new number. Good night. As the call concluded, my emotions lingered in a state of disquiet for an extended period. I had begun to perceive Yuchi-man in an entirely different manner. She had metamorphosed from the offspring of a humble factory laborer into the authentic heiress of an affluent lineage, generously equipped with the resources to be intrepid. For my sake. She had even dared to confront Qin Xiaohu. Perhaps it was not entirely her initiative. It might have been a scheme orchestrated by Lin Fangong, executed with such precision that no evidence remained. Old Hei's words reverberated within me, serving as a cautionary tale. Lin Fangong was an exceptionally perilous individual. Unhesitant to act with unbridled ferocity, I must resolutely avoid Pingchuan. To fall into the clutches of Lin Fangong would be infinitely more harrowing than yielding to Chu Hailong. Furthermore, how could I forsake Fu Xiaoya? The mere contemplation of such a betrayal sends a pang of sorrow through my heart. In a state of bewilderment, I embraced the arrival of a new day, fully aware that life must persist. True to my routine, I ventured to the gym to refine my skills against the punching bag. I even utilized the elongated hanging bag as my adversary. perfecting the combat techniques imparted to me by old Hay. I am resolute in my ambition to become a master of martial arts, undaunted by a handful of insignificant ruffians. As midday drew near, I procured 2 lunchboxes and made my way to the Shanghai building. Indeed, Lu Fengfei was present, seated gracefully behind her desk, deftly maneuvering the mouse with a delicate blush and a shy demeanor that revealed an enchanting charm upon closer examination. "Zhou Yin, do take a look at this," she said enigmatically, retrieving a photo envelope and passing it across the desk. As I extracted the photographs, my heart raced and my breath quickened at the sight. "Is it not exquisite?" Lu Fengfei cast a playful glance in my direction, propping her chin upon her hand in a gesture of pride. "My photographic prowess is unparalleled. The contrast is vivid, and the color fidelity is exceptionally true to life." I maintained a divergent perspective, regardless of the manner in which the photographs were taken. They possessed an intrinsic allure, independent of technical skill. I took a deep breath, striving to quell my yearnings, and affected an air of indifference as I concealed the photographs. Asking, "Has Li Qi yet to retrieve the photos?" Impatient as ever, Lu Fengfei incessantly dialed my number multiple times throughout the day. He hastened to the photo studio at the break of dawn, even transferring the electronic version onto a USB drive. His gaze fixed intently upon me as I cleared the camera. "Oh," I nodded, only to be struck with bewilderment, exclaiming in astonishment, "What of this particular copy?" With a mischievous grin, Lu Fengfei replied, "An extra one, preserved for you as a keepsake. This is something money cannot procure." "Fengfei, how many copies have you developed?" I inquired. My wariness immediately piqued as I recalled Officer Lu's admonition that while capturing photographs was permissible, their distribution was strictly forbidden. "Just 2 copies. One for Li Qi and one for you," he assured. "You cannot deceive me," I declared with a grave demeanor. Remembering that Lu Fengfei had previously produced no fewer than 5 copies without my awareness. "I assure you, I speak the truth. I have no need for them," she declared, raising her hand to her forehead in frustration. Alas, every detail lingers in my memory whenever I process photographs. I genuinely ponder when I might rid myself of these distressing images from my mind. I shall incinerate them. These photographs must not linger. I recalled the lighter my father had bequeathed to me, nestled within the filing cabinet, and I retrieved it. Yet, Lu Fengfei, hesitant, seized my arm with urgency. "Zhou Yin, must we exercise such caution? No one else shall discover this. It is merely a precaution." I turned and made my way to the shared restroom on our floor, incinerating the photographs one by one and washing away the remnants with water. The smoke enveloped the room, prompting me to open the window for an extended period. Upon my return to the office, Lu Fengfei and I enjoyed our lunches while conversing about the sales of nail clippers. The computer on the desk was powered on, displaying solely this singular product on the sales screen, which appeared rather forlorn, attracting little attention. The online store was named Fengfei Boutique, registered under Dong'an County Zhoushan Trading Company, Limited. Upon scrutinizing the price of the nail clippers, I was taken aback to discover it was 38. "Fengfei, this is rather exorbitant." "Not at all. I have classified it as a German brand, an imported item," Lu Fengfei replied with an air of nonchalance, a trace of pride lacing her tone. "This constitutes deceptive advertising," I felt compelled to interject, astounded by her brazen attitude. "Zhou Yin, there is no need to take this matter so gravely. No one would initiate legal action over 38 yuan. At worst, we could issue a refund and provide them with a complimentary set. Furthermore, we offer complimentary shipping directly to their doorstep, and one must consider the cost of postage." Lu Fengfei asserted with the utmost seriousness. "Is the shipping cost excessively high?" I inquired. "That is contingent upon the distance. It commences at 6 yuan. She responded without a moment's hesitation. "By the way, you must prepare a power of attorney for me. The company requires an agreement with the post office, which will enable us to substantially reduce the price and facilitate pickup." "Certainly." I assented eagerly, then paused and inquired, "Fengfei, how many have we sold thus far?" "We have only just opened the shop. There have been no sales yet," Lu Fengfei shrugged. "Is that truly feasible?" A sense of doubt began to infiltrate my thoughts as I found it rather implausible to anticipate wealth from something as seemingly trivial as nail clippers. "Fear not. I have been in correspondence with several prominent online retailers, and they have consented to assist with the sales endeavor. We shall offer them a commission of 10 yuan each at the same price." "Haha, just await the moment to tally your earnings." Lu Fengfei's steadfast optimism brought a smile to my face as well. After drafting the power of attorney, I presented it to Lu Fengfei. Just as I was on the verge of returning to the KTV, a resounding knock echoed at the office door. I opened the door to discover two police officers standing before me, their expressions stern and grave. They entered without hesitation, scrutinizing us intently, and inquired, "Are you Zhou Yin and Lu Fangfei?" "Yes," Lu Fangfei and I affirmed, our expressions becoming somber. Days had elapsed, yet Lu Ziwen had still chosen to report us. Otherwise, the police would not have come knocking with such an authoritative presence. "Officers, what seems to be the issue?" I endeavored to maintain my composure. But internally, I dreaded the thought of confessing to the robbery of Lu Ziwen that day. The sole eyewitness to the incident was Chang Sisi, who had been catching frogs by the river. Surely, she would not betray me. One of the officers, introducing himself as Li Zhonglei, displayed his badge. "We are from the Xia police station. A resident by the name of Li Qi has reported that you are suspected of harboring and disseminating private photographs of him and his wife, which has profoundly tarnished his reputation." Upon hearing this, a sense of relief washed over me. As long as the matter did not pertain to robbery, I was convinced that Li Qi's allegations were unfounded and they had no grounds to take action against me. "He's spouting nonsense," Lu Fangfei exclaimed in fury. "What sort of scoundrel is he? He merely took the photographs and then turned around to frame us. What evidence does he possess?" "Mind your tone. There is no need for insults," Li Zhonglei cautioned, then directed his fellow officer, Xiao Zhang, to promptly search this office for any such photographs. "Should there be no evidence, can we pursue a defamation lawsuit against him?" Lu Fangfei inquired with unwavering confidence, casting a glance at me that was imbued with admiration. I felt a surge of relief at having disposed of the photographs. Had I not, I would have found myself in a compromising situation. Officer Xiao Zhang conducted the search meticulously, leaving no nook unexplored. He even upended the bag containing the nail clippers onto the floor. Naturally, he did not neglect the computer, scrutinizing every folder and unveiling even the concealed files. The computer housed an array of photographs, including exquisite selfies of Lu Fangfei and a compilation of popular songs, all of which bore no relevance to Li Qi. The police, having discovered nothing incriminating, remained resolute in their investigation. Lu Fangfei, as per Li Qi's report, indicated that you had shared the photographs with your father, Lu Ziwen. Upon our verification, he confirmed this and assured us that there had been no further dissemination. "Kindly inform us, aside from Lu Ziwen, with whom else have you shared these images?" Li Zhonglei inquired with a solemn demeanor. "Lu Ziwen is speaking absurdities. I have not laid eyes on him in ages. How could I possibly have bestowed upon him any photographs?" Lu Fangfei erupted in a fit of rage, her countenance flushed, her delicate hands striking the table emphatically. I, too, was consumed by a tempest of rage, denouncing Lu Ziwen for his utter lack of humanity. What a despicable father he is, colluding with outsiders to betray his own daughter. He asserts that you had an encounter with